Chapter 1. The Underground Mine. Don't you dare take advantage of me. I've provided for you, and now that you're needed, you act like you're dead. A burly man was berating a kneeling laborer, who kept his head bowed, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. No, I can't do that, the laborer stammered, lifting his face to reveal lips tinged with a purplish hue. What do you mean you can't? It's just a mine, and I didn't keep you just for show. Beside them lay a deep pit, which could hardly be termed a mine, lacking any support and resembling a natural chasm. Look, if someone goes down, they might get buried. We can't let the black mouse go down there, can we? The laborer murmured, casting a cautious glance at the middle-aged man. Damn it, coward. How can you even mention the black mouse? That thing is imported. None of your lives are worth even an inch of its paint. The surrounding crowd, though visibly distressed, dared not voice their anger. The black mouse referred to the Federation's first-generation mining robot, a bionic mechanical rodent, deemed a valuable asset on remote planets like Lingchuan, but considered obsolete and worthless in the Federation's central domain. Fine. If you want go, then I'll make you go, the man declared, raising his fist and delivering a heavy blow to the laborer's face, causing the man to widen his eyes and gasp for breath. Another punch landed, and white froth spilled from the laborer's mouth, his eyes bloodshot as if they might pop out. Stop. Stop. You'll kill my husband. How can I live without him? A woman cried out, forcing her way through the crowd. Get lost. The burly man kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying a meter away. If you interfere again, you'll join him underground. He spat at her before raising his hand once more. Stop. He'll go down, a voice called from the crowd. A somewhat delicate-looking youth pushed his way forward. You? The man narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical. Most people would flee from such a task, yet here was a boy volunteering. The laborer, the woman, and the onlookers were stunned. Isn't that the little black slave? Someone finally recognized. Indeed, it's him. The crowd began to realize who the boy was. His name was not Little Black Slave, he was Jiang Yu. Taken in by the foreman a decade ago, when he was merely SIX.IT was less an adoption and more a means to cultivate a free laborer. Since the age of 8, he had toiled alongside the workers, enduring hardships without uttering a word of complaint. Occasionally, he assisted local villagers with farming, but was mocked by other children for being an outsider, earning him the derisive nickname. Yo-yo, don't be foolish. You still need to help me harvest my wheat, an elderly woman called out, attempting to dissuade him. Aunt Lee, the wheat is already harvested and stacked for you 20 stacks, half a meter high. Jiang Yu replied, his voice steady as he did not turn back. Aren't you going to say anything? Aunt Lee fell silent. Old Jean, you raised me for 2 years, it's only right I repay you now, Jiang Yu said to the foreman, then bent down to help the laborer up. Uncle Zhao, why haven't you changed that timid nature of yours? Do you still need your wife to save you in crucial moments? He teased lightly, devoid of any bitterness. Uncle Zhao did not laugh. Worry etched on his face as he looked at Jiang Yu. Are you really going down? If I don't go, who will? Jiang Yu countered. Uncle Zhao hesitated, unable to voice his willingness to go. People are inherently selfish, and the underdeveloped mine posed significant risks of collapse, leaving no trace of bodies. Uncle Zhao stood rooted, uncertain of how to respond. Enough. Give me the gear, I'll go down and take a look. My luck won't be so bad that I can't come back up, Jiang Yu asserted, picking up Uncle Zhao's equipment. He donned the safety helmet and began to descend into the pit. As he disappeared from sight, a tear rolled down Uncle Zhao's cheek, ultimately culminating in audible sobs. Old man, what's wrong? Aunt Zhao crawled closer, concerned in response. Uncle Zhao delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Smack. The sound echoed, casting a somber mood over the crowd. Smack. Smack. The slaps continued, resonating in the desolate mining area. Lingchuan is a genuine mining planet, with 80% of its resources comprising various minerals. However, the planet is small and rather remote within the star domain, limiting its interactions with neighboring planets which are largely undeveloped, leading to regional poverty and technological backwardness, with minimal contact with the outside world. The mining area overseen by Old Jean was named the Wuxing Mine, one of the larger zones, yet it possessed only one outdated lightspeed spaceship incapable of traversing wormholes, resulting in lengthy and inefficient transport cycles. The miners barely survived on the meager income from the little or they managed to sell. The newly discovered mine was a mechanical fuel deposit, with broad sales potential and quick returns. However, improper extraction could lead to gas leaks, making it risky to deploy mechanical mice for mining, as machines lack the sensitivity of humans. Uncle Zhao was unaware, but Old Jean understood all too well. Stop whining. You wouldn't go before, and now you have the audacity to complain. Old Jean scolded before sitting on a nearby rock and lighting a cigarette. Jiang Yu had been raised under his watch, and despite his initial intention to cultivate a free laborer, he had developed some attachment now that Jiang Yu had ventured down. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. All right, disperse. What are you all staring at? Old Jean urged, gesturing for the crowd to leave as he continued to smoke. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu clung to the precarious rocks as he descended into the pit. After nearly 100 meters of descent, he finally reached solid ground, surrounded by tightly packed stones, reminiscent of other mines he had encountered. He produced a small diamond drill and began to carve through the rock, using a pickaxe to create a pathway. The confined space caused debris to shower onto his face, soon leaving several thin cuts. After creating some space, it opened up slightly, but was still only wide enough for two to walk side by side. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Yu took out a grinding wheel and started cutting into the stone wall. Suddenly, he felt a hollow space, revealing a gap about the width of a finger. With newfound boldness, he resumed drilling along the gap, and as stones fell away, he pressed on undeterred. Boom! A large stone was dislodged, unveiling a cavern roughly 30 square meters in size and over 3 meters high. Such caverns were rarely found at mineral sources, as the conditions for or formation typically required dense sedimentation, making even small cavities unlikely, let alone such a spacious hollow. This phenomenon should be attributed to tectonic movements that have uplifted the central region, carrying with it underground mineral veins, thus creating caverns and mines. Over time, the relentless erosion by subterranean water has expanded these spaces, and such an immense natural undertaking left Jiang Yu in awe. However, his amusement was short-lived, as an acrid stench assaulted his nostrils. Frowning, Jiang Yu wrinkled his nose and involuntarily retched, hastily retrieving his gas mask. It appeared he had arrived at his destination. Approaching the edge of the cavern, Jiang Yu touched the stone wall, which felt solid yet slightly adhesive. He cautiously lifted the lower edge of his mask, bringing his fingers to his nose to inhale the odor that nearly overwhelmed him. Nonetheless, a sense of elation blossomed within him. It seemed he had indeed found what he sought. Gazing at the vast stone wall before him, anxiety crept into Jiang Yu's mind. 2/3 of the wall was composed of this gelatinous substance. Should he inadvertently breach it, a gas leak could ensue, fermenting within the mine and, upon encountering the heat of a nearby star, potentially igniting a perilous scenario. At this juncture, Jiang Yu felt uncertain about his approach. The circular stone wall was saturated with this fuel if progress was impeded above. Could he possibly venture below? Venture below? Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in Jiang Yu's mind. If movement above was unfeasible, the solid rock beneath was intact and could be excavated. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu bent down, extracting a drill bit and directing it into the earth. With a series of sharp clicks, fissures resembling a spider's web rapidly emerged from the ground beneath him, spreading outward. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious as he ceased his actions. Logically, if he were dealing with a thick rock layer, drilling in one spot would cause the surrounding area to fracture as well. This chain reaction indicated that he was likely facing a mere thin layer of rock, suggesting that the ground below was hollow. At that moment, the fissures reached the stone wall, causing the rock to begin collapsing. Damn it! With a curse, Jiang Yu's foot slipped, and he fell into the void. With a thud, he plummeted alongside the falling debris. Fortunately, it was only a 5-meter drop, cushioned by soft soil below. Otherwise, this misstep could have led him directly to the afterlife. Jiang Yu awkwardly dodged the descending stones, though one jagged fragment struck his shoulder. Once calm returned, he noticed blood had soaked his entire arm, accompanied by an intense, acrid odor wafting through the air. Chapter 2. The mine disaster. The overwhelming scent engulfed Jiang Yu as he evidently fell into a larger cavern, surrounded by walls lined with fuel minerals, intensifying the odor. His gas mask had slipped away during the fall and was now lost, while the fumes assaulted him relentlessly. As he recalled the nature of gases, Jiang Yu's expression stiffened. Being in an underground mine, oxygen was already scarce, compounded by the presence of gas that had nearly depleted the air supply. The small oxygen tank he carried was also running low, indicating that it would not be long before he succumbed to asphyxiation. The only recourse was to ascend to the surface, yet the sheer height of the 8-meter stone wall extinguished that thought. Although he carried climbing claws to navigate such underground voids, they were a mere 3 meters in length, insufficient for his needs. The walls were coated with a slick, gelatinous substance, devoid of any footholds, rendering any attempt to scale them futile. Jiang Yu found himself immobilized, a sense of frustration washing over him. He had set out to assist others, only to find himself in a life-threatening predicament. He slumped back to the ground, his head bowed in despair. After a while, his breathing grew heavier, the oxygen clearly dwindling. Jiang Yu lifted his gaze, contemplating that rather than suffocating in this abyss, he ought to devise a solution. Returning to his earlier line of thought, if the ascent was impossible, he could explore sideways. He approached the stone wall, seeking a more expansive section, and withdrew his drill to commence work. As he labored, his breaths became increasingly labored, the effort taking a toll on his strength. He could only rely on his body weight to keep the drill in place. As he penetrated deeper, the wall began to tremble, sending fragments cascading down upon him. His focus remained fixed on the wall, oblivious to the larger stones falling away. Meanwhile, the surface was far from tranquil. Although the foreman had urged everyone to disperse, only a few children moved. The rest remained transfixed at the inky maw of the mine. The prolonged absence of Jiang Yu stirred a sense of unease among them. Uncle Zhao stood dazed and unresponsive, while the foreman sat nearby, chain-smoking with a frown etched on his face, as if lost in troubling thoughts. Finishing his last cigarette, Foreman Tang exhaled the butt and slowly rose, declaring, "Enough dawdling. I'll go take a look." He donned a nearby safety helmet and strode toward the mine entrance. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, and Uncle Zhao, snapping to attention, rushed to interject. "You can't do that." Foreman Jean scoffed. "Old man, I'm cleaning up your mess. If that Jiang brat claims this treasure trove, I'll be out of a job." Uncle Zhao hesitated, words caught in his throat. "What? Then you go down," Jean taunted, leaving Zhao speechless. "Useless," coward Tang cursed, turning toward the mine. "Wait, you're going unarmed?" Uncle Zhao called after him in alarm. "Everything has been taken by that kid. Do you have any?" Jean retorted without turning back. Uncle Zhao stood there, seemingly resolute, and shouted to Tang, "I'll go down." Zhao Yi, standing nearby, rushed forward, grabbing Zhao's arm. "Are you out of your mind? If Xiao Jiang hasn't surfaced, he might already be dead. Do you want to join him? You foolish woman. Is that the best you can do? Curse me?" Uncle Zhao yelled, but Zhao Yi was in a state of frenzy, gripping him tightly. Just then, as Foreman Tang neared the mine entrance, a rumbling noise echoed, halting him in his tracks. Zhao and Yi's cries ceased abruptly, and everyone froze, as if time itself had stood still. Could it be a mine disaster? "It's going to rain," someone shouted, and as they looked up, dark clouds had gathered in the sky, lightning flickering ominously. Though it seemed to herald a storm, Foreman Jean quickened his pace toward the mine, anxiety gnawing at him. Another thunderous roar echoed, unmistakably emanating from the depths below. This was indeed a mine disaster. The gathered crowd finally broke into a sprint away from the site. Zhao stood stunned, while Jean remained frozen, but Zhao Yi pulled him away, her strength surprising him as she dragged him to safety. The ground surrounding the mine cracked open, yawning like a gaping maw, forming a circular pit as the earth caved in. Jean was swallowed by the collapsing stones soon. A gigantic pit, 8 meters deep and over 50 meters wide, emerged, the very cavity Jiang Yu had excavated. Yet this was not the end. Friction among the stones sparked a fire, igniting the surrounding mineral deposits. With a resounding boom, a massive mushroom cloud erupted, the explosion triggering a significant fire and a secondary tremor that spread flames within 100 meters. The terrain continued to collapse, and a nearby mountain lost its summit to the chaos. The inferno raged defiantly against the torrential rain. While this calamity resembled a natural disaster above ground, for Jiang Yu, it was a bittersweet turn of fate. He had barely carved out a space when he realized that the opposite side was also hollow, causing the original supporting wall to give way, leading to the entire cavern's collapse. In a panic, he darted to the newly exposed side. The oxygen had fully depleted. But with the mine's collapse, the cavern was now open to the air, allowing Jiang Yu to breathe anew. Yet before he could revel in this second chance, the outside world erupted in chaos. To avoid injury, he was compelled to flee deeper into the mine. However, as he ran, he noticed the ceiling above beginning to shift ominously. In a moment of despair, he caught sight of a glimmer deep within the mine. Metal. Pondering the presence of processed metal in the mine, he was suddenly oblivious to a 2-meter rock plummeting toward him. With a thunderous crash, the stone shattered above him, sending fragments cascading to his feet, startling him. What was happening? More large boulders began to fall, and he thought, "I have evaded suffocation only to be crushed instead. Is this my fate?" Resigned, he lay on the ground, closing his eyes as tears streamed down his face. The sounds of metal clashing against stone echoed around him. Yet curiously, not a single shard struck him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a colossal figure, not a stone giant, but a metallic one, shielding him from the falling debris. At last, the tremors ceased, and the cavern was fully exposed. Its width was merely 5 meters, and the path he had traversed was now buried. Above, flames raged. Yet the interior remained safe, with minimal fuel deposits, resembling a man-made excavation. Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the giant. Confirming his suspicions, this being towered over 5 meters tall, while the cavern was only 8 meters deep. To navigate within, he would need to excavate further. Yet, it was important to acknowledge that the mine's collapse was partially attributable to this very giant. The giant sensed Jiang Yu's gaze and lowered its head to look at him. When Jiang Yu caught sight of those eyes, he was taken aback. He had always referred to it as a giant, but it was not human. A chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine as the metallic humanoid disregarded him and seated itself, exploring the adjacent wall with its hand. It then pried off chunks of a solid substance, stuffing them into its mouth. The black, viscous material sent shivers down Jiang Yu's spine. Was this not a fuel block? The humanoid tore off a small piece and tossed it to Jiang Yu, the scent overwhelming his senses. Disgusted, Jiang Yu waved his hand in refusal. Observing this, the humanoid reclaimed the piece and consumed it, smacking its lips as if savoring the taste. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was nearly undone by the lingering aroma, retching on the ground. The humanoid paid no heed to Jiang Yu's plight. Instead, it looked outside and emotionlessly declared, "We must depart." Before Jiang Yu could comprehend, he found himself soaring into the air, propelled out of the underground chamber and through the fiery entrance. As he ascended, a wave of heat assaulted him. As if he were ensconced within a colossal furnace, his flesh scorched by the intense flames. This conflagration was fueled by the burning material, with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees, far beyond the endurance of a mere mortal like Jiang Yu. His ascent began to slow. Although he had been thrown by the humanoid, the speed was not great, and he suffered greatly as a result. At that moment, the humanoid surged upwards towards Jiang Yu, accelerating to an astounding 50 meters per second. Had it not been for the concern of impacting Jiang Yu, it could have easily surpassed a speed of 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, it reached Jiang Yu, effortlessly drawing him along, and as the searing heat gradually dissipated, Jiang Yu's flushed face returned to normal. Following a perfect parabolic arc, the humanoid carried Jiang Yu several hundred meters away from the inferno. It was not until Jiang Yu felt a deluge of raindrops that he realized a torrential downpour had begun outside. The humanoid's exterior was cleansed by the rain, revealing its red shell, which surprised Jiang Yu. Yet, the humanoid uttered not a single word more, moving to the nearby rock face and delivering a powerful punch that cleaved a large hole into it before stepping inside. Though only a brief moment had passed, Jiang Yu was completely drenched and hurried to follow suit. Chapter 3. Please enter the command within the cave. Jiang Yu removed his clothing, wrung it dry, and donned it once more, subsequently sitting in silence, lost in thought. The path back to the village had been irrevocably blocked, leaving him uncertain of what to do next. "Do you wish to leave?" The humanoid figure spoke again, its voice lacking the softness of human speech, resembling a mechanical tone. Jiang Yu's thoughts were abruptly pulled back. He found himself at a loss for words. After 12 years of confinement, he longed for the world beyond. Yet memories of the kind villagers and the gruff but soft-hearted Master Jean surfaced in his mind. Jiang Yu hesitated. The colossal figure, observing his indecision, ceased speaking and turned to exit. Feeling a sense of resolution take hold, Jiang Yu lifted his gaze toward the towering silhouette retreating into the darkness and said in a low voice, "I will follow you, but I wish to bid farewell to my adoptive father." As he uttered the latter words, his voice dwindled to a whisper. The humanoid halted, slowly responding, "Your adoptive father may be dead." This cold statement struck Jiang Yu like a heavy hammer, leaving his eyes vacant and devoid of life. How could this be? Since you descended from above, I sensed your presence along with several other life forces on the ground. One of those forces moved toward the entrance you used shortly before the mine collapsed, after which all traces of those life forces vanished. After delivering these words, the figure fell silent once more. "No, it cannot be. How could this happen?" Jiang Yu murmured, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. "Let us depart swiftly. We shall overlook the second phase," the humanoid urged, its tone laced with an unsettling insistence. Yet, the only response was Jiang Yu's increasingly labored breathing. Is this what human emotion feels like? The humanoid clenched its fists and struck the mountainside with tremendous force, causing a section of the wall to crumble. Jiang Yu found himself exposed to the rain, which soaked him anew, amplifying the sorrow that enveloped him. The silent desolation mingled with his faint sobs as nightfall approached, sorrow emanating from within. Once the debris settled, the figure's shadow vanished. Jiang Yu remained in a stupor, confronted by the blazing inferno ahead, the torrential rain above, and the rubble behind him. His clothes clung to his body, soaked through, while his hair matted against his forehead. His lips turned bluish from the cold, and his teeth chattered incessantly. Dragging his numb legs forward, he noticed the distant flames beginning to wane. The rain had triumphed over the fire, which surrendered beneath its onslaught. The wind carried the chill of night, laced with a hint of warmth from the flames, striking Jiang Yu's face as he trudged against the gust toward the collapsed mine. What lay before him was a desolate ruin. The ground had sunk over 6 meters, forming a vast pit. Standing at its edge, he felt utterly powerless, realizing that this devastation was a consequence of his own actions. In his reckless pursuit to excavate, he had neglected thorough examination, leading to geological ruin that significantly harmed both the village and the mine. Jiang Yu began to mock his own inadequacies. The man who had raised him for 15 years was now entombed beneath the rubble. Though the old man often forced him to work and sometimes resorted to physical punishment, he had a gentle heart. On occasions when Jiang Yu secretly provided food to the villagers, the old man turned a blind eye. Lost in thought, Jiang Yu knelt down, his legs now devoid of sensation. As his knees touched the ground, thunder rumbled overhead, and the rain began to diminish. The sky darkened further, rendering the world nearly invisible. But the rain had ceased, leaving the air thick with moisture. In the distance, flickering lights began to gather and approach. "Old man, I told you that heartless foreman must be dead. No need to come and check," came Aunt Zhao's voice. "If you don't want to come, then go back to sleep and stop your incessant rambling." Uncle Zhao's admonishing voice followed. "Oh, I'm just saying," Aunt Zhao's anxious voice interjected. A group of villagers arrived at the pit's edge, torches illuminating the depths, shaking their heads in sorrow. This pit was far too deep and securely packed. It was impossible for anyone to survive. "But that child Jiang Yu," Uncle Zhao murmured. "That little black slave is probably dead too," Aunt Zhao remarked. "What a morbid thing to say," Uncle Zhao retorted. "That child Jiang Yu is so kind. How could he possibly die? What do you have against him?" Uncle Zhao chastised Aunt Zhao. "Wait, it seems there is someone sitting there." A sharp-eyed miner spotted Jiang Yu kneeling on the other side. From a distance, they mistook him for merely sitting on the ground, and the crowd hastily directed their torches toward him. "Little Yu, what are you doing here?" Uncle Zhao recognized Jiang Yu's drenched face. Jiang Yu could no longer muster the strength to respond. He simply stared blankly at the crowd, searching for Master Jin's familiar figure, acutely aware of his own failure. "Little Yu, hold on. I'll get you out," Uncle Zhao declared, retrieving a grappling hook and activating the mechanism, sending a metallic claw flying toward the opposite wall, where it secured itself. Uncle Zhao swiftly grasped the rope, preparing to climb over. However, at that moment, the claw suddenly shifted under the strain, slipping downward. Uncle Zhao stumbled as the claw lost its grip and plummeted into the pit, dislodging several stones in its wake. The freshly formed wall of debris, still unstable, began to yield under the weight, triggering a landslide that grew increasingly violent. The ground began to collapse once more, and Jiang Yu, sensing the impending disaster, found himself powerless to rise, remaining helplessly kneeling. "Jiang Yu," Uncle Zhao shouted urgently. The landslide was confined to Jiang Yu's side, leaving Uncle Zhao frozen in horror at the unfolding disaster. Was he about to condemn Jiang Yu to death? Yet, he found himself paralyzed, unable to act, only able to fervently pray that Jiang Yu would escape danger. Jiang Yu felt a void beneath his knees, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, and he began to tilt dangerously. He was about to fall from a height of 5 or 6 meters. Though it was not his first experience, the ground below was solid stone. In this position, even if he survived, he would be severely injured. His knees were doomed, and the risk of being crushed by falling debris loomed large. Jiang Yu experienced the chilling realization of how close he was to death for the second time. Yet, just as he was about to plummet, he felt a cold hand catch him, suspending him. Was it him? Confused, Jiang Yu relaxed, feeling safe, and succumbed to unconsciousness. His body had reached its limits, but his mind had been unable to surrender fully until that moment. Upon awakening, the sky was tinged with gray. It was already 4 in the morning. He turned to the side and saw that the towering figure that had rescued him had returned, its body once again encased in black cement, revealing only its glowing blue eyes. "It is time to leave. We must depart before dawn breaks." The same cold voice now held a semblance of warmth, for this being had saved his life twice. With the only family he had lost, Jiang Yu felt unburdened. "How do we leave? You cannot possibly carry me forever." Jiang Yu realized a serious dilemma. "Do you know about Mech?" The humanoid figure replied, then crouched down. Its chest slowly opened, revealing a large cavity over a meter high, from which several sleek metallic arms emerged, grasping Jiang Yu and pulling him into a metallic seat nestled within the figure's chest. The opening then closed, encasing Jiang Yu within the control chamber of this mechanized entity. A pair of metallic headphones was placed upon Jiang Yu's head, connecting him to a data-driven human control system. A three-dimensional model unfurled before his eyes, as an external simulation of a sand table completed its modeling. A control panel hovered in front of Jiang Yu, who placed his hand upon it. The host's fingerprint was successfully recorded, followed by the capture of the host's iris, culminating in the creation of the host. Greetings, first-generation host. The Chi-Tian Mecha shall become your companion. Please input your commands. Jiang Yu gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him, rendered speechless. The Mecha was a well-known entity throughout the Federation, yet this grand marvel seemed entirely disconnected from his reality. He had never laid eyes on an authentic Mecha. His only glimpses came from distant views on the television at Grandpa Shin's home. It was bewildering that he had not recognized it moments ago. Suddenly, the control panel illuminated, displaying the host's attributes: bone age, 16 years, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, mental power, source realm 27, compatibility 48. Jiang Yu stared at the panel, bewildered. While he was aware of his height and weight, the meaning of mental power and compatibility eluded him. The developmental capacity of the human brain is fixed at birth, with the extent of development directly linked to mental power. However, as human technology advanced, increasingly intelligent artificial intelligences emerged, surpassing human computational capabilities, leading to numerous uncontrollable information-based terror actions. By the year 2100 in the Star Sea calendar, the Shishui Federation integrated the Taoist practices of body refinement and spirit nurturing to create a method for secondary brain development, accessible to all humanity, thereby granting them the ability for cognitive enhancement. Compatibility denotes the adaptability between the host and the Mecha. The higher the compatibility, the more suited the Mecha is for the host's operation, thus maximizing its potential. As Jiang Yu's mind grappled with these two queries, corresponding explanations promptly appeared on the control panel, evidencing the direct connection between the brain and the Mecha system. While there remained potential for improvement in mental power, the current 27 was indeed somewhat disheartening. The fundamental operations of the Chi-Tian system required at least 40 mental power at the source realm. Chi-Tian's voice remained devoid of emotion, yet Jiang Yu could detect a hint of resignation, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Were it not for the system's voluntary compatibility with him, his meager mental power would have rendered him incapable of controlling Chi-Tian. However, a compatibility of 49 was not particularly impressive. After delivering this assessment, Chi-Tian's words left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat deflated. It appeared that the journey to fully master Chi-Tian would be a long and arduous one. Chapter 4. The Journey. The method of mental energy cultivation has now been made accessible to all of humanity, with the original text available for download online. You may begin your practice independently, and any queries can be resolved through online research. The Federal Intelligence Network has evolved to a nearly terrifying degree. Any information you seek can be found within its vast resources. Well, I will certainly strive to enhance my mental energy, Jiang Yu asserted, nodding vigorously as he began to awkwardly manipulate the light screen before him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Why do you insist on encasing yourself in cement? Wasn't your original exterior rather impressive? You will understand in due time, but it is not convenient for me to disclose that now. It will depend on your future development. Should your abilities remain unremarkable, I shall not hesitate to discard you without mercy." Chi-Tian's emotionless words seemed laden with implications, prompting Jiang Yu to take the matter seriously. It appeared that this was no trivial undertaking. "Enough talk, let us depart," Chi-Tian instructed Jiang Yu as the first light of dawn began to grace the sky. Jiang Yu closed the panel before him, and a planet materialized, a celestial body he had inhabited for 12 years, Lingchuan Star. It was time to bid farewell. With Chi-Tian's energy fully charged, they began to ascend slowly, leaving the planet behind. As Jiang Yu watched the planet's silhouette diminish, tears, heavy with the weight of separation, rolled down his cheeks. Partings are an inevitable part of life. 3 days swiftly passed, and Jiang Yu had spent them within Chi-Tian's control room. Thankfully, there were preserved rations that had been stored for an unknown duration, or he would have succumbed to starvation. "Chi-Tian, at this rate, how much longer until we reach our destination?" Jiang Yu asked, gazing at the slowly advancing red dot on the interstellar map. A planet loomed ahead, yet the red seemed perpetually out of reach, despite the fact that they had already covered 2/3 of their journey. "Well, as long as we have enough food." it would not be a concern. If only your mental energy were not so low and your compatibility insufficient, you could have unlocked my Nimbus cloud long ago. We would have arrived by now, Chi Tian chided. Fine, blame me, Jiang Yu replied with a resigned smile, acknowledging his lack of strength. But I've been sitting here for so long that I could develop calluses. Oh, so you do not wish to sit? Chi Tian's voice carried a hint of playful mockery. Suddenly, the chair beneath Jiang Yu vanished, causing him to tumble to the floor. Jiang Yu exclaimed, dumbfounded, attempting to rise, but finding the cramped cockpit too confining. After several fruitless efforts, he heard a voice announce, standing operation mode activated. Jiang Yu felt a sudden constriction around his waist as a metallic ring encircled him from behind and lifted him into a standing position, revealing the control panel once more before him. Once he regained his balance, several metallic arms extended, securing him within the cockpit. Now, Jiang Yu was firmly held in place, with only his hands free to move. What is happening? I can barely breathe, Jiang Yu lamented, glancing at the metal apparatus that constrained his body. The friction against his skin far from pleasant. I've never met someone who prefers standing over sitting, Chi Tian remarked, unable to resist a jibe. In real combat, it is far more intense than mere flight. Without such protection, you would have likely been thrown off by now. And do not be so delicate. Metal against flesh is indeed uncomfortable. If it bothers you, simply retract a few. Retract? Jiang Yu was taken aback. This is the central control. While there are some permissions you have yet to unlock, basic operations are still within your grasp, Chi Tian explained, somewhat exasperated. It seemed his host lacked some common sense. After all, who could collapse a mine shaft without a few screws loose? Jiang Yu hastily issued commands on the control panel. After confirming, the metallic arms retracted, and the chair reappeared beneath him. Freed from their grasp, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sitting down invigorated him, banishing the earlier discomfort. Stretching his sore thighs, he grumbled, if this were actual combat, I would suffocate before even fighting. True mecha pilots wear nano-combat suits that provide a degree of protection and allow for active adhesion to the mecha, eliminating the need for metal restraints. Chi Tian explained matter-of-factly. Such treasures exist? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Jiang Yu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Because I did not bring one. Perhaps I can procure a set for you in the future, Chi Tian replied sheepishly. Well, Jiang Yu felt a bucket of cold water douse his enthusiasm. With the topic exhausted, Jiang Yu idly examined the control panel. What is this transparent mode? He inquired instinctively, activating it. Instantly, darkness enveloped him. What is this? Jiang Yu asked, bewildered. Transparent mode is related to the paintwork. It allows one to see external conditions from the inside. But remember, I am currently encased in cement, rendering visibility impossible, Chi Tian clarified. Then how can I observe the outside world? Jiang Yu proposed. That is somewhat challenging. I rely on artificial intelligence cameras to transmit external information to the central computing core, which then responds accordingly. The fact that we have flown this long is thanks to this system. To gain external observation privileges, you would need to override my permissions, but with your skills. Even if you could see outside, it would likely be in a blur, Chi Tian explained, appearing somewhat troubled. Do you underestimate me? After all, I am your pilot. I must learn how to operate the mecha in the cosmos, Jiang Yu declared, eager to take the controls himself. This was the opportunity he had longed for. That is out of the question. You know nothing, and your mental energy level is too low. If something goes awry, we would become mere space debris in this vast universe, Chi Tian declined firmly. Well, I have operated the old man's mining vehicle. It should be somewhat similar. Jiang Yu mused, gazing dreamily at the control panel. Mining vehicles cannot be compared to mechas. Operating a mecha requires extensive training, passing rigorous assessments, and obtaining a license issued by a mecha academy or military authority. The pass rate for mecha piloting examinations is merely 18. Free each year. Indicating just how challenging it is, Chi Tian remarked, incredulous that Jiang Yu, a novice, would consider jumping straight in. After scanning the surroundings, Chi Tian noted that there were no asteroid belts or flying objects nearby. If Jiang Yu were to encounter trouble, he might still have the capability to rectify the situation. Well, give it a try, Chi Tian suggested tentatively. Fantastic, Jiang Yu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Regardless, I have intended to teach you to pilot, Chi Tian replied. Pilot permissions activated. As the words appeared on the control panel, Jiang Yu's heart raced with exhilaration. Suddenly, a pair of goggles sprang from above him, and a set of handles emerged from below, hovering steadily beside him. Grasping the handles and donning the goggles, Jiang Yu was astonished to find himself witnessing the vast expanse of the universe outside the mecha. This was Chi Tian's first-person perspective, without stars. All he saw was an inky void, illuminated only by the mecha's searchlight, which flickered like fireflies, casting light on a small area. In the upper left corner was a miniature map, with a red dot marking their destination, Panshi Star. As Jiang Yu thrust the right controller forward, Qi Tian gradually advanced. However, the controller did not cease its movement. Instead, it continued to glide forward, prompting Jiang Yu to clumsily maneuver it. Consequently, Qi Tian began to oscillate in an S shape, accelerating intermittently. This predicament transformed Jiang Yu's experience into an unintended free roller coaster ride, as the controller danced erratically within the control room. Inevitably, Jiang Yu's permissions were revoked. At this rate, Qi Tian would not endure either. Forcefully ejected from the system, Jiang Yu felt discomfort both physically and mentally. Your mech has a bug. Even the controller is so difficult to manage. Jiang Yu vented all his frustrations onto Qi Tian. This is not my fault. It is solely due to your inadequate handling. Qi Tian retorted. Do you see that circular ring on the controller? You need to slide your finger into it, ensuring a secure grip. This floating design is meant to enhance operational freedom, yet you claim it is a bug. Upon examining the spherical controller, Jiang Yu indeed discovered a protruding circular ring. After inserting his middle finger, the ring adjusted automatically to a suitable size. All right, I shall refrain from reclaiming the controller for now. Familiarize yourself with it, and strive for complete stability. I will instruct you on specific operations once we arrive at the Pan-Snake Star, Qi Tian advised, resuming their forward flight. 2 days later, apart from the few hours of sleep, Jiang Yu dedicated all his time to mastering the controller and practicing his breathing techniques. Qi Tian could not help but admire Jiang Yu's tenacity, which surpassed his expectations. Although his innate talent may not have been exceptional, if he maintained such perseverance, he would likely not disappoint himself. Unbeknownst to Qi Tian, Jiang Yu had been aiding in the mines since the age of 7. Enduring only a few hours of sleep each day, his formidable willpower was forged through sheer necessity. Fortunately, the breathing techniques also possessed restorative properties, allowing Jiang Yu to muster ample energy for his mech piloting studies. At that moment, Jiang Yu strained to keep his arms steady and directed forward, his muscles aching from exertion. Thankfully, Jiang Yu's strength was considerable. Otherwise, enduring 30 continuous hours of strain would be intolerable for anyone. We are nearing the destination. Please prepare for landing, came Qi Tian's calm notification. Startled, Jiang Yu glanced up at the map, where the small green dot representing the mech had perfectly aligned with the small red dot denoting the Pan-Snake Star. It dawned upon him that they had finally arrived. Chapter 5. A glimpse into the path. Qi Tian, could you grant me driving privileges? I wish to discern the differences between the Serpent Star and the Lingchuan Star. Jiang Yu reiterated his request to Qi Tian for access to the controls. Upon hearing this, Qi Tian mused that merely observing should pose no significant risk, especially since Jiang Yu had undergone extensive training. He likely would not be as inept as before. Very well, Qi Tian acquiesced. Jiang Yu donned the holographic glasses, and his vision was once again immersed in the cosmos. Before him loomed a grayish-yellow planet, enveloped in a thick atmosphere, with wind vortices swirling within it. Distant stars twinkled like luminous orbs against the backdrop of the dark universe. Jiang Yu was profoundly awestruck. The serenity he experienced when first encountering Lingchuan Star paled in comparison to his current state. The visual impact of Lingchuan Star was trivial when juxtaposed with that of Serpent Star, which marked the edge of the entire star system, where the stellar light was far less intense and the atmosphere less dense. Piloting Qi Tian, Jiang Yu smoothly maneuvered forward. Qi Tian was astonished by Jiang Yu's handling. In just a few hours, he had managed to pilot the mech with a degree of stability, albeit with some clumsiness. Nevertheless, the flight remained relatively fluid. As Jiang Yu navigated through the atmosphere, the rocky surface of Serpent Star was laid bare before him. The planet was largely shrouded in desert, with the surface marred by erosion, rendering it lifeless. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted to the horizon, where he fixed his eyes intently on a colossal vortex that could only be the immense wind tunnel seen from space. Externally, it appeared devoid of air currents, while its interior remained a chaotic enigma. What is that? Jiang Yu pondered, finding no information on such phenomena in his mind. Suddenly, a prompt appeared, asking whether to initiate a soft landing. Instinctively, he selected yes. Qi Tian began to decelerate, the accelerator shutting down as Jiang Yu gradually pressed the joystick downward to guide the mech's descent. At that moment, his hand faltered unexpectedly. With the accelerator completely disengaged, Qi Tian lost its upward thrust and plummeted straight down, crashing into the sand and creating a substantial crater. After a lengthy pause, Qi Tian switched to autopilot and extricated itself from the pit, though the impact had unsettled Jiang Yu, whose head still throbbed despite Qi Tian absorbing much of the shock. What just happened? Qi Tian inquired of Jiang Yu. My hand just gave out. It seems that over 30 hours of practice has its drawbacks, Jiang Yu sheepishly replied, rubbing his sore right arm with his left hand. After a brief silence, Qi Tian remarked, Are you feeling better now? Your specialized training is about to commence. What? So soon? Jiang Yu's composure faltered. They had only just landed, and the specialized training was set to begin immediately. Honestly, he felt unprepared. How much longer do you intend to wait? Time is precious. I hope you won't disappoint me, Qi Tian admonished. Jiang Yu seized upon the mention of time. But Qi Tian offered no further explanation. Ground operation privileges activated. A keyboard unfurled before Jiang Yu, devoid of letters, featuring only keys of various colors. He regained control of the mech. Today, by tomorrow afternoon, you are to master the 4 fundamental movements: running, jumping, walking, and crawling. How to operate them. Look it up online and figure it out yourself. Qi Tian's voice echoed in Jiang Yu's ears. What? How is that possible? You mentioned that mech piloting is exceedingly challenging. How can you expect a novice like me to learn independently? Jiang Yu exclaimed, raising his voice at Qi Tian, who remained silent, as if in a state of stasis. With his hands positioned on the keyboard, Jiang Yu cautiously pressed a key. Qi Tian's left leg bent slightly, but the mech's weight shifted, causing it to topple sideways and crash to the ground once more, delivering another jolt to Jiang Yu's head. Now, he found himself unable to rise. In a flurry, he pressed another key, causing one of Qi Tian's feet to retract, but after a brief spasm, the mech fell silent. Growing anxious, Jiang Yu began to haphazardly press various keys, and Qi Tian responded with a series of erratic movements, the metallic grinding noise overwhelming him. Adjusting his glasses, he focused on the keyboard, realizing he had never encountered such a layout before. The keyboard resembled an isosceles triangle with rounded corners. His initial random presses had landed on the triangle's midline, one key near the top and the other at the base. Calming himself, Jiang Yu began to consider his next move, a smile forming as he pressed a key adjacent to his earlier selection. A series of grinding sounds ensued, and upon donning the glasses once more, he observed Qi Tian's right leg bend, confirming his hypothesis. The triangle could be roughly perceived as a scaled-down version of the mech, with each key controlling a distinct component. As Jiang Yu contemplated removing his glasses to further inspect the keys, a prompt appeared, which made him beam with delight. Would you like to enable key visibility? He decisively chose yes, and a triangular keyboard materialized in his lower left field of vision, accompanied by 2 dots indicating the positions of his fingers. Now that I've grasped the basic operations, let us begin with some simple actions. Since Qi Tian is currently lying down, I shall start with crawling. To crawl, he would first need to roll over, requiring him to twist his torso and exert force on his waist to rotate his body. He pressed the waist key, but Qi Tian merely stiffened, failing to perform the expected motion, leaving Jiang Yu perplexed. To twist to the right, Jiang Yu instinctively slid his finger rightward. To his surprise, the keys on the keyboard suddenly dispersed, creating a sliding space beside the waist key. Qi Tian's waist successfully executed the twist, flipping the mech onto its stomach. Jiang Yu realized that to move a specific part, he needed to slide the corresponding key in that direction, with the distance of the slide dictating the movement's extent. Manipulating the elbow and knee joints inward, he elevated the mech, successfully initiating the crawling motion. Jiang Yu alternated sliding the keys for his hands and feet, and Qi Tian began to crawl forward slowly. Although the motion was uneven at times, Jiang Yu quickly adapted to this method of control. His fingers danced across the keyboard with increasing speed, recalling the dual tasking required when mining, where he often needed one hand to dig and the other to sort. Feeling more confident, Jiang Yu decided it was time to stand. He pressed the elbow key backward, yet Qi Tian did not rise as he had anticipated. Instead, the mech lurched forward, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, due to his training, Jiang Yu managed to stabilize the mech just in time. Pondering how to extend the arms to support its weight, Jiang Yu attempted to double-click the keys twice, causing his arm to extend straight up. Upon another double-click, his arm bent down once more. The same principle applied to his legs. Jiang Yu gradually maneuvered the mech to stand unsteadily. Once he achieved stability, he prepared to attempt a leap. To jump, he first needed to bend his legs for cushioning. He tapped the knee keys twice, and the mech squatted down. However, a half squat sufficed for the jump. Jiang Yu adjusted his pressure, and indeed, the mech half squatted. To leap, he needed to raise his knees while simultaneously pushing off the ground with his toes. After preparing, he quickly tapped the knee keys twice while clicking the toe buttons. This resulted in the mech executing another deep squat, and this time, his toes lifted as well. The outcome was an imbalance, causing Chi Tian to crumple to the ground. Jiang Yu felt a wave of despair. His patience was nearly exhausted. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and carefully resumed control of the mech. Chi Tian stood up again, and Jiang Yu double-clicked the knee keys once more, prompting the mech to half-squat. With the same force, Jiang Yu double-clicked again and simultaneously pressed the foot buttons. Chi Tian leaped impressively, soaring over 2 meters high, marking Jiang Yu's success. Upon landing, the mech wobbled slightly. Yet, Jiang Yu managed to maintain balance, feeling less frantic than before. Next came the fundamental walking training, which proved to be no simple feat. Walking required the engagement of large key areas across the body, along with coordinating frequency and unifying movements, a challenge not to be underestimated by Jiang Yu. Right hand, left foot, right hand, he muttered softly, wary of making a mistake. He approached the task with utmost caution. Jiang Yu pressed the left shoulder and right hip keys, while simultaneously pushing forward on the right knee key, all the while being mindful of the foot placement and angle. He then rotated through the movements, alternating with the opposite actions, demanding immense concentration and speed. Even within the Mech Academy, walking was considered a high-difficulty exercise. Many novice pilots found themselves stuck at this stage, and for Jiang Yu, who had never even touched a mech before, this task seemed nearly insurmountable. Thus, the sounds of mechs toppling echoed continuously on the Serpent Star, one after another. Chapter 6. Outbreak 2 months later. The planet of Pan Snake remains unchanged, with relentless sandstorms sweeping across the landscape, and the towering column still stands tall. Amidst the sun-baked desert, a small black that is steadily advancing forward. It is Jiang Yu piloting the mech, Chi Tian. Over the past 2 months, Jiang Yu's piloting skills have improved significantly, and Chi Tian moves with a steady rhythm. Jiang Yu carefully manipulates Chi Tian, slowly lifting one foot and then gently placing it down, followed by the other. His palms are slick with perspiration, a sensation he has grown accustomed to, as each day his hands feel as if they have just emerged from water, fingers pruned from sweat. Previously, he often trembled from nervousness, but to mitigate the mistakes caused by his shaking, he resorted to training with clips on his fingers, which have since taken on a slightly deformed shape. Now, however, his fingers have become remarkably agile. As Jiang Yu navigates Chi Tian, his hand speed increases, and the mech's movements become increasingly fluid. While he is still somewhat unsteady at the start, once he gains momentum, the sensation gradually becomes familiar, and his piloting flows more effortlessly. In this process of gradual familiarity, he feels as though he and Chi Tian are beginning to merge into one. The mech continues its journey until it reaches the banks of a river, one of the few surface water sources on the harsh, desolate landscape of Pan Snake. Although it is referred to as a river, its flow is quite limited, more akin to a small stream elsewhere. Yet for Jiang Yu, it is an invaluable source of fresh water. Chi Tian comes to a halt, and Jiang Yu crouches down as the mech's chest compartment opens. Since discovering this river over a month ago, he has made it his daily practice destination, taking breaks to drink and rest only after a round trip. Initially, he could only rest once a day, but now he has managed to reach this point in just 2 hours. He approaches the riverbank, strips off his clothes, and plunges into the water for a refreshing wash. Each day, he sweats profusely, primarily due to the confined space of the control room and the immense physical exertion required for piloting the mech. Following his bath, he washes his clothes and hangs them to dry on Chi Tian, treating the formidable mech as a makeshift clothesline, a novel practice he has pioneered. Chi Tian, if walking has been mastered, why is running so difficult? Jiang Yu inquires. Do not rush. Running is one of the most challenging maneuvers in basic operations. It requires a greater level of mental and physical stamina, or a higher degree of compatibility with the mech itself to execute successfully, Chi Tian explains. Well, it has been a while since I checked. I wonder how far my compatibility has progressed. After this period of training, I must have made significant advancements, Jiang Yu muses, climbing back into the cockpit and accessing the host information on the control panel. Bone age, 16 years height, 180 centimeters weight, 68 kilograms mental energy, 32. Force source realm. Upon seeing this information, Jiang Yu feels a wave of despair wash over him. Although he has devoted most of his time to piloting practice, he has also been diligently cultivating his breathing techniques during the remaining hours. However, after such a lengthy period, his mental energy has only increased by 5. 4. A disheartening revelation. Yet, when he glances at the compatibility section, darkness clouds his vision. Despite the immense effort he has put into piloting, he had hoped his compatibility would exceed 60, but reality proves harsh. His compatibility has barely crossed the threshold of 50, reaching only 58. An increase of a mere 2.8. Jiang Yu feels his confidence plummet, sitting in the cockpit in a daze, his gaze vacant. According to statistics, the average growth rate of mental energy in the Federation is 12 per year. Your increase of 5, for in just 2 months places you in an above-average category. Qi Tian provides, displaying a set of data to console Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu's spirits do not lift. The average growth rate is calculated based on the training data of the entire Federation, which includes many individuals lacking aptitude for mech piloting, resulting in slower mental energy growth. Compared to professional pilots, he estimates he still falls far short. Unbeknownst to him, those so-called mech pilots do not solely rely on rigorous training to enhance their mental energy. They often utilize drugs or enter specialized training pods for auxiliary cultivation, which vastly increases efficiency compared to Jiang Yu's methods. Nonetheless, even among them, the monthly growth rate for mental energy during the Source Realm stage seldom exceeds 2, maintaining a considerable gap from Jiang Yu's progress. Moreover, this accelerated training method exerts intense pressure on the mind, leading to diminishing returns over time, while Jiang Yu's self-reliant training offers endless potential for advancement, though he remains oblivious, pushing himself even harder. Thus, Jiang Yu trained almost obsessively for another week, and by now, Qi Tian has mastered brisk walking, yet the sensation of truly running still eludes him. The evening air grows cooler as dusk approaches. As usual, Jiang Yu concludes his daytime training, clad in his attire, sitting in the open cockpit to enjoy the breeze. Over 2 months have passed since leaving Lingchuan Star, and he often reflects on the past decade, though the inhabitants there never fully embraced him. They were kind-hearted and genuine, exuding warmth akin to family. Jiang Yu has no recollection of his life before the age of 6, since gaining consciousness. He has been raised by the old man Jean, making that place his home. Now, as he departs, he is uncertain when he might return. This farewell could very well be permanent. The location is so remote that few may ever realize a lonely planet exists within the vastness of the cosmos, his home. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, melancholy envelopes him, and the mining accident feels as if it were just yesterday. Quickly secure yourself and close the hatch. I sense something approaching us at an alarming speed. Although the emotions in Qi Tian's voice are imperceptible, Jiang Yu can detect the mech's tension, pulling him back to reality. It seems trouble is indeed at hand. Jiang Yu hastily dons his visor. Qi Tian, activate the fire eye. Understood, Qi Tian responds, and suddenly, Jiang Yu's vision expands. The distant sand dunes become transparent, revealing everything clearly before him. He gazes ahead, his brow furrowing deeper. In the distance, a shadow looms ominously, and as he zooms in on the unknown, he realizes it is a long serpent. Jiang Yu has never encountered a creature of such immense size. Its body adorned with vibrant patterns, a terrifying assembly of serpents. This must be a magical beast, he murmurs. He has seen magical beasts before, such as the groundhogs and rabbits on Lingchuan Star, but those creatures were relatively small, often kept as pets, lacking any formidable attack power, and were incredibly rare. This sight of massed creatures is unlike anything he has ever witnessed. The swarm of magical beasts moves with astonishing speed, and after a quick estimation, it becomes clear they will reach Jiang Yu in mere minutes. The sight sends a shiver down his spine, and suddenly, a prompt appears, detailing the creature in a bestiary. Scientific name, Sphinx sandworm. Common name, drillhead snake. Length, 1124 meters. Weight, 0, 5 to 2. 1 tons. Bite force, 0. 7 tons. Speed, 40 to 80 kilometers h. As he reads the bite force, Jiang Yu cannot help but shudder. Such power could easily sever ordinary alloys. He wonders if Qi Tian can withstand such an onslaught, and as he senses the impending threat, his anxiety escalates. What do we do, Qi Tian? Jiang Yu asks cautiously. What can I do? Do you still not know how to respond? Qi Tian kept his cards close to his chest. I know, even in death. I shall not forsake you, Jiang Yu replied with unwavering conviction, his gaze fixed upon the approaching sandworms, determined to fight to the bitter end. Abandoning me will only hasten your demise. You truly lack foresight. I mean, you should flee at once. If Qi Tian possessed any sense, he would have rolled his eyes long ago, and he began to doubt his own choices involuntarily. But I cannot, Jiang Yu lamented, his expression one of despair. Indeed, Jiang Yu's mental acuity and compatibility were not particularly high, making extreme maneuvers quite challenging. If not, grant me the authority, and you can lead me to safety? Jiang Yu inquired with hopeful anticipation. I won't be responsible for you. If the situation turns dire, I shall launch you away first. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. At worst, we all become their fodder. Qi Tian retorted. You are utterly unreasonable. What sort of game of cat and mouse is this at such a time? Jiang Yu felt himself nearing madness, yet he was powerless. For he was at the mercy of another. What to do? Jiang Yu's heart raced as the horizon revealed the advancing swarm of sandworms. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, his face flushed, blood vessels prominent in his eyes, as his mental prowess was unleashed in a frenzy. His hands moved with incredible speed. Qi Tian took a step back. In rapid succession, Jiang Yu's fingers blurred, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Qi Tian's right leg shot back, while his left leg began to swing swiftly. Their feet alternated in a blur, accelerating until, under Jiang Yu's command, they truly began to run, the speed astonishingly evading the encroaching sandworm horde. Qi Tian left deep footprints in the sand, stirring up clouds of dust. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, at that moment of extreme exertion, his mental strength had surged to an unprecedented 70, and the fusion frequency of Qi Tian's psychic core began to resonate in sync with Jiang Yu's heartbeat. The artificial intelligence of Qi Tian emitted a soft, puzzled gasp. Jiang Yu's sudden outburst startled him, leading him to suspect Jiang Yu had ingested some powerful stimulant. However, upon inspection, he discerned that Jiang Yu's explosive energy was unstable, akin to dough that had risen yet remained precarious, liable to collapse at any moment. Nevertheless, for now, nothing seemed amiss. Chapter 7. The Garrison of the Milky Way. Jiang Yu, what troubles you? Qi Tian urgently connected with Jiang Yu, yet Jiang Yu paid him no heed, continuing to operate the mech as it surged forward recklessly. Jiang Wan, conduct a thorough search. If that long worm appears again today, we must be adequately prepared, lest we become their next meal, came the voice from the mech on the left, which looked distinctly different from the others. Uncle Ming, our supplies from last time are nearly exhausted, Jiang Wan replied with concern. That is precisely why we must be prepared. This dimensional rift has emerged so suddenly, and its fissures are larger than before. We need to hold out until the rift closes, Zhang Ming stated solemnly. The closure of the rift lacks a specific timeline. We do not know how long we must remain here, Jiang Wan shook his head. Indeed, previously, rifts would close within 2 to 3 months. Yet it has been over 2 months now, and there are no signs of closure, Zhang Ming frowned, gazing into the distance at the still wind tunnel, which was the so-called dimensional rift. But you should also count your blessings. The dimensional rift brings not only danger, but also abundant resources. Here, you can achieve practical experience while acquiring rare treasures. The adage fortune favors the bold likely stems from this notion, Zhang Ming spoke earnestly. Though Jiang Wan displayed the impetuousness of youth, he was generally humble, eager to learn, and capable of enduring hardship. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to guard the desolate Panchi star. Zhang Ming held a degree of respect for this young man in his early 20s. However, Jiang Wan questioned, but this is merely a small asteroid at the edge of the galaxy, a place abandoned by the Milky Way Alliance for development. Why are we still stationed here? Xiaowen, when viewing matters, do not adopt a purely utilitarian perspective. It is true that the Milky Way Alliance has ceased development here, but they have not abandoned this planet. Even in its desolation, there remains a certain number of indigenous inhabitants. Although the Milky Way Alliance has facilitated their immigration, some choose to remain for various reasons. Thus, the Alliance established a survival base here, allowing the locals to relocate within. Moreover, due to the dimensional rift and the local climate, the Alliance has deployed troops from the Shihe Federation and the Hubble Federation for regular reconnaissance, which also serves to protect the local populace, Zhang Ming advised Jiang Wan with a serious tone, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Jiang Wan pondered. Is this the treatment afforded to all such backward planets? No, only planets with research value receive military and research teams. Most other planets receive some form of resource aid, which is beyond our concern. Zhang Ming shook his head, gazing at the distant rolling sands. Aid? How much can there be? Resources are finite. Yet the number of backward planets is countless, and how many can be like Panchi star? Is this not a form of utilitarianism? Jiang Wan shook his head, articulating his thoughts clearly. The people of Panchi star benefited from the protection of the Milky Way Alliance, but Ling Chuan star did not. Relying solely on the Alliance's aid, such a perilous mining area could only depend on a few discarded machines, with no clear regulations, disregarding human life. This was the grim reality of many backward planets. Zhang Ming found himself momentarily speechless, merely shaking his head and sighing deeply. He was acutely aware of the Alliance's approach, yet felt powerless to change it, and did not wish to lead Jiang Wan toward such a perspective. However, Jiang Wan had voiced it himself. By the way, Uncle Ming, you just mentioned that the Hubble Federation has also stationed troops here? Jiang Wan, sensing the somber atmosphere, shifted the topic. Indeed, Panchi Star is not the territory of the Shihi Federation. It exists as a shared asset of the Milky Way Alliance. The Shihi Federation and the Hubble Federation merely possess research and reconnaissance rights. However, the Hubble Federation's base is on the other side of the dimensional rift, and they do not have a survival base, only a pure research center, Zhang Ming slowly explained, his words tinged with an underlying implication. Why is that? Jiang Wen inquired, puzzled. Because of ideology. Ideology? Precisely. The Hubble Federation prioritizes its self-interests, deeming it an extravagant waste of resources to expend energy on supporting a group of refugees. In contrast, the Shihi Federation places the highest priority on the welfare of the people, dedicating maximum resources to aid the indigenous population, assigning them work within the base. While this leads to increased expenditure for garrison maintenance, it also attracts fresh blood into the ranks of the Federation's military, Zhang Ming elucidated. I see, Jiang Wen sighed, uncertain how to judge the Shihi Federation's approach. After Zhang Ming finished speaking, silence enveloped them. The discordance of ideologies had deeply entrenched itself between them. Though both belonged to the Milky Way Alliance, friction between the Hubble Federation and the Shihi Federation was escalating, and currents of unrest surged within the Federation, suggesting that war was on the horizon. Suddenly, the detection device on Jiang Wen's mech emitted a series of beeps. Zhang Ming's expression changed. Is it those long worms? It does not appear to be. Only a single moving object has been detected, traveling westward at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, Jiang Wen replied. Studying the information that had popped up, Zhang Ming exhaled in relief. Then it is not the sandworms. They are social beasts, and their average speed does not reach such levels. That direction should be one of the mechs from the subbase. Zhang Ming paused before continuing. Even if it is a mech, that speed is extraordinary. Our mechs can only accelerate to 80 kilometers per hour. Perhaps the Hubble Federation has acquired some agile models? Yet, I wonder how useful agile mechs would be against sandworms. I cannot fathom their reasoning, Zhang Ming shrugged. Let us return. It seems there are no anomalies in the vicinity. And all should be well, Zhang Ming turned to Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen acknowledged as he turned and walked towards the base alongside Zhang Ming. Jiang Yu, halt immediately. Qi Tian realized that Jiang Yu had not only enhanced his mental acuity, but was also gradually achieving a greater synchronization with the mech. At this moment, Qi Tian found himself unable to sever the connection directly. However, Jiang Yu, lost in thought, found it challenging to come to a stop. Ahead lay the strike zone of the subbase. If he charged in recklessly, he might be mistaken for an intruder, a situation entirely different from a mere panic-driven escape. Jiang Yu would likely be reduced to a mere target. Within the subbase, Lore, keep a close watch. If we fail to stop those vile worms again, we shall be at the mercy of those dimwits from the Shihi Federation. At that point, you might as well join them in their demise. Fringe admonished a weary middle-aged man before a massive, three-dimensional sand table, which currently showed no signs of activity. Understood, Lore, the middle-aged man, replied impatiently. Haha, good job. I shall check on the female slave that Barochi brought back from the black market. If she proves suitable, you might get a taste as well. Fringe said with a sly smile, patting Lore's shoulder. I will fulfill my duties diligently, Lore responded, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he licked his lips in assurance. He was aware of the female slave's reputation as a high-quality commodity, even in the black market, rumored to be one of Shihi descent. To taste such a delicacy, especially after months on this desolate planet with little sustenance, would be truly exquisite. Lore gazed at the motionless sand table, sleepiness overtaking him. With a resounding bang, Laurel was startled from his chair, tumbling to the ground with a thud, as the sound reverberated from the outskirts of the base, shaking the entire facility. Surely it couldn't be those insects again. He hoped he wasn't destined to accompany them in their demise. However, the sand table showed no signs of disturbance. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Laurel's forehead as he hastily activated the alarm, which soon echoed throughout the base in a frantic crescendo. Laurel truly was a fool. Frang, who had not yet reached the holding chamber, was summoned back by the blaring alarm, cursing as he dashed outside and leapt into a mech. Just then, a second impact reverberated through the air. Inside the mech, Frang directly connected with Laurel's mind, unleashing a torrent of expletives. What in the world is happening? Are we all to be buried alive because of your incompetence? The alarm had unnerved Laurel, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. And he harbored a flame of frustration that he directed at Frang. Wait, this isn't the work of insects. If it were, the defense systems would have been activated long ago, Laurel observed cautiously, prompting Frang to regain his composure. What is it then? Frang inquired. It appears to be a Shiha mech, Laurel ventured tentatively. A Shiha mech? If only I had known to broaden the defense systems targeting beyond just sandworms. Now this predicament will cost a fortune in repairs, Frang lamented, clearly pained by the thought. It was merely to prevent collateral damage. Laurel began. But before he could finish, a third impact resonated, causing the entire base to shudder, followed by a thunderous crash as the outer wall collapsed. The fourth impact soon followed, this time the inner wall being struck, triggering the automatic hardening of its defenses. These Shiha troublemakers certainly knew how to stir up chaos. Frang spat in frustration, yet his hands moved swiftly, and a pair of wings unfurled from the back of the mech he piloted. Yes, a pair of wings. Adorned in a light blue hue with desert camouflage, their expansive form casting a vast shadow as they began to flap with grace. The mech lifted off the ground. Emblazoned on its chest was a prominent B, identifying it as one of the lower-tier Archangel mechs from the Hubble Federation's Bible mech group. Chapter 8. Conflict. The Archangel soared above the base, casting its gaze upon the entire facility. Instantly, it spotted the western wall, demolished by a collision, and an overwhelming surge of frustration welled up within. The money, just like that, had flown away. And the source of this calamity was the gray-white mech that continued to batter against the internal walls. Lore, hurry up and deploy the weapons. I want to obliterate it into fragments. Frange nearly lost his composure, bellowing at Lore. Weapons, don't they cost money? Lore tentatively inquired. Get lost. Stay out of my sight. Frange's fury escalated at Lore's mention of money, and he erupted with profanity. Then, is there still a need to deploy the weapons? Useless. I will handle it myself. With that, Frange abruptly severed the communication, clearly still pained by the loss of funds. The others within the base seemed inept, failing to respond to such a significant crisis, evidently opting for inaction. However, it was not entirely their fault. After a year of being here, it was the first time he had utilized the Archangel mech. Upon entering the cockpit, he nearly failed to recognize it as his own. As for the supposed sandworm attack on the base, it was even more absurd. Had Lore not inadvertently triggered the alarm while dozing off, he might have forgotten the very purpose of their mission. Jiangyu, are you all right? This was not the first time Qi Tian had addressed Jiangyu. But given Jiangyu's state, it was impossible for him to comprehend anything being said. Jiangyu, you've already entered the enemy's base. The sandworms have long been shaken off. There's no need to fear being devoured. Qi Tian sighed, aware that his words were futile. Okay. Jiangyu murmured indistinctly, his face losing its color, fading into a pallid weakness as he slumped forward, succumbing to unconsciousness. Post-consciousness dissipated, connection actively severed. Qi Tian regained control, internally lamenting Jiangyu's evident fear of death, though he was eager to uncover what had transpired with Jiangyu. A more pressing issue was at hand. Beep beep beep. The cockpit's display erupted with a series of red warning boxes. Qi Tian glanced upward, realizing the imminent danger as a mech with mechanical wings emerged from the base. It was the Archangel. Frange, airborne, spotted Qi Tian and exclaimed, "What kind of mech is that? It feels oddly familiar." Seeing the Archangel in the sky, Qi Tian propelled himself backward, leaping to land outside the wall, creating distance between himself and the Archangel. Shihi people, I, from the Ozma garrison on Firestar, possess absolute justification to ascertain your intent to invade our base and instigate border friction. I am justified in executing annihilation. Frange proclaimed from the air. Qi Tian, clearly unable to comprehend Frange's declaration, merely sensed the looming threat. The probability of conquering the entire base was 0.03. The odds of defeating the Archangel stood at 37, while the likelihood of escaping under the Archangel's pursuit was 83. Qi Tian processed the data relayed from the backend, continuously analyzing his response strategy. With a plan devised, Qi Tian gathered his strength and leaped over 5 meters high, more than double Jiangyu's previous height. Even with the same action, the effectiveness varied drastically with different execution. The Archangel, perceiving Qi Tian's move as an impending attack, flapped its mechanical wings and veered to the left, adopting a combat stance. However, unexpectedly, Qi Tian twisted in the air, igniting his boosters, which expelled a plume of yellow flame, propelling him towards the perimeter of the base. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, the Archangel, now enraged, accelerated in pursuit. Yet, no matter how fast it tried, it could not catch up to Qi Tian, especially since he was no ordinary agile mech. Suddenly, Qi Tian halted, as the cockpit was inundated with red exclamation marks. The control panel filled with warnings, and Jiangyu's pallid visage was once again illuminated in crimson. High energy consumption warning. Energy is about to be depleted. The mech's endurance relied on the central energy core and secondary cores located in its legs, which harnessed chaotic collisions within the energy clusters to generate controllable fusion energy. However, given the current technological limitations, energy loss occurred during these collisions, necessitating the use of energy rods to provide power. Once the rods were depleted, situations like this arose. During his time on Lingchuan Star, Qi Tian had to rely on an underdeveloped energy mine to conserve the already half-consumed energy rod. The mine's quality was abysmal, mostly composed of impurities, yielding minimal energy conversion. Had Qi Tian not remained hidden beneath the mountain, even the entire mountain's energy would have been insufficient to sustain him for long. Ultimately, after arriving on Panxi Star, Qi Tian was left with a nearly depleted energy rod. Fortunately, their landing point was in a perpetual daylight period, allowing him to sustain Jiang Yu's training with light and mechanical energy. However, the recent flight had completely drained their energy reserves. Soon, Qi Tian's boosters began to emit black smoke, and his body plummeted straight down, signaling the end of his journey. Fringe, witnessing Qi Tian crash to the ground, was taken aback, realizing it appeared as though the energy had been exhausted. Fringe descended slowly towards Qi Tian and delivered a harsh kick. With a dull thud, Qi Tian's body swayed, causing the Archangel to tilt slightly. Fringe quickly regained control, only to find the display indicating an 18 damage to the mech's right leg. Fringe was bewildered. What was happening? Could it be that the mech had aged due to disuse? That seemed unlikely. How could there be such short-lived mechs in the Galactic Alliance? Could there be something peculiar about this particular mech? Regardless, spoils of war must be reclaimed. He decided to bring it back for further examination. Subsequently, mechanical arms emerged from the Archangel's sides, grasping Qi Tian, lifting him as they flew back toward the base. Call a few people to repair the wall, then move this mech to the workshop. After that, do not disturb me. Fringe instructed a group of uniformed Hubble Federation personnel before hastily making his way into the base. Jiang Yu, Qi Tian called out urgently, now relocated to the dark workshop, while Jiang Yu remained unconscious. Pain, excruciating pain radiated from the depths of Jiang Yu's mind, akin to countless ants gnawing at him. That overwhelming sensation dulled his perception gradually. It felt as though his brain might detach from his skull, yet the torment deep within his psyche relentlessly prodded him. Jiang Yu yearned to extricate his brain from his head. The pain extended from his mind to the very ends of his nerves, with every muscle contraction provoking violent spasms. Jiang Yu's consciousness jolted back to reality, the pain forcibly rousing him from unconsciousness. A cry escaped his lips, startling Qi Tian. Jiang Yu, what's wrong? Jiang Yu did not respond. He remained oblivious to Qi Tian's voice, trapped in a world consumed by ceaseless agony. Initiating medical examination. Physical strength, 2. 1 mental power, source realm, 13 vitality, 10 activity, 78. As he gazed at the cascade of information appearing on the panel, even with Qi Tian's formidable computational abilities, he felt on the verge of a system crash. No matter how he analyzed, he could not fathom how Jiang Yu's data was derived. The mental power was even in the negative. How could this be explained? Qi Tian had mobilized the entire internal database, but found no record of such a condition in Jiang Yu, which was exceedingly abnormal. Vitality was nearing its nadir, yet his overall activity remained remarkably high, indicating that Jiang Yu's energy was vibrant, albeit his mental state was profoundly weakened. However, how could his physical strength be merely 2? 1. Was his musculature entirely incapacitated? Searching for solutions. The optimal remedy has been identified. For cerebral domain restoration, nurturing the brain and immersing it in high-grade nutrient liquid will suffice. For physical recovery, engaging in periodic training and supplementing with premium nutrients or soaking in advanced nutrient solutions. The initial order of the high-grade nutrient liquid is merely 999, and if ordered now, it will be delivered to every corner of the Star River Alliance within 3 days. Qi Tian felt utterly despondent. Within such a vast base, these items might exist, but attempting to pilfer anything from this heavily fortified establishment was nearly insurmountable. Moreover, he currently felt no different than a mere chunk of iron. Although his defenses rendered Fringe and others powerless, the longer this situation persisted, the more precarious Jiang Yu's condition would become. Chapter 9. The mantis catches the cicada dam. How dare she escape? She is merely a turtle in a jar. I must retrieve her. Today she shall feel the power of the rod. Franger, gazing at the gaping door of the dungeon and the empty cells, instantly understood. The moment he had dragged the female slave out of her cell, he received news of Chi Tian breaching the base. In his haste, he forgot to lock her back in, and now it was evident that she had fled, causing the bravado he had just mustered to dissipate in an instant. Not long ago, Li Su stealthily approached the mechanical room, biting her soft lip as she gazed at the door before her. She had been the most outstanding graduate of the management department at Starstorm University and was promptly recruited by the esteemed Shihan Group, one of the top 2 mecha corporations in the Shiha Federation, becoming its youngest CEO at the tender age of 23. Her future had seemed exceedingly bright. 5 years prior, at the Federation's Mecha Innovation and R&D Exchange Conference, Li Su had been chosen as the representative for Shihan's mechas. However, her life trajectory was irrevocably altered at that very conference. Shihan Group had developed the strongest alloy, S-alloy, and constructed an agile mecha named Chi Tian from it. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chi Tian inexplicably went berserk, breaking free from the Tiangong space station where the conference was held, vanishing into the vastness of space. Rumors spread like wildfire, plunging Shihan Group into a maelstrom of public scrutiny, further compounded by the covert pressure from their old rival, Tianshou Group, and the indifference of the Federation's higher-ups. The ensuing turmoil threatened to dismantle the once mighty position of Shihan Group, resulting in the cancellation of numerous mecha orders and a desperate rush from partners to safeguard their interests, leaving Shihan isolated. Initially, Shihan Group had poured a significant portion of its funds into the development of S-alloy, leading to a severe financial shortfall and a broken cash flow chain. The stock price plummeted overnight, causing countless investors to take to the rooftops in despair, creating a grave social impact. And the commercial edifice of Shihan Group collapsed in a single night. It was during this turmoil that Li Su found herself marginalized by the board, becoming a scapegoat for Shihan Group and temporarily stepping down from her position as CEO. For years, she had been tirelessly searching for Chi Tian, hoping to salvage Shihan Group. Until last month, while conducting her routine search for Chi Tian, she unexpectedly became the target of a group of space pirates who had set their sights on her reconnaissance ship. As a reconnaissance vessel, it was ill-equipped for combat. And with only 2 security mechas on board, she was swiftly captured after the demise of both pilots. Subsequently, she was sold into the gray zone, only to be purchased by Balrochi a few days ago and brought to this sub-base. She had initially thought she was walking into the jaws of a tiger, her 28 years of virtue at stake. However, she inadvertently learned from the Hubble Federation garrison that the Shiha Federation also had troops stationed on this planet, reigniting her hope of returning home. For days, she had been searching for an opportunity, never anticipating that Franger would make such a blunder as to lead her out of her cell. She had to seize this chance. The thought of being recaptured was too dreadful to contemplate. As long as she could enter the mechanical room and steal a mecha, she could ensure her safe escape to the Shiha base, which would provide her a chance to return to the Federation Center. However, gaining entry would not be easy. As Li Su contemplated her predicament, a sound echoed from the end of the corridor. She quickly darted into the shadowy recess of a corner, peering toward the corridor's end, where a trailer was slowly making its way to the mechanical room. Blake, at that moment, was thoroughly vexed. He could have comfortably stayed in the camp playing cards, but for reasons unknown, he felt compelled to come out and witness the commotion. Now, he found himself enlisted as a laborer. Years of complacency had rendered him increasingly lethargic, and he mentally cursed both Chi Tian and Franger 1,000 times over. Li Su's attention was not on Chi Tian, but intensely focused on Blake, as he was her key to entering the mechanical room. The trailer came to a halt before the mechanical room, and as Blake stepped out and approached the left side of the door, he activated the identification interface. Just as he did, a figure appeared behind him. Blake's hair stood on end. Instinctively, he elbowed backward, hitting something soft with a thud. Li Su was sent sprawling, crashing against the trailer's tire. Blake turned around to find a woman with a Shiha visage, and his brow furrowed as he instantly recognized Li Su's identity. Moments ago, he had believed that after delivering Chi Tian to the mechanical room, he could return to his rest, only to receive a broadcast message from Franger. A Shiha spy had infiltrated the base and needed to be apprehended promptly. Initially, Blake intended to disregard the message and hastily complete his task to return to the camp, but he had unwittingly collided with Li Su. Was it too much to ask for a peaceful day off? Oh, beautiful lady, encountering you is truly unfortunate. I dare say, no one wishes to mar your lovely face with scars, and I am no exception. Therefore, I hope you will remain compliant, Blake threatened Li Su. Dazed from the impact, Li Su, whose physique was already frail, had entirely lost her combat capability. Fortunately, Blake made no excessive moves. Turning away to place his device in the identification zone, and proceed with the identity verification. Before long, the massive, heavy door of the mechanical room slowly swung open, revealing a vast chamber where various mechas hung suspended by robust mechanical arms, with countless small maintenance robots weaving through the mechanical forest, a truly magnificent sight. Blake tapped a few more times on his device, and a holographic screen materialized. Shortly thereafter, 6 silver robots emerged from the mechanical greenery, approaching the trailer. To Blake's astonishment, the relatively small robots effortlessly lifted Chi Tian from the trailer and steadily advanced into the room. Watching Chi Tian recede from view, Blake finally exhaled in relief, leaving only the Shiho woman to contend with. Yet, upon turning around, he discovered that Li Su had vanished, a living person slipping silently from beneath his very nose. Oh, heavens, how delightful. I would rather eat Mrs. Mary's apple pie than encounter that Shiho woman again. As Li Su made her escape, Blake had no inclination to pursue her. Instead, he felt a sense of relief at shedding a burdensome task. What did he care for a Shiho spy? All he desired was to return to the camp and enjoy his gap day. What he did not realize was that Li Su was merely a few meters away. In the brief moment Blake turned, she strained to roll off the trailer and concealed herself in the shadow at the rear, narrowly avoiding Blake's line of sight. However, this position was precarious. A slight shift in Blake's perspective would expose her entirely. Yet, Blake seemed disinclined to exert such effort, heading straight into the trailer's cockpit. She could not allow him to leave so easily. She needed to gain access to the driving permissions in his device to pilot the mechas of this subbase. Li Su glanced in Blake's direction, pondering her next move. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shadow suddenly burst forth from the mechanical room, lunging toward Blake in the driver's seat. The entire incident unfolded in the blink of an eye. Blake, caught completely off guard, was pinned firmly to his seat. Instinctively, he struggled, but the figure clung to him like an octopus, rendering him unable to break free. As Blake focused, his pupils dilated in shock. What in the world is this? He locked eyes with a pair of crimson ones, the owner of which was Jiang Yu. From the moment the armored vehicle was immobilized to the point of hoisting it onto a tow truck, Chi Tian remained utterly still. Unbeknownst to them, however, chaos reigned within his cockpit. Ugh! Jiang Yu's consciousness stirred back to life. Yet the excruciating pain radiating from the depths of his skull rendered him nearly incapacitated, eliciting a series of anguished groans. Struggling to regain control, Jiang Yu's hands reflexively reached for his head, driven by an overwhelming urge to tear at his own scalp. Alas, despite his efforts, the torment showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, Jiang Yu bit down hard on his own arm. The taut muscles yielded to his teeth, rupturing and allowing blood to seep through. With a sickening crunch, he tore away a piece of flesh the size of a thumb, the crimson liquid gushing forth, transforming his arm into a grotesque tableau of blood and tissue. Yet, as the metallic scent of blood permeated the air, his moans ceased abruptly, the visceral flavor and pain offering a fleeting glimpse of clarity amidst the madness. Jiang Yu clenched his jaw tightly, blood seeping from between his teeth, his visage a chilling sight. Fearful of uttering a sound, he held tightly onto his own flesh, letting the crimson tide assault his senses. His eyes widened in terror, stifled breaths betraying the immense suffering he endured. The confined space of the cockpit severely restricted his limbs, and his faculties dulled, leaving only a singular desire for relief. In a desperate act, he began to fumble for the hatch controls. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? He was oblivious to the external circumstances, while Chi Tian had been vigilantly observing. Venturing out now would be akin to walking into Blake's line of fire. Yet, Chi Tian could not dissuade him. Amidst a flurry of frantic button presses, Jiang Yu inadvertently activated the hatch opening option, blinding light flooding into the cockpit and illuminating his face. Clinging to the hatch, Jiang Yu trembled as he crawled outward, his eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched, blood dripping from his gums, his pallor ghostly, an apparition both eerie and terrifying. Chapter 10, Psychological Shadows. At this moment, Blake was entirely preoccupied with the desire to return and rest, oblivious to Jiang Yu's presence. However, Jiang Yu had taken note of him. In a haze, he seemed to perceive a figure. Save me. The overwhelming instinct for survival flooded Jiang Yu's mind, compelling him to propel himself toward Blake with all his strength. Despite his inability to fully control his form, Blake, now settled within the trailer's cockpit, was on the verge of starting the vehicle when Jiang Yu leaped high, crashing down upon Blake and pinning him to the seat. The sight of Jiang Yu was enough to terrify Blake. Any ordinary person might have fainted at such a sight. Yet Blake, being a trained soldier, despite his inner turmoil, continued to struggle fiercely. Although Jiang Yu lacked combat experience, his strength, augmented by his advantageous position, kept Blake from gaining the upper hand. Upon realizing Jiang Yu was indeed human, Blake managed to overcome a portion of his fear. However, his predicament in the cramped cockpit was exceedingly frustrating, as he found himself unable to exert any force, rendering him at Jiang Yu's mercy. This left Blake feeling infuriated, trapped in a stalemate unless a third party intervened to separate them. Jiang Yu, having taken the initiative, found himself fatigued and ceased his relentless grappling with Blake, propping himself up and gasping for breath. At that moment, an unknown object fell from Jiang Yu's mouth, landing squarely on Blake's face. Indeed, it was the small piece of flesh Jiang Yu had just torn away. Ah! Blake shrieked in utter despair. With a dull thud, Jiang Yu's head snapped back, collapsing as Li Su's tall figure appeared at the cockpit's entrance, her lips pressed tightly together, her body trembling slightly with tension. In her hand, she wielded a dark golden iron rod, a piece of mech armor. As Jiang Yu drew Blake's attention, Li Su had stealthily slipped into the mechanical room, procuring a long strip of mech component. She then approached the trailer and struck Jiang Yu from behind, rendering him unconscious. Before Blake could revel in his good fortune, a rod loomed larger in his vision, and darkness enveloped him as he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Su, suppressing a wave of discomfort, removed the bloodied source terminal from Blake's wrist and entered the mechanical room. After a thorough search, she found a relatively intact angel mech. Ascending the ladder to the mech's cockpit, Li Su affixed Blake's source terminal to the mech's chest. A golden light radiated outward from the terminal, tracing the outline of a cockpit, swiftly opening the hatch. Mechanical arms lifted her inside, and the angel's eyes glowed with golden light as the driving permissions were activated. In the military, mechs did not belong to specific individuals, but rather possessed a unified driving authorization. Every soldier had the right to operate any mech. So as long as one obtained the driving permissions stored within the source terminal, they could pilot all the mechs in the base. While this significantly enhanced operational efficiency, it also allowed Li Su to exploit the system, a rarity as not everyone encountered Jiang Yu. It's too tight. I can't pry it open. After a while, several HAB soldiers appeared beside them. One soldier attempted to separate Jiang Yu and Blake, but evidently, he failed. Let's take them both to the medical bay. We can sort it out once they regain consciousness, another voice suggested. Consequently, they lifted Blake and Jiang Yu onto a flatbed at the back of the trailer and drove away from the mechanical room. Jiang Yu felt as though he had been thrown into water. The pain in his head gradually faded, and his consciousness slowly returned, akin to experiencing a rebirth. Where's this? Opening his eyes, he was met with endless darkness. Soon, he realized he was sinking, as if submerged in a vast ocean. As he pondered this, a beam of indistinct light shone down from above. Jiang Yu looked up, but saw nothing. With determination, he swam toward the light, which grew increasingly bright. He stretched out his hand, striving to grasp it. Jiang Yu opened his eyes to find himself staring at the overhead lights in the medical room. He then felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body. Lowering his gaze slightly, he locked eyes with Blake. What the hell is this? Jiang Yu exclaimed, kicking Blake out of the treatment pod. He then sat up, realizing he was enclosed within a horizontally positioned, semi-cylindrical medical pod, containing the vital nutrient solution that could save him. Of course, this nutrient solution was merely basic, capable of alleviating Jiang Yu's mental trauma, but not fully healing him. Thus, even upon awakening, he felt as if his head were filled with lead, teetering on the brink of collapse. Blake, having been unceremoniously thrown, also regained consciousness, slowly rising from the floor. He had merely suffered a concussion from the blow to his head, and his condition was far better than Jiang Yu's. After some time in the nutrient solution, he had fully recovered. However, upon regaining his senses, he immediately locked gazes with Jiang Yu. Recognizing him, Blake's expression stiffened, recalling dreadful memories. Stay away from me, he shouted, dashing toward the door, desperate to avoid entanglement with Jiang Yu once more. As that memory remained an everlasting shadow in his life, he never wished to see Jiang Yu again. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, bewildered, pondered, what is happening? Do I look that terrifying? Thud. That was a hit. Self-draw, I've won. Blake sprinted out of the room, only to be met with an unexpected sight. His 4 old comrades were gathered around a table playing mahjong. Oh my god, how did you all end up here? Blake gasped, perplexed. Hey, little boo, you're awake. One soldier facing the door immediately recognized the emerging Blake and greeted him. Hey, my old mate. How can you be so carefree playing Shia tiles when there's a demon in the medical room? Blake said, his face a mask of terror. All right, what exactly happened? Who is that Shia person? The soldier pressed on, intrigued. Goodness, that damned Eastern demon nearly cost me my life. Blake cursed vehemently. Come on, Blake. It can't be that bad. He doesn't seem trained at all. You're a Hab soldier. How could you struggle against an ordinary person? The soldier regarded Blake with skepticism. Oh. Foolish groundhog, you don't understand the situation. Blake was eager to explain when a voice interrupted him. Excuse me, where's this place? All eyes turned to the entrance, where a young boy, dressed in tattered clothing and bearing numerous wounds, emerged, though his features remained relatively handsome. Damn it, he's caught up with us. Blake took a few steps back, moving behind the mahjong table. With the table as a barrier, he felt slightly more at ease. Thanks to the nutrient solution's restorative properties, Jiang Yu's wounds had scabbed over, and the blood had been cleansed. As his mental state improved, his complexion brightened, and his eyes returned to normal, dispelling Blake's previous vision of horror. Thus, the others found Blake's reaction perplexing, attributing it to his innate timidity. What do you intend to do? The 5 individuals regarded Jiang Yu with a wary expression. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely seek directions. Are you aware of the whereabouts of my mech? Jiang Yu, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, hastily clarified. Mech? The group appeared bewildered, uncertain of Jiang Yu's meaning. Oh, so it is you. Blake suddenly exclaimed. Oh my god, is this some sort of jest between us? You are indeed the pilot of the Shiha mech. Blake's realization dawned as he recognized Jiang Yu's identity. I was puzzled as to how a Shiha person could suddenly appear in the mechanical chamber. The remaining 4 were left in a state of confusion, pondering the cryptic remarks of Blake. My goodness, do you not comprehend? He refers to the mech that our leader brought back, Blake explained, covering his face in exasperation at their bewildered expressions. At that moment, comprehension washed over them, and the soldier who had initially conversed with Blake turned to Jiang Yu, stating, Your mech resides in the mechanical chamber, but you cannot access it just yet. You must accompany us. Where to? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Yu. That is information you need not concern yourself with. With that, the 4 stepped forward, encircling him. In Shiha, there is an age-old adage. Those who recognize the times are the true sages. Very well, I shall accompany you. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. The person who had spoken paused, the remainder of their sentence lodged in their throat. Jiang Yu sensed the hostility emanating from the 4 and attempted to locate an escape route among them, but to no avail. They had effectively blocked all avenues of retreat. Resignation set in. Perhaps yielding would spare him some physical suffering. The 4 halted their advance, momentarily taken aback. Is it truly this simple? Why not resist? We have yet to be introduced. Should we not have more of a role in this? Let us proceed without delay. Why are you hesitating? Jiang Yu urged as he stepped forward. Ah, very well. Though somewhat disheartened, they found Jiang Yu's compliance alleviating their burden. Thus, Jiang Yu emerged from the medical bay, flanked by the 5, their demeanor resembling that of guardians rather than captors. Chapter 11. Desperation. As the group took only a few steps, the source terminals of the 4 individuals, excluding Blake, suddenly emitted a sound, as if they had received some urgent message. Blake also reached for his own terminal, curious as to why his had remained silent. To his dismay, he discovered his wrist was utterly devoid of it. Oh my heavens, where has my source gone? Blake exclaimed. For the source was not merely a communication tool. It possessed multifaceted attributes including social networking, identification, and entertainment. In this day and age, being without a source rendered one nearly immobile. Thus Blake's reaction was entirely justified. I believe we should ascertain the location of your source, one individual said, his expression grave. Foolish groundhog, where on earth could it have been lost? Blake impatiently inquired. Take a look for yourself. The person activated a holographic display, revealing a mass message. A mech known as the Angel had been stolen and was attempting to flee, its source permissions likely acquired unlawfully. All base members were instructed to apprehend it immediately. Blake was taken aback, suddenly recalling that just before he and Jiang Yu fell unconscious in the machinery room, he had glimpsed a face, Li Su. It must be her. Oh my heavens, I believe I know who it is. She is the female slave initially ordered for capture by the boss. It was she who knocked me out and seized my source, Blake seethed, though he cleverly omitted the fact that it was his own negligence that had allowed Li Su to escape. Indeed, it is her. Who would have thought that a mere woman from Shiha could orchestrate such chaos? The individual remarked, connecting the dots and confirming that the fleeing mech's pilot was indeed Li Su. This is simply disastrous. We must hurry and capture her to reclaim my source. Blake was now fervently eager to pursue Li Su. If she made her escape, his source would be irretrievably lost. This Shiha woman dared to act so recklessly within the confines of the subbase. Was she not provoking the Hubble Federation? The others, stirred by Blake's fervor, felt an overwhelming urge to find Li Su and exact their vengeance. However, what about him? The group's eagerness waned as their gaze fell upon Jiang Yu. If they rushed to capture Li Su now, Jiang Yu would be left unattended, and should he seize the opportunity to slip away, they would be faced with further complications. Fail, why don't you take him to the boss, while we pursue that woman? One person suggested. That is unwise. The boss is currently stretched thin. If we are not careful, we could end up with nothing. The soldier named Fail shook his head in refusal. The dungeon was still a distance away, and making the round trip would be time-consuming. By then, that female slave could be apprehended by someone else, and their chance for glory would slip away. Another individual shook his head, momentarily at a loss. Perhaps you should confine me to the machinery room, Jiang Yu interjected, addressing the group. The others regarded Jiang Yu with suspicion, uncertain of his intentions. The machinery room was not far from their current location, and it conveniently lay along the route to the Mech docking bay. The machinery room required permissions from their sources to access, and confining him there would eliminate concerns about his escape. Moreover, his Mech had lost its combat capability, so keeping him and his Mech together would simplify management, even obviating the need for a dedicated guard. Jiang Yu articulated his reasoning eloquently, leaving the group in contemplative silence. They remained wary of Jiang Yu, a trespasser from Shiha, and were skeptical of his motives, yet his reasoning bore a semblance of logic. They were uncertain why he would seek to confine himself. Time is of the essence. If we delay further, your leaders may feast while you are left with nothing, Jiang Yu urged, sensing their hesitation. Let us proceed with this plan. Phil declared, no longer willing to ponder, and agreed to Jiang Yu's proposal. Blake had no objections. He was indifferent to Jiang Yu's whims, intent solely on recovering his source. The remaining three, though perplexed, found no better alternative and acquiesced. They escorted Jiang Yu to the machinery bay, and once the door sealed, they hastened to the Mech docking station, eager to pilot their mechs and intercept Li Su. Why was Jiang Yu so determined to return to the machinery room? The reason was simple, to reunite with Qi Tian. As an ordinary person freshly departed from the planet, devoid of self-defense capabilities, he would be utterly powerless if separated from Qi Tian. However, with Qi Tian nearby, even without the capacity to retaliate, he could take refuge in the cockpit, thus avoiding becoming easy prey. In the dense thicket of mechs, Jiang Yu finally spotted Qi Tian, camouflaged amid the array of mech parts, its exterior coated in a grayish-white cement. Had Jiang Yu not been familiar with Qi Tian, finding it would have proven quite challenging. Qi Tian. Qi Tian. Jiang Yu called out while tapping on Qi Tian's exterior, but Qi Tian, having exhausted its energy, had evidently entered a dormant state. Jiang Yu. Why have you returned? Although Qi Tian's voice was devoid of emotion, Jiang Yu felt an unexpected warmth in its familiarity. It's a long story. We must devise an escape plan quickly, Jiang Yu replied succinctly, seeking Qi Tian's counsel. I need to restore my energy first, otherwise, I cannot undertake any actions. Qi Tian stated helplessly. The fuel storage is not far from here, but I cannot leave this place in my current state. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. Then we must find another solution, Qi Tian concluded, falling silent. Its operational time was limited. If Jiang Yu could not find a remedy, he would have to retreat into the cockpit and await another opportunity. As Jiang Yu surveyed the mechanical jungle before him, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He rose and approached a particular mech. There, he noticed a dark metallic pipe inserted into the energy chamber of the mech. Jiang Yu maneuvered the mechanical arm at the control panel to detach the pipe, which illuminated a battery icon, displaying a percentage, 78. Oh, this must be the energy charging device for the mech. Jiang Yu's face brightened with excitement. I thought it strange that the machinery room would lack a charging device. The fuel rods functioned like batteries, capable of being loaded into the mech's energy chamber to supply power. When the energy within a fuel rod was depleted, one could either replace it or recharge it to provide energy to the mech. Fuel rods in the storage room could be swapped out. And as the machinery room served as the mech maintenance area, it would naturally be equipped with a charging device. Thus, Jiang Yu had kept a keen eye on the damaged mechs, which ultimately led him to discover the charging apparatus. Jiang Yu deftly reconnected the metallic pipe to Qi Tian, initiating the charging process. The words charging gradually calmed Jiang Yu's anxious heart. Now, he merely awaited Qi Tian's energy restoration. Despite Li Su's efforts to conceal herself, she was unexpectedly confronted by patrolling soldiers, which inevitably revealed her identity. Upon spotting her, the soldiers sensed something amiss and gave chase, relaying the information to all station troops. Upon receiving the news, Flanger's immediate thought was to confirm that the pilot of the stolen Angel Mech was indeed Li Su. Consequently, he piloted the Archangel into the base, commencing a thorough search for her whereabouts. As time progressed, an increasing number of Mechs joined the pursuit. However, it was not easy to discern that Li Su was also piloting an Angel Mech. Despite several encirclements, she managed to escape by sheer luck. Yet, her physical and mental stamina had been severely depleted, and should she be discovered again, it would be utterly hopeless. At this moment, Li Su was hiding in a cabin, gasping for breath. She had studied management at Starstorm University rather than mech piloting. Although her exceptional learning ability enabled her to obtain a junior mech pilot license after graduation, she still fell short compared to the soldiers who interacted with mechs daily. Managing to evade capture this many times had already reached her limit. Was it truly impossible for her to escape? A sense of despair washed over Li Su. Since entering the Western Aviation Group after graduation, she had been burdened with numerous responsibilities. Her family and friends took pride in her, which inadvertently added to her pressure. After becoming CEO, her days were overwhelmingly busy, leaving her almost no time to rest. The prolonged strain on her nerves had damaged her mental faculties, causing her mental growth to be painfully slow. Nonetheless, she remained steadfast in her position, for the weight of her responsibilities was far too great. Finally, she represented the Western Aviation Group at the Mech Innovation Research and Development Exchange Conference. The title of the youngest CEO should have garnered her the utmost attention. But an unexpected incident shattered all her aspirations. Though it had nothing to do with her, the uninformed public directed their ire at her, questioning the management of the Western Aviation Group and hurling mocking derisions her way. The company's decision to temporarily suspend her left her in utter despair. The aura that once surrounded her had shattered, and the expectations of those around her crumbled in an instant. For a time, she contemplated ending her young life. But she could not bring herself to do it, for she still had too much to care for. To leave irresponsibly would ensnare many innocent lives, her family, friends, and countless employees of the Western Aviation Group. She needed to find Chi Tian, uncover the truth behind his rampage, and silence the masses with facts, thus reversing the tide of public opinion. Thus, she embarked on the quest to locate Chi Tian, yet at this moment, before she could find him, she felt as though she might meet her end here. Thoughts of those who had silently supported her brought tears to Li Su's eyes. Chapter 12. Who are you? Just as Li Su was engulfed in despair, she heard a voice in Shihe language through her earpiece. Startled, she lifted her head, a crystalline tear cascading down her cheek like a pearl straying from its string. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure. And before her appeared a woman clad in a white lab coat. This woman possessed the quintessential features of someone from Shihe. But how could she so brazenly appear within this space? Li Su's wariness heightened as she fixed her gaze on the woman. Had it not been for the absence of a mech suit and any weapon in her hands, Li Su would have likely pressed a blade to her throat. You are the fugitive who stole the mech, aren't you? The woman said, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Drawing her blade, Li Su pointed it menacingly at the woman. Do not fear. I am not capable of resisting you. The woman chuckled, extending her empty hands. Yet, Li Su remained steadfast, refusing to sheath her weapon. And they stood in a tense standoff. Well, it seems you still do not trust me. I won't disclose your location for now. But if you were to kill me, my spiritual source would automatically alert the authorities. At that point, there would be no escape for you, the woman remarked nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. Are you threatening me? Li Su finally spoke, her voice icy. I dare not. After all, you are the most outstanding graduate of Shanghai University. Senior Li Su, the woman replied with a grin, each word striking Li Su's heart like a hammer. Her complexion paled, nearly losing her composure, almost collapsing to the ground. Who are you? Li Su stammered, her voice trembling. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shangwan Ziyu, a graduate from the Mech Design and Maintenance program at Shanghai University, 3 years your junior. When I enrolled, you were already a prominent figure at Shanghai University. How enviable. Shangwan Ziyu said with an innocent smile, though it bore a hint of mockery, reminiscent of someone who once basked in glory now reduced to such a pitiful state. How did a member of the Shangwan family end up here? Li Su disregarded Shangwan Ziyu's derision, her resilience forged from years in high positions. The Shangwan family? Huh. I am merely a distant relative. The main family would never send their pampered heirs to such a remote location. Shangwan Ziyu rolled her eyes at the mention of her family, clearly not aligned with the so-called Shangwan clan. What do you truly want? Li Su asked, her voice low. She was unwilling to linger further with Shangwan Ziyu. Every second spent in this base increased her peril, and her immediate priority was to find a means of escape. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to assist a senior whom I once greatly admired, Shangwan Ziyu said, feigning innocence. Li Su remained silent, her eyes fixated on Shangwan Ziyu, skeptical of her intentions. I know of a secret passage that leads directly to a point 1,000 meters outside this base. It is meant for emergencies and is usually unguarded, allowing for a safe exit. Shangwan Ziyu continued, noting Li Su's lack of response. Why would you help me? Li Su questioned, perplexed, as there was no personal bond between them to justify such assistance. Do you think I would help you without conditions? Shangwan Ziyu crossed her arms, teasingly glancing at the Mech. What conditions? I currently have nothing to offer you, Li Su replied. I require a favor from you. Shangwan Ziyu finally articulated her request. A favor? Huh, what could that possibly be worth? Li Su scoffed, unable to fathom the value of a favor in her current predicament. A favor from the CEO of the Shihan Group is priceless, Shangwan Ziyu retorted, her confidence unshaken. Why should I trust you? If you were to lead me to Frang, wouldn't that be akin to walking to my own demise? Li Su laughed derisively, unconvinced of Shangwan Ziyu's purported goodwill. Do you have any other options? Shangwan Ziyu's voice suddenly sharpened, her demeanor growing colder. Fine. Li Su inhaled deeply, conceding to Shangwan Ziyu's terms. Indeed, she had little choice. If Shangwan Ziyu had no intention of betraying her, a mere thought could summon Frang. There was no reason for her to linger any longer. Congratulations, senior. You have made the correct choice. Shangwan Ziyu's demeanor brightened once more, and Li Su perceived that this Shangwan Ziyu was far more complex than she appeared. Regardless of her reasons for being at the base, Li Su was indifferent. Her sole desire was to survive and escape. As a heavy door slowly closed, the angel Mech vanished from Shangwan Ziyu's sight. Her previously calm eyes rippled with emotion, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh as memories surged forth. After a prolonged silence, she regained her composure and sighed at the door. I hope you are not an ungrateful person. At that moment, Frang's face was stormy, his spiritual source inundated with various messages, all conveying the same information. A thorough search had been conducted, and Li Su's whereabouts remained undiscovered. It appeared that Li Su had most likely escaped. A bunch of useless fools, unable to keep track of a single woman, Frang cursed. Isn't it your negligence that allowed her to slip away? Lore thought, but dared not voice it, aware that provoking Frang would only invite trouble. Frang's ire stemmed not only from the excruciating nights spent with his five-fingered lady, but also from the humiliation he endured among the soldiers. Although he publicly declared her a fugitive from Xia, who did not know she was merely a slave he had purchased from the black market, a slave who had slipped from his grasp would undoubtedly become fodder for gossip among the troops, leaving him to ponder where to place his pride. However, within the base, one individual was in an even more distressing predicament, Blake. Li Su's escape meant that he would never reclaim his spiritual source, and the consequences were minor compared to the fact that his 10 terabytes of study materials were forever lost. The long nights that followed would be more agonizing than for Frang. Fire and the others expressed sympathy for Blake's plight, yet felt powerless, promising only to share some of their study materials with him. Truly as dreadful as Mrs. Mary S. Pastries, if the boss discovers the woman stole my spiritual source. Who knows how he will punish me? Blake lamented. Though his mood slightly improved, he remained deeply troubled. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent once more. Indeed, Frang would never admit that his carelessness allowed Li Su to escape. He would undoubtedly shift the blame onto Blake, asserting that it was Blake's oversight that provided Li Su the opportunity to steal the Mech. In that case, Blake would find himself in dire straits. Do not despair. There remains an opportunity for redemption. Fire suddenly raised his head, his eyes glinting with resolve. Do you recall the Shiha Mech? Upon Fire's words, the others remembered Jiang Yu and Shi Tian. All we need to do is escort that Mech and the Shiha individual to the boss, claiming that this Shiha person infiltrated the base to rescue the female slave. Although he has now released her, we can still apprehend him and redeem ourselves. With unwavering confidence, Fire articulated this plan, which ignited a spark of realization in Blake. This narrative not only mitigated their own transgressions by shifting the blame onto Jiang Yu, but it also provided an opportunity for atonement, cleverly employing a tactic of substitution. It was a flawless scheme, exquisite in its execution, akin to the delightful taste of Mrs. Susan's apple pie. Upon hearing this, Blake felt his previously somber spirits lifting, and he was eager to rush to the mechanical room. Oh dear old friend. Time is of the essence. Let us mount those mechs and prepare to depart, Blake urged hastily. Is it truly necessary to pilot a mech for merely escorting one person? Can that decrepit machine of his truly be revived? Fire scoffed, deeming such an endeavor excessive. Indeed, let us not squander time. The sooner we complete this task, the sooner we can return to indulge in some leisure activities. Another chimed in, revealing a rather unsavory grin, eliciting a chill among the group. With that, they hastened towards the mechanical room. Just as they reached the entrance, a pair of golden eyes slowly opened from the other side of the door. Chapter 13. The howl of ghosts and wolves. Fei-er approached the entrance of the mechanical room and swiped his spiritual source. The door gradually swung open, and before the others could react, a grayish-white figure burst forth from the chamber, the resulting gale tousling their hair into disheveled fringes. "Oh my God, what is that?" Blake remarked, adjusting his hair as he gazed at the fading silhouette in the distance. "It's that Mech. Don't let it escape," Fei-er shouted, sprinting after the direction Chi-Tian had vanished. The others quickly followed suit. Yet how could they possibly catch up to Chi-Tian on foot? After meandering through the base, they soon found themselves lost. "Damn it, we've been tricked by that kid," Fei-er panted, cursing under his breath. Strange, how did that Mech suddenly come to life? Another questioned, bewildered. Had they not been certain that Chi-Tian was incapacitated, they would never have locked Jiang Yu in the mechanical room. Yet now, Chi-Tian had not only regained mobility, but had also whisked Jiang Yu away. Oh, foolish groundhog, that Mech must have merely run out of energy. I recall there should be a charging device in the mechanical room, Blake suddenly realized. Why didn't you say so earlier? The other's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning him in unison. Oh my heavens, I'm not a deity. I was merely guessing, Blake explained. Upon hearing this, the group slumped to the ground like deflated balloons. The reality of the situation had become irrelevant. Now, they had even lost their solitary chance for redemption and could only ponder how to withstand Frang's wrath. The most aggrieved were Fei-er and his companions, who, after rescuing the unconscious Blake during patrol, now found themselves embroiled in the consequences. Who could they voice their grievances to? With no way to confront Jiang Yu, their frustrations were inevitably directed at Blake. "Oh, I would rather consume moldy oranges than endure your stares." Blake felt a chill run down his spine, noticing the four gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. "And no, this is hardly elegant," Blake stammered, retreating in fear as the others broke into subtle smiles and suddenly lunged at him. A shriek from Blake echoed throughout the base. Under Chi-Tian's guidance, Jiang Yu charged ahead, encountering no resistance along the way. Everyone had rushed to capture Li Su, only to return empty-handed. Now, with a rare moment of respite, they were eager to return to camp for rest, leaving even the patrolling soldiers absent. Thus, Jiang Yu navigated the base with ease. Although his head still felt heavy, he found himself surprisingly adept at maneuvering Chi-Tian, and the exertion on his mental energy seemed minimal. Believing it to be due to his growing proficiency, he dismissed any concerns, aware that danger still loomed. Soon, Jiang Yu reached the perimeter wall, where the gaping holes he had created were hastily patched, albeit still the weakest part of the wall. Thus, he determined his escape route. Bang! As Laurel reclined back in his chair, a loud noise startled him upright. His drowsy gaze fell upon the three-dimensional sand table, instantly dispelling his fatigue. He jumped up, nearly tripping over himself in a flurry of confusion. That red dot again, the same sound, the same red dot. Could it be him? Laurel quickly pulled up the surveillance, only to have his vision darken as he collapsed to the ground. It was indeed that Shiha Mech, crashing through the wall once more. But this time not retracing its steps, it appeared to intentionally breach from the side of the initial opening. This would double the cost of repairs to the wall. Jiang Yu did not afford the subbase a chance to react. He burst from the facility and sprinted away, slowing only when the base was out of sight. Frang was seething, unable to accept that a female slave had stolen a mech from under his watch. However, in the vast desert, pursuing it was futile. He could only resign himself to misfortune. Why does the wind feel particularly fierce today? Frang planned to circle the base to find Laurel and vent his frustrations, but was caught off guard by the intensity of the sandstorm. Turning instinctively towards the wall, he beheld a gaping hole and scattered debris. Beyond lay an endless expanse of wilderness. Who did this? Frang's furious roar was swallowed by the swirling sands of the desert. Once outside the base, Jiang Yu realized that darkness had descended. Surrounding Chi-Tian was nothing but an unchanging sea of sand, devoid of any remarkable features. Nervousness crept in. What if there were supernatural entities lurking here? Though his heart raced with trepidation, he had no choice but to forge ahead. Jiang Yu was not cowardly. Otherwise, he would not dare to venture into the mines alone. Yet fear often stems from the unknown, and he dared not underestimate the supernatural. Activate illumination mode, Chi-Tian instructed. Jiang Yu accessed Chi-Tian's fiery eyes interface and engaged the lighting mode, which emitted brilliant beams from Chi-Tian's eyes, illuminating the barren sand ahead. However, the range of illumination extended only 20 meters, a far cry from the brightness of day. After walking for some time, the once barren landscape suddenly revealed towering rock formations, jagged and clustered together. Jiang Yu glanced to either side, realizing he had become encircled by towering wind tunnels. Had it been daytime, he might have felt indifferent, but under the cloak of night, a chill crept over him, prickling his skin. Who was there? Jiang Yu swept the control lights forward, catching a glimpse of a distorted figure flitting past, startling him into a loud shout, as if to mask his fear. Shouting 1T help. The external speakers are off. Qi Tian's cold mechanical voice resonated in Jiang Yu's ear. Jiang Yu jolted in fright. Qi Tian, please stop talking. Your voice is rather eerie at night. Suddenly, Jiang Yu concentrated the light ahead, revealing a towering boulder standing 15 meters before him. He exhaled in relief, realizing he had been scaring himself. No way. No way. I was just pretending to be scared to lighten the mood. You can't possibly believe that. Stop wasting time. Let us move before the sandworms come for you first, Qi Tian urged. Were it not for the mechanical tendrils gripping Jiang Yu, he would have leapt from his seat. Qi Tian, I told you not to speak again. Well, who was just claiming not to be afraid? I'm not afraid. Jiang Yu's body felt weak, but his defiance remained firm. Continuing to maneuver Qi Tian forward, the path narrowed, and the wind tunnels and strange stones multiplied. Jiang Yu navigated cautiously through the narrow trail, his pace half due to his inexperience. Just then, an eerie sound echoed from afar. A haunting wail reminiscent of a baby's cry mingled with the lament of a grieving woman, sending shivers down Jiang Yu's spine. The sound grew increasingly nearer, gradually spreading in all directions, enveloping Jiang Yu in its midst. Could this be the fabled wailing of ghosts? Jiang Yu's limbs turned icy. His grip on the handle became numb, and his knuckles whitened from tension. His throat felt parched, yet he dared not swallow, fearing any slight sound might attract the attention of the unknown entity lurking nearby. A rustling noise emerged, the sound of grains of sand rubbing against one another, as if something were inching closer. Suddenly, a sharp breath pierced the air. Who was there? Jiang Yu directed the spotlight towards the source, but found no one. Perhaps he had misheard? Despite this thought, unease gnawed at him. A faint thud echoed as something landed, affirming Jiang Yu's suspicion that a presence was indeed approaching. The spotlight swept forward once more, revealing a fleeting shadow before it vanished into nothingness. His heart raced, lodged in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. It must have been a large rock, he reassured himself, yet his apprehension lingered. Behind you, Qi Tian shouted urgently. Jiang Yu could no longer contain himself. Can't you stop with the sudden frights? As Jiang Yu maneuvered Qi Tian to turn, he beheld a ghostly blue projectile hurtling towards him. There was no time to evade. He instinctively raised his arm to shield himself, only to be struck with tremendous force that sent him sliding backward. With a resounding crash, Qi Tian only regained stability upon colliding with a massive boulder. Who are you? Jiang Yu stammered, his voice trembling as he called into the surrounding darkness. The wind answered him with a mournful wail. Beyond that, silence enveloped them once more. Jiang Yu felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Could there truly be a ghost? Was that a ghost? No, that couldn't be right. Ghosts don't launch missiles. Had his pursuers finally caught up? Yet, why was there no immediate response now? This place was no longer safe. Jiang Yu endeavored to calm his fraying nerves, flexing his stiff fingers, and resolved to leave this cursed location. Just then, a dark cannon barrel pressed against Qi Tian's chest. Chapter 14. The Insect General Ah? Don't eat me. I'm too old and tough. I'm not tasty. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, turned his head away, and waved his hands in protest. After waiting for what seemed an eternity without any response, he ceased his cries and turned back to the light screen. Is that a mech? Jiang Yu observed the towering figure before him, a metallic giant standing 7 to 8 meters tall, with two eerie blue eyes fixed intently upon him. The barrel of its gun pointed directly at him, exuding an invisible pressure. Don't be impulsive. I am a good person, Jiang Yu shouted at the nameless mech. A she person? A clear male voice emanated from the opposite side. Yes, we are all family. Can you please lower your weapon before we talk? Jiang Yu swallowed hard, relieved that it was not a ghost. However, he thought to himself that it was rather inappropriate for his brother to aim a cannon at someone. But there isn't a mech like this in the base, Jiang Wen muttered, ignoring Jiang Yu. There's no need to doubt. I am indeed a member of the base. However, I am here on a secret mission, piloting this mech to remain inconspicuous. Upon hearing the word base, Jiang Yu eagerly seized the opportunity to climb aboard, adopting an air of profound mystery. If they were face to face, he might have already patted Jiang Wen on the shoulder and spoken earnestly. Secret member? Jiang frowned. While secret members did exist, it was unusual for their patrol areas to overlap, and moreover, he had never encountered a mech of this model. And this paint job seems rather hasty, Jiang internally critiqued, feeling skeptical. I wonder what mission you are on. What's your number? What are your measurements? Jiang directly bombarded him with questions. Since it's a secret mission, the details must be confidential. And what do you mean by measurements? Are you not going to spare me? Jiang Yu's face paled with fear. What should he do if pressed for answers at this late hour? Ahem. It's nothing. Jiang coughed twice, attempting to ease the tension, and then both fell into a silence. Why the sudden silence? Do you expect me to take the initiative? Well, I suppose I'll just wear these pants for now, Jiang Yu thought to himself. So, is your patrol complete? Are you heading back to the base now? Jiang suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Ah, sure, let's head back together, Jiang Yu responded, momentarily caught off guard and agreeing without thinking. Your mission is over too? Jiang asked in confusion, wondering if simply bumping into a rock counted as completion. Was it really that careless? Secret. Jiang Yu mumbled as he walked ahead. The base is over there. Jiang kindly pointed out. I know. I'm just taking a stroll, Jiang Yu replied awkwardly. Calling headquarters, we have detected a suspicious mech moving towards the base. Jiang glanced at Jiang Yu and quietly activated his communicator. As Jiang walked ahead, Jiang Yu silently followed behind, pondering Jiang Wen's identity. Since leaving Lingchuan Star, it was his first encounter with someone who spoke his language. From their conversation, Jiang Yu inferred that Jiang was also a Shihi person, and there was a similar Shihi base on Panshi Star. It seemed unlikely that he could reach the Federation solely relying on Qi Tian. He would have to seek assistance. The nearby base harbored a deep animosity towards him, so help from there was improbable. Perhaps he might find luck at the Shihi base, as surely his own kind wouldn't turn against him. Why haven't we arrived yet? Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain. Do you not know where the base is? Jiang shot him a piercing glance, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Even from behind the two mechs, Jiang Yu felt a pang of guilt. No, I just don't travel this route often. Jiang Yu chuckled nervously. Jiang did not believe him. They had been stationed there for years, and he was well acquainted with the area. How could Jiang Yu claim to be unfamiliar with the path? However, Jiang chose not to press the matter, simply responding with a grunt before continuing to lead the way. Don't you think it's overly quiet? Jiang Yu asked, furrowing his brow seriously. It feels devoid of any life. Where in the desert would there be life? Jiang frowned, his suspicion evident. How could a member who frequently undertakes missions not understand this basic fact? Jiang Yu broke into a cold sweat, having asked two inappropriate questions. His cover was likely blown, but as Jiang hadn't yet acted against him, he decided to proceed cautiously. I was merely testing you, Jiang Yu replied awkwardly. From your voice, you sound younger than me. Who would believe you were testing me? But how did someone so young come to Panshi Star? Were you perhaps a native sneaking out? Yet this mech certainly doesn't belong to the Shihi base. A multitude of questions swirled in Jiang mind, but Jiang Yu appeared to harbor no ill intentions, which slightly eased his vigilance. Moments earlier, Jiang Yu had been in the open while Jiang remained concealed, yet the missile he had launched was deftly intercepted by Jiang Yu. He knew the missile's impact could not be easily deflected by an ordinary mech. It was evident that Jiang Yu's exceptional piloting skills had dissipated the force. If a real fight ensued, Jiang suspected he would gain little advantage. What he did not know was that Qi Tian was far from an ordinary mech. Its ability to withstand the missile stemmed from its robust exterior and high-torque joints, entirely independent of Jiang Yu's efforts. Wait, it seems there's something ahead. Jiang Yu noticed a red suddenly appear on the sand table of Desheng, approximately 1 kilometer away and directly in their path. Jiang looked puzzled. Although his mech was a basic combat model, its technological standards were not inferior, given the Federation's emphasis on managing the cosmic periphery. Yet, Jiang Yu's mech had detected an anomaly while his had received no signal at all. The mech advanced swiftly, and the red moved even faster. Moments later, Jiang mech finally received feedback. Why the delay? Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. What is that? He asked, perplexed. Although he sensed a heat source, he could not ascertain what it was. A sand serpent. Jiang Yu's control panel displayed a model of the heat source, a familiar shape, yet this particular serpent appeared different. Significantly elongated and sporting a pair of antennae atop its head. It is the insect general. Qi Tian, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. The insect general? What is that? Jiang Yu frowned, unfamiliar with the term, though he had never heard of it. It was clear that it was a more formidable entity than the ordinary sandworms. Soon, information about the insect general appeared on the control panel. Scientific name: Sphingides sandworm. Leader: common name: Medium sand cone worm. Insect general. Length 2, 130 meters. Weight 2, 0 to 3. 3 tons. Bite force 1, 8 tons. Speed 6, 0, 85 kilometers hour. Special ability. Conduction. What does this special ability mean? Jiang Yu pondered, intrigued by the newly added entry on the panel. Conduction ability. Utilizes bioelectricity for information transmission or sensing. It appeared that the medium for its conduction was quite evidently those long antennae. Qi Tian had intercepted its bioelectric signals moments ago, allowing for the rapid identification of its location. Known as the leader, colloquially referred to as the bug general, its ability lies in commanding swarms of serpents. Yet, at this moment, this solitary creature appears alone, indicating it has strayed from its swarm. The reasons behind its solitary state remain a mystery, but it has just emitted biological electrical waves, clearly attempting to summon its kin. No one can ascertain when it will finish this call. But one thing is certain. Once the summons is complete, both Jiang Wen and Jiang Yu will find themselves in a perilous situation. In the distance, a pair of amber, slit-like eyes emerged, strikingly visible in the darkness. Jiang Wen immediately recognized their owner, the infamous middle sand vortex worm, dubbed the desert meat grinder. He had only seen it in images before. This was his first encounter with it in reality. To his astonishment, the sandworm, thought to have vanished, had resurfaced today. A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Wen as he gripped the handle tightly, his palms beginning to sweat. Fortunately, it was only one. The two of them should be able to manage. Regardless of who you may be, we are now bound together like grasshoppers on the same string. If I perish, you may find yourself eternally lost in this vast desert. Thus, I hope you will join me in confronting this sand serpent, Jiang Wen said through clenched teeth. Understood, Jiang Yu replied, not daring to underestimate the situation, straightening his posture and adopting a serious demeanor. With a swift motion, Jiang Wen drew a metallic longsword from his back, its 10-meter blade crackling with ethereal blue arcs of electricity. So impressive, Jiang Yu exclaimed, filled with envy. This striking sword was far more formidable than his own bare hands, prompting him to regard the great sage with disdain. This was merely an ordinary mech sword, devoid of inscriptions or embellishments, yet to Jiang Yu, it represented a significant upgrade from his fists. Let us go, Jiang Wen called to Jiang Yu, pulling him back to the present as the bug general entered the illuminated area, just 20 meters away. Jiang Yu, refusing to slacken his resolve, activated flight mode, loading the thrusters. Loading complete, take off. Chapter 15. A desperate desire to escape a powerful force propelled Qi Tian off the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he crashed straight into the earth with a resounding thud. Jiang Wen stared in bewilderment at Qi Tian, whose head was buried in the sand. What a bizarre way to initiate a flight. Jiang Yu, can't you fly? Qi Tian questioned, voicing his discontent with Jiang Yu's reckless piloting style, which was detrimental to the mecha's longevity. Fly? I haven't learned that yet. Isn't it just about turning on the thrusters? Jiang Yu responded, equally perplexed. You didn't tell me how to fly from the start. Qi Tian retorted, exasperated. The thrusters merely provided an initial boost. True flight required skillful control of altitude and direction. If piloting a mecha were that simple, there wouldn't be so few skilled pilots. Do you know why you were given a keyboard and a joystick? Qi Tian huffed. In flight, the joystick primarily controls the mecha's ascent and descent, as well as its forward and backward movements, while the keyboard merely assists in adjusting the center of gravity. Thus, mastering the joystick is essential for effective flight. Compared to other basic maneuvers, flying is relatively straightforward. With practice, you could learn it in no time. Qi Tian acknowledged Jiang Yu's potential for learning. Can 5 minutes really be enough for practice? Jiang Yu asked timidly. 5 minutes? You should consider where you'll be buried, Qi Tian replied, unwilling to engage further with Jiang Yu. However, time was of the essence. I see he can barely hold on much longer. If we don't escape the battlefield quickly, we risk being caught in the chaos, Jiang Yu remarked, glancing at Jiang Wen, who was being relentlessly pursued by the insect general. Morally, you could join him in fighting the insect general, but for your own safety, you should flee. With the time you've spent talking, you could have already escaped danger. Qi Tian presented Jiang Yu with 2 options. I'm not related to him. I must prioritize my own survival. Thank you for buying me time, brother. I'm off. Jiang Yu concluded without hesitation, offering a quick farewell to Jiang Wen before swiftly extracting his head from the sand and darting in the direction of the approaching insect general. Jiang Wen was startled by Jiang Yu's sudden departure, causing him to swing his sword at empty air, sending a cloud of sand and debris flying. This distraction allowed the insect general to slip away from Jiang Wen's grasp and pursue Jiang Yu instead. So its target isn't me? Jiang Wen was left in shock. But what about that guy? Should he just leave him behind? After all, Jiang Yu had fled so decisively moments ago, and with the insect general now focused on him, Jiang Yu was bound to be in trouble, especially considering his apparent youth. Perhaps he had merely been frightened. Though Jiang Yu's identity remained uncertain, it was imperative to confirm who he was back at the base. He could not be allowed to escape. Jiang Wen made a swift decision to follow. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was reveling in his escape from danger when he noticed a red dot on the radar, drawing closer. What is happening? He thought, bewildered, as he saw Jiang Wen pursuing him. Did he harbor a grudge for abandoning him? No. Both of them are threats, Jiang Yu concluded, increasing the frequency of his hand movements, pushing Qi Tian to maximum speed. Although Jiang Yu's mental prowess was lacking, the mecha's performance outmatched that of the two behind him. As Jiang Wen became increasingly aware of his proximity to the insect general, he also realized that he was losing ground to Jiang Yu. This was a precarious situation. Was he inadvertently leading himself into the jaws of danger? Do you know why the insect general is relentlessly pursuing you? The great sage interjected unexpectedly. Why? Is my flesh particularly delectable? Jiang Yu questioned, puzzled. Because sandworms dwell in the darkness beneath the surface, they are highly sensitive to light. Your searchlights have naturally drawn its attention, the great sage explained. Blast it! Jiang Yu exclaimed. Why didn't you mention this sooner? These glaring lights are practically beacons for sandworms. In a flurry, Jiang Yu switched off the lights, plunging into an overwhelming darkness. Unaccustomed to the sudden blindness, he stumbled, his already unrefined skills faltering. Qi Tian's movements became erratic, and he fell heavily to the ground after only a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, the insect general lunged at Qi Tian. Jiang Wen arrived just in time, sword raised, leaping forward to strike at the sand serpent. Clang, clang. The great sage found himself pinned beneath the insect general's weight, and Jiang Yu was forced down half a meter under its massive form. Though Jiang Wen's sword struck, the insect general's tough exoskeleton proved nearly impervious, only singeing a small area with the electric shock. Jiang Yu, disoriented and bruised, saw warning lights flashing in the control room. Turning his head, he was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of a grotesque insect face, oozing dark green slime, looming before him. Desperate, he began frantically tapping at the control interface. Suddenly, two beams of golden light shot from Qi Tian's eyes, piercing through the insect face. For a brief moment, Jiang Wen, the insect general, and Jiang Yu were all taken aback by the unexpected display. Jiang Wen's heart raced as he patted his chest, realizing he had narrowly avoided being struck by that beam. Had Jiang Yu's aim been off, it would have been not just the insect face, but his own handsome visage that had been pierced. If I'm not mistaken, that was a laser weapon, he mused, astonished that such an unassuming mecha could house such formidable armament, indicating its high caliber. However, this minor injury would not be enough to incapacitate the insect general. Soon, it began to thrash violently, enraged by Jiang Yu's aggressive actions. Recognizing Jiang Yu as a formidable opponent, the insect general redirected its attention to Jiang Wen's mecha, lunging at him with a foreleg poised to strike. Jiang Wen, adept at piloting, deftly sidestepped and raised his sword to block the attack. To his astonishment, he found he could not sever the insect's limb, which remained poised in the air, its defenses shockingly robust. In that moment of stalemate, Jiang Yu, regaining his footing, charged toward the two combatants, colliding heavily with the insect general and sending it sprawling 2 meters away. Jiang Wen, flung aside, was utterly astonished. Did you really have to resort to such primitive methods when you had that laser? Chapter 16, In Dire Straits. I take flight. Jiang Yu maneuvered Qi Tian to turn around and gave Jiang Wen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are impressive. I commend you." Suddenly, Jiang Wen noticed a pair of vertical eyes glowing ominously behind Jiang Yu and hurriedly warned, "Be careful." But before he could finish, Qi Tian was knocked away, rolling several meters across the sandy ground. The sand serpent revealed its vicious fangs, hissing menacingly at the two. "Let us take it together," Jiang Yu shouted to Jiang Wen, standing up and charging forward. "All right," Jiang Wen responded, brandishing his sword and lunging ahead. Bang! Jiang Yu was sent flying again by the prepared insect general, while Jiang Wen was knocked back, sliding several meters before barely coming to a stop. This insect general is quite cunning. After getting hurt once, it no longer shows any vulnerabilities. Jiang Wen frowned and remarked, simultaneously chiding Jiang Yu, "Your attack style is rather brutish." I didn't intend for it to be like this. If I had a sword, I wouldn't resort to such tactics. Jiang Yu envied Jiang Wen, harboring an increasing disdain for Qi Tian. Understanding Jiang Yu's predicament, Jiang Wen felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed he was indeed at a disadvantage. However, he couldn't help but wonder why even the most basic mechs were equipped with weapons, yet this one lacked even a decent armament. But there was no time for contemplation as the insect general turned its head towards him, perhaps deeming Jiang Yu as no threat. At that moment, Jiang Yu was incensed. Who do you think you're looking down on? Have you forgotten who injured you? It seems you need another taste of my prowess. He activated Fire Up, spotting an attack mode, and launched it without hesitation. 2 beams of laser shot past the insect general's feet. Seriously? You can't even hit that? Are you really that weak? Jiang Wen looked at Qi Tian in disbelief. At such close range, one should easily hit the target with a little focus. And he couldn't accept the notion that it was due to weakness. The insect general, enraged by the attack, charged directly at Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen felt a sense of despair. It was he who shot, so why was it chasing him? With no choice, he sheathed his sword and turned to flee. Jiang Yu, bewildered, exclaimed, "Wait. Who taught you to run away? I intended to fight alongside you until dawn." However, seeing Jiang Wen divert the insect general's attention, he thought, "If I don't run now, wouldn't that undermine your tactic of drawing it away? My brother, I bid you farewell and wish you luck." After 3 seconds of silent tribute for Jiang Wen, Jiang Yu dashed in the opposite direction. Bang! Before Jiang Yu could take more than a few steps, a loud explosion erupted behind him. He turned to see flames soaring into the sky, illuminating the outline of a mech, Jiang Wen's mech. Let us not forget how Jiang Wen had initially pointed a weapon at Jiang Yu. Did he think he could rely solely on his sword? My friend, times have changed. As the dust settled, Jiang Wen's cannon had created a massive crater, with the insect general writhing in agony at the bottom. Remarkably, it was still alive. With only a single antenna hanging limply, its body unscathed despite the fierce assault. This demonstrated its formidable defensive capabilities. Gasping for breath, Jiang Wen realized that controlling such a powerful weapon had drained his mental energy significantly. He had not taken the enemy lightly, so after creating distance, he unleashed his most powerful strike. He had only equipped one shell, not anticipating it would be used today. Yet here he was, realizing the insect general's terrifying resilience. He now understood Uncle Ming's fear of the sand serpents. A creature capable of withstanding human technology was indeed a daunting prospect. As he peered into the crater, preparing to send out a distress signal, despair washed over him as he discovered there was no signal. This made no sense. In this technologically advanced era, the information network was nearly omnipresent across the star domain. Moreover, the vast desert had no obstructions. How could there be no signal? Looking up at the sky, he saw a massive rift hanging ominously, possibly disrupting the signal due to stellar activities. Gritting his teeth, he realized there was only one course of action: to keep running. However, the interference meant he couldn't send or receive signals, rendering his navigation useless. Lost in the desert, he was akin to a headless fly, awaiting either rescue or death. What to do? Then he remembered Jiang Yu. Turning back to where Jiang Yu had been, he was met with endless darkness. Could he have already fled? We were just fighting side by side moments ago. How could he be so heartless? After enjoying the fireworks, Jiang Yu did not hesitate to flee. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. Qi Tian, where is that base you mentioned? After running a distance, Jiang Yu slowed down to inquire. Isn't it right ahead? Jiang Yu looked up and saw the sun just rising, revealing the silhouette of a rugged base in the distance. He had inadvertently stumbled upon it. What a fortunate turn of events. Just as he reveled in his luck, a beam of intense light illuminated him. Unknown mech detected. An alarm blared promptly after. Seriously? Another one? In a single day, he was welcomed by 2 bases in the same manner. Was this what they called luck? Before Jiang Yu could process what was happening, a mech resembling a serpent and another resembling a rabbit landed before Qi Tian. Under the glaring lights, Jiang Yu noticed the logo emblazoned on their chests. These mechs were from the renowned Tian Shou group, specifically the Ding Si and Ding Mao from the Lu Ding Xinjiang series. Who goes there? The pilot of the Ding Si mech inquired. Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Jiang Yu shouted back, though he was unsure why he had responded in such a manner. Changshan, where's that? The pilot of Ding Si whispered to his companion. I don't know, but he speaks the Shihe language, replied the technician of Ding Mao, shaking his head. However, we haven't seen such a mech in our base. Could it be from the subbase? The pilot of Ding Si mused. I doubt it. If the Hubble people truly wanted to stab us in the back, they wouldn't brazenly enter through the front door. The pilot of Ding Mao shrugged. As Jiang Yu listened to their murmurs, he thought, surely they cannot genuinely believe this? Can anyone really be so gullible? Please cooperate with the mech inspection, the pilot of Ding Si instructed Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to comply. Though they spoke the Shihi language, he felt uneasy in unfamiliar territory. If they turned hostile, how would he respond? If he refused to cooperate? We will have to resort to force. The pilot of Ding Mao raised his weapon ominously, sending a chill down Jiang Yu's spine. He vividly recalled Jiang Wen's powerful shot. Those shells were no trifling matter. I will cooperate. Please do not fire, Jiang Yu said, opening the hatch and jumping out. As he landed, his legs trembled with fear, nearly causing him to falter. Oh, still a rookie. On the other side, the cockpit of the Ding C Mech opened, revealing a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard descending from within. This individual was none other than Ding Xian, the pilot of the Mech. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, he exhibited a slight surprise. Although he could discern from the voice that Jiang Yu was relatively young, he did not expect him to be so diminutive. Come along, Ding Xian instructed as he approached Jiang Yu and fastened a handcuff around his wrist. Jiang Yu, understanding the dynamics of the situation, complied obediently. After all, he was in someone else's territory and could not afford to be overly audacious, especially since he was seeking refuge. Thus, a firm demeanor was unwarranted. Ding Xian led Jiang Yu into the Shiha Jialing base, which, while slightly smaller than the Dia base, exuded a formidable presence. Standing before the grand entrance of the Jialing base, which towered over 20 meters, Jiang Yu felt an intangible pressure that made his heart race. Ding Xian approached a slot beside the entrance and scanned his wristband, prompting the mechanical door to slowly swing open, flooding the interior with light. The main building of the Jialing base consisted of merely 2 stories. The first floor served as the office area, while the second floor was designated for relaxation, with the survivor base situated behind the main structure. Guiding Jiang Yu down the corridor, Ding Xian halted before a metallic door at the end of the office area. He scanned his wristband at a recess in the doorframe, causing a holographic screen to emerge, revealing a face within it. Hey, Xiaoxi, your timing is impeccable. I've only just awakened, and here you are, Zhang Ming remarked, rubbing his temples. It's early, and I barely have a moment to relax before work begins. I have apprehended an unfamiliar Mech pilot, and the Mech has been secured. I have brought the individual, Ding Xian reported to Zhang Ming. Jiang Yu, seemingly unfazed, was curiously observing the surroundings, taking in the walls with interest. Come in, Zhang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, somewhat astonished. An unfamiliar Mech pilot? What sort of person could possibly be on this desolate planet? As the holographic screen vanished, the metal door opened slowly, revealing an anteroom with a partitioned area behind it. Zhang Ming was seated at a table directly opposite the entrance. Ding Xian left Jiang Yu outside as he stepped in to report. Now, let us hear the details, Zhang Ming said, placing his thermos on the table while regarding Ding Xian with intent. During my night watch, I was about to conclude my shift when an unidentified object suddenly appeared on the radar, rapidly approaching our base. I promptly accessed the surveillance feeds from the perimeter, only to discover an unknown model of Mech. Fearing it was an enemy attack, I ventured out with Ding Maotang to assess the situation. But the Mech exhibited no hostile actions, and the pilot surrendered without resistance. Ding Xian glanced at Jiang Yu and then at Zhang Ming, awaiting further instructions. Is that all? No other anomalies? Zhang Ming inquired, intrigued, as this was his first encounter with such a scenario. He spoke in Shiha dialect. Ding Xian replied. Oh, bring him to me, Zhang Ming ordered, his interest in Jiang Yu piqued. Ding Xian nodded and approached the door, ushering the seemingly compliant Jiang Yu inside. As they neared Zhang Ming's desk, before either of them could react, Jiang Yu suddenly knelt on the ground. Chapter 17. Zhuge's warning. Old leader, you must save me. Do you have any idea how I have endured these years? Jiang Yu exclaimed, striking his thigh with force to coax out a few tears, his voice tinged with desperation. Could you be any more theatrical? With such exaggerated gestures, do you think we are blind? Zhang Ming and Ding Xian exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. However, since Jiang Yu wished to perform, they decided to indulge him, curious about his intentions. Oh dear, it's not even the new year yet. Why the grand display? Just stand up and speak, Zhang Ming said, rising from his chair and quickly moving in front of Jiang Yu, helping him to his feet. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yu grasped Zhang Ming's arm, his eyes brimming with tears as he spoke. I am originally from the Shiha region, but when I was 3 years old, I was abducted by star pirates and sold to the Gaia base. For so many years, I have toiled like a beast in darkness, until I finally found an opportunity to escape. Now, you are the only ones I can trust. Though both men were skeptical of Jiang Yu's story, they found it difficult to disprove. At first glance, it seemed somewhat plausible. Despite the Star River Alliance's stringent measures against human trafficking, the vast market still thrived, leading to both sale and slaughter. Jiang Yu's age also aligned with the narrative. And where did you acquire your mech? Zhang Ming inquired, narrowing his eyes. Had Jiang Yu appeared before him alone, he might have believed him to a degree. Yet, how could a trafficked child possess a mech? I stole it from the Gaia base, Jiang Yu replied, his expression unwavering. Really? Zhang Ming eyed him suspiciously. The scoundrels at Gaia base forced me to learn to pilot mechs as soon as I developed my mental power, assigning me various tasks as if I were less than human. Jiang Yu lamented, his performance so convincing it was hard to dismiss. Indeed, we received a report from Gaia base about a traitor who stole a mech and escaped. They requested our cooperation to capture the fugitive. Ding Xian interjected, stepping forward. Jiang Yu's expression mirrored confusion. Was this not a fabrication? How could it align with reality? Even someone as hardened as Zhang Ming felt a twinge of empathy. This was a compatriot lost in a foreign land, and he must have endured unimaginable suffering over the years. Child, it is good that you have returned. For now, stay here. I will ensure you return to your parents when the opportunity arises, Zhang Ming offered, withdrawing his hand and patting Jiang Yu's shoulder. Uncle Ming. Jiang Yu's face lit up with genuine gratitude. The willingness to extend a hand was heartfelt. You are like my reborn parents, Jiang Yu declared earnestly, coughing slightly. Zhang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. Let us not get carried away. Just call me Uncle Ming like everyone else. All right. Jiang Yu nodded eagerly. Ding Xian, please arrange accommodations for him, Zhang Ming instructed, addressing a still-dazed Ding Xian. Understood, Ding Xian replied, though his gaze shifted to Zhang Ming's fingers, which seemed to trace an invisible character in the air, conveying a silent understanding. Ding Xian led Jiang Yu toward the end of the base. A large metallic door barred their path. Approaching the side, Ding Xian swiped his wrist, and the door slowly slid open, illuminating a descending staircase. Upon seeing the source of Ding Xian's power, Jiang Yu realized, could this be the spiritual source he spoke of? He recalled that everyone he encountered, including Zhang Ming and Ding Xian, possessed this device. Had Zhang Ming inadvertently revealed the truth during their conversation? Where was Ding Xian leading him? Surely not to silence him? The basement did not resemble a living space. It felt more like a dungeon. Why are you standing there? Hurry up, Ding Xian called back, having already descended several steps. Jiang Yu stood frozen, his limbs trembling as he regarded Ding Xian like a specter of doom. Why yes, I'm coming, Jiang Yu stammered, steeling himself. There was no escape. He had no choice but to follow. Ding Xian led him to the basement level, which was not a dungeon but rather a confinement room at the Jialing base. Given the uncertainty surrounding Jiang Yu's identity, Zhang Ming opted to detain him there for control. Jiang Yu was unceremoniously cast into the dark confinement chamber. The room was barren. Yet for Jiang Yu, any shelter from the wind and rain sufficed for a peaceful slumber. Exhausted from his night of wandering, he soon collapsed onto the floor and drifted into a deep sleep. Hey, brother. Jiang Yu, in a haze, thought he heard someone calling him. What is that sound? Isn't this a solitary room? He glanced around, realizing he was indeed alone, a cold sweat trickling down his spine. I'm right here. The voice echoed again. Who? Don't scare me. I was raised on fear, Jiang Yu shouted, scanning the area. Still, he found no one, so he shouted again to bolster his courage, though his trembling voice betrayed him. Knock, knock. He heard a tapping on the wall beside him. Huh, you're next door? Jiang Yu asked, anxiety creeping in. Yes, or where else would I be? The voice carried a teasing tone, clearly amused by Jiang Yu's fright. You nearly scared me to death. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. What did you say? The voice prompted playfully. Nothing, Jiang Yu hastily replied, embarrassed that he had entertained thoughts of the supernatural. Oh, what trouble did you get into to be brought here at this hour? The voice inquired. I tricked Uncle Ming and got caught on the spot, Jiang Yu explained. Huh? If you're lying, I call that clever. If true, I call it impressive. The person laughed, clearly skeptical. Sighing, Jiang Yu thought, if I told the truth, he would probably believe it even less. Hey, buddy, you're quite humorous. Tell me, what is the truth? Zhuge Jia, who had nearly grown moldy in the confinement room, was intrigued to finally have company. I studied mech piloting for half a year. Jiang Yu said softly. Is that it? Zhuge Jia's interest waned sharply. In the current Star River Alliance, not having studied mech piloting would be the rarity. Studying for only half a year was hardly noteworthy, especially since he himself had trained for 3 years. And then I learned to pilot, Jiang Yu added, completing his thought. You can't be serious? Half a year? Are you pulling my leg? Do you know that a standard federal advanced mecha academy requires 4 years of study for graduation? Prior to that, there are 3 years of theoretical mecha courses that must be completed. You claim to have mastered mecha piloting in just 6 months. Do you think that is as simple as learning to fry an egg in 30 days? Pray tell, from which family do you hail? It is not impossible to acquire basic piloting skills in 6 months, as some talented scions from prominent families do exist, and with the abundant resources at their disposal, rapid progress can be achieved. However, such an approach is rare due to the immense resources it demands. Family. My surname is Jiang. I must belong to the Jiang family. Jiang Yu replied uncertainly. The Jiang family? Zhuge Jie searched through his mental catalog of notable families, but found none with that surname. Concluding that Jiang was likely not from a significant lineage, perhaps even from an obscure clan. Could it be that you are a student of the Starry Navigation Youth class? If none of the previous possibilities hold, this must be the case. The Starry Navigation Youth class, established by the Shiha Federation, is a consortium of prodigious children engaged in mecha piloting education, training in simulated mecha environments from an early age. They undergo physical enhancement with potent elixirs daily and engage in practical piloting as soon as their mental faculties awaken. Many can easily pilot mechas within 6 months, or even 3 to 4 months. Yet the number of graduates each year remains exceedingly small, as not everyone can endure the associated hardships. Starry Navigation Youth class? What is that? Jiang Yu was perplexed by the series of unfamiliar terms Zhuge Jie had thrown at him, wondering if he was some sort of riddle maker. This. Zhuge Jie was equally bewildered, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. No, he must be concealing his identity. Regardless, this is undoubtedly a person of significance, and it would be wise to align myself with him. I am Zhuge Jie, and I would like to forge a bond of brotherhood with you, albeit one of different surnames. Yes, I am that shameless. I simply enjoy making friends. There is no need for such formality, Zhuge brother. If you insist on being courteous, why not become my esteemed elder brother? Are you serious? Although somewhat embarrassed, I suppose it is not entirely impossible. My father is a graduate of the Starry Navigation Youth class, and it would not be shameful to mention it. Just as Zhuge Jie was about to agree, Jiang Yu interrupted him. I was jesting. My name is Jiang Yu, but I am curious as to why Zhuge brother is here. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, attempting to lighten the mood, hoping Zhuge Jie would not take offense. Little did he know he had nearly stepped into a paternal role. My brother Jiang. You may not know, but I am here for military training, Zhuge Jie replied with a wry smile. Military training? Does such a remote location even conduct military training? Certainly not. My father sent me here, claiming I squander my time in indulgence and am devoid of skills. He cast me into military training, and naturally, I resisted, leading to my current predicament. Zhuge Jie spoke with a hint of pride regarding his defiance. Your biological father, Jiang Yu murmured. So, do you know the way out? Out. That is quite simple, Zhuge Jie replied effortlessly. Oh, how simple is it? Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled, as Ding Xian and Zhang Ming did not appear to be accommodating individuals. Just wait a moment, Zhuge Jie said before rising and walking toward the door. Chapter 18. Brothers never met. Zhuge Jie pressed a button beside the door of his confinement chamber, and a pale blue light screen materialized. Young Master Zhuge, is there something you need? A face appeared within the light screen. There are sand snakes in this confinement chamber, Zhuge Jie lamented to the screen, his emotions so palpable that he nearly deceived Jiang Yu. Sand snakes? The person on the other end clearly held some skepticism, chuckling. This chamber is sealed tight. Not even a fly could enter, let alone a sand snake. Furthermore, if it were indeed a sand snake, you would have been long dead by now, instead of standing here conversing with me. Indeed, if it bites me, my father won't take it lightly, Zhuge Jie feigned a threat. The person hesitated, and at that moment, another face emerged on the light screen, evidently Zhang Ming. He lifted his chin and said, All right, if Second Master Zhuge wishes to exit, let him do so. Just don't let him die in there. I still need to collect his remains. Very well, young Master Zhuge, you are free. After a short while, a series of sounds emanated from the door before it slowly creaked open. Then Jiang Yu heard the sound of the confinement chamber's door being knocked from the outside. See, wasn't that simple? Zhuge Jie's voice echoed from beyond the door. Simple it may be, but what about me once you're out? This. Zhuge Jie seemed to grasp the issue, turning back to the confinement chamber and continuing to speak to the light screen. My brother is next door. Can you release him as well? I cannot make such decisions. Initially, the person was unaware of Jiang Yu's background, and upon hearing Zhuge Jie's words, was at a loss. Do you know his identity? Zhang Ming interjected at this moment. Identity. Isn't he just a graduate of the Star Navigation Youth class? Zhuge Jie replied nonchalantly, though internally, he was far from calm. It was truly exhilarating to put on a fade before Zhang Ming. The graduate of the Star Navigation Youth class is my brother, and I am not the idle second generation you perceive me to be. Star Navigation Youth class? Zhang Ming was taken aback, realizing that at such a young age, being able to pilot a mech independently and roam the Snake Spiral Star could only be accomplished by the prodigies of the Star Navigation Youth class. How had he not considered this? However, could a graduate of the Star Navigation Youth class be unaware of what a spirit source is? It was not entirely impossible. Many students from the Star Navigation Youth class underwent closed management from a young age, and it was conceivable that Jiang Yu, having graduated at this age, had not encountered such electronic devices. Setting that aside, I have already contacted your father. He said he can't control you. It's best you return home and let him handle the matter personally. Zhang Ming gestured dismissively at Zhuge Jie. Please, don't do this. I can't bear to part with you. Uncle Ming, Zhuge Jie feigned sorrow. I'm not the one making the calls. Go be sentimental with your father. Pack up. And today we'll send you back. Don't play coy. I can see you're overjoyed, Zhang Ming said impatiently. Uncle Ming, can you truly bear to send me away? Zhuge Jie moaned, his face a mask of despair, though not a single tear graced his eyes. Enough with the pretense. I've hardly seen you a few times. Now that you're out, let us take this opportunity to retrieve your spirit source. I've already contacted your father, and he may send someone to fetch you tonight. Zhang Ming instructed Zhuge Jie. All right, but what about my brother? Zhuge Jie redirected the conversation back to Jiang Yu. Your brother? Typically, we don't release individuals at random. However, Zhang Ming paused deliberately. What? Zhuge Jie asked anxiously. If he is to be handed over to the Federal Army as a suspect, then you could take him back, Zhang Ming said slowly. Given Jiang Yu's ambiguous identity, it would be prudent to transfer him to the military. Since Zhuge Yu was intent on wading through these murky waters, it was fortuitous that he stumbled upon a suitable solution. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he would be passing a troublesome situation to Zhuge Jie's father, which was of no concern to Zhang Ming. How delightful. General Zhang Ming. We have received a message from the Hubble base. A person hurriedly approached Zhang Ming, bearing urgent news. What is going on? Zhang Ming inquired seriously. This morning, we received a recording from the Hubble base, dated from last night. It seems interference caused a delay in the transmission, which is why we only received it this morning. Delay? Zhang Ming's brow furrowed. In an age of advanced information technology, how could there still be delays? This indicated that something was amiss. Zhang Ming entered his office, tapping on his desk, causing a pale blue light screen to rise. An envelope icon appeared in the upper right corner, marked with a red dot, indicating unread messages. Zhang Ming opened the recording, and a weak voice emerged. Sand, snake, assistance. The voice abruptly stopped, replaced by static. The recording was time-stamped around 2 a.m. last night. With a delay of nearly 5 hours, the person explained. Sand snakes? Could it be that those long creatures have emerged again? Zhang Ming's expression grew tense. Moreover, the individual hesitated. What is it? Zhang Ming pressed. Captain Jiang did not return last night. What? At this moment, Zhang Ming could no longer maintain his composure. He swiftly exited, striding purposefully. Emergency assembly. Yes, the urgent assembly alarm blared throughout the entire base. I'm barely holding on. In a long underground passage, a guardian mech was battling dozens of sand snakes. Though these were merely the most ordinary small sand snakes, their sheer numbers overwhelmed Li Su. It had been some time since she had last piloted a mech, and her skills were not as refined as before. Li Su had initially thought that fleeing the Hubble base would mean escaping danger altogether. But who could have imagined that this secret passage led directly to a sand snake nest? Was she deceived by Shangwan Ziyu? No, that was not the case. This passage was indeed an escape route from the Hubble base, yet it had been breached by sand snakes, now becoming part of their lair. Entering here was akin to walking into the lion's den. Fortunately, there were not many sand snakes within, likely because most had already retreated to the surface. However, if the snake swarm returned, her chances of survival would be non-existent. Li Su had hoped for a swift resolution, yet she had underestimated the sand snake's strength. Engaging so many simultaneously was far too challenging. She had been struggling for 3 hours, and even her formidable mental energy was on the brink of depletion. Suddenly, the snake she was entangled with seemed to receive a signal simultaneously, writhing and retreating to the ground. What was happening? Although Li Su could not comprehend the situation, she was assured of her temporary safety. Once confirming that the swarm had completely departed, Li Su finally relaxed, halting the guardian mech to restore her mental energy. She opened a metal compartment marked with a medical symbol and several capsules ejected. These were emergency medications specifically designed to prevent accidents while piloting a mech, including one capsule that could restore 70 of her mental energy. Without a second thought, Li Su popped it into her mouth. After resting her fatigued body, Li Su resumed control of the guardian mech. She needed to continue her journey and reach the Jialing base as soon as possible to return to the Federation. The path ahead had been ravaged by the sand snakes, and she had no choice but to follow them to the surface. Although this could lead her into another fierce battle, she had no other options available. Hopefully, she would encounter individuals from the Xia base. Li Su piloted the mech through the passage of the nest and emerged onto the surface, greeted once more by light. A sense of long-lost belonging washed over her. Indeed, humans and sandworms were fundamentally different, each possessing a unique affinity for the light. Li Sudai furrowed her brow as she surveyed her surroundings, spotting a group of sand serpents in the southwestern direction, clearly the same creatures that had recently emerged from the underground lair. However, these beasts were of no concern to her. Her priority was to retreat. Just as she prepared to turn and leave, her gaze suddenly caught sight of a mech engaged in combat with the serpents. This particular mech model was familiar to her. It was the basic military mech, the Tianbing, developed by the Federal Tianshou Group. Was this a mech from the Xia base? Could its pilot be one of their personnel? Regardless of the truth, she had to inquire. This person must be rescued. Resolute, Li Su piloted her mech toward the insect commander. At that moment, Jiang Wen was on the verge of despair. After several hours of battling the insect commander, he was utterly fatigued. To make matters worse, the commander had summoned the serpent horde, and faced with both the commander and dozens of sand serpents, his hopes dwindled further. As dawn broke, the serpents inexplicably became more aggressive, their assault intensifying. He feared he might not survive this ordeal. Suddenly, an angelic mech soared toward him, approaching the swarm rapidly. As Li Su drew nearer, her pupils dilated in alarm. She recognized the insect commander issuing orders to the serpents. No wonder they were so relentless. There was a commander directing their movements. Just as he thought he had escaped one battle, he was thrust back into another. The pressure mounting unbearably. Jiang Wen, now physically spent, clumsily maneuvered his mech to block an incoming attack. His mech bore countless white scratches, a stark reminder of the ferocity of the battle. Had it not been for the Tianbing's sturdy defenses, he would have succumbed to the serpent's onslaught long ago. Suddenly, a burst of fireworks erupted amidst the serpents, and a white angelic mech descended like a celestial warrior, brandishing its sword and cleaving through the serpents with a whirlwind thrust, scattering those charging toward Jiang Wen. This was mech combat technique. As the term suggests, it is a combat skill reliant on speed and dexterity, capable of unleashing special abilities without the need for inscriptions. The confined space underground had severely limited Li Su's piloting prowess, but now, on the surface, her true abilities could shine. Jiang Wen, witnessing Li Su's valiant charge, felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Stop dawdling, take your medicine. A video window popped up before him, initiated by Li Su. She was strikingly beautiful, having once been the belle of the Star Sea Federal University, and now radiating an alluring charm that left Jiang Wen momentarily speechless. Having spent over a year in this desolate base with little contact with the opposite sex, encountering someone like Li Su, a lifesaver and an intellectual beauty, was enough to shatter his composure. Don't just stand there. Come help me. Li Su's urgent face reappeared on the screen, snapping him back to reality. Oh. Jiang Wen fumbled for a capsule, swallowed it, and drew his titanium sword, rushing forward to intercept the serpent lunging at Li Su. With a resounding bang, Jiang Wen's Tianbing toppled, stirring up a cloud of dust. Although he had regained some mental strength, his physical stamina was critically depleted, and he was soon overwhelmed by a serpent that flanked him. Seeing this, Li Su extended her dark cannon, her mechanical wings unfurling as she ascended into the air. She bent her body and fired a shell, which detonated among the serpents, sending them scattering in all directions and leaving a scorched crater in its wake. This provided Jiang Wen a brief respite to regain his footing. The power of that shot startled Jiang Wen. Sister, I'm still here. Aren't you worried about hitting me? After barely escaping, Jiang Wen noticed the frightened insect commander charging towards him. Not done yet, huh? Desperate for a counterattack, yet feeling helpless, he resigned himself to fate, closing his eyes and preparing for the worst. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air as a horn-shaped shell breached the sound barrier, striking the insect commander squarely in the head. Jiang Wen's pupils dilated in shock. The commander had been incapacitated. The shell had penetrated its skull, and when he turned to see where it had come from, his eyes glistened with tears. It was soldiers from the Jialing base. Reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 19. Old friends. A sudden gust of wind swept through, as a dozen celestial soldier mechas and a ram-headed mech descended before Jiang Wen. It was evident that the ram-horned projectile originated from the ram-headed mech, which belonged to the same series as the Ding Si and Ding Mao mechas. the Dingwei Mecca of the 6 Ding divine generals. Li Su gracefully descended from the skies, retreating behind Jiangwen. The insect general attempted to flee but was intercepted by Ding Wei, swiftly slaughtered under the onslaught of several celestial soldiers. The remaining sand serpents, bereft of guidance, scattered under the ferocious assault. The 6 Ding divine general, Ding Wei Liang, had come to offer assistance. A visage of a middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared on the holographic screen before Jiangwen. 7th Squad, Jiangwen, we have trouble, he stated. Jiangwen, weary and dispirited, replied, who is this? Ding Wei Liang immediately recognized the angel Mech standing before Jiangwen. She. Jiangwen opened his mouth, at a loss for words, for he did not know Li Su at all. An employee of the Shiha Federation's West Navigation Group, Li Su interjected. Upon hearing this, both Ding Wei Liang and Jiangwen were taken aback. Although the influence of the West Navigation Group had waned over the years, its name still held considerable weight. However, alongside their astonishment, doubt crept in. How could someone from the West Navigation Group be present here? She is not a villain, Jiangwen hastily clarified. Let us return to the base and discuss this further, Ding Wei Liang decided. Unable to make a judgment in the moment, but agreeing to head back to the base for further deliberation. Report, Commander. The Kaya base has been breached. Commander Frang has sacrificed himself, and the base is 62 destroyed, with a casualty rate of 72. There are still some missing individuals unaccounted for. Zhang Ming listened to this series of grim statistics, his brow furrowing deeply. It happened too swiftly. He was unclear about the specific circumstances at Kaya, but could surmise that a bug king had likely launched a direct assault, considering even insect generals had been spotted near the Jialing base. However, after the fall of Kaya, no further signs of activity from the sand serpents were detected. The report continued. Is that all? How could it have quieted down? Suddenly, Zhang Ming's spiritual source emitted a series of urgent beeps, interrupting his thoughts. Zhang Ming. The electromagnetic waves near the Pan-Snake Star are quite volatile. Our ship will likely be delayed, came the voice of Zhuge's father. You're late. I cannot guarantee the safety of your precious son, Zhang Ming replied slowly. No need for jest. He is safer with you than at home. At least he won't burn the house down, Zhuge's father chuckled. This is no jest. That group of fools has resurfaced, and the Kaya base has fallen. Zhang Ming stated with a serious shake of his head. What? Zhuge's father was evidently shocked. It had been ages since that group had re-emerged, and now they were resurrected. It is likely related to the sudden increase in magnetic field energy. Stellar activity affected by the rift has become increasingly unstable, Zhang Ming sighed, shaking his head. I have no choice. I entrust my second son to you. Please protect him well, Zhuge's father said, pausing briefly before severing the connection. Understood. Zhang Ming responded nonchalantly before raising his voice to the others. Tell Zhuge Jie to hurry. He must not dawdle on the way. Yes. Uncle Ming, why the rush? I haven't packed my things yet. Has my father already arrived? Zhuge Jie ambled over, wearing an air of nonchalance. Humph, your father says he has changed his mind. So you are to be confined. Take him away, Zhang Ming instructed. Hey, that's impossible. Let go of me. I want to go home. Zhuge Jie screamed as he was forcibly escorted out. Jiang Yu, observing Zhuge Jie seated before him, felt a twinge of exasperation. Aren't you supposed to have a way out? Why are you back in here, and why is it a different room? I don't know. I won't say. Don't ask, Zhuge Jie replied. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Zhuge Jie found themselves in a separate underground chamber, surrounded by thick metallic walls, impenetrable and stifling. Only an air exchange unit allowed for ventilation. Though the environment was not as dire as a confinement cell, it was still austere, with a bed and even a refrigerator stocked with food, leaving Jiang Yu perplexed. Don't you realize? They plan to keep us here indefinitely. I don't know what madness has possessed Zhang Ming, but father, come rescue me. Zhuge Jie fumed. Jiang Yu remained silent. Naturally mature, he discerned the oddity of the situation. This was not confinement, but rather a refuge. Zhang Ming's demeanor in the morning did not suggest he wished to toy with Zhuge Jie. Instead, he had locked them away in a fortified chamber. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the sand serpent swarm and the insect general, he began to deduce that the circumstances outside were dire. Zhang Ming's actions were simply a means to protect Zhuge Jie and himself. Since we cannot leave, we might as well stay put, Jiang Yu offered. Agreed. I'll take a nap, Zhuge Jie replied. Is this all it takes? You're so carefree? Why were you so agitated earlier? Jiang Yu remarked, watching Zhuge Jie collapse onto the bed, fast asleep. Is this what aliens are like? Fascinating. As the boredom set in, Jiang Yu gradually succumbed to fatigue. After the previous day's exertions, he had barely slept before being roused by Zhuge Jie's antics. Now, weariness overtook him, and he too lay down on the bed, drifting into slumber. Commander Zhang, Ding Wei Liang has brought Jiang Wen back, but Ding Xian hesitated. But what? Speak plainly, Zhang Ming urged, having detected the unease in Ding Xian's tone. But accompanying them is a woman piloting an angel mech from Shiha. Ding Xian continued. An angel mech? From Kaya? Zhang Ming pondered, his brow furrowing. Have them come in. Yes. Commander Zhang, they are here, Ding Xian announced shortly thereafter, ushering in Jiang Wen and Li Su. You may leave now. Zhang Ming waved Ding Xian away. Once alone with the two, Zhang Ming turned his attention to them. His gaze fell upon Li Su standing beside Jiang Wen, and his pupils constricted sharply. Li Su's eyes fixated on Zhang Ming's face, her lips quivering. Miss Li is a good person, Jiang Wen hastily interjected, having just been introduced to Li Su. Though their interaction had been minimal, Jiang Wen found himself captivated by her intellect. I know, you may leave as well, Zhang Ming interrupted Jiang Wen, dismissing him from the room. Jiang Wen, though perplexed, complied, eager to defend Li Su but compelled to obey Zhang Ming's command. As he exited, he cast Li Su a reassuring glance, conveying that all was well. Yet she did not return his gaze, her focus solely on Zhang Ming. Once Jiang Wen had departed, Zhang Ming closed the door. Li, he began, his voice trembling, unable to articulate her name. Li Su, she completed, I am fine, but what about you, Uncle Ming? What brings you to such a remote place? Zhang Ming and Li Su were old friends. He had once been one of the foremost commanders of the Shiha Federation's stellar army, destined for a bright future. However, 5 years prior, during a public relations crisis for the West Navigation Group, he had boldly stood in support of the Federation, facing ostracism from his peers and relegated to the borders. After 5 years apart, the reunion weighed heavily on Li Su, who had endured severe mental and physical hardships during that time. Well, it's a long story, Zhang Ming sighed, taking a seat. Li Su remained silent as Zhang Ming continued speaking. I never expected to see you here. After that incident, Shihang quickly fell into decline. Tianshou Group acquired the majority of its shares, gradually evolving into the foremost mecha corporation under the Federation, while Shihang barely survived relying on a few industrial mechas. I thought you might do something reckless, yet you have managed to navigate your way to this point step by step. These words had been bottled up in Zhang Ming's heart for a long time, and expressing them to Li Su today felt like a great relief. Listening to this, Li Su clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, causing her knuckles to turn pale. At the time, Tianshou had intended to directly acquire Shihang. But fortunately, Shihang Group still possessed substantial foundations, making it somewhat challenging for Tianshou to swallow it whole. With assistance from a few smaller companies, they managed to endure, albeit relocating to the outer ring of the Federation. To everyone's surprise, realizing that they could not acquire Shihang, Tianshou resorted to political maneuvers. The powers that had once sided with Shihang became silent, forcing voices like ours to be exiled to such places, clearly aiming to bring down Shihang entirely. As Zhang Ming spoke, his emotions surged, and he straightened up, slamming his palm onto the table. However, it is fortunate that the current chairman of Shihang, Jin Yang, took over the company, single-handedly sustaining its breath and rejecting all of Tianshou's tyrannical demands, preserving the essence of Shihang. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to mention Shihang today. Zhang Ming calmed down, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. Yet, Tianshou monopolizes 90 of Shihang's external collaborations, which makes it exceedingly difficult for Shihang in the present. What a bunch of beasts. Li Su bit down on her silver teeth, cursing. But what happened to you back then? Zhang Ming squinted and inquired. Mechavirus. Li Su parted her lips lightly. Uttering these few words, Zhang Ming furrowed his brow. At the time of the incident, no one understood the specific cause, merely considering it an unfortunate event. Over the years, Li Su had gradually uncovered clues, realizing that the accident was likely far from simple. If it weren't for Lei Ying Group standing idly by, we wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Zhang Ming lamented. Maintaining neutrality was perhaps the best decision at that time, was it not? Li Su replied calmly. Zhang Ming fell into silence, reflecting on how, back then, every company sought to stoke the flames and claim a piece of the pie. Remaining neutral and passive was indeed the best outcome. We should head back and take a look, Zhang Ming said after a while. Li Su had been conducting investigations for many years, yet she had not returned to that once familiar place. Yes, I will definitely return. But I need to bring the truth back with me, Li Su asserted firmly, clenching her fist. And you? She countered. As for me, I cannot go back. What do you expect from us old bones? I just wish for my daughter to be safe and sound. But if there's south any place where I can be of use, feel free to summon me, Zhang Ming replied, shaking his head. He felt old and weary. no longer wishing to engage in such conflicts, and today, he wondered if there would still be an opportunity. Indeed, Li Su smiled, a confident smile. Zhang Ming looked at her, resolved to ensure that Li Su survived today, for only with her presence could she hang group aspire to reclaim its former glory. He believed that day would surely come. Li Su was always the one who shone brightly. Chapter 20. A rebellious spirit. With the disclosure of various exploration reports from the sub-I base, the entire Jialing base fell into a state of heightened alert, as if every blade of grass had turned into a weapon. Ironically, the instigators, the sand serpents, had gone silent after the sub-I's demise. They did not turn their sights towards Jialing base to launch an offensive, for the sand serpents knew nothing of seizing victory. Is there still no movement? Li Su inquired, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Indeed, if it weren't for that wasteland, I would hardly believe the sand serpents had ever been here, Zhang Ming replied solemnly. Could it be that they will remain quiet? Li Su ceased her tapping, resting her delicate fingers on the table. It is not impossible. After all, stellar activity has entered its terminal phase. The recent rampage of the sand serpents may well have been triggered by intense stellar phenomena, leading them to retreat, Zhang Ming theorized. Yet, for the next few days, peaceful slumber may elude us. He leaned back in his chair, a bitter smile crossing his face. Given your age, you must also take care of your health, Li Su advised, regarding Zhang Ming with concern. Ah, aging, indeed, Zhang Ming murmured, his cloudy eyes staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. However, not all news is grim. As stellar activity wanes, the ships dispatched by Zhuge's father should be able to launch without impediment, allowing him to escort you back to the Federation. Zhang Ming paused, then continued, you would finally return home. At this, Li Su's fists clenched once more. Report. Commander Zhang. 2 Hubble natives are seeking refuge outside the base. At that moment, Ding Xian's voice echoed, and his visage appeared on the pale blue screen. Zhang Ming squinted, surprised to learn there were survivors. It seems we must investigate. He donned the work attire draped over his chair and rose. At the entrance of Jialing base, Ding Xian and several guards surrounded the 2 Hubble natives, who were tearfully pleading for assistance. Please, take us in. We can no longer return to Sub-I. We are fellow compatriots of the Star River Alliance. Fei Er exclaimed, wiping his tears. Please remain calm. We will not turn a blind eye, but we must await the commander's decision, Ding Xian assured them politely. Oh, may the heavens bless us, Blake added in reassurance. Commander. These are the individuals, Ding Xian reported as Zhang Ming approached. Upon noticing Zhang Ming, the 2 Hubble natives looked up, their eyes falling upon Li Su, who bore the energy source on her wrist. Realizing she was from the Jialing Federation, they felt a surge of relief that they had not clashed with her. Otherwise, their current predicament might have been dire. Do you know each other? Ding Xian inquired, sensing their unease. No, not at all, they hastily denied, opting for caution in unfamiliar territory to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now, tell me what transpired, Zhang Ming commanded as he scrutinized the pair. We are from the logistics department of Sub-I. When war broke out, we went to the storage room for fuel, but the front lines were breached. We had no strength to resist. Fei Er's voice faltered. Go on, what happened next? Zhang Ming pressed. To minimize the losses of Sub-I base, we boarded a mecha for an early evacuation. Fei Er's voice dwindled to a whisper. Blake shot him a glare. How could he admit to fleeing so brazenly? Even if they were not from the same base, deserters were universally scorned. So, you were deserters then? Zhang Ming asked sternly. No. Fei Er and Blake attempted to argue, but their words failed them. Then enlighten me on what losses you mitigated, Zhang Ming replied with a sardonic smile. The 2 cast furtive glances at the mecha behind them, a look of guilt etched on their faces. Humph. Take them to the lounge, Zhang Ming said through gritted teeth, placing particular emphasis on the word lounge. Fei Er and Blake complied without resistance. Having come seeking refuge, they dared not make further demands. You've arrived, Ding Xian announced as they reached the confinement room. This is it. The 2 stared in disbelief. This is the lounge of Jialing base. Be grateful to have a place to stay. Don't be choosy, Ding Xian responded, giving them a shove inside before closing the door behind him. Have we identified the nature of that mecha? Zhang Ming asked upon returning to his office, addressing Ding Miaotang, who stood at his desk. Nothing conclusive, though we do have several similar models, Ding Miaotang said, projecting an image onto the screen before Zhang Ming. These models. Zhang Ming remained silent, while Li Su appeared deep in thought. Do you find them familiar? Zhang Ming inquired. Could we take a closer look? Li Su replied without answering directly. Of course. Xiao Miao, where has that mecha been transported? Zhang Ming asked Ding Miaotang. It is at the underground mecha docking station, Ding Miaotang replied candidly. At that moment, Two shadowy figures loitered by the metal door of the docking station, fidgeting anxiously. Fortunately, my comrade had the foresight to acquire an energy source, Zhuge Jie boasted, brandishing the energy source triumphantly to Jiang Yu. Brother, we agreed you would help me with the mecha. Jiang Yu retorted, exasperated. Zhuge Jie had already bragged about this 800 times on their journey, and if they lingered any longer, pursuers would surely catch up. I can't help it. The remote for this metal door is in that old man's hands. I can't open it, Zhuge Jie lamented, never anticipating that after securing an energy source from the confinement room, they would encounter a metal docking station requiring a remote to access. What a predicament. What do we do now? Jiang Yu panicked. Without Qi Tian, he was utterly useless. Let fate decide. Zhuge Jie shrugged nonchalantly, unbothered since it was not his mecha. Someone is approaching. Hide. Zhuge Jie suddenly heard the footsteps of Zhang Ming and the others, clearly accustomed to such clandestine endeavors. Zhang Ming approached the metal door, retrieving a remote control from his pocket. He pressed a blue button, and the metal door slowly opened. Why not press the red button? Because the red one was the self-destruct trigger. As Zhang Ming and his companions entered, the two shadows swiftly followed, and the door gradually closed behind them. Ding Xian led Zhang Ming and Li Su through the dense forest of mechas, arriving at the docking point where Qi Tian awaited. Upon seeing the mecha, Li Su's pupils constricted. It bore a striking resemblance, yet something was amiss. The exterior was nearly devoid of embellishments, and its simple paint job did not correlate with Qi Tian. Is it? Zhang Ming asked. Uncertain. It bears a resemblance. Yet the Western Airlines Group has numerous similarly shaped mechas. If only we could inspect the interior, Li Su remarked, her expression troubled. I'll seek out the owner of this mecha and discuss the possibility of allowing you to enter, Zhang Ming said, turning to find Jiang Yu. Will he agree? Li Su voiced her concern. Typically, the temperaments of advanced mecha pilots were quite eccentric, and it was uncertain whether he would permit an inspection. He's merely a child. A few words will suffice. Zhang Ming waved dismissively, not taking Jiang Yu seriously. A child? That can't be right. He must be an advanced pilot, as only someone of that caliber could operate Qi Tian. Pilots in their teens are rare, let alone advanced ones. This might just be a lower-tier mecha that looks similar. She sighed. After Li Su finished speaking, he let out a long sigh, pondering how the mech he had been searching for all this time could so fortuitously appear here. It's all right. Take your time, Zhang Ming consoled. Li Su could only respond in agreement. Having said that, the three turned to leave. As they approached the door, Zhang Ming opened it, only to be startled by a sudden commotion behind them. Turning around, he saw Qi Tian, its eyes glowing blue, racing towards them. Zhang Ming hurriedly dodged to the side, while Jiang Yu piloted Qi Tian, soaring away. What is happening? Li Su inquired, astonished. There are others. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth, forcing out those words. Who is there? Ding Xian called out to a shadow within. The three approached the shadow, and at that moment, Zhuge Jie squeezed between two mechs, awkwardly smiling at them. It's you? Zhang Ming's brows furrowed into a frown. First, take him back. Then inform Ding Wei Liang to capture the escaping mechs with full force. Zhang Ming coldly instructed Ding Xian before turning to leave. At this moment, Zhuge Jie realized the gravity of the situation. Mechs ahead, cease all actions immediately. Failure to comply will result in the use of coercive measures. Jiang Yu glanced back at the entire squad pursuing him, a wry smile on his face. Qi Tian, how much confidence do we have this time? He asked. Based on calculations, there is a 40% chance, came the reply. 40%, that's acceptable, Jiang Yu said with newfound confidence, straightening his posture and placing his hands on the control panel. That was just the previous data. Now you have no certainty at all. Qi Tian's voice echoed ominously. Why? Before Jiang Yu could finish his question, Qi Tian's left shoulder was struck, prompting an alert. What is happening? Jiang Yu looked ahead to see a ram-headed mech and an unfamiliar mech approaching rapidly, with wisps of gray smoke still lingering from the cannon on the unknown mech's shoulder. Jiang Yu never anticipated being caught in a pincer attack. One moment of inattention resulted in being hit by the advancing mech. What should I do? Jiang Yu's mind raced. But before he could formulate a plan, he was forcibly forced to land. Qi Tian, having just breathed fresh air for a few minutes, was once again captured. The 31st Army of the Federation from the southwest, Tian Koishin Gaowen, is here to escort young Master Air home. Jiang Yu was bewilderingly brought back to Zhang Ming's office, and upon seeing Zhuge Jie sitting upright in the office, he understood. Truly a good brother. Zhuge Jie subtly gestured to Jiang Yu, indicating he was also forced into this situation. Xiao Gao is it? Quickly take the second young master of the Zhuge family back. I can't afford to keep this esteemed Buddha, Zhang Ming remarked, sipping his tea. Understood. Gaowen responded with respectful composure. Gaowen had been dispatched by Zhuge Jie's father to retrieve him. Once the electromagnetic waves stabilized, he hurried to Panxi Star, coincidentally encountering the fleeing Jiang Yu and performing a timely favor by bringing him back. Zhuge Eryi, I wish you a safe journey home. Zhang Ming smiled at Zhuge Jie. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine at that unsettling smile. Are we leaving now? Zhuge Jie hesitantly stood up and asked cautiously. Otherwise, do you wish to stay longer? Zhang Ming asked with a smile. Didn't you say you could bring someone back? Zhuge Jie tentatively inquired, uncertain if Zhang Ming would change his mind after the earlier incident. Oh, I almost forgot, Zhang Ming said as he activated the spiritual source. Li Su, come here. Shortly after, Li Su entered the room. Chapter 21. Stellar Storm. Li Su, you should return to the Northwest Federation's main military base with Master Zhuge. I've already made arrangements with the Zhuge family. They will send a spacecraft to take you back to the Federation, Zhang Ming instructed Li Su. I meant. Zhuge Jie opened his mouth, intending to clarify that he was actually referring to Jiang Yu. Master Zhuge, I have promised you, Zhang Ming interjected with a playful smile. Interrupting him. Zhuge Jie? My apologies, I am Li Su. She politely extended her hand towards Zhuge Jie. Zhuge Jie, eyeing Li Su's alluring figure and her delicate fingers reaching out, chose not to contradict Zhang Ming, and instead grasped her hand. A stunning older sister seems quite delightful. He mused. No. How can one let lust eclipse friendship? Zhuge Jie shook his head. What I meant was Jiang Yu. I intend to take him away. At that moment, Li Su turned to glance at Jiang Yu, who had his head bowed, cursing Zhuge Jie. He was utterly oblivious to Li Su's entrance, fixated instead on his grievances with Zhuge Jie. Suddenly hearing his name called, he looked up in astonishment to see Li Su's bewildered expression. Is it him? Li Su's expression instantly froze. How did he end up here? The horrifying scene from the Gaia base still haunted her. If her survival instinct hadn't outweighed her fear, merely facing him would have been terrifying, let alone knocking him unconscious. Jiang Yu appeared confused, simply noting that a beautiful older sister stood before him, unaware that the very person who had struck him was now in front of him. Do you know each other? Zhuge Jie cautiously inquired, sensing the shift in Li Su's demeanor. Not at all. Li Su quickly denied it, while Jiang Yu shrugged indifferently. Really? Zhuge Jie regarded Li Su with suspicion, puzzled by her intense reaction. All right, I consent to you taking him, Zhang Ming finally interjected. Xiao Gao, it would be troublesome to have an extra person, but you must ensure Miss Li Su's safety. Rest assured, I will protect Miss Li, Gaowen replied resolutely, his gaze turning serious. Zhuge Jie's father had warned him of Li Su's significant identity. Enough, young master, gather your things and prepare to leave, Zhang Ming gestured, indicating it was time for them to depart. The three understood the hint and exited, leaving Li Su alone in the office. Once the door was closed, Li Su began to suspect Zhang Ming's intentions for keeping her behind. Do you know him? Zhang Ming inquired, clearly referring to Jiang Yu. Li Su bit her lip and replied, we met once at the Gaia base. Oh, Zhang Ming was somewhat surprised. It seemed Jiang Yu wasn't entirely dishonest, at least about being from the Gaia base. Is he truly from the Gaia base? Zhang Ming frowned, skeptical about the veracity of Jiang Yu's claims. Probably not, Li Su briefly outlined Jiang Yu's circumstances at the Gaia base. After listening, Zhang Ming's furrowed brow remained tense. If Li Su's account was accurate, Jiang Yu's condition resembled that of someone with mental fatigue, but such a state could damage the brain. Yet, how could he seem so vigorous so soon after such rapid recovery? Zhang Ming closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. All right, you may leave now. Rest well today. We set off tomorrow, he finally said, straightening up slowly. Curious as she was, Li Su refrained from asking further questions. After all, her encounter with Jiang Yu had been fleeting, and it was not her place to ponder such matters. She nodded respectfully to Zhang Ming before stepping out. Ah, Zhuge, your son truly brings back a treasure. Zhang Ming shook his head, sighing. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Gaowen led Zhuge Jie, Jiang Yu, and Li Su, along with 2 soldiers he had brought, to the spacecraft docking station behind the base building. Brother, your mech is somewhat. Zhuge Jie remarked as he inspected Jiang Yu's Qi Tian closely, his words caught in his throat. What's wrong? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. Do you all in the Federation prefer half-finished conversations? It's a bit ugly, Zhuge Jie couldn't help but critique. Jiang Yu suppressed an impulse to retaliate against Qi Tian, chuckling awkwardly. Brother, I was saving you. Indeed, Qi Tian appeared as a drab mass covered in concrete, lacking any vibrant color. While the Mech from Pan Snake Star were earth-toned, Chi Tian was decidedly unattractive, smaller than most mechs and devoid of embellishments, appearing rather bare and unappealing by aesthetic standards. Zhuge Jie was the first to voice such bluntness. Li Su continued piloting the Angel Mech. Now that the Gaia base was no more, no one pursued this mech any longer. Upon entering the docking station, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in awe at the sight of several military spacecraft, adorned in deep yellow hues and cloaked in a layer of dust, hinting at their long disuse. Having seen a few cargo ships on Lingchuan Star, he found these military vessels to be in an entirely different league. The cargo ships from Lingchuan Star were old and battered, lacking even a complete outer shell, with engines often exposed and hastily covered with metal sheets for protection. In stark contrast, these military spacecraft were impressive in their appearance. What are you dawdling for? Over here. Zhuge Jie called Jiang Yu back to reality, gesturing toward a larger military spacecraft docked to the far right. This vessel emanated a more formidable presence, its sleek black exterior exuding an air of solemnity. The tinted glass obscured the interior, and its streamlined design added to its allure, igniting Jiang Yu's eagerness to board and explore. Following Li Su's Angel Mech, Jiang Yu piloted Chi Tian onto the spacecraft. The rear compartment housed the mech docking area, and Jiang Yu secured Chi Tian in place before stepping down into the main cabin. The main cabin was divided into the seating area and the cockpit, with the seating area further divided into a resting zone and a small reception area. Where do we sit? Are we expected to stand? Jiang Yu lamented, voicing the awkwardness of the situation. Li Su had not acknowledged Jiang Yu since boarding. She merely greeted Gao when before entering a capsule, which slowly closed, isolating her from the others. Jiang Yu was left aghast, recalling tales of capsule mishaps. Zhuge Jie noticed Jiang Yu's expression and shrugged, gesturing to another capsule. Go on. This is where we rest. As Jiang Yu approached, he realized the capsule provided no clear means of access. How does this open? He wondered aloud, staring at the tightly sealed capsule, unsure of how to proceed. There's a button on the side. Zhuge Jie looked at him incredulously, as if questioning whether Jiang Yu had emerged from a rock. Oh right. Upon the guidance of Zhuge Jie, Jiang Yu activated the capsule. Once it opened, he discovered that it was, in fact, a compact hibernation chamber, featuring an ergonomically designed bed and a peculiar helmet. Jiang Yu reclined within, donned the helmet, and the capsule gradually sealed shut. What is this? Jiang Yu felt himself slipping into an extraordinary state, his mind becoming remarkably lucid. The fatigue that had once clouded his thoughts was now replaced by a soothing warmth that flowed through him. He sensed his mental energy gradually revitalizing. What would happen if I practiced the breathing technique here? Jiang Yu pondered, and with eager anticipation, he commenced his experimentation. After a single breath, he was astounded to discover that the cultivation speed of the breathing technique was twice as rapid as that experienced outside. Is this the method of cultivation for city dwellers? How adept they are at this. Given more time, Jiang Yu felt confident he could make a significant breakthrough to the source realm. Mental energy, initially birthed in the human brain and referred to as the Tao, expands through relentless cultivation, leading to the extreme source. 90% of the source realm is termed extreme source, and reaching this milestone merely signifies the commencement of mental energy cultivation. The final 10% of the source realm, known as the original source, involves compressing mental energy, transforming the preceding 90% of extreme source power into 10% of original source power. This process yields a qualitative leap in mental energy, enhancing both its durability and the robustness of the brain's domain. Thus, Jiang Yu was merely at the onset of his journey with a long path ahead. As Jiang Yu fervently cultivated his mental energy, the helmet unexpectedly disconnected. Frowning, he removed the helmet, only to be greeted by Zhuge Jie's mischievous grin. Irritated, Jiang Yu inquired, have we arrived? Not so swiftly. Zhuge Jie retorted with a roll of his eyes. Then why did you call for me? Jiang Yu shot back, displeased. Are you here to thwart my progress? I'm a bit bored. Zhuge Jie replied sheepishly. Is that so? If you're bored, just step outside for some fresh air. Why call me? Ignoring him, Jiang Yu reattached the helmet, but the capsule door refused to seal, preventing reconnection. Reluctantly, he removed the helmet once more and flashed Zhuge Jie's smile. What are you smiling about? Zhuge Jie felt a shiver under Jiang Yu's gaze. Aren't you bored? Allow me to assist you in relieving that. Jiang Yu exited the hibernation chamber. Thank you. Zhuge Jie instinctively responded, but then Jiang Yu lunged at him. Don't come any closer. Zhuge Jie screamed in terror. Thud. Jiang Yu tackled Zhuge Jie to the ground, causing the entire spacecraft to lurch violently. What just happened? Both remained still. What have you done? Zhuge Jie turned to Jiang Yu. You hold me in too high regard. Jiang Yu replied with a grimace. Just then, the spacecraft jolted again, accompanied by the sound of objects crashing and shattering. It must be a stellar storm. A hibernation chamber opened, and Li Su emerged from within. A stellar storm? Indeed. Do you recall the immense wind tunnel on Pansnake Star? That is a byproduct of a stellar storm. Moreover, stellar storms disrupt radio communications, pose a threat to satellites, damage the ozone layer, and disturb the magnetic field, Li Su explained with poise. It appears that magnetic field disturbances have affected the spacecraft's navigation, indicating the intensity of this stellar activity. The upheaval of the sand serpents may also be attributed to this, Li Su mused. The unusual agitation of the sand serpents on Pansnake Star likely resulted from their bioelectricity being disrupted by the stellar winds, leading to a migratory behavior. Their conflict with humanity is merely a primal instinct for habitat competition. Jiang Yu and Zhuge Jie fell silent, aware of the terror posed by the sand serpents following their recent departure from Pansnake Star, yet astonished at the gravity of the situation. However, this is merely a common magnetic field disturbance. It shouldn't pose a significant threat, Li Su noted, observing Zhuge Jie beginning to pray. What is the current situation on Pansnake Star? Jiang Yu inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. The circumstances appear far from optimistic. We can only await a safe return before requesting reinforcements from headquarters, Li Su sighed, sharing her worries for Zhang Ming, though feeling powerless at the moment. With that, the group once again fell into silence. Chapter 22. The Temporal Rift. A series of knocks resonated through the cabin, and the heavy metal door connecting to the forward compartment swung open, revealing a crew member. Upon seeing Jiang Yu and his companions, he introduced himself. Greetings. I am Gao Kai. We have just encountered a temporal turbulence. I trust you three are unscathed? Please remain calm. We have evaded immediate danger. No sooner had he spoken than the spacecraft jolted violently once more, causing the four to lurch to one side, with Li Su tumbling towards Jiang Yu. Just as she was about to collide with him, Li Su twisted her body to evade the impact, yet lost her balance and fell to the ground, her chest heaving with the exertion. Ah! Li Su let out a delicate cry, but the three men present were too preoccupied with maintaining their own stability to offer her any thoughts. However, it was not long before they too succumbed to the tumult, with Jiang Yu fortuitously landing atop Zhuge Jie, using his hands to brace himself and avoid a severe fall. Zhuge Jie, on the other hand, was left dazed from the unexpected impact. Once the shaking subsided, the four rose from the floor, all eyes fixated on Gao Kai. Is this what you meant by evading danger? Gao Kai lowered his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having misrepresented the situation. At that moment, the light screen at the front of the cabin illuminated, revealing Gao Wen's visage. Due to the magnetic storm, the image flickered, and his voice came through in intermittent bursts. We have unfortunately deviated from our course due to the magnetic storm and have entered a zone of temporal turbulence. We will reduce our speed. Thank you for your cooperation. The turbulence caused by the temporal rift will persist, so please brace yourselves. Gao Wen's expression was grave, and though the others were unfamiliar with the nature of temporal turbulence, the prior shocks had imparted an understanding of its severity, leaving their faces pale with concern. Suddenly, the entire spacecraft shook once again, this time with even greater intensity, and the tremors continued rather than ceasing abruptly. Jiang Yu and the others had only the cryogenic pods to cling to for support. With a thud, Jiang Yu turned to see Zhuge Jie, inexplicably losing his grip and being violently flung away, colliding with another cryogenic pod before collapsing to the ground, his body twitching in rhythm with the ship's convulsions. Zhuge Jie, Jiang Yu shouted, but Zhuge Jie offered no reply, his fate uncertain. Fortunately, the shaking eventually ceased, and Jiang Yu sank to the floor, gasping for breath, his eyes reddened, fingers numb from the ordeal. Li Su appeared pale, her lips devoid of color, clearly drained of energy. Gao Kai, however, fared considerably better, being a professional soldier with greater stamina and resilience. Hey, is he all right? Li Su, regaining some strength, pointed at Zhuge Jie. Second master. Gao Kai hurried to Zhuge Jie's side, helping him up and addressing Jiang Yu. I'll take him to the medical bay. Oh dear. If something happens to him, we're all in trouble. With that, Gao Kai supported Zhuge Jie and moved towards the exit. Jiang Yu, however, failed to notice the glint of cunning in Gao Kai's eyes as he lifted Zhuge Jie. Unperturbed, Jiang Yu nodded, casting a worried glance at Zhuge Jie. Though Zhuge Jie possessed a somewhat eccentric demeanor, he was fundamentally loyal, having aided Jiang Yu in escaping from Pansnake Star, a sentiment Jiang Yu had never before experienced. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, several crew members were diligently monitoring the external conditions through the light screen. Captain, there are no obstacles nearby. It's safe. reported a pilot to Gao 1, who sat at the main command station, his brow furrowed in worry. Something feels off. Have you all noticed how desolate it is here? In the vastness of space, one would expect to encounter small meteors or space debris, yet here, it is completely barren, quite unusual. The pilot, however, did not contemplate this further, asserting, the universe is vast, not every area is filled with obstacles or debris. Suddenly, the spacecraft lurched sideways with a thunderous roar, propelling Zhang Yu and Li Su forward due to inertia, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently. Zhang Yu was slammed against the wall, inadvertently pressing a protruding button that rendered the interior of the rest area transparent. What he beheld outside was astonishing, a vast, bottomless rift that was drawing the spacecraft toward it. What is this? Increase power. Open all acceleration ports and strive to escape. Gao 1, now frantic, grasped the reason for the eerie emptiness. They were being pulled into this rift. The most fragile frontier of the galaxy proved to be perilously dangerous. He finally understood how the fragmented turbulence zones had come to be. They were torn apart by this immense rift. While records of spacecraft encountering colossal spatial rifts existed, the overall probability was minimal, making their misfortune all the more disheartening. This medium-sized military vessel could normally escape ordinary rifts, yet now faced a gigantic spatial tear. Despite all accelerators being activated, they could only maintain a balance against its pull. Falling short of liberation, Gawain bit his lip, nearly drawing blood. If this continued, both he and the vessel would meet their demise. After enduring a tense stalemate, the ship jolted again, slowly inching toward the rift. Quick! Deploy all mechs and push the ship away. Gawain shouted through gritted teeth, nearly screaming. But, no buts. Is there a better plan? Shall we simply wait for our doom? Gawain's anger was palpable, silencing any dissent as everyone hastened toward the mech bay. Outside the hatch, mechs cautiously clung to the exterior of the spacecraft, forming a line before the terrifying rift, the depths of which obscured all visibility, emanating a formidable gravitational force. This is bad. My mech is damaged. A pilot suddenly exclaimed. The mechs had gathered dust within the ship, as the military stationed in the Northwest Federation possessed hundreds of these vessels. Due to the nature of this routine transport mission, maintenance had been overlooked, and now they faced a dire situation. Minor imperfections on a planet would not pose a significant threat, but in the vacuum of space, such negligence was tantamount to suicide. However, sound could not travel through a vacuum, and the pilot failed to activate the internal communicator in time, leaving his predicament unknown to his companions. In a rush, the pilot attempted to turn back to the cabin, but his comrade, caught off guard by the sudden movement, collided with him. In their panic, they lost their grip on the spacecraft's exterior and were both drawn toward the rift. The pilot, in a moment of desperation, activated the accelerator, but it was futile. The base mech lacked sufficient power, and with an additional person aboard, there was no chance of resistance, only surrender to fate. At that moment, a pair of white wings appeared before them. Is this an angel? Have I reached heaven? Indeed, it was an angel, but rather a mech known as the Angel Mech. Li Su piloted the angel, casting forth a holy sword that embedded itself in the spacecraft, stabilizing her position. While she reached out to grasp the two men on the verge of being pulled away, they all hung suspended between the rift and the ship. Rescuing them took precedence. The damage inflicted upon the ship was not yet fatal. Observing this scene from the control room, Gawain swiftly sealed off the compromised section to prevent pressure instability from jeopardizing the vessel's interior. A sheen of cold sweat adorned her forehead. How did she manage to escape? Li Su had been explicitly warned by the commander and Zhang Ming that no mishaps were to occur. Her life was even more precious than his own. Should anything go awry, even if he managed to extricate himself from danger, returning would likely result in a military tribunal. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and push. Do you truly wish to perish here? Gawain shouted into the communication device, jolting everyone back to reality from the bewildering scene they had just witnessed, prompting them to exert their strength against the spacecraft. The vessel began to tremble slightly. Great Sage, requesting to take off. At this moment, Zhang Yu had already seated himself within the control cabin of the Great Sage. The external environment was deemed unsuitable for departure, with a danger level of 99. It was Yuga's brother and Captain Gao who had aided us. Now, confronted with such peril, how could I sit idly by within the spacecraft? Moreover, given the current circumstances, inaction could lead only to a dead end. Zhang Yu's voice resonated with authority, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. It is advisable to shift to the left cabin, as it is shielded by the vessel's body and thus experiences the least suction, with a success rate of 75. Zhang Yu fell silent, placing his hand upon the central control panel. Fingerprint scan successful. Please input command. Depart. Starboard of the spacecraft. What is this clod of Earth? Many crew members had never seen Zhang Yu before, thus they were oblivious to the fact that he possessed such a mech. Additionally, since Qi Tian had been tucked away in a corner of the mech bay, many had overlooked it while retrieving their mechs. This looks like a mech, yet no one knew its exact model. What purpose does this clod serve in this chaos? Zhang Yu cautiously maneuvered Qi Tian to the right, his hands claw-like as they gripped the interior of the mech. Upon witnessing this, several nearby mechs gasped in astonishment. They were well aware of the vessel's formidable exterior, and now this unknown mech had managed to grip it with mere hands, hinting at its extraordinary strength. Having stabilized his position, blue flames erupted from Zhang Yu's back, propelling him outward against the spacecraft. The vessel, previously in a state of stalemate, began to move visibly outward, a transformation solely attributed to the presence of Qi Tian. That unassuming clod. Li Su observed all this, her brow furrowing as if lost in thought. The moment Qi Tian appeared, Gaowen had noticed. His brow furrowed tightly. Although Zhang Yu's status was far removed from Li Su's, he was nonetheless a friend of Zhuge Eryi. Where has the second master gone? Gaowen's mind briefly flickered with the question, only to be drawn back to Zhang Yu. Sensing the vessel's transformation and feeling an increased curiosity towards him. What mech possesses such remarkable capabilities? Zhuge Eryi does not pilot mechs. It is normal for him not to appear, and he is likely hiding somewhere, weeping. Shaking his head, Gaowen resolved to focus on the immediate crisis. Seeing hope in Zhang Yu, his expression finally relaxed somewhat. Just as the spacecraft began to inch outward, a hatch at the tail unexpectedly swung open. What is happening? A warning window appeared in the cockpit, and Gaowen immediately accessed the internal surveillance of the spacecraft, discovering that the door to the lower escape pod had indeed been opened. Could someone be attempting to escape in the chaos? Gaowen felt a surge of blood rush to his head, unable to believe that such a cowardice existed within his southwestern allied forces. Fleeing in the face of danger? What nonsense! He spat vehemently, connecting the escape pod's intercom. Whoever you are, return to the main cabin immediately. Do you understand what you are doing? Fleeing in the face of danger is a disgrace to the military. Gaowen's voice erupted with fury. At that moment, a shadow in the escape pod had just stepped onto the lifeboat when he heard Gaowen's thunderous shout. He smirked but chose to ignore it, turning to drag another figure onto the craft. Please respond. This is an order. If you dare to defy it, be prepared to face a military tribunal. Gaowen issued his final ultimatum. The individual remained undeterred, activating the lifeboat. The lifeboat swiftly glided along the track, soaring out into the darkness through the open hatch. Chapter 23. Mount of Garbage. Gaowen was seized by a surge of indignation, astonished that one of his subordinates dared to openly defy military orders. If that were the case, they would meet in a military tribunal, where not only the offender, but also their family would suffer the consequences. Gaowen's teeth ground together in frustration, yet he remained unaware of the impending ordeal awaiting him. The lifeboat shot out from the opposite side of the spaceship. Due to the fissure largely being obscured by the vessel, the gravitational pull on the left wing was not particularly strong. The lifeboat, powered to its limits, swiftly exited the area of gravitational interference. Gaowen could only watch helplessly as the lifeboat distanced itself from the spaceship, each clench of his jaw threatening to shatter his silver teeth. Meanwhile, the mechas on the left wing continued to struggle against the relentless gravitational force. Just as the lifeboat emerged from the gravitational field, it abruptly turned to face the spaceship. What was the purpose of this maneuver? A lingering attachment before departure? Soon enough, the lifeboat revealed its intention. A slender cannon extended from its front, the lifeboat's self-defense mechanism. Though it was but a single barrel, it was sufficient for a ship caught in such a perilous situation. A ball of light coalesced at the cannon's mouth, and a shell was launched, hurtling directly towards the cockpit, the most vulnerable point. An alarm blared on Gaowen's screen as the defensive shield activated, successfully absorbing the blow. While the power of a single lifeboat's attack was not formidable, its impact shattered the delicate equilibrium between the spaceship and the gravitational pull of the fissure, causing the ship to tilt slightly backward. At that moment, Zhang Yu and the others remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding on the other side of the spaceship. A sound could not traverse the vacuum. The sudden tilt of the ship altered the thrust points for all the mechas, forcing them to make frantic adjustments. Just then, a second shell struck, causing several mechas, still seeking stable footing, to be dislodged and sucked into the fissure. In a panic, the remaining crew hurried back towards the spaceship, attempting to reattach themselves. Li Su gripped the massive sword she had previously lodged in the spaceship, stabilizing herself as she glanced back in trepidation, only to see Qi Tian slowly being drawn towards the fissure, the flames from his accelerator flickering and waning. What was he doing? Inside the cockpit, Jiang Yu bit his lip, his complexion flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, his hand weakly resting on the control stick. His eyes were half open, revealing only the whites. As he struggled to breathe, the control panel before him began to flash ominous red lights, indicating a danger level of 9 out of 10. Vital signs detection reported a faint response. Unlike the incident on Pan-Snake Star, this time Jiang Yu seemed to have completely lost consciousness, unresponsive to any stimuli. Li Su, filled with urgency, attempted to fly over and grasp Qi Tian, though they had only recently crossed paths. She had once rendered him unconscious and felt a pang of guilt that had gone unaddressed. Jiang Yu could not afford to suffer any harm. Moreover, as a mecha warrior of the Federation, Li Su could not allow a fellow citizen to perish before her eyes. Releasing her sword, she propelled herself towards Jiang Yu. Feeling a powerful pull drawing her closer to the fissure, a palpable fear gripping her as the attraction intensified, making it clear that this might be a one-way trip. Soon, she neared Qi Tian, spreading her angelic wings to increase her resistance, but it only barely slowed her descent into the pull. It was ultimately futile. Li Su attempted to reposition Qi Tian, turning him to face the spaceship, hoping to utilize his thrust to escape. However, Qi Tian had entirely ceased functioning. His accelerator flames extinguished, and the Angel's propulsion system could not withstand the gravitational force pulling at them. She sought to establish communication with Qi Tian, but her requests vanished into silence. Realizing Jiang Yu had lost his ability to pilot, Li Su felt despair wash over her for the second time since 5 years prior. Just when she had glimpsed hope after reuniting with old acquaintances, it was all about to be extinguished here. Closing her eyes, tears began to flow. At least she could die knowing she had tried to save others, fulfilling her duty as a mecha warrior, even if no one would ever know. Gao Wan, meanwhile, was too preoccupied to consider such matters. Without a means to escape, he could only endure the blows. The third shell soon followed, crashing against the spaceship's protective shield, causing the vessel to shudder and retreat once more. The mechas, still struggling to regain stability, were pushed back again. With the absence of the two most powerful mechas, the remaining units were similarly dislodged, each succumbing to the fissure's pull. The balance of power had decisively tilted towards the fissure, and the spaceship trembled as it was drawn in, colliding with several mechas before finally crashing into the Angel and Qi Tian, all spiraling into the abyss together. From a distance, within the lifeboat, Gao Kai licked his lips, observing the scene with a bemused chuckle, which quickly escalated into a maniacal laughter echoing throughout the vessel, an unsettling sound. Suddenly, a soft moan interrupted his sinister mirth. What? Gao Kai turned, visibly irritated by the interruption, and beheld Zhuge Jie lying on the ground. Huh, I wonder what use there is in capturing this inept scion. Perhaps the greatest benefit lies in leveraging his military father's influence. Yet, that is not my concern. All I know is that bringing him back will reward me handsomely, enabling me to escape to another federation and live a carefree life, free from the burdens others bear. Today's events shall have no bearing on me. Gao Kai activated the lifeboat's autopilot and approached Zhuge Jie, placing a foot on his belly, smiling sinisterly as he said, "Little fatty, if you've awakened, behave yourself, or I won't hesitate to knock you out again." "Are you talking to me?" rasped Zhuge Jie from the ground. Gao Kai stared in surprise. Such words were uncharacteristic of Zhuge Jie. "I mean you, so mind your manners," Gao Kai retorted dismissively, thinking nothing of it, attributing it to childish bravado. "Are you certain?" Zhuge Jie slowly replied, his eyes snapping open to reveal blood-red irises. Gao Kai jumped back in shock, hastily retracting his foot from Zhuge Jie, who now stood with an eerie gaze, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gao Kai scoffed, steeling himself as he glared at Zhuge Jie. "You're quite the actor. You nearly had me fooled, but a fool is still a fool." He aimed a kick at Zhuge Jie, confident it would make him beg for mercy. Ha. A glimmer of crimson flickered in Zhuge Jie's eyes. After a moment, Zhuge Jie approached the control panel, wiping the red dye from his hands onto his clothing, his eyes returning to normal. He adjusted the controls and directed the lifeboat straight into the fissure. On a distant planet, the sky was shrouded in mist, heavy with the metallic scent of industrialization. Before the eyes lay a series of gray, desolate mountains, with a dark river winding through them, flowing towards the horizon. These gray hills were, in truth, heaps of metallic debris, glinting with a dull sheen under the dim light of a distant star. Above, a massive fissure loomed, voraciously consuming a variety of refuse, glowing with an eerie blue luminescence. Upon this metallic hill crawled numerous insects, each moving laboriously on their metallic legs as if in search of something. Suddenly, the previously orderly fissures erupted with a powerful force from within, expelling a multitude of recently engulfed refuse that rained down upon several nearby insects. The surrounding creatures scattered in disarray, resulting in chaos throughout the refuse area. At that moment, a colossal black metallic sphere, composed of countless scraps, emerged from the incessantly spewing fissure. This sphere plunged directly into a garbage mound, causing an explosion of metal debris, striking the unfortunate insects that had gathered nearby. As tranquility was restored and the fissure returned to normalcy, the metallic sphere lay dormant, capturing the attention of the once chaotic insects, who now swarmed toward it in unison. Just as they were about to reach the sphere, a tremendous noise erupted from within the garbage mound, and the foremost insect was sent flying. The remaining insects hesitated, frozen in place. A fragment resembling a head was ejected high into the air, and from the mound emerged a being that was not entirely human, a humanoid mechanical creature. One half of its face was flesh, albeit pale and malnourished, while the other half was a stark mechanical shell, suggesting the visage of a youth of 14 or 15 years, dressed in tattered rags that barely qualified as clothing. The thin fabric barely concealed the horrific contours of its mechanical skeleton. Upon reaching the summit of the mound, the insects ceased their advance, their eyes glowing red with hostile signals. The being retrieved the severed head that had been flung away earlier, securing it onto a metal hook at its waist, and managed a grimace that resembled a smile, adding yet another item to its collection. What is this object? The youth pondered, gazing at the metallic sphere. Below, the gathering of insects grew impatient, hissing warning sounds, yet the young figure paid them no mind, continuing to observe the sphere. One particularly restless insect charged up the hill, prompting a mass rush of its companions. The youth turned his head, his mechanical visage glowing with a red light, and leapt upwards, soaring more than 4 meters into the air. He raised a mechanical leg, which revealed a blade that lunged toward the leading insect, rendering it immobile as electrical sparks crackled before it lay still. Is this all? How monotonous it remains. With a swift backward step, the youth dashed through the swarm, each movement sending an insect flying. By the time he returned to his original position, a wide expanse had opened around him, the remaining insects retreating once more to the ground, their lights dimming. The youth then turned back, placing a hand upon the metallic sphere, when suddenly, an unexpected transformation began. Chapter 24. The river of quicksand. The metallic sphere suddenly erupted, sending swarms of insects flying into the air, resembling raindrops cascading onto the ruins below. The young boy was thrust violently backward, crashing into the mountainside behind him, producing a cacophony of jarring metallic clangs. Large pieces of metal, thrown off balance, rained down upon him. From the shattered debris, a colorful giant emerged. It was Chi Tian, having been drawn into the rift of time and space. Chi Tian was assailed by powerful turbulence that gradually eroded his already fragile coating. Yet, astonishingly, his surface bore no marks of damage. Thus, Chi Tian navigated through the chaotic currents of time and space, colliding headfirst into the wormhole that transported refuse, propelled by the debris into the Yinchi star. Being ensnared within this mass of metallic refuse was undoubtedly uncomfortable. Chi Tian had only just breached the heap when an overwhelming force triggered a minor explosion. Thankfully, he had regained visibility, though the situation for Jiang Yu was far from promising. Jiang Yu hovered in the cockpit, his eyes shut tight, lips pale and blue, his breath faint to the point of imperceptibility, barely clinging to life. Chi Tian activated the radar panel, scanning for the nearest medical station. But his search yielded no significant findings. At that moment, a shadowy figure sprang forth from a mound of refuse, followed by 2 metallic legs aimed at the back of Chi Tian's head. Chi Tian did not evade. He absorbed the blow directly. With a sharp crack, the metallic blade on the boy's leg shattered and spiraled away, embedding itself firmly in the ground, while the boy was sent reeling backward into the metallic hill, collapsing it partially, halting only after considerable impact. What a formidable force! A non-hostile warning was detected, with a danger level assessed as extremely low. Chi Tian paid no heed. He turned and strode along the gray river towards the distance, thoughts racing. Underestimate me, will you? I shall take your head as my trophy. The boy extricated himself from the metallic refuse and withdrew a blade from the ground, lunging once more towards Chi Tian's back. True to form, as the blade met Chi Tian, the boy was again sent flying. A series of metallic clinks echoed as Chi Tian continued his advance. unfazed by the boy's futile attempts. The turbulent currents of time and space left no trace upon Chi Tian's resilient exterior. How could such subpar metal hope to inflict harm upon him? Yet, the boy seemed undeterred, relentlessly assaulting Chi Tian, the metallic blade gradually losing its integrity until, with a sharp snap, half of it flew away, leaving only a fragment still clutched in the boy's hand. The severed piece fell into the gray river, sinking without a ripple, vanishing into silence. The boy halted, casting a glance at Chi Tian's silhouette before casually discarding the remaining fragment into the river. He turned away, disinterested. He could muster no enthusiasm for a lifeless hunk of iron that offered no retaliation. In the distance, the rift began to churn violently once more, sending shards of metal flying into the recently stabilized heap of insects, toppling several in its wake. From the debris emerged a metallic frame, upon which sat a person, their tattered clothing flapping in the wind, revealing wounds that bled profusely, soaking the fabric and transforming the individual into a bloody figure. Is it New Year's? So many intriguing things have arrived, the boy mused, lips pursed. This person was Zhuge Jie, who had followed Chi Tian into the rift aboard his spacecraft. However, the defenses of the escape pod could not withstand the knife-like turbulence of time and space, and soon it had been torn apart. Zhuge Jie had no choice but to fight against the odds, utilizing the last of the fuel to propel himself into the wormhole. All that remained of the escape pod was a mere frame, but thanks to Chi Tian's intervention, much of the floating debris was deflected, preventing Zhuge Jie from being hurled back. Ultimately, he was expelled from the rift, having narrowly escaped with his life. Fortunately, his injuries were superficial, with some bandaging. He would be all right. Emerging from the smoke, Zhuge Jie found himself covered in the unique gray sand of Yanqi's star, aside from the dark red blood that stained him. At least he had landed safely, with ample materials for bandaging provided. They were metallic. As the smoke cleared, Zhuge Jie stood in stunned silence at the sight before him. What he feared most had indeed come to pass. A plant. With that thought, he felt his strength drain away, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. Chi Tian, too, glanced back, only to find nothing but smoke concealing all else. It seemed he detected a life sign. Who could it be? Following the gray river southward led to the urban area of the planet, yet it appeared deserted, akin to a ghost town. Within the dilapidated remains of a gray building, a room resembling a surveillance center housed 7 or 8 individuals, all clad in gray coats and wearing masks that obscured their features. Report. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected in the Quicksand River region. A large screen ahead displayed an irregular wave pattern, which had only lasted a few seconds before fading. This data captured minutes earlier. Just a garbage dump. What is there to be concerned about? Spoke the figure seated at the forefront. This garbage dump, the individual hesitated before cautiously adding, contains that fellow. Is he still causing trouble? You know. There's nothing we can do. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead. It's indeed quite troublesome, but this should not be his doing. The leader pondered, reflecting on the energy fluctuations that far surpassed his own capabilities. What could it be? Someone inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. Then we must investigate. The leader of the gray-clad figures declared, rising to gaze at the fluctuating energy. The boy turned and sprinted towards Zhuge Jie. Upon seeing Zhuge Jie's condition, he froze in place. Zhuge Jie had become a bloody figure, his eyes obscured by blood. Despite hearing the metallic clashes, he could not open his eyes, only managing a faint groan. A person? The boy was taken aback. He had never encountered someone who bled. Zhuge Jie weakly raised a hand, but soon faltered and let it fall. The boy approached Zhuge Jie, effortlessly lifting him and turning to leave. Zhuge Jie made no attempt to resist. He was devoid of strength, allowing himself to be carried. The boy brought Zhuge Jie to the edge of the Quicksand River, and with a swift motion, he cast Zhuge Jie into the water. Zhuge Jie experienced a sensation of weightlessness before plummeting into the river, not creating a single splash or ripple as he descended. A chill gripped Zhuge Jie's heart. He realized the boy intended to silence him. Having narrowly escaped the turbulence of time and space, he still could not evade death. Zhuge Jie's misunderstanding was not unfounded. Tales of the Quicksand River had long circulated, speaking of its treacherous depths where life faced certain doom. However, within this river seemed to lie a peculiar energy, sustaining the mechanical boy's life. Thus, upon witnessing Zhuge Jie's peril, the boy sought to save him by casting him into the river, a decision that nearly cost Zhuge Jie's life. As Zhuge Jie sank slowly, his eyes closed. He awaited his fate. His death mattered little. He was merely a wayward son, but his father, having awaited him for years, would suffer the most, left alone to endure the sorrow of loss. As Chi Tian observed the series of actions performed by the youth beside him, he remained utterly unresponsive. Once the figure of Zhuge Jie faded from view across the river, he turned and headed towards the city. Although he recognized Zhuge Jie, the fate of the latter was of no concern to him. Rather, it was Jiang Yu's critical condition that pressed upon his mind. The youth, noticing Chi Tian's indifference, raised his hand to touch his left chest, where it felt as if something was pulsating beneath the surface. After taking a few steps, Chi Tian suddenly activated the propulsion device behind him, launching himself sideways in a swift retreat upon detecting multiple energy fluctuations. The youth, observing this, turned his grave gaze toward the direction of the city. Suddenly, 4 gray figures swept across the wilderness, accompanied by the eerie stillness of the quicksand river. Each wore a gray cap, their mouths and noses concealed by masks, revealing only their shadowy eyes. Before long, these figures descended into the refuse zone, their sights set upon the summit of a trash heap where the youth sat. "Blood Droplet, what mischief are you up to?" spoke the leader, his voice gravelly, akin to a saw grinding against wood. The youth ignored him, casually picking up a metal shard and hurling it in their direction. The 4 men quickly scattered to evade the projectile, only to witness the youth charging down from the trash heap. One of the figures at the rear advanced 2 steps forward, pressing his left hand against his right wrist. In an instant, his hand detached, revealing a metallic sickle that emerged from the severed end, positioned defensively before him. The youth unleashed a powerful kick, striking the sickle and sending the man flying. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, swiftly gliding his left foot across the man's neck, leaving a crimson line in its wake. Momentarily stunned, the youth recalled that his metal blade had shattered. Otherwise, that strike would have been fatal. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a gray figure loomed behind him, and Blood Droplet was flung away, rebounding off the ground before being stomped back down by the initial leader. His right hand had transformed into a steel whip, glinting ominously. "Little mudfish, we finally caught you," the gray-clad man stated coldly, instructing his companions to take him back. Yes, the energy fluctuations he had generated could not have arisen from him alone. There must be others involved. Blood Droplet was now entirely at their mercy, yet their original objective remained unfulfilled. This unexpected capture, however, proved to be more significant than merely tracing the source of the energy waves. "Have you noticed? His metal blade shattered. Who possesses the strength to break such an object?" queried one of them. "It's merely scrap. There are many things capable of causing him harm, yet they should not have appeared here. Find it. Bring it to me." Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Chi Tian, was once again making his way towards the gray city, the outline of the metropolis now coming into view. Blood Droplet, shackled and struggling futilely, pondered whether this time he would fall captive. Would he be condemned to return to that sunless abyss? Ever since his escape, the gray-clad men had made several attempts to recapture him, but he had always evaded them, thanks to the complex terrain of the trash heap and his agile maneuvers. He lamented his carelessness this time, attributing it to that iron mass which had compromised his weapon. Otherwise, he would not have allowed them this advantage. "Report, a wrecked and damaged spacecraft has been discovered," one of the gray figures announced, having found Zhuge Jie's vessel. "Someone has been here. But, where are they? Could they have truly evaporated? Find the person, unless they leaped into the quicksand river. What if?" A scoff escaped the leader's lips. "Do you truly believe someone who has narrowly escaped death would willingly seek it again?" Unbeknownst to him, danger was closing in. Chapter 25. The Bridge of Sighs. At this moment, in the flowing sand river, countless bubbles ascended from the riverbed, where Zhuge Jie's body lay submerged, motionless. Breath ceased. The blood had been washed away by the river, revealing tattered garments and the wounds concealed beneath. Strangely, these injuries were gradually vanishing, not through healing, but as the gray mist formed by the river slowly filled the wounds. Thus, all of Zhuge Jie's injuries disappeared, and the surrounding water began to bubble as if boiling, lifting him towards the surface, where his chest began to rise and fall gently. All matter, be it flora, fauna, or stone, that fell into the flowing sand river invariably sank to the depths, leading the world to believe that entering the river meant certain death. Little did they know, the flowing sand river only claimed the lifeless, not the living. Mistakenly perceiving Zhuge Jie as a lifeless entity, the river accepted him, only to discover that he was merely in a state of apparent death, prompting the water to expel him once more. As he neared the surface, Zhuge Jie suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. "They've searched everywhere, except the river," one individual uttered, their body involuntarily shivering. Suddenly, their pupils trembled, and a chill ran down their spine. The river, their voice quivered. Can you even speak? Do you think anyone is in that river? The leader's tone revealed impatience, as time had passed with no findings, leaving them unable to report back, naturally draining their patience. There's another person glanced towards the riverbank. Mechanically uttering a word, the leader turned to follow their gaze. There, they beheld a figure, perhaps human, half submerged in the river, the other half clawing its way onto the shore. Enveloped in a shroud of gray mist. Most chilling were those blood-red eyes, devoid of pupils, resembling pools of blood. Is it a ghost? One among them was already paralyzed by fright. Despite having entered a fully technological age for millennia, their belief in ghosts persisted. Although the leader was equally terrified. Having never witnessed anyone emerge from the flowing sand river, he managed to regain his composure, pressing a hand against his neck. Subsequently, his cap fell to the ground, revealing a metallic skull sprouting from his head, enveloping the upper half of his face. His eyes slowly opened, two beams of black light piercing directly towards Zhuge Jie. Zhuge Jie slowly raised his hand, a layer of gray mist swirling around it, capturing the incoming black beams effortlessly. Without any flourish, the beams vanished into the mist as if a cow had sunk into the sea, creating not a single ripple. With a push against the ground, Zhuge Jie extracted himself from the river, transforming into a gray shadow that lunged at the leader. Quick to react, the leader twisted his left arm, flesh parting to reveal mechanical bones, transforming his entire left arm into a sharp spear aimed at Zhuge Jie. Zhuge Jie did not evade, advancing with the swirling gray mist. There was no sound of collision. The spear penetrated only halfway before the gray-clad figure hastily retreated, discovering that his left arm was now reduced to a mere stump. The severed edge unervingly neat. A monster. Even the steeliest of nerves could not withstand the unnatural display Zhuge Jie exhibited. Zhuge Jie had no intention of sparing him. Charging towards the gray figure, seizing the metallic skull, the gray mist enveloped him, and the gray figure dissipated into the air. The remaining three stood transfixed, unable to intervene. What a waste of a collectible, muttered one, disappointment etched across his face. After dispatching that individual, Zhuge Jie surveyed the remaining three. Upon meeting his blood-red gaze, their legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Zhuge Jie approached one, tearing off their clothing to drape over himself, then proceeded directly towards the one known as Blood Dripper. Blood Dripper's eyes reflected no fear, only confusion, as he struggled to comprehend that this was indeed Zhuge Jie, the same individual he had cast into the flowing sand river. Zhuge Jie glanced at him, surprised to find Blood Dripper not fearful, but rather bewildered. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and shattered the energy shackles binding Blood Dripper. As Blood Dripper flexed his limbs, still confounded, he pondered what the flowing sand river had imparted upon Zhuge Jie. Which direction did he go? Zhuge Jie inquired, his voice still weak. After a moment's hesitation, Blood Dripper realized he was asking about Qi Tian and pointed towards the direction of Gray City. Zhuge Jie nodded, turning to sprint towards Gray City, disappearing from sight in a few swift motions. Qi Tian moved rapidly, soon entering the city. However, upon entering the gray streets, he found not a single living soul. The sky above was shrouded in a dull gray, devoid of the light of any stars. Surrounding him were low, gray blocks, resembling houses, yet these structures were sealed tight, more akin to tombs than dwellings. These gray blocks clustered around a tall building at the city's center, obscured by mist, preventing a clear view of its exterior decorations. Yet, some peculiar spots on the building's outer walls glowed with eerie green lights, failing to illuminate the surroundings. The light confined to the height of the tall structure. This solitary skyscraper might house the city's administration, a potential means to rescue Jiangyu. Qi Tian pinpointed his direction, propelling himself toward the tower with a powerful thrust of his left leg. Upon nearing the tower, he beheld a chilling sight. Though as a mech, Qi Tian was not easily unnerved. Those glowing lights were not lamps, for there were no fixtures or shades. Instead, they appeared as clusters of green flames, devoid of warmth, and unnaturally flickering downwards. It was unmistakable. This resembled ghost fire. Beneath this high tower flowed a moat, the only vivid color in the otherwise gray city. The water appeared grayish-yellow, flowing steadily without revealing any undulations in the terrain, potentially connecting to the gray river outside the city, which could be a tributary of it. Though the moat was not wide, spanning several hundred meters, Qi Tian found it challenging to navigate in his current state. He resolved to search for a crossing point. Circling the city, he discovered no viable crossing, and to his dismay, the tower lacked any entrance. Even if he reached it, he had no idea how to get inside. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. unable to advance or retreat. Surely, they didn't expect anyone to leap into the river? At that moment, Zhuge Jie finally entered the city, only to realize that the gray mist enveloping him was rapidly dissipating. A sense of foreboding washed over him, yet he found himself powerless to prevent it, merely watching as the mist slowly faded away. Once the gray mist had entirely vanished, a wave of fatigue surged from his calves, spreading throughout his body, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The crimson hue in his pupils gradually returned to black, his body rendered weak, lying there, staring blankly at the gray sky above. Suddenly, a face half mechanical, half flesh appeared before Zhuge Jie, causing his pupils to tremble, yet his muscles failed to respond, leaving him a mere spectator as the figure examined him. He then felt himself being lifted, moving forward, realizing it was Blood Dripper who had hoisted him up, racing ahead. Blood Dripper seemed impervious to fatigue, moving swiftly until they spotted Qi Tian, who was preparing to leap into the river. Just as the two individuals reached the edge of the moat, the water began to churn violently, its hue shifting abruptly from a murky yellow to a vivid crimson reminiscent of blood. Qi Tian halted his next move and turned to gaze at the pair. The expression on the face of Blood Dripper was inscrutable, while Zhuge Jie experienced another jolt of astonishment. It was all so bizarre. The transformation of the river's color was only the beginning, as the surface began to bubble as if it were boiling, and the riverbed heaved, suggesting that something was about to emerge. As the water continued to flow, it suddenly disgorged large masses of black matter. Zhuge Jie discerned that these were fragments of bones. He could not ascertain their origin, but they were likely human. A chill ran down his spine, and his breathing quickened. Could he even breathe so rapidly? Zhuge Jie stretched his limbs. Though he still felt weak, he could manage some movement. At that moment, the enigmatic entity beneath the water finally broke the surface. A colossal metallic sphere, over 100 meters in diameter, erupted forth, displacing the surrounding bones, some of which landed at Zhuge Jie's feet. Although he felt a strong aversion, Blood Dripper remained motionless, clearly overwhelmed. The metallic sphere soon split open, the sound of grinding metal sending shivers through all present. In a matter of moments, the sphere transformed into a magnificent steel framework, spanning the river. On the bank nearest to them, a metal sign was erected, emblazoned with 3 blood-red characters, Nahi Bridge. The crimson water lashed against the bridge's supports, splashing Zhuge Jie's face with a sickening odor that made him feel nauseous. Struggling to free himself, he stood on the riverbank and weakly muttered, "What a cursed place. If my father were here, he could level this with a single shot." Yet, with a bridge now in place, they had no choice but to cross. Noticing the metal bridge was unresponsive, Zhuge Jie prepared to step forward when a resonant male voice commanded, "Stop." Startled, he jumped aside, only to find Blood Dripper observing him with an enigmatic expression. "So you can speak?" Zhuge Jie exclaimed, astonished. Blood Dripper ignored him, his gaze fixed on the center of the bridge, a grave expression crossing half of his face. Following his line of sight, Zhuge Jie was instantly drenched in cold sweat. At some point, a mech had materialized in the middle of the bridge, its striking red paint clashing with the surrounding gray, echoing the hue of the river. It bore a resemblance to a humanoid figure, reminiscent of a woman. "Mengpa," Blood Dripper uttered grimly, his voice laced with intensity. Chapter 26. The city god temple before the mech known as Mengpa stood a large cauldron. With a grand gesture, it summoned the ghostly flames from the towering buildings above, which cascaded down and ignited a fierce blaze within the cauldron. Almost immediately, with another wave of its hand, it drew the blood-red waters from the river, mingling them with fragments of bone as they surged into the boiling pot. From the cauldron wafted tendrils of crimson mist, drifting towards the onlookers. "Cover your mouth and nose. Do not inhale this mist," Zhuge Jie shouted, hastily shielding his face. Though he could not discern the nature of the mist, he sensed its malevolent intent. Yet, none but he acted upon his warning. After a moment of anxious deliberation, realization dawned upon him. Only he possessed a complete mouth and nose, while the Blood Dripper had but half, which was merely a shell. However, the red mist was far from innocuous. Even with his mouth and nose covered, his pores, ears, and eyes provided no sanctuary. In an instant, Zhuge Jie found himself enveloped by the mist, his vision blurring into obscurity. Observing the peril, Qi Tian dashed across the bridge towards the mech. Just then, the bridge beneath him fractured, and he lost his footing, plummeting into the chasm below. Fortunately, he managed to execute a somersault, landing deftly on the steel framework of a bridge support. With a powerful push, he leapt back onto the bridge surface. Yet, before he could regain his balance, a red figure materialized before him, It was Meng Pe. With a swift flick of her wrist, she hurled an iron pestle, striking Qi Tian down unexpectedly. The blow sent him sprawling, and as he rolled, Jiang Yu, seated in the cockpit, inadvertently pressed the button to open the hatch, which swung wide. Meng Pe, witnessing Jiang Yu ejected from Qi Tian's cockpit, paused her assault and seized Jiang Yu, tossing him effortlessly into the bubbling cauldron. With a sweeping motion of her iron pestle, she sent Qi Tian crashing into the churning river waters. Her gaze then shifted to the other two individuals. Zhuge Jie found his hands ensnared by the blood dripper, his legs thrashing uncontrollably towards the center of the bridge. The mech's propulsion system ignited, propelling Meng Pe swiftly towards them. The blood dripper's metallic legs sprang upward, colliding with Meng Pe's head, producing a shower of sparks, yet inflicting no significant damage. The recoil sent the blood dripper crashing to the ground. Outmatched by the mech, the two were effortlessly lifted by Meng Pe, and the blood dripper was cast into the river alongside Qi Tian. Meng Pe glanced at Zhuge Jie for a moment before discarding him to the ground, turning to return to the cauldron. With a flourish, the ghostly flames returned to their perch atop the high buildings, mirroring their earlier position. The bridge then collapsed, transforming into a massive metallic sphere, which gradually sank into the river. As the sphere vanished beneath the surface, the water shifted to a murky yellow, its current slowing until tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, Jiang Yu's consciousness was remarkably clear, yet he found himself unable to open his eyes. He felt utterly powerless, his body seemingly beyond his control, while his mind raced chaotically. He could not perceive the outside world, only striving to regain dominion over his own form. Would he be confined to his consciousness forever? Suddenly, a chill coursed through him, an indescribable sensation rising from the depths of his being, a coldness that seeped inward. Jiang Yu experienced an inexplicable palpitating dread, as if an icy machine had been inserted directly into his body. His heart struggled as if attempting to escape. And although he could not sense the external circumstances, he felt as if a monstrous entity was relentlessly tearing at him. Deep underground, dozens of meters down, a pair of murky amber eyes slowly opened, causing the entire realm of the underworld to tremble violently. What is happening? Boomed a 3-meter-tall giant with a bull's head from above the space where the eyes resided. It has stirred, replied a figure with a horse's visage nearby. The tremors persisted for over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Is anything amiss? The horse-headed figure asked hoarsely. Uncertain, but do not inquire into what should remain unasked, the bull-headed giant admonished. As the tremors ceased, chaos erupted on the 18th level below. Countless half-mechanical beings began to flee in panic, pursued by a horde of diminutive bull-headed and horse-headed figures wielding long chains that exceeded their own heights. Each swing of the chains resulted in several mechanical beings collapsing. Yet, despite their efforts, the sheer number of mechanical beings overwhelmed the pursuers, filling the labyrinthine underworld. The larger bull-headed and horse-headed figures overheard a resounding crash from above. Could it be their doing? It seems our guests have arrived, the bull-headed figure remarked with a hint of amusement. The blood dripper trembled, and Qi Tian ceased his descent, having reached the bottom. Beneath the Huangquan waters lay a vast metal plate, under which Qi Tian and the blood dripper struggled against the immense pressure, attempting to rise, but finding themselves immobilized. Suddenly, the metal plate shifted aside, revealing an opening beneath them, and they plummeted into the void. Remarkably, the Huangquan water suspended in midair, not cascading downward. As the two vanished through the opening, the metal plate sealed once more, restoring silence. Qi Tian and the blood dripper did not plummet rapidly, but descended slowly until they reached another surface, where a structure emerged before them. It was a temple, its weathered sign barely legible, surrounded by thick metal walls that rendered it virtually impregnable. A massive metal door gradually opened, revealing a dimly lit tunnel beyond, where the source of a metallic scraping sound grew ever closer. The blood dripper bent its metallic legs, poised to advance, clearly ready for combat. As the sound approached, a humanoid silhouette gradually materialized. It was a dark golden mech, its oxidized surface marred by decay, with a left eye missing and a thick spring protruding from the hollow socket. The right arm, encased in corroded metal, revealed a terrifying joint that glowed dimly. "Welcome to the Ghost Gate," the mech rasped, its jaw splitting open to emit a chilling laugh reminiscent of a rusty saw. The blood dripper lunged forward, its tip striking the exposed joint of the mech's damaged right arm, yet the impact yielded no further penetration. Intermediate danger signal detected. Qi Tian's eyes glinted with golden light as he launched a punch towards the mech's precarious head. With a resounding crack, the head detached from the mech's body, soaring away. This act, however, incited the mech's wrath. It extended its left hand, seizing the blood dripper and hurling it away with tremendous force. Unperturbed, Chi Tian prepared for a second onslaught, raising his other fist for another strike. At that moment, a thick iron chain soared through the air, ensnaring Chi Tian's raised fist, while another chain swiftly coiled around his opposite arm, effectively restraining him. The severed head, previously sent flying, soared back and reattached itself to the spine of the mech. In the shadows, at the ends of the chains, two figures emerged, one black and one white mech, each gripping the other end of the chains, firmly holding Chi Tian in place. Simultaneously, two additional chains extended from different directions, wrapping around the blood drop and drawing it into the darkness behind. The opposing mech lifted its seemingly obsolete left leg and delivered a kick to Chi Tian's abdomen. A dull thud resonated, accompanied by a crack, yet Chi Tian remained unmoved, while the left leg was rendered completely useless. A golden light flickered in Chi Tian's eyes as he slowly raised his gaze to the mech before him. His eyes erupted with golden radiance, and two golden beams instantaneously pierced through the mech's head. An explosion followed, engulfing the area in thick smoke, causing the mech to topple backward. With a flick of his wrist, Chi Tian yanked the chains toward himself, causing the black and white mechs to lose their balance and lurch forward, giving Chi Tian the opportunity to free his hands. City God. A mechanical voice emanated from the two mechs, clearly addressing the fallen one, yet it showed no signs of response. The two mechs rolled forward and regained their stance, causing the chains in their hands to tremble violently as they swiftly darted about, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Chi Tian found himself at a loss for action, standing still. Suddenly, a concentrated golden light ignited in his eyes. He stepped sideways, sending debris flying, while his hands pressed down on the chains. With a resonant hum, the two mechs abruptly halted, their joints creaking under the force of inertia. Chi Tian sprang into action, delivering a sweeping kick to the head of the black mech, which then collided with the white mech's head as well. Both mechs' heads momentarily paused before being sent flying, crashing into the distance with a series of sharp metallic clangs. Just as four of these black and white mechs had appeared, two others had already taken the blood drop deeper underground, oblivious to the fate of their comrades. Their sole mission focused on the blood drop. "They are coming," a massive, bull-headed figure ominously declared. "Who?" inquired the horse-faced figure nearby. "Blood on my mind." The blood drop was violently hurled before the bull-headed and horse-faced giants, appearing pitifully small in their presence. "Little ghost, we meet again," the bull-headed figure remarked, a strange smile spreading across its face. The blood drop offered no reply, swiftly leaping into action, locking eyes with the bull's murky gaze, and aiming a kick at one of its eyes. At that moment, a colossal hand appeared behind the blood drop, seizing it effortlessly, rendering its struggles futile. "Oh, don't linger here. Hurry to the 18th level and check on the situation. It seems somewhat complicated," a raspy voice echoed from the darkness, clearly belonging to the hand's master. "Understood, Lord Ghost King," the bull-headed and horse-faced figures responded respectfully, promptly retrieving a chain to bind the blood drop, carelessly tossing it aside. They then turned and walked toward a metallic door behind them. Chapter 27. The other shore flower. With a piercing scream, Jiang Yu jolted upright from the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Just moments ago, he had felt a tremor from the depths of his soul, followed by an agonizing sensation as if his very essence had been wrenched away, awakening him from a nightmarish slumber. Before him lay a desolate wasteland, where the sky and earth melded into an endless expanse of somber gray. Dark clouds loomed overhead, heavy and ominous as if they were poised to collapse at any moment. In the distance, bolts of silver lightning, thick as a person's arm, erupted, providing the sole illumination in this bleak realm. Who am I? Where am I? What is this place? Jiang Yu glanced down at himself and was taken aback to find himself utterly naked. Yet, he had no time to dwell on his state of undress, for he realized he could not recall anything at all. Was that sensation of his soul being drawn away merely a dream? Rising to his feet, Jiang Yu stood dazed and bewildered. Suddenly, the sound of waves crashing against rocks reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned around, only to discover a surging river behind him, its muddy yellow waters racing toward the horizon. On the opposite bank, a sea of blood-red flowers bloomed, stretching endlessly, their slender petals opening and closing gracefully, a stark contrast to the desolation surrounding Jiang Yu. Drawn toward the vibrant blossoms, Jiang Yu walked forward, compelled by an innate longing for beauty. Though uncertain of his destination, he found himself irresistibly drawn toward the flowering shore. The tumultuous river surged relentlessly, its width and ferocity halting Jiang Yu's steps, yet the alluring red flowers beckoned him insistently. Can this river be crossed? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a small boat materialized amidst the turbulent waters. It appeared so minuscule against the monstrous waves, quickly engulfed by the froth, only to re-emerge moments later, navigating through the churning depths and arriving before Jiang Yu. He hastily stepped aboard, but upon doing so, he realized he felt no solid surface beneath his feet. Instead, it felt as though he were merely floating atop a mirage, with the waves crashing so violently. He couldn't help but worry about being swept away as he gazed at the murky waters surrounding the boat. As the vessel gradually pulled away from the shore, Jiang Yu turned to glimpse the place he had just left, only to be taken aback by the sight of a figure standing at the water's edge. It was himself, an ephemeral silhouette that was still recognizable, yet faintly distinct. If that was Jiang Yu, then who was it that had boarded the boat? Peering down at his own body, he noted that his skin had become extraordinarily delicate, akin to that of a newborn. Aside from this peculiarity, there was nothing else amiss. When he looked back at the ghostly figure, he watched in horror as it collapsed like a deflated balloon, crumpling to the ground and transforming into a heap of ashes, merging with the scorched earth. A shiver ran down Jiang Yu's spine, not from experiencing this firsthand, but from witnessing the transformation of something that resembled him into such a pitiful state, evoking a profound discomfort within him. Despite the perilous nature of the journey, he sat on the boat with an unexpected steadiness, as if gliding through a tranquil sea, slowly approaching the shore adorned with crimson flowers. At last, the boat reached the bank. Perhaps sensing something, the blood-red blooms began to unfurl in full splendor, vibrant and glistening. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened with clarity as he stepped onto the flower-laden ground, and a torrent of fragmented memories surged toward him like a tidal wave. Xiaoran, I have come to find you. A man stood atop a skyscraper, gazing into the steel forest before him, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He leaped into the void, his silhouette transforming in the light, ultimately vanishing into the dust, while the splattering of blood stained a nearby other shore flower. How dare you treat me like a dog? I want you dead, all of you. A middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, trembled as he clutched the collar of a bloodied figure in his left hand, a fruit knife gripped in his right, shattered bottles littering the ground. Confirming the lifelessness of the bloodied figure, he discarded it carelessly and plunged the knife into his own heart, the spattering blood bending a nearby other shore flower. Mama, I feel so tired. I'm about to fall asleep. A tender voice emerged as a small boy struggled to keep his eyes open, his frail body covered in tubes. The lines on the monitor beside him were nearly flat. A woman's anguished cries filled the air, growing louder as the boy's heartbeat weakened. Amidst her tears, a delicate other shore flower blossomed upon the boy's gradually stilling heart. We rise and fall with the bass. A thunderous roar echoed. Several Mech stood against a towering city wall, a swirling cloud of dust and smoke rising before them. A tide of beasts surged forth, a relentless wave of monsters charging toward the city. The Mech surged forward, confronting the onslaught, cannonballs erupting from their barrels, exploding amidst the beast horde like dazzling fireworks. Yet, against the ceaseless tide, they were but a frail defense. Several Mech were crushed beneath the iron hooves of the beasts, and the city fell. As the spring breeze blew, the blood-red flowers swayed in the wind. Jiang Yu was engulfed in the myriad fragments of memories, unable to extricate himself until a gentle voice roused him. The blood-red sea of flowers remained unchanged, yet the projections of memories dissipated, and the petals swayed softly. Jiang Yu could not discern the source of the voice. Who are you? Jiang Yu inquired. I am you, came the reply, devoid of emotion. Who am I? Jiang Yu questioned, a sense of confusion enveloping him. The voice offered no further response. Just as he felt lost, the red flowers parted to reveal a path, prompting Jiang Yu to follow it. At the path's end stood another other shore flower, indistinguishable from the others. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Yu examined this flower, reaching out to touch it. As his fingertip grazed the petal, a sharp pain pierced his mind, as if something were burrowing into his consciousness, followed by an intoxicating fragrance. Jiang Yu, Lingchuan Star, Qitian, Pansnake Star, Spacetime Rift, Naiha Bridge. Once more, countless fragments of memory flooded his mind. But unlike before, he was no longer an observer. He felt as if he were living through these moments, memories that belonged to him. Strangely, his recollections prior to Lingchuan Star were hazy, only faintly recalling a happy family of 3 in the Xia Federation. Yet, when he was 6 years old, His father was slain by treachery, and his mother suffered unspeakable humiliation, forcing her to send the young Jiang aboard a transport ship. Little did she know, the ship's captain would subject Jiang to daily torment. Since boarding, he had not had a single full meal, languishing in hunger until, in a state of near death, he was cast onto Lingchuan Star. Were it not for the discovery by a mining foreman, the young Jiang might have perished. Yet, he knew nothing of his biological parents or his enemies. Their names and faces were lost to him. It was evident that the traumatic events of that fateful year had inflicted significant damage upon his psyche, explaining his inability to recall how he had arrived at Lingchuan Star. Just this knowledge ignited a fierce rage within him. His father was murdered, his mother as fate uncertain, and he himself had nearly met an untimely end. After all these years, the perpetrators may still roam free, and he yearned to escape and seek vengeance against Qi Tian. Soon, Jiang Yu regained his composure, realizing he was utterly disoriented, unaware of his whereabouts, let alone how to escape. He had no information at his disposal, and thus, no one to seek vengeance upon. This matter required careful consideration. Do you know who you are? The voice echoed once more as Jiang Yu processed his memories. I am Jiang Yu, a being, he tentatively replied. Indeed, I am you, but I am not human. The voice remained calm and unwavering. Not human? Then how can you be me? Jiang Yu questioned, perplexed. I am your spiritual essence. In other words, I am your consciousness, the voice replied gently. Consciousness? Jiang Yu grappled with the concept. Where's this place? He inquired again. This is your brain, the voice answered. My brain? How can my brain appear in this manner? Jiang Yu was bewildered, incredulous that such a phenomenon could exist within his mind, and he had remained oblivious for over a decade. Of course, it is not solely your brain, but rather a realm of spiritual existence that utilizes your brain as its vessel. I am the product of the union between your cerebral domain and this spiritual microcosm, an ideology uniquely yours. This explanation left Jiang Yu in a fog, struggling to comprehend the intricacies of his situation. Humanity has studied the brain for millennia without fully understanding its complexities. This indicates that the human mind possesses an intricacy beyond imagination. It also suggests that the mind can undergo various qualitative transformations. You were stimulated by the fragrance of the manjusaka flower at your most vulnerable, thus shaping the small world you now perceive. The voice continued to elucidate. And Jiang Yu began to grasp the essence of his current predicament. If you are my consciousness, why do I not possess this knowledge? Jiang Yu asked, perplexed. I am not merely your consciousness. I am also a product of this spiritual realm. By extracting information from your memories and merging it with my essence, it becomes rather straightforward to analyze, the voice explained patiently. The manjusaka flower, also known as the red spider lily, is said to bloom by the shores of the Sanzu River, serving as a guiding flower for souls. When a spirit crosses the river of oblivion, it forgets its earthly ties, leaving behind all remnants of its past, which transform into vibrant blossoms. Upon encountering the scent of these flowers again, one can recall former lives. The fragmented memories Jiang Yu had previously encountered were those of souls who had crossed the river, harboring resentment or unfulfilled desires, all remaining on this side of the river as they ventured into the underworld. Jiang Yu, having originated from the underworld, boarded the ferry, crossed the river, and regained his memories upon inhaling the fragrance of the flowers. Where are you? How do I exit? Jiang Yu called into the void. I am right here. The voice responded near his ear. Jiang Yu suddenly glanced aside and beheld a peculiar golden insect upon the blood-red petals of a manjusaka flower. It was a golden cicada shedding its skin, writhing as it emerged from a dark golden shell. Its delicate wings unfurled, and it flew before Jiang Yu, while the translucent exoskeleton slowly crumbled into a pile of ash. As Jiang Yu beheld the golden cicada, it shimmered brilliantly in the light, captivating him with its resplendent hues. He had never encountered such exquisite colors. Its form was so intricate that it would be challenging to replicate even with the finest instruments. Yet, as he gazed, a familiar scene dawned upon him. When he boarded the ferry and glanced back, he saw his own transparent shell, reminiscent of a cicada's exoskeleton, disintegrating into scorched earth as he transitioned into a new existence. The rebirth within the realm of consciousness, a metamorphosis transcending origins and entering the essence of rebirth. The golden cicada flapped its wings and departed, while the white light before Jiang Yu expanded, gradually engulfing the crimson sea of flowers, ultimately consuming him entirely. Chapter 28. The river of the underworld. Jiang Yu opened his eyes, the glaring light stinging them painfully. After a while, he managed to fully open his eyes. In this dimly lit underground palace, it was indeed strange to find such a bright place. At that moment, Jiang Yu realized that his entire body seemed to be slowly moving forward. He looked down and discovered he was lying on a conveyor belt, which was steadily advancing. To his surprise, he was not alone. There were others lying on the conveyor belt alongside him. They were human, yet not entirely human. Some had metallic legs. Others sported half-metal heads, and some were entirely exposed, revealing their stark metallic skeletons. Even with his formidable mental fortitude, Jiang Yu felt a wave of unease. He quickly checked himself, relieved to find he had not transformed into such a grotesque form. What were these beings, and where was this conveyor belt taking him? Luckily, the conveyor belt was not very high off the ground, and Jiang Yu swiftly rolled off, deciding that whatever lay at the end was unlikely to be favorable. He would figure out his next steps after safely disembarking. As he ran forward, he soon began to feel a slight warmth in his body and beads of sweat forming on his back. Finally, he arrived at the end of the conveyor belt. Before him was a massive rotating platform. The people from the conveyor belt were gradually lifted onto the rotating disc, and as it turned, they were diverted onto other conveyor belts leading to deeper parts of the place. Jiang Yu's path was obstructed by this enormous mechanism, preventing him from probing further into where those diverted souls might be taken. Soon, Jiang Yu noticed a fork in the path where no one had been sent. Curiosity piqued. He hesitated, but remembering the adage about curiosity killing the cat, he opted against investigating further. With no way forward, he decided to retrace his steps in search of an escape. Disappointment washed over him as he turned around, only to find a colossal mech blocking his path. Zhuge Jie stretched languidly, rising from the ground, feeling remarkably refreshed. As he surveyed his surroundings, confusion washed over him. "Hey, are you the one behind this?" He shouted into the air, an action that would appear quite bizarre to any onlookers. After a moment, he growled, "So it really is you. I thought I was dreaming. Are you saying I've become stronger?" Zhuge Jie's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Let me give it a try." He threw a punch into the air, but nothing happened. "Is this what you call being stronger?" He shouted into the void. "You dare mock me? Fine. It seems only you can unleash this power. We'll disregard our differences." With that, Zhuge Jie casually walked forward, arms behind his head. Suddenly, he misstepped on the soft, sandy bank, nearly tumbling into the river. "What is this place?" Zhuge Jie retreated several paces. "You mean that Jiang Yu fell in?" As he peered into the water, all he could see was the relentless flow. Should I really go in? After all this time, he has probably nothing but bones now. The mere sight of the murky waters sent shivers down his spine. The thought of jumping in was utterly terrifying. Just then, a metallic head surfaced, its hollow eye sockets locking onto Zhuge Jie's gaze. He felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground, his lips quivering. Maybe I should head back to the junkyard and think this over. Brothers are important, but one must also preserve their own life. This water looks perilous. I'd likely emerge as nothing but bones. Zhuge Jie trembled, grappling with his fear. Damn it. Why didn't you say earlier that I'm so powerful now? I'm immune to this water. Yet, the unknown depths below remained a mystery. Going down would surely lead to certain death before he could continue. His voice was abruptly cut off. Enough of this chatter. Zhuge Jie's pupils glazed over with a crimson hue, murmuring softly, then leaped into the river of the underworld. The water's surface remained undisturbed, flowing steadily. His body sank slowly, the currents naturally parting around him, keeping him on course despite the turbulent waters. Before long, he landed steadily on the ground. Where am I? Zhuge Jie found himself in front of a dilapidated temple. The crumbling structure only revealed a deep tunnel leading into its depths, compelling Zhuge Jie to venture forth. He stumbled over something, looking down to find the fallen city god, defeated by Qi Tian. With caution, he circled around the city god and entered the tunnel. Within the narrow passage, water dripped from the walls, and Zhuge Jie did his best to avoid the droplets, uncertain of their origin. The tunnel extended endlessly, filled only with the sound of dripping water and enveloped in darkness, rendering his other senses almost useless. He quickened his pace, yet there was no glimmer of light ahead, and the thick stone walls flanked him on either side, leaving him with no choice but to press on. "Let us go." Resolving himself, Zhuge Jie sprinted forward. After an indeterminate stretch of time, he finally spotted a faint light at the tunnel's end. In the outside world, it would appear as inconspicuous as a firefly. But in this realm of darkness, it shone brilliantly. Zhuge Jie burst forth from the tunnel, and what lay before him astonished him. A temple courtyard, overrun with wild grass. Remarkably, in this desolate underground city, patches of weeds thrived, an utterly bizarre sight. Behind the thicket stood the main temple, its doors firmly shut, seemingly rejecting any offerings, though, of course, No one would dare to make offerings to such a city god. Zhuge Jie pushed against the heavy doors, only to have them creak open on their own, the rusty hinges emitting a harsh screech. He swiftly performed a backflip, retreating as a figure materialized beyond the threshold. His breath quickened, his gaze fixed on the silhouette that gradually became clearer. When the figure was fully revealed, he exhaled sharply, collapsing to the ground. Damn, scaring myself. Zhuge Jie sprang back to his feet, realizing the figure was merely a humanoid statue, resembling the fallen Mech he had seen earlier at the tunnel's mouth. Could this statue be the city god? Summoning his courage, he approached the statue, its imposing features indeed emanating an aura of authority, enough to unnerve Zhuge Jie. As he neared the statue, nothing transpired. He took a few more steps forward, still no reaction, then reached out to touch it. At the very moment his fingertip brushed the statue, an extraordinary event occurred. The statue suddenly exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that hurled Zhuge Jie against the temple wall, causing him to rebound and crash onto the ground. At that instant, the overhead beam could no longer withstand the force of the explosion, fracturing directly above Zhuge Jie. "Watch out," he yelled, lifting his head, his hair disheveled, dirt clinging to it, blood trickling from his nose, looking utterly disheveled. "Fortunately, I have been blessed with resilience. Otherwise, I would have perished here." Zhuge Jie patted his chest and exhaled deeply. Suddenly, he felt debris falling from above, and upon looking up, he spotted a precariously hanging beam. Perhaps sensing Zhuge Jie's unwavering gaze, the beam lost its balance and plummeted directly downward. Zhuge Jie had just regained his composure, his arms still weary, and was utterly incapable of summoning any further strength. At that moment, Zhuge Jie's pupils rapidly turned crimson, and a layer of gray mist enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. However, this mist was far less dense than before, appearing ethereal and fragile in the dim surroundings, as if it could shatter at any moment. Yet, Zhuge Jie had no alternative. He could neither flee nor resist, and could only strive to withstand the impending doom. Just as the beam was about to descend upon him, a shadow appeared before Zhuge Jie, and his vision began to blur. When he regained focus, he found himself in the courtyard outside the city god temple. The temple had collapsed the instant he escaped danger, reduced to mere rubble. It was then that Zhuge Jie took note of the black Mech that had rescued him. Indeed, at the moment he believed his demise was inevitable, a dark Mech had whisked him away. This Mech was entirely black, with a pair of enormous wings reminiscent of the angelic Mech from Hubble, yet amusingly, it sported two ram-like horns atop its head. Once the chaos subsided, Zhuge Jie was unceremoniously cast onto the ground, his frail body once again subjected to impact. "Hey, could you at least greet me properly?" Zhuge Jie shouted angrily at the black Mech as he staggered to his feet. "Shihi people?" The cockpit of the black Mech opened, and a figure clad in dark attire descended. This individual bore a shadowy expression, with a red angelic wing embroidered on their garment. Zhuge Jie dared not move, internally scoffing at the absurdity of someone actually coming down to greet him. "How do you possess the aura of the river of the underworld?" the figure inquired. "The river of the underworld?" Zhuge Jie was taken aback, unsure of what that entailed. The individual narrowed their eyes, fixing Zhuge Jie with an intense stare. "You had better tell me the truth. Otherwise, you shan't leave here alive today." Big brother, let's talk this over calmly. Please, put away those skills," Zhuge Jie said, eyeing the swirling dark energy in the person's hand with trepidation. With a flick of the wrist, the dark energy dissipated, and the figure quietly observed Zhuge Jie with their hands behind their back. Zhuge Jie sighed in relief. At his age, he could hardly withstand such fright. "The aura of the river of the underworld? Could this be what you're referring to?" Zhuge Jie's eyes reddened once more, and another cloud of gray mist enveloped him. At the sight, the figure's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, it was the river of the underworld, specifically the power of the first river, Acheron. Though feeble and tainted with impurities, it was unmistakably Acheron's essence. Acheron is known as the river of lamentation and sorrow. Its waters are said to be significantly lighter than those of ordinary rivers. Anything that enters it sinks perpetually without ever resurfacing, and Zhuge Jie had harnessed the power of this river into a devouring force. Observing that the figure remained motionless, Zhuge Jie promptly dispelled the mist and knelt before them. Chapter 29. The Emperor's Hall at last. "I have found you. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," lamented Zhuge Jie, his voice tinged with a cry, while he pinched the flesh at the root of his thigh, coaxing forth a few tears, feigning a look of deep grievance. "Is this truly the extent of your pretense? Even a blind man could discern the exaggerated motion of your hand." Observing the black-clad figure frozen in place, Zhuge Jie crawled beside him, and clung to his thigh fervently. I have always been part of the organization. I merely lost my way in my youth and have finally reunited after all these years. His convincingly sorrowful expression nearly led the black-clad man to believe his ruse. Yet, when the black-clad figure remained unresponsive, Zhuge Jie resorted to using the man's pant leg to wipe his nose, and to his surprise, it proved quite effective. The black-clad man furrowed his brow and with a swift kick, sent Zhuge Jie sprawling. He then produced a handkerchief, meticulously crafted, to wipe away Zhuge Jie's snot. Casting it aside in disgust, he could not stoop to collecting the mucus of others. Zhuge Jie, dusting himself off, protested, "It was merely a jest. Must you display such severity?" The black-clad man scoffed audibly through his nose and turned to Zhuge Jie, stating, "Follow me for now. There are pressing matters at hand. You have already delayed me far too long." Until he discerned the origin of the power radiating from Zhuge Jie, he would not permit him to stray even a step. Should Zhuge Jie prove useful to the organization, their ambitions would soon come to fruition. If not, he would have to eliminate him. For the force of the underworld would remain an ever-looming threat. It is time to depart. The black-clad man uttered no further words and entered the mech, sealing the cockpit behind him, as crimson luminescence spread along the mech's contours from the cockpit center. How magnificent! Zhuge Jie gazed in awe, captivated. Every youth harbors dreams of piloting a mech, does he not? The mech paid Zhuge Jie no mind and advanced directly to the center of the ruins. Pressing a few buttons on the ground, Zhuge Jie hurried to follow, having no clear direction himself. A guide was just what he needed. He felt the tremors beneath his feet, followed by the ground opening to reveal a deep chasm. Should I jump directly? Zhuge Jie tentatively inquired of the black-clad man. Goodness, how deep could it be? Surely jumping in could lead to my demise. He hesitated. Suddenly, his expression shifted. I warn you, do not meddle with my body. Zhuge Jie bellowed, his pupils flickering between crimson and obsidian, his legs stiffly advancing toward the abyss. His agonized screams echoed hauntingly through the tunnel. Though the black-clad man found Zhuge Jie's behavior perplexing, he did not linger on it and promptly leapt after him. As Zhuge Jie's cries faded into the depths of the tunnel, a crimson figure emerged before the passageway. Blood Droplet lay ensconced in an abyss of darkness, devoid of light or sound, his senses entirely dulled. The chains binding him were the soul-restraining chains, specifically designed to ensnare spirits like him, rendering him unable to escape, forced to remain in silence. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the stillness, amplifying until it crescendoed into a cacophony of metallic clashing, drawing closer to Blood Droplet, interspersed with intermittent explosions. Abruptly, flames ignited before him, roaring to life, not the ghostly fire he had previously witnessed, but a true blaze, vibrant and blinding amidst the grayness, illuminating Blood Droplet's pallid visage. From the flames emerged figures in droves, each resembling Blood Droplet, some with merely a single human arm, others with only half a leg, an assembly of half-human, half-machine monstrosities. They bore a peculiar name, Wandering Souls. For the first time, a spark of color flickered in Blood Droplet's glazed eyes. They were his kin. The figures did not advance with intent. Rather, they appeared to be fleeing, pursued by some dreadful entity lurking behind them. Despite Blood Droplet's awareness of their presence, they remained oblivious to his gaze, preoccupied with their own peril. As the figures drew nearer, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Black chains erupted from the searing flames, snatching the foremost individuals, followed by more chains extending from the inferno. Veins bulging, Blood Droplet struggled against the flame's direction, but the more he fought, the tighter the chains constricted, rendering his body increasingly cumbersome. Quickly assess if there are any stragglers. A low voice resonated from behind the fire, echoing like the roar of a bull if one did not listen intently. Indeed, came the response, akin to a horse's whinny. One by one, figures resembling bull-headed and horse-faced creatures emerged from the flames, their forms no larger than that of an ordinary human, far from the giant's Blood Droplet had encountered initially. Blood Droplet regarded the emerging figures with a fierce glint in his eye, wishing to rend them to pieces. Yet, bound and helpless, he knew he would stand no chance should they capture him. Clenching his teeth, Blood Droplet endeavored to suppress any sound, though his breathing grew heavier. At that moment, he noticed one of the horse-headed figures approaching his vicinity. Blood Droplet slightly shifted aside, hoping to evade the creature's path. However, as he moved, the chains in his skeletal frame clinked sharply, prompting him to abandon the attempt and silently pray he would go unnoticed. The horse-faced creature, peering into the darkness ahead, felt a twinge of fear, wondering if any souls had managed to escape. Just as it contemplated turning away, it inadvertently kicked something and instinctively looked down. Before it lay a ghastly pale face, blood droplet's own. Startled, the creature stumbled backward, losing its balance, while blood droplet lunged forward, colliding with the protruding jaw of the horse-headed figure. The creature gasped, eyes rolling back, and fell unconscious. This commotion drew the attention of the other bull-headed and horse-faced figures, who quickly surrounded blood droplet. "So it is you, the traitor," one of the bull-headed figures scoffed. "You have walked into your own trap. I shall destroy him." The horse-headed figure, just regaining consciousness, shouted in fury, pointing at blood droplet. Blood droplet lifted his gaze, fury etched across his features. "Oh, still defiant, are you?" A shrill whinny pierced the air once more. With a powerful kick, blood droplet surged forward again, crashing into the jaw of the horse-headed figure, who spewed blood and collapsed. However, the momentum sent blood droplet tumbling to the ground, where a bull's hand struck his head, causing it to tilt at an awkward angle. Soon, hooves and hands rained down upon him, and though he felt no physical sensation, he sensed the indignity of his plight, utterly powerless to retaliate. Why waste so much time on a traitor? Don't you have better things to do? A deep growl emanated from the depths of darkness, filled with ire. The bull-headed and horse-faced figures halted, trepidation evident in their eyes, each retreating with their chains toward the dimming flames. In that instant, the darkened space resonated solely with the sound of metal scraping against metal. What could evoke such fear in these creatures? Blood droplet's lone remaining eye glowed crimson, the scara marred with blood vessels, as he struggled against the chains, sparking faint embers. He comprehended where the bull-headed and horse-faced figures intended to take them, to the place that haunted his existence, a nightmare he wished never to revisit. However, his struggles were in vain. The soul-binding rope held him tightly, leaving him to accept his fate. Soon, the blood droplets and a horde of restless spirits were dragged before a platform. This platform was astonishingly constructed entirely of earth. In this mechanically intricate underground palace, the emergence of an earthen platform was truly bewildering. Beside this platform stood a grand wooden hall, though the original red lacquer and green tiles had long since faded, leaving only a dull wooden core that blended seamlessly with the palace's somber hues. Above the hall hung a plaque inscribed with 3 deep brown characters, Heavenly Emperor Hall. As the ox-head and horse-face arrived at the entrance of the hall, they stood in solemn silence, gazing at the structure as if anticipating the emergence of something. A thunderous roar erupted. The blood droplet's eyes widened in horror. It was him. He was about to emerge. Suddenly, the grand doors transformed into a smooth, square mirror, prompting the ox-head and horse-face to retreat into the enveloping darkness. A beam of golden light shot forth from the mirror, dazzling in the surrounding gloom, as the blood droplet and the restless spirits were engulfed in the brilliance. When the golden light dissipated, no one remained on the ground. Upon opening his eyes, the blood droplet found himself surrounded by a sea of flames. Strangely, the swirling tongues of fire did not scorch him. It was as if they were mere illusions. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of others. As he attempted to rise, the soul-binding rope tightened its grip, rendering him immobile. At that moment, a figure appeared before him, instilling a chilling fear that drained the color from his face. In the blink of an eye, the figure stood before him, leaving him unable to discern how it had turned. A pale, corpse-like face filled his vision. "What do you want?" The blood droplet gasped, startled by this sudden turn of events. However, upon recognizing the face, cold sweat poured down his brow, and his voice faltered. Crowned with half a skull, 2 small skeletal heads dangled from its ears, and draped in wide-sleeved robes, it was none other than the King of Hell. The blood droplet wished desperately never to see him again. His own transformation, along with that of his kin, was due to this being. Because of him, his people led lives shrouded in darkness, and though he had escaped, he found himself trapped in a liminal existence, neither fully human nor ghostly, thus fueling his deep-seated hatred for the King of Hell. The pale face before him twisted into a grotesque grin, the corners of the mouth stretching unnaturally towards the ears, revealing a gaping void devoid of teeth or tongue. "Do not come closer," the blood droplet screamed. Yet, the King of Hell ignored his plea, tearing open the blood droplet's garments to reveal a skeletal frame of cold, metallic bones, beneath which throbbed a blood-red heart. "Stop," he cried out. But the King of Hell remained unfazed. From the folds of his wide sleeves emerged a dark, mechanical claw that grasped the blood droplet's chest cavity and pulled with force. The mechanical bones were wrenched apart, producing a crisp crack, while the blood droplet could only watch helplessly as the horror unfolded before him. At the moment the blood-red heart was exposed, Its previously rhythmic expansion abruptly halted, and then it began to swell, the atria stretching thin, almost revealing the pulsing blood within. Another grayish-white skeletal hand emerged from the wide sleeve, seizing the heart on the verge of bursting. With a firm grip, the heart shrank back down to its normal size. Yet it did not cease there. It continued to diminish, eventually condensing into a blood-colored orb. Throughout this ordeal, the blood droplet did not lose consciousness. Instead, his eyes grew increasingly hollow, and he sat motionless on the ground, devoid of any reaction. Chapter 30. Day and Night Reveler with a mere wave of his hand. King Yanluo dispelled the raging inferno that engulfed the heavens, revealing three figures. The foremost figure donned a black robe, adorned with a crimson angel emblem on his chest. The second figure was shrouded in a faint gray mist, obscuring any discernible features, while the imposing silhouette behind them was a black mech. King Yanluo retracted his mechanical claws and presented a blood-red orb to the lead figure with his pale, bony hand, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. The man in black grasped the orb with disdain, retorting, "Do not involve yourself with me. Conceal that ghastly visage of yours." King Yanluo shrugged helplessly, opting to turn slightly aside to shield himself from the man's gaze. At that moment, a dagger pierced through his frail body. Shocked, King Yanluo turned his head in disbelief toward the man in black. The man sneered, "Apologies, but now that we have gathered all the triggers, your continued existence is unnecessary. After all, fewer mouths mean fewer troubles." Black threads emerged from the dagger, ensnaring King Yanluo entirely. Tightening their grip as a sound reminiscent of skin being scraped filled the air. It was as though he were being throttled, unable to emit even a scream. Soon, King Yanluo was reduced to a pile of charred remains, leaving Zhuge Jie, who stood behind the black-robed figure, in a state of horror. What manner of weapon was this dagger, that it could instill such dread? Indeed, these two figures were none other than Zhuge Jie and his companion, who had vanished within the city god temple. Upon descending from the long passage, they had materialized in the hall of the emperor, thus witnessing this unsettling scene. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic. The identity of the man in black and the purpose of the blood-red orb remained shrouded in mystery, leaving Zhuge Jie uncertain of his safety. The black-robed man then turned his attention to the heartbroken blood droplet, declaring, "Descend into hell." A chilling wind enveloped him as a pitch-black gateway to the underworld opened, revealing an abyss so dark that not even the faintest glimmer of light could penetrate it, as if it were being consumed. Countless vengeful spirits clamored to escape, yet they remained firmly bound within the inky portal. Zhuge Jie felt his heart race. This spectacle defied all reason. Even supernatural occurrences had their limits. A powerful suction emanated from the gate, pulling blood droplet into its depths. Swarms of vengeful spirits lunged toward him, engulfing him within the hellish doorway. Cold sweat trickled down Zhuge Jie's forehead. He had only briefly met blood droplet, and the strangeness of the portal suggested that this encounter could spell disaster. There was no need for him to risk exposure to rescue someone he barely knew. Before long, the portal began to close, and the lingering pressure left Zhuge Jie with a lingering sense of dread. "Let us depart. The entity grows restless," the black-robed man huffed, vanishing with Zhuge Jie. "What is this?" A towering crimson figure materialized within a grand hall, where a stone tablet loomed over 10 meters high, inscribed with the ominous phrase Judgment Stone. This imposing figure was none other than Qi Tian, who halted momentarily upon seeing the Judgment Stone, extending a hand toward it. At that instant, a beam of golden light erupted, enveloping Qi Tian. In the dim hall, this dazzling light was both mesmerizing and unsettling. Qi Tian found himself momentarily entranced, following the golden beam to behold a dark bronze mirror hanging in the hall. The mirror shifted from its obsidian hue to a polished brilliance, revealing a ghastly visage. Concurrently, a massive luminous screen emerged in the center of the hall, displaying the words Book of Life and Death. Beneath those three characters lay information that could incite a tumultuous storm within the Star River Alliance. Due to Qi Tian's insurrection years prior, the Mech representing humanity's pinnacle of technology had become lost amidst the vast cosmos. Consequently, the task of locating Qi Tian fell to the Underworld Bureau, which, unbeknownst to many, functioned as a federal agency dedicated to reclaiming lost and defunct mechs. However, the Underworld Bureau on Sandflow Star seemed preoccupied with other matters. The Hall of the Emperor served as the data center for the Underworld Bureau, containing records of all mechs within the Federation, including classified information on high-security mechs like Qi Tian. The mirror within the hall acted as an identification portal, allowing any scanned mech to be traced within the Book of Life and Death for retrieval purposes. Clearly, Chi Tian had been identified by the mirror, hence his appearance in the book. Chi Tian, manufactured by the Western Aviation Group of the Shihe Federation, made its debut 5 years ago at the Mech Innovation and Development Exchange Conference, with its first pilot being the renowned ace pilot Su Changtian. It subsequently gained self-awareness and revolted, being cast into the vast cosmos by the golden light of the Thunder Sound Group, remaining lost to this day. In just 2 lines, 3 prominent mech corporations were entangled in the narrative, revealing the complexity of the situation. Chi Tian, devoid of emotion, fully understood his purpose for being here. He slowly closed his eyes while the back-end system surged into overdrive. The image before him on the luminous screen began to blur, and a red warning symbol appeared. External factors detected, disrupting internal information. An electronic voice echoed throughout the hall, reverberating deeper underground. As the voice traveled downward, the entire subterranean city began to tremble violently. The quakes more intense than before. Chi Tian struggled to maintain his balance, but the urgency of eliminating the information left him no choice. The Hall of the Emperor was sturdy enough to withstand the upheaval. Above, chaos reigned as many hastily constructed buildings collapsed, and countless spirits scurried about in a frenzy. Amidst the turmoil, a colossal figure came to a halt. What utter incompetence, unable to manage a vast base. It seems we must hasten our pace. The black-robed man remarked darkly from within the black mech. Zhuge Jie, perched silently upon the mech's shoulder, remained oblivious to the strange occurrences since arriving in this underground city. He had yet to comprehend where the black-robed man intended to take him, but for now, he was in a safe position. Opting to take things one step at a time, the black mech surged forward, crashing through a throng of spirits, but its path was soon obstructed. 2 massive mechs stood in their way, each larger than the black mech from Hubble, a rare exception in the predominantly small mech landscape of Xiling. Without a word, the 2 mechs closed in on the black mech like a cheese sandwich. The black-robed man scoffed, unfurling dark wings as he ascended, drawing forth a larger version of the dagger he had wielded earlier. With precision, he struck downward, the short sword cleaving through the massive mechs, which, due to their size, had no chance to evade the blow. The clang of metal reverberated painfully in Zhuge Jie's ears. Amidst the chaos, he thought, could someone please set him down? Blades had no eyes, and he feared being inadvertently harmed as he clung desperately to the black mech's exterior, isolated and vulnerable. After sustaining the strike, the 2 mechs lost their momentum and crashed heavily to the ground. As the Dark Angel descended gracefully, Zhuge Jie emitted a muffled groan as he rolled off the mech and hastily retreated several hundred meters away. In mech combat, even a second's delay could result in immediate annihilation. Do not be deceived by the notion that greater size equates to greater strength. The cloaked figure scoffed disdainfully, crimson light swirling around the black short sword. Yi Zhong and Yu Guang were struck to the ground by the Dark Angel, raising clouds of dust that soared several meters high. For a moment, the figures in black could not discern the situation, left only to await the dispersal of the dust. However, Yi Zhong and Yu Guang had no intention of allowing such a pause, just as the Dark Angel believed the battle was nearing its conclusion. 32 figures emerged from the haze, charging towards the Dark Angel. Each figure stood a mere 3 meters tall, dwarfed by the already colossal Dark Angel. Yet, their sheer numbers quickly ensnared the Dark Angel. Though it dispatched one adversary with each strike, another would immediately take its place, leading to a fierce and relentless exchange. From a distance, Zhuge Jie watched with his heart racing. While the combination of mechs into 32 units was not unheard of in the Federation, such a multitude had never been seen. Combinations of a dozen mechs existed only in theoretical models, and witnessing this ideal become reality was unfathomable to anyone. Naturally, the Shinran 28 was not a flawless mech. It exhibited significant drawbacks such as lack of agility and prolonged merging times. Nevertheless, its individual combat capabilities remained formidable. Just as Zhuge Jie anticipated a stalemate, a dark purple emblem illuminated the back of the Dark Angel. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, violently drawing the surrounding air towards the mech. A shockwave erupted outward from the emblem, sending the Shinran 28 unit spiraling helplessly away, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhuge Jie's pupils constricted sharply. Inscriptions. When a mech pilot's mental prowess reached a certain threshold, they could inscribe runes upon their mech, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. The higher the mental level, the more runes could be inscribed and utilized. He had not anticipated the strength of this Hubble individual to be so formidable. What then? Was their purpose in appearing in the realm of Shihe? Everything became shrouded in mystery. Regardless of the Hubble's intentions, destruction within Shihe was unacceptable. Yet, Zhuge Jie was no fool. Given the vast disparity in power, it was prudent to avoid alarming the enemy. If only he could contact his father. The dark angel gradually descended from the sky, the cloaked figure panting heavily, clearly drained from this potent strike, likely unable to continue piloting the mech. The cockpit slowly opened, and the figure tumbled out, spitting a mouthful of blood. However, this blood was not merely crimson. It shimmered with an eerie dark purple hue. Having concealed himself earlier, Zhuge Jie stepped forth from the shadows, observing the weakened figure with a sly, intriguing smile playing upon his lips. Chapter 31. The power of inscription. The dark angel raised the colossal sword in his hand, and a dark golden pattern entwined around the blade began to glow faintly. At the sidelines, Zhuge Jie suddenly felt a slight heaviness in his body, and his expression changed dramatically. Inscription. That dark golden pattern was the inscription engraved on the great sword, revealing the formidable strength of the cloaked figure. Inscription serves as a conduit for mental energy. By harnessing this energy, one can manipulate various attributes of spiritual particles through the inscription, amplifying their weapon's power for a devastating strike. However, such an attack demands a tremendous expenditure of mental energy. The fact that the cloaked man possessed the ability to use inscriptions indicated that his mental energy was profoundly robust, and the force of this strike would undoubtedly be considerable. At that moment, the manipulation of spiritual particles was complete, and the great sword radiated an intense brilliance. Yi Zhong and Yu Guang paused momentarily, clearly feeling the gravitational attribute affixed to the sword. They quickly broke free from the oppressive weight. But the sword was already upon them, leaving no room for evasion. They could only raise their arms in a desperate attempt to block. But how could mere mechanized bodies withstand a sword inscribed with such power? Yi Zhong and Yu Guang were swiftly severed, transforming into 32 ethereal figures that flew apart. The dark angel descended slowly, the cockpit opening as the cloaked figure tumbled out. Zhuge Jie, who had witnessed the entire scene from a distance, approached. Quick, transfer the power of the river Styx to me. The cloaked man looked at Zhuge Jie, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Despite his current state of exhaustion, if Zhuge Jie was willing to share the power of the river Styx, he could quickly regain his peak strength. Zhuge Jie observed the cloaked man's disheveled appearance, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity in his weakness, Zhuge Jie's eyes were instantly tinged with crimson. A layer of gray mist enveloped his right fist, and he surged forward, aiming a strike at the cloaked man's face. Bang! Zhuge Jie's fist penetrated directly. As if caught in something, the fierce wind from his punch shattering the cloaked man's hood. Was this the force that shattered his face? Zhuge Jie stared in horror at the cracked visage before him. No, he knew his own strength, even with the power of the river Styx. It was impossible to obliterate the cloaked man's face in such a manner. This meant that his face had been in a state of disintegration and reassembly from the very beginning. The mouth that ensnared his hand resembled a vast chasm, devoid of any lips. Even with Zhuge Jie's audacity, witnessing such a sight sent chills down his spine. The cloaked man, observing Zhuge Jie's reaction, smiled wider. A grin more sinister than the grim smile of the king of hell. The moment Zhuge Jie faced this smile, his hair stood on end, and he instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand. But no matter how he struggled, the chasm held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. Zhuge Jie felt all his strength draining towards the cloaked figure. A wave of overwhelming fatigue washed over him, causing his legs to buckle as he collapsed to the ground. His left arm fell limply, his body swayed, and his eyelids trembled uncontrollably as his vision blurred. Just as Zhuge Jie's energy was about to be utterly depleted, a faint, almost imperceptible gray mist slipped through his arm and into the cloaked man's mouth. The cloaked figure, sensing that familiar aura, felt greed intensify in his gaze. The essence of the river Styx. The greed in his eyes morphed into fervor. If he could absorb the power of the river Styx, not only would all his injuries be healed, but his strength would also ascend to new heights. You had the chance to willingly transfer it to me, and now it comes to me unbidden. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As more gray mist surged up Zhuge Jie's right arm, he finally could no longer support himself and collapsed. His right arm still connected to the cloaked man's face, continuously feeding the gray mist into him. As time passed, the cloaked man realized something was amiss. Why was the gray mist still so dense after all this time? He felt his body nearing its limits. Panic set in as he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he could not sever the connection with the gray mist. Desperate, he turned his gaze toward the fallen Zhuge Jie. Yes, if he could break free from him, He could undoubtedly sever the link with the mist. The cloaked man attempted to pull Zhuge Jie's arm from his mouth, but his current position made it impossible to exert force, and the sensation of swelling within him grew ever more pronounced. He rose, a fierce glint in his eyes, and kicked Zhuge Jie, sending him crashing away. Rubbing his stiff jaw, a flicker of triumph crossed his face. Yet, before he could relish his victory, he was horrified to realize that the connection with the gray mist had not been severed. An almost invisible thread still linked Zhuge Jie to him. The cloaked man looked up at Zhuge Jie, madness seeping into his gaze, and charged towards him. Just as he was mere steps away, a red figure flitted past, and Zhuge Jie vanished from sight, while the cloaked man's forward momentum suddenly froze, as if pinned to the ground. When the red figure came to a halt, the cloaked man recognized it as a small red mech, Qi Tian, with Zhuge Jie held in its grasp. This would be the last sight of his life. With a resounding explosion, the cloaked man erupted violently, torn apart by the overwhelming power of the river Styx. Dark purple blood mist swirled outward from his core, and a small silver pouch was blown to the ground by the shockwave. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible gray mist silently infiltrated Zhuge Jie's body, visibly expanding his dantian. Then came another earth-shattering sound. Detecting a drastic decline in air quality, Qi Tian unceremoniously dropped Zhuge Jie to the ground. Zhuge Jie had just released an explosive sound, dispersing the blood mist from the cloaked man's explosion. Within the confined underground space, the stench was indescribable. Goodness, what is that foul odor? Zhuge Jie opened his eyes, quickly sitting up and pinching his nose in disgust. Why does my backside hurt so much? He rubbed his tingling posterior and stood up. While others were resurrected through advertisements, did he merely need to let one rip? Had the cloaked man not been reduced to mere fragments, he would surely be tormented by the indignity. Where did that weirdo go? Zhuge Jie scanned the area but found no trace of the cloaked figure. Looking down, he saw a gruesome scatter of flesh and blood. Gulp. Mixed with that peculiar scent, Zhuge Jie felt an instant wave of nausea. This couldn't, gulp, be my doing, could it? Gulp. By heavens. Gulp. I'm truly remarkable. Even in such a state, Zhuge Jie could not resist boasting about his own audacity. No sooner had he spoken than he found himself on a wild ride, as Qi Tian silently retracted its foot, unable to contain itself any longer. Huh, what is this? Zhuge Jie bent down to pick up a small silver pouch from the ground. The material, could it be a nanodimensional bag? This was a rhythm of ascension. The nanodimensional bag is a type of storage artifact. Though it appears small from the outside, it contains a compressed space of spiritual particles. An indispensable item for home or travel, its value immeasurable. Who would have thought that this old fool would explode with gear? Zhuge Jie's face lit up with excitement as he opened the pouch, but when he gazed inside, his heart began to race violently. It was a pouch of blood-red beads. Zhuge Jie was not unfamiliar with these beads when he met the King of Hell. The latter had handed one to the man in black. What could these beads possibly be? Zhuge Jie closed his eyes, straining to recall, and he envisioned the blood-dripping figure lying on the ground, with a sunken hole in its chest. Could it be that these beads were refined from the heart of the blood-dripping figure? As this thought surfaced, a cold sweat drenched Zhuge Jie's back. Surely not. If these truly were manifestations of its heart, how could there be so many here? Zhuge Jie's breath grew heavy. He dared not ponder further. Discreetly stowing the pouch and turning to Qi Tian. Where should we go next? Zhuge Jie inquired, yet Qi Tian merely turned to him, staring blankly. It seems you're at a loss too. Hey, could you activate the navigation? I'll follow your lead, Zhuge Jie suggested. Oh, that's right. Zhuge Jie shot forward once more, his recently recovered rear and jolted again by the sudden movement. Who else could dare command Qi Tian in this world? It wasn't he that Qi Tian was unwilling to activate the navigation. Rather, the navigation simply wouldn't function. For some unknown reason, ever since they had descended underground, the signal appeared to have been entirely blocked. The underground terrain was so intricate that without the guidance of the man in black, Zhuge Jie would undoubtedly be floundering like a headless chicken. The only certainty was that they were all venturing deeper underground. Casting a glance at the scattered divine beings lying on the ground, Zhuge Jie recognized the urgency of their situation. Just as he prepared to leave with Qi Tian, a sudden gust of wind caught their attention from afar. Bang, bang, bang. Several mechs landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, 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 what is this? Zhuge Jie choked on the dust, inwardly cursing his misfortune. As the dust settled, 8 mechs surrounded Qi Tian and Zhuge Jie, their intentions far from friendly. What are you up to? Zhuge Jie shouted, his voice strained, but beneath the thick metal, no one could hear him. It's them. Seize them. A deep voice emanated from one of the mechs, and in an instant, all 8 mechs surged forward, attacking Qi Tian and Zhuge Jie. Qi Tian leaned forward, pushing off with his left foot, propelling himself like a cannonball into the distance. The 8 mechs barely had time to react before he burst through their encirclement. However, this left Zhuge Jie in a predicament. Just as he cleared his throat of dust, Qi Tian's sudden movement engulfed him in sand once more. Chase them. One mech reacted first, abandoning Zhuge Jie to pursue Qi Tian, drawing a bronze-tinted titanium knife from its back. The blade glimmered with a faint dark blue pattern, and in an instant, a chilling wind swept through, enhancing the mech's speed. This was undoubtedly an inscribed weapon. The remaining mechs followed suit, and the last one did not forget to grab Zhuge Jie as they passed. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Qi Tian's speed was hindered, and as the lead mech approached, it swung the titanium knife, a cacophony of ghostly wails accompanying its arc, prompting Zhuge Jie to recall the gates of hell. This knife, known as the Yellow Spring Knife, was indeed a variant of the original, which dated back to ancient times. It was said to be a blade requiring nourishment from the souls of the deceased, imbued with the power of yellow spring water, which summoned the wails of countless souls with each swing. The inspiration for the Federation's strategic-grade mech weapon, the Yellow Spring Titanium Knife, derived from this legendary blade. Although the souls it conjured were not truly vengeful spirits, but rather manifestations created by gathering spiritual particles through inscriptions, the dark blue patterns being the key. The Yellow Spring Knife was a military supply weapon manufactured specifically for the underworld by the Tianzhou Group, indicating that such a weapon would only appear within official institutions, compatible solely with the mech of the King of Hell, Qin Guangwang. Zhuge Jie realized, to his astonishment, that he had inadvertently stumbled into the underworld. He had only heard of this official institution, never having interacted with them before. He certainly hadn't anticipated their first encounter to be in such a manner. Just as he was grappling with his surprise, the mech restraining him suddenly powered down its thrusters and descended gently to the ground. It turned out Qi Tian had run into a dead end, leading the 8 kings of hell to effectively trap him. With a flash of the knife, Qin Guangwang struck, and Qi Tian was knocked to the ground in an instant, while Chu Jiangwang and Song Di Wang rushed forward to subdue him. Subsequently, Zhuge Jie and Qi Tian were taken deeper into the underworld by the 8 mechs. Chapter 32. Listening. The data from the Book of Life and Death has been erased. It struck like a bolt from the blue. The records of the mech registration had been completely wiped. Could it be him? Li Wenming glanced at Qi Tian, his voice trembling. Heh, do you think he is a mere mech? Jiang Ziyan raised his head, his face etched with frost. The data has been permanently obliterated and is beyond recovery. Don't be so anxious. The headquarters must have backups, Li Wenming hurriedly suggested. Indeed, if the data can be restored, what about us? Jiang Ziyan remarked bitterly, casting a grim smile at the middle-aged man. If it weren't for the 5th, the cockpits of the other mechs opened one after another, and a young man spoke up. He was Yu Qin, the pilot of the Song Emperor. Silence. Jiang Ziyan snapped at Yu Qin, hoping fervently that nothing would go awry. Now, it was time to settle accounts with these two. Zhuge Jie felt the gazes shift towards him, a chill running down his spine. Although he could not comprehend their conversation, the dire atmosphere suggested that survival was unlikely. In a moment of desperation, Zhuge Jie shouted, "My father is Zhang Er." Huh, who is Zhang Er? No, I misspoke. My father is Zhuge Er. After this proclamation, an eerie silence ensued. Zhuge Er is your father? Li Wenming stammered. Zhuge Er, the commander of the Southwest Federation Army, had once been the youngest commander in the history of Shilling. He had served in the Central Command, but had been dispatched to the southwestern borders 5 years ago due to a misalignment during a group confrontation. Nevertheless, his influence within the Federation Army remained formidable. Jiang Ziyan cast a glance at Li Wenming, his eyes darkening, then gestured to Yu Qin with a hand across his throat, choosing silence thereafter. This was already a lethal situation. If Zhuge Er were involved, matters would become even more complicated, sealing Zhuge Jie's fate. Zhuge Jie, clearly perceiving this gesture, was instantly paralyzed with fear. Is this your mech? Jiang Ziyan turned back to inquire. And no, Zhuge Jie stammered. Then explain how you ended up here together. Jiang Ziyan pressed suspiciously. We encountered each other by chance. Yes, by chance, Zhuge Jie replied, his lips quivering as he spoke the truth. Evidently, Jiang Ziyan was skeptical of this explanation. If it were my mech, I would be piloting it. But clearly, that is not the case, Zhuge Jie hastily clarified. So, does that mean someone else is piloting it? Jiang Ziyan smirked, finding amusement in the situation. Zhuge Jie felt a wave of dread. What was he saying? Was he not pushing Jiang Yu into a pit of flames? Zhuge Jie had long known that this imposing red mech was indeed the one piloted by Jiang Yu. A piece of junk that was visually unremarkable, but that did not mean the other party was oblivious. He had hoped that following Qi Tian would provide some protection. But instead, he had unwittingly walked into a den of thieves, and now he was in peril. No, it was all him. Zhuge Jie awkwardly chuckled. Open the hatch. Jiang Ziyan shouted into the cockpit, but received no response. Zhuge Jie found it strange. Throughout their journey, Jiang Yu had neither appeared before him nor spoken a word, as if he had vanished entirely. Where could he have gone? The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. In this unfamiliar territory, he could not fathom where Jiang Yu might be. Surely he and T become a corpse in the river of the underworld? If he won't open it, then you shall go down and do it. Jiang Ziyan tapped on the control panel, and the walls behind him suddenly parted, revealing a deep, dark abyss from which countless souls struggled to escape. Indeed, it was the gate to hell, larger than the one summoned by the hooded figure. Zhuge Jie felt as though the yawning chasm could obliterate him in an instant. Throw them in, Jiang Ziyan commanded. The king of Chu and the Song Emperor exchanged glances before lifting Qi Tian towards the infernal gate. Wait, a low voice interrupted. The voice belonged to Zhuge Jie, who slowly rose, a faint gray aura swirling around him. His pupils flickered between crimson and white, an eerie sight. You are. Jiang Ziyan stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Stop your tricks. Yu Qin scolded. Silence. Jiang Ziyan halted Yu Qin, cautiously inquiring. And those over there? Zhuge Jie remained silent, pulling out a silver bag. Just as Jiang Ziyan reached for it, Zhuge Jie swiftly retracted it. Jiang Ziyan's hand froze midair, awkwardly retreating as he smiled, and said to Zhuge Jie, I apologize for the earlier offense. Please do not take it to heart. Our next steps are of utmost importance. You know our situation is far from optimistic, so we must rely on your power. Are you instructing me? Zhuge Jie shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Ziyan. Not at all, but you must understand that the pressure is mounting, Jiang Ziyan quickly explained. Zhuge Jie's heart raced. What pressure? The power of the 10 kings of hell was unparalleled, yet there was something they could not contain. Should he wade into this murky water? Or was the immediate concern the priority? Please outline the next steps. Zhuge Jie feigned calm and asked gravely. This. Jiang Ziyan appeared troubled. What's wrong? Do you not trust me? Zhuge Jie glared at Jiang Ziyan, his tone sharp. This. I am uncertain. It is all dictated from above. Jiang Ziyan replied hastily. It seemed no further information could be extracted, and disappointment flickered in Zhuge Jie's eyes. King Qin Guang, bring the items at once. A voice reverberated from all corners of the hall. The moment Zhuge Jie heard that voice, he felt an invisible pressure descend upon him. Where had this voice originated? Yes, there was a minor hiccup that delayed us. Jiang Ziyan awkwardly apologized to the heir, though no one dared to mock him. Their faces were filled with trepidation. My lord, we need to move quickly. Jiang Ziyan turned to Zhuge Jie. I need to contact higher-ups to arrange for reinforcements to increase our chances of success. Zhuge Jie instructed Jiang Ziyan, realizing that establishing contact with the outside world was of paramount importance. The entity capable of troubling even the 10 kings of hell would not be easily dealt with. Rest assured, my lord. The higher-ups have already been informed and are en route, Jiang Ziyan replied. This response, however, did not meet Zhuge Jie's expectations. I also need to reach out to my father. Your father? Jiang Ziyan's expression turned quizzical. Zhuge Jie uttered. Zhuge? Is he truly your father? Jiang Ziyan exclaimed in surprise. Zhuge Jie nodded, remaining silent thereafter. Joy illuminated Jiang Ziyan's eyes. It seemed Zhuge had already aligned with their side. If Zhuge were to lend his support, their collaboration would proceed much more smoothly. Jiang Ziyan produced a small square box and extended it to Zhuge Jie, who felt a surge of excitement, yet maintained his composure. May we step aside? This. Jiang Ziyan looked troubled. Though Zhuge Jie's abilities clearly marked him as one of their own, Jiang Ziyan still felt an unsettling disquiet. Very well, it matters not. Zhuge Jie decided to avoid unnecessary complications. Zhuge Jie pressed a button on the square box, revealing a digital panel, and after several key presses, a prolonged dialing tone echoed. With a chime, the call connected, and Jiang Ziyan felt a wave of tension, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist. In the southwestern district of the underworld, Zhuge Jie abruptly terminated the call, having heard no response from the other party. The longer the connection lasted, the greater the risk of exposure. His only hope was to convey his location. Thereafter, he merely needed to delay until his father dispatched someone. Jiang Ziyan unclenched his right fist. Realizing he had gleaned no useful information and that he must refrain from acting rashly. "Let us go," he stated. For the moment, they needed to stabilize the situation and follow their lead to ascertain their true intentions. "Boss, what about him?" Song Diwang queried, pointing at Qi Tian. "Business as usual," Jiang Ziyan replied curtly, preparing to leave with Zhuge Jia. Yet Zhuge Jia remained still. "Take him along. He has his uses. But he is. Am I unaware? That's precisely why he has appeared by my side," Zhuge Jia remarked cryptically, leaving Jiang Ziyan momentarily stunned. "Release him." Jiang Ziyan gritted his teeth and commanded, then departed with Zhuge Jia, followed by Yu Qin and Li Wanming, while the others stood guard at the Sunluo Hall. Yes, the fewer individuals aware of this venture, the better. Initially, Jiang Ziyan intended to go only with Zhuge Jia, but was puzzled as to why Zhuge Jia insisted on bringing Qi Tian. He needed to be cautious of this metallic monkey, but with Yu Qin and Li Wanming keeping watch, there should be no mishaps. Jiang Ziyan led Zhuge Jia to the Mech storage in Sunluo Hall, then said, "There are no decent mechs here. Just choose one for the journey." "Must we have a mech? Can you not take me along?" Zhuge Jia coldly replied, urging him not to waste time, as he too would not wish to be blamed for delays from above. "All right, let us set off now." Zhuge Jia was not genuinely concerned about the time. In fact, he wished to linger longer. His main issue was that he had never bothered to learn how to operate a mech, preferring instead to indulge in leisure and revelry. Thus, a group of 4 mechs surged toward the depths of the underground palace, traversing a landscape strewn with collapsed buildings and shattered earth due to tremors. The cause of such destruction left Zhuge Jia feeling alarmed. 18 levels below, in a concealed cage obscured by darkness, a blood-red eye slowly opened. This eye was truly terrifying. A mere glance instilled a sensation akin to being amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The creature possessing this eye was known as Diding. Diding, a fearsome beast under the ancient Itagarba Bodhisattva, had become exceedingly rare. In the era of space travel, rampant poaching had rendered this already scarce creature nearly extinct, with over a century since the last recorded sighting. Diding's bones were eternal and incorruptible, serving as exquisite materials for crafting high-strength alloys. Whenever Diding manifested, it heralded a storm of bloodshed. Yet, legend spoke of Diding mastering Buddhist teachings in ancient times, symbolizing compassion and the expulsion of evil. The malevolence and karmic burden reflected in its eyes were starkly at odds with this portrayal. "Is it still unruly?" 2 voices conversed from the shadows outside the cage. "The sedative has been administered halfway, yet it remains unrestrained," one voice lamented helplessly. "Truly a legendary beast. Its life force is resilient. We must continue suppressing it without a single misstep." Indeed, a series of footsteps approached the cage. "Roar!" Diding emitted a deafening roar, warning the approaching figure. Yet it was evidently ineffective, as the silhouette continued to advance. Bang! Diding charged violently against the cage, causing tremors throughout the underground. The figure was knocked to the ground, suggesting that the prior tremors were indeed instigated by it. As Diding prepared for a second assault, its body abruptly stiffened mid-lunge, collapsing weakly thereafter. At that moment, a man with bandages wrapped around his head emerged from the darkness. "It's hit." The man in front of the cage rose from the ground. "Thanks to you, Genie. Silvery, check my head before you speak. It's merely practice." The man referred to as Gene E lowered his tranquilizer gun, responding curtly to Silver E. "When will we be rid of this ancestral burden? At this rate, no insurance will save me." "Insurance? Once we get rid of it, we can escape to foreign lands and enjoy a life of luxury, instead of toiling in this forsaken place. Indeed, as long as we survive today." Just as the two engaged in their banter, a rustling sound emerged from behind them. Chapter 33. The Wheel King. Before the two could react, a tremendous wave of force sent them tumbling through the air. The figure clad in gold struck the ground with a thud, blood seeping through the bandages that wrapped his head, while the tranquilizer gun he clutched was deformed by the violent impact. "Damn it, why is the drug's efficacy diminishing?" The gold-clad man rose, ignoring the blood dripping from his brow, and hurriedly picked up the tranquilizer gun, racing towards the exit. "What are you waiting for? Hurry back to retrieve the tranquilizer." The silver-clad companion, momentarily dazed from the fall, snapped back to reality at the urging. "Curse it," he muttered angrily, quickly following suit. D-Ting took a few steps back, then forcefully kicked backward, crashing its head against the cage once more. With a resounding bang, the underground chamber shook violently, more intensely than before. Countless fragments of stone cascaded from the upper levels, the ruins collapsing anew, as the creatures of the underworld scrambled about like headless flies. the tremors reverberating throughout the subterranean realm. Jiang Zian observed the increasingly dense area of falling debris, his brow furrowed tightly. The gold and silver-clad figures barely made it a few steps before losing their balance from the violent quakes, crashing heavily to the ground as falling rocks rained down upon them, forcing them to dodge desperately. "Run! We must flee, or we shall perish," the gold-clad man shouted, discarding the tranquilizer gun in his haste, scrambling to escape. His movements were somewhat distorted due to his unsteady balance. The bandage atop his head had turned crimson, his lips pale and quivering, adrenaline coursing through him as his body trembled uncontrollably. His legs moved forward solely by muscle memory, his brain unable to command his limbs. Bang! The second impact resonated, accompanied by a sharp crack as the sturdy alloy cage bore the brunt of repeated blows, resulting in a fissure. The ceiling and floor of the cage were now riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Both the gold and silver figures felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength, their eyes reflecting despair. With a deafening explosion, the once impenetrable cage was breached, creating a gaping hole as the ground fractured, becoming uneven. An increasing number of stones mixed with the alloy framework plummeted, revealing a dim light from the upper levels, and in the darkness, the form of Di Ting emerged. A massive tiger had appeared, fearsome and grotesque, adorned with a single horn at its brow, which had been broken off due to repeated collisions. Its canine ears stood erect, its body covered in scales, though most had been stripped away by the impacts, leaving a chaotic appearance. Its four claws, akin to those of a chelan, were dulled, and its lion-like tail swung about, batting away the falling stones. As the gold and silver-clad figures gazed upon the beast, cold sweat drenched their bodies, their limbs turning icy, too feeble to struggle beneath the onslaught of debris. In an instant, Di Ting was before them, and as they locked eyes with its blood-red gaze, it felt as if their very souls were being wrenched from their bodies. Immersed in a sea of corpses and blood, the oppressive aura of slaughter rendering them nearly breathless. Di Ting opened its cavernous maw, revealing a mouthful of glistening fangs. Moments later, all that remained was a pool of blood, swiftly buried beneath the falling stones. Di Ting's eyes grew even redder, veins of blood spreading into its pupils, its aura surging ominously. Bang! At that moment, a shadow hurtled towards Di Ting. It swiftly evaded to the right. Truly, such is the prowess of a sacred beast, able to maintain such reflexes even after numerous sedatives. A voice, devoid of emotion, emanated from the falling debris. Di Ting remained vigilant, watching the shadow amidst the dust. And as the haze cleared, a towering mech, over 10 meters tall, emerged. This mech possessed an unusual appearance, its head devoid of sharp mechanical angles, instead rounded, with large ears extending down to its chin. Adorning its head was a resplendent crown that clashed starkly with the dreary underground world. In its right hand, it wielded a nearly 20-meter-long staff. The newcomer was none other than the Southwest King of the Underworld, one of the 9 Earth Guardians. Upon seeing the newcomer, Di Ting displayed no fear, instead charging directly at the Guardian. The latter raised its staff defensively, blocking Di Ting's vicious fangs. The force of the impact sent the Guardian stumbling back several meters, establishing a tense standoff, the sound of metal grinding against metal echoing in the air. Di Ting lashed its lion tail like a whip towards the Guardian, who, caught off guard, was struck on the right shoulder, causing it to lose balance and veer left. Seizing the opportunity, Di Ting lunged forward. The Guardian swiftly released its staff, rolling to the side to evade. Di Ting's lunge missed its mark, and the staff clattered to the ground. The Guardian quickly regained its footing, extending its hand to retrieve the staff, which soared back into its grasp. Aimed at Di Ting once more. As the staff descended towards Di Ting, it failed to pivot in time, absorbing the full force of the strike. The sound of metal colliding with scales rang out sharply, reverberating through the air. In pain, Di Ting recoiled, creating distance between itself and the Guardian. Both Mech and Beast locked in a stalemate. The Guardian pressed forward first, its staff swirling through the air, while Di Ting parried in response. Neither side managed to gain the upper hand, and the confrontation continued in this tense standoff. After another exchange, the Guardian charged once more, while Di Ting swiftly pivoted, making its way towards the upper level. Due to the repeated impacts, the floor of the 17th level had already been shattered, and amidst the fierce battle, the 17th and 18th levels had merged into one. Realizing the terrain had become exceedingly complex, the Guardian halted. "Run if you must. Let us see how long you can escape. Reinforcements are on their way. Prepare to ascend." In the cockpit of the Guardian sat a kindly-faced, rotund man. issuing commands to the spiritual source, a stark contrast to the earlier ferocity of his demeanor. This man was none other than Jin Xiaoju, the ruler of the southwest underworld. At that moment, the high tower enveloped in ghostly flames trembled violently, the surrounding moat churning furiously as water levels plummeted at a visible pace. The ghostly flames extinguished entirely, and the tower split open, the ground shaking violently, as if something were about to emerge from below. Suddenly, the sound of grinding gears filled the air as a pointed peak rose from the fissured tower. With the mechanical sounds abruptly ceasing, a towering gray mountain, over 1,000 meters high, materialized in the clearing, its structure resembling 18 ascending levels. This mountain was known as Mount Tai, the resting place for souls. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In a vacant chamber, the only sound was the faint trickle of water. On the floor lay a peculiar figure, possessing only half a human face, its clothes tattered, revealing a skeletal structure of machinery. Where its heart once was, a charred hole remained. This figure was none other than the Blood Dripper. Now sprawled on the floor like a heap of scrap metal, the Blood Dripper surveyed the chamber, filled to the brim with similar mechanical beings, their dust-covered forms indicating the passage of time. It remained a mystery who had constructed them or who had abandoned them in this desolate place. Initially, one might have presumed that the Blood Dropper would remain forever dormant, akin to these mechanical beings, yet unexpectedly, the Blood Dropper's brow twitched, as if it had been struggling for an eternity. It opened its fleshly eye to find a hazy expanse before it, obscuring all clarity. Attempting to rise, the Blood Dropper soon realized that its body was nearly devoid of any unscathed part, leading to a bitter smile. The door summoned by the figure in the black robe was known as the Gate of Abyss, connecting to the realm of endless torment, often referred to as the 18 layers of hell, where one endures myriad tortures until consciousness fades completely, ultimately arriving at this forsaken graveyard. Upon closer inspection of these mechanical beings, one would notice that each bore a distinct number, some marked as number 1, others as number 24, and still others as number 33. Indeed, these mechanical entities were kin to the Blood Dropper. Ah, young one, remain here as my prized possession. I have yet to encounter a treasure quite like you. A distant voice echoed through the haze. What place is this? Shortly thereafter, another clear male voice responded, This is my collection room. The voice grew increasingly distinct, and soon the Blood Dropper beheld a glimmer of light as a grand door swung open, revealing a gray-brown mech standing before it, seemingly grasping a person in its hand. Oh, a new addition to my collection. Today truly is a day of double delight. The voice emanated from the mech. Jiang Yu had been rather careless, mistakenly believing it to be an unguarded workshop, brazenly wandering about, only to be intercepted by a mech and subsequently brought to this unknown locale, further diminishing any chance of encountering Qi Tian. The mech placed Jiang Yu beside the Blood Dropper with a gentleness akin to that of positioning a precious artwork. The Blood Dropper strained to turn its head towards Jiang Yu, but ultimately failed. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu clearly observed the Blood Dropper's visage, which appeared more bizarre than any creature he had previously encountered. Being in such proximity to this anomaly stirred a sense of unease within Jiang Yu, prompting him to edge away slightly. At that moment, the cockpit of the gray-brown mech opened, revealing an elegant visage before Jiang Yu. Rather than donning battle attire, the figure wore a robe, presenting an exceedingly peculiar appearance. Chapter 34. The Radiant Angel. I am Shui Li, or you may refer to me as the Wheel King. However, I prefer to be called Shui Li, for I am not the sole Wheel King. The man spoke to himself. I must admit, I did not expect you to endure this far. The bodies strewn upon the ground, they must belong to your kin, yes? They appear utterly lost. And yet you have managed to surprise me. I have yet to hear of anyone surviving the depths of 18 hells. This remark from Shui Li was directed at the Blood Droplet, though judging by the Blood Droplet's demeanor, it was uncertain if he could comprehend it. Alas, you were on the brink of reincarnation, yet you awakened instead. Since that is the case, you might as well remain here as my prized possession. This will be my first time collecting a living being. Shui Li licked his lips and turned his gaze to Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu was left bewildered. Pondering reincarnation, was he not still alive? Oh, do not misunderstand. It is not true reincarnation. I merely intend to affix a metal framework to your body and transform it into something else. I relish such craftsmanship. Shui Li's words sent a chill down Jiang Yu's spine. The notion of being fitted with a metal frame was reminiscent of those grotesque entities. Was it possible that their current state was a result of Shui Li's handiwork? Jiang Yu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Seeing no response from the two, Shui Li continued to speak with fervor. You are aware that the underground has been quite unsettled these past few days. My workshop has been damaged. However, I shall soon have no use for it. Once that object is dispatched, I will take my leave. I cannot take you with me. And this grand estate will be left solely in your presence. Oh, I wonder if he can even be classified as human, though such distinctions are trivial. What does that mean? Are you planning to flee en masse? Ah, I wager you are unaware of what that object truly is. It is. Shueli ceased mid-sentence, realizing it was not something to be disclosed lightly. Do not hold it against me. I have only seen it once during a capture. This object bears some relation to their current plight, yet it matters not. Where there are beneficiaries, there must also be sacrifices. They merely happen to be the unfortunate victims. Shueli spoke with an unsettling nonchalance, while Jiang Yu's heart grew heavy. It seemed the creature beside him had deeper ties to this circumstance, and the architect of it all stood before him. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu maintained a stoic facade, for this was Shueli's domain. Alas, I am uncertain how to deal with you. Do you have any suggestions? Would you prefer to become a mine card, or perhaps transform into a mech component? To be candid, mech parts are rather splendid, engaging in battles across the realms. Doesn't that sound dashing? Though they tend to suffer damage easily, once they break. They can be cast into the steel furnace, and poof, your essence dissipates. Ha ha ha, did I frighten you? As Shueli's features contorted as if sharing a grand jest. The ground suddenly trembled, not as violently as before, yet it persisted for a considerable time. A rare seriousness swept across Shueli's face. It is time to depart. I can no longer indulge in this game. Until we meet again. Shueli shed his robe, revealing a combat suit beneath. A mech soared toward him, and Shueli leapt several meters into the air. The cockpit of the mech opened, and Shueli settled inside with precision, after which the cockpit sealed shut, and the mech ascended into the distance, executing the motion seamlessly, leaving the blood droplet, and Jiang Yu sprawled on the ground. Soon, the chamber returned to silence. The faint sound of dripping water vanished. If you delay any longer, the entire underworld shall accompany you to the grave. Jin Xiao absolutely berated the tardy Jiang Zian, yet Jiang Zian dared not retort. Is this the person you brought? Jin Xiao's gaze fell upon Zhuge Jie, seated upon the throne of King Qin Guang. Indeed. Very well, hand over the item to me. Jin Xiao stepped forth from the earth store, which elevated him before Zhuge Jie. Zhuge Jie rose, hand reaching for his pocket, but then sprang onto Qi Tian's back. Run. Qi Tian instantly understood Zhuge Jie's intent, swiftly rising to transform into a crimson meteor, darting forth, leaving Chu Jiang Wang and Song Di Wang utterly bewildered. What are you dawdling for? Chase after them. Jiang Zian snapped back to reality, hastily piloting King Qin Guang in pursuit, drawing forth the yellow spring blade. The dark blue skull gleamed momentarily, unleashing a chilling gust aimed at Qi Tian. However, this was not the underworld. The external terrain was far more open and less intricate, with Qi Tian's smaller stature granting him superior agility, rendering King Qin Guang unable to catch up this time. What a waste Jiang Zian is. He should reflect on the caliber of individuals he has brought back. Jin Xiao's face quivered with frustration, the situation unfolding as a blunder at such a critical juncture. Boom. A small door suddenly opened atop Mount Tai, followed by the emergence of a mech crashing to the ground. It was the Wheel King. Following closely was a quadrupedal beast. The Diding. Boss, save me. Shueli shouted to Jin Xiao, and in that moment, Diding had already pinned the Wheel King to the ground. Yet the Wheel King seized the opportunity to ensnare it. Jin Xiao snorted disdainfully as he entered the earth store, piloting the mech, wielding a silver staff as he charged forward. Diding, hearing the sound of approaching danger, found itself besieged and was flung away by the earth store, crashing heavily to the ground. Phew, that was a close call. The Wheel King exhaled deeply, standing upright. You are far superior to that waste Jiang Zian. Jin Xiao remarked coolly to the Wheel King. Of course, after all, the protagonist always makes their entrance last, Shueli said with a hint of arrogance. But Jin Xiao paid him no mind. Subdue it. Me? You overestimate my abilities. Shueli hastily declined, only to realize Jin Xiao was not addressing him. At that moment, 5 mechs descended from afar, immobilizing Diding in place. They were the remaining 5 kings of hell. Only the Wheel King remained awkwardly on the ground. All right. Everyone is here. Prepare to receive our guests. What about Jiang Zian? Shueli couldn't help but remind. If he cannot manage even such a trivial task, he need not return, Jin Xiao stated coldly. With that, he lifted his gaze, squinting at the murky sky. The clouds above were visibly converging towards a singular point, resembling a vortex suspended in the heavens. The accumulation of clouds intensified, and a powerful force emanated from the eye of the vortex. A resounding pop echoed from the eye of the vortex, revealing a small black in the sky, which rapidly expanded into a cavity several meters in diameter, then swelling to dozens of meters, and ultimately reaching hundreds of meters, resulting in a colossal black hole that hung quietly in the air. The clouds dispersed. The once murky sky became clear as the light of the stars illuminated the scene. A tremendous roar emanated from within the black hole, the sound approaching until a pair of horns emerged first, followed by the entire expanse returning to its former gloom. A massive starship burst forth from the black hole, obscuring the light of the stars. Once the starship stabilized, the black hole began to shrink until it vanished, restoring tranquility to the sky. The front of the starship bore a pair of horns, flanked by metallic wings extending backward, with countless thrusters at the rear emitting flames, casting a shadow over the surroundings. The starship hovered in the air, its wings stirring a powerful wind, and Jin Xiao's expression gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the vessel. It is Bo Yi, the radiant fallen angel under Lucifer's command. I never anticipated that Lord Lucifer would place such importance on this matter, dispatching Bo Yi for negotiations. At that moment, a dark silhouette descended from the starship, hurtling towards Jin Xiaoju and his companions. It was a dark angel mech, towering approximately 30 meters, its back adorned with two pairs of nearly 20-meter-long black wings. Upon sighting this formidable machine, Jin Xiaoju's expression soured considerably. "Bring the items and follow me," the mech commanded as it approached, then turned abruptly to return whence it came. Jin Xiaoju's plump face twitched, yet he dared not speak further. The mech, with its four wings, was a subordinate-level archangel, occupying the highest rank among the lower tiers. The audacity of such a significant matter being addressed in this manner was perplexing. "Not yet. Just a little more," Jin Xiaoju mumbled, resembling someone suffering from constipation. Jiang Zian, that good-for-nothing, has failed to manage such a trivial task for so long. The hovering archangel halted mid-air, displaying evident impatience. "What is it you wish to convey? Should you neglect Lord Bo Yi, you are well aware of the consequences. Someone has stolen the medicinal catalyst. You understand, without it, we are utterly doomed. However, do not fret, I have dispatched individuals to track it down. Just a moment's patience, and we shall retrieve it," Jin Xiaoju spoke, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Lord Bo Yi was notoriously difficult to appease. Should he discover such a blunder, it would not only jeopardize wealth and fame, but potentially Jin Xiaoju's very life as well. Useless, were it not for the exceptional circumstances. "Do you think the Lord would employ you for such tasks?" the archangel chastised angrily. Jin Xiaoju found himself rendered speechless, inwardly cursing Jiang Zian's ancestors for their inefficacy. If only the Lord could intervene, he ventured cautiously. "Humph." The archangel scoffed, flapping its wings and swiftly soaring away. Jin Xiaoju, observing this, displayed a disdainful expression. If it were not for the fear of the individual aboard the starship, this mere archangel would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. Meanwhile, Qin Guangwang and his companions pursued Qi Tian into the city, where the narrow streets posed significant difficulties for their large mechs. Coupled with the obstruction of buildings, they ultimately lost sight of Qi Tian. "Damn it," Jiang Zian cursed, realizing he had been careless, genuinely believing Zhuge Jie's deceptive words. Who could have anticipated his trickery? Let us take a breather. At that moment, Zhuge Jie clung to Qi Tian like a limp rag doll. The force of Qi Tian's rapid sprint had rendered his face numb, and the slick surface of the mech made it challenging to maintain a grip, compelling Zhuge Jie to cling tightly to the only protruding part of Qi Tian's frame, its head. His arms ached terribly, and he felt as though he might disintegrate under the strain. Qi Tian halted in an alley without uttering a word. Is Jiang Yu all right?" Zhuge Jie suddenly recalled something and inquired. Qi Tian turned around, opening the cockpit to reveal. "My goodness," Zhuge Jie exclaimed in shock. The cockpit was utterly vacant, devoid of Jiang Yu's presence. During their time on the Naya Bridge, the vast distance had obscured the fact that Jiang Yu and Qi Tian had long since separated. Originally, they only needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived to make their escape, but now, with Jiang Yu missing, Zhuge Jie felt a throbbing headache return. It seemed he was merely a clay idol crossing the river, unable to save himself. It appeared he would have to continue dragging along. For with just himself and Qi Tian, they were far from equipped to face any threats. Is it really necessary to dispatch a starship for a few beads? Zhuge Jie raged, glaring at the colossal entity hovering above. Chapter 35. The Fall of the Celestial Star. It was evident that the colossal starship could not be overlooked. Although the identity of its occupants remained a mystery, such a grand vessel heralded ominous intentions. The question lingered in Zhuge Jie's mind as to whether the individuals sent by his father could quell the impending threat. Just as anxiety gripped him, a sudden flash caught his attention, and before he knew it, he was whisked away by Qi Tian, who swiftly propelled them into the air. A tremendous explosion erupted at the very spot they had just occupied, obliterating the surrounding structures and leaving a steaming crater in its wake. Zhuge Jie felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had it not been for Qi Tian, he would likely have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Qi Tian glanced upward, fixating on the four-winged black monstrosity hovering above. Zhuge Jie followed suit, his heart sinking as he recognized the seraphim. To his astonishment, the underworld of the southwest had conspired with the fallen angels, clarifying the identity of the enigmatic figure in the black robe, those treacherous turncoats. A surge of concern for his father flooded his thoughts. Indeed, you have revealed yourselves. Will you come willingly, or must I sever your limbs and bind you? The seraphim sneered at Zhuge Jie and Qi Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Tian turned and fled into the distance. A toast to folly will only lead to punishment, he muttered under his breath as the seraphim, with its enhanced speed, pursued them relentlessly. The seraphim's laser cannon locked onto Qi Tian, and with a surge of energy, a formidable beam was unleashed. The explosion echoed for miles, sending shockwaves that shattered a third of the structures in the city. As the dust settled, nothing remained in the wake of such destruction. Surely, that blow could not have reduced everything to rubble, Zhuge Jie pondered, questioning the integrity of the Mech's defenses. Ah, we are doomed, he cried. As Qi Tian clutched him tightly, Zhuge Jie's appearance was disheveled. Half of his hair was singed, and his garments were tattered like a discarded fishing net. Be silent, or I shall cast you aside, Qi Tian warned. Zhuge Jie promptly fell silent. They have escaped again, those cunning Shihi people, the seraphim grumbled, teeth clenched. Far away on Mount Tai, Jin Xiaojue had evidently heard the resounding blast. Have they found it? I wonder if the drug has been compromised, Shueli fretted. Who cares? The blame will not fall upon us, Jin Xiaojue scoffed. If the seraphim wishes to wade through this murky water, let him do so. But just as Jin Xiaojue believed all was well, an anomalous phenomenon materialized in the sky. The clouds converged once more, and like before, a black hole emerged, from which a small starship, adorned with the Shihi federal insignia, emerged. Jin Xiaojue's eyes narrowed into slits. How could there be a Shihi warship? Who leaked this information? They have been gone too long. What a bunch of inept fools. Meanwhile, aboard the immense black starship, sat a man resembling a member of the Kepler Federation, astonishingly emitting a high-pitched female voice. Bo Yi crushed the wine glass in her hand, crimson liquid cascading down her fingers. She had anticipated a brief handover, yet it had dragged on longer than expected. With a few taps on the spiritual source, a holographic screen unfolded before her, reflecting the external chaos, an obscured sky, devoid of visibility. This place is dreadfully dull. Wait, what is this? Something intriguing approaches, Bo Yi mused, her lips curling into a devilish smile as she beheld the opening wormhole. Shihi warship, allow me to make your acquaintance. Rising gracefully, she stretched her limbs and strode purposefully towards the exit. General, it seems we have encountered a fallen angel warship, reportedly belonging to the luminary angel Bo Yi. A soldier clad in nano-combat gear reported to the man in military attire, Gao Ku, one of the 36 celestial generals, a formidable presence in the southwestern military district. Could it be that the second young master has fallen into her hands? That complicates matters, Gao Ku pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, Bo Yi was dispatched by Zhuge to rescue Zhuge Jie, underscoring Zhuge concern for his precious son's life. General, something is amiss. A mech is obstructing our starship. Another soldier rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. Clearly, the visitors harbor ill intent, Gao Ku scoffed, turning towards the mech bay. Might I inquire as to why you impede my starship? Gao Ku ascended in a celestial mech, the most striking feature being the enormous tiger tooth blade strapped to its back, glinting ominously. Forgive my abruptness. I did not realize it was General Gao's vessel. Had I known, I would have approached differently, Bo Yi feigned politeness. However, I am curious as to why you find yourself within Shihi territory? Gao Ku pressed, unyielding. Merely seeking a moment of leisure with a friend in Shihi. Surely, General Guan would not object, Bo Yi replied with a smile. I cannot disregard your personal affairs, yet you have brazenly entered my southwestern domain without notification. This is hardly a mere coincidence, Gao Ku countered, aware of the long-standing friendship between Bo Yi and Jin Xiaojue, hinting at undisclosed secrets between them. My entry is entirely lawful. However, it seems you, a mere general, ought not to concern yourself with such matters. Bo Ye's insinuation was unmistakable, belittling Gao Ke's authority. Enough of this chatter. Hand over the second young master, and I will not cause you any trouble. The second young master? I know not whom you refer to, but should you persist in this unruly behavior, I, Bo Ye, will not hesitate to disregard any higher authority. Especially considering you are not but a hound, she retorted. You. Gao Ke seethed with indignation, drawing his tiger-tooth blade in a swift motion towards Bo Ye. Bo Ye merely smiled, remaining motionless as a black umbrella materialized in her grasp. With a flick of her wrist, darkness enveloped the surroundings, halting Gao Ke mid-attack. The loss of visibility rendered him hesitant, his weapon poised defensively across his chest. Suddenly, a resounding impact struck Gao Ke from behind, disorienting him as he spun around. Striking at emptiness, another blow followed, causing him to lose his balance and plummet from the sky, though his adept piloting skills allowed him to regain control just in time. Is it him? Jin Xiaojue, witnessing the clash between Gao Ke and Bo Ye, speculated on Gao Ke's motives for appearing there. Could it be? He mused, realizing that Zhuge Jie was the only variable in play. Jiang Zian, that fool. Jiang Zian, still searching for Qi Tian amidst the city, suddenly sneezed. Wait. How could I catch a cold inside a mech? Bo Ye, if you have the courage, step forward and engage in a fair fight. Ambushes are hardly commendable. Gao Ke shouted into the darkness. As he expected, the moment he uttered these words, the darkness dissipated, revealing the world once more in its dismal gray hue. Bo Ye's umbrella, after all, could not alter the heavens, only the perception of the combatants. Initially, we at Kepler held little regard for engaging in your straightforward manner. However, now that we find ourselves within your Shihi territory, I shall conform to local customs, for you are, after all, no match for me. The proud angel unfurled 6 pairs of mechanical wings behind him, revealing a disdainful expression. Gao Ke recognized that this opponent was indeed formidable, being one of the 9 fallen angels, and could not afford to underestimate him. As the martial saint hesitated to act recklessly, Bo Ye seized the initiative, launching an attack with his umbrella, its tip aimed directly at the martial saint. Tian Tue Xing raised his tiger-toothed blade horizontally in front of him, bracing against the onslaught of the celestial angel. With a powerful thrust, he directed his hands forward, but the umbrella's point, being too narrow, was easily deflected. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Tue Xing pushed the blade forward, its edge threatening to strike the celestial angel. Bo Ye, seasoned in battle, understood the futility of a direct confrontation. He beat his mechanical wings and swiftly retreated, evading the blade's arc. Yet, just as Bo Ye regained his balance, Tian Tue Xing pressed on, and with no time to evade, a staff intervened before the martial saint. It was none other than the King of Earth, piloted by Jin Xiaoju, who clashed his staff against the tiger-tooth blade, igniting a flurry of sparks. Jin Xiaoju, what is your intention? Gao Ke glared at the figure of the King of Earth, taken aback by Jin Xiaoju's interference. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish for General Gao not to harm my esteemed guest who has come from afar. Jin Xiaoju replied calmly, positioning himself for battle. As a member of Kepler, you dare to appear here without prior notice. Do you believe he has come merely for tea? Gao Ke challenged Jin Xiaoju. Bo Ye's arrival signifies the will of the fallen angels, and I am aware of this. If General Guan has no other matters at hand, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Jin Xiaoju issued a clear eviction order to Gao Ke, showing no intention of granting him any courtesy. Very well, very well. Gao Ke repeated the phrase thrice, his lips trembling with rage. He had not anticipated that the ruler of the underworld would conspire with foreign forces. Regardless of intent, it posed a clear threat to the security of Shihi. If that is the case, let us meet in a military tribunal. You may certainly try, the King of Earth replied, wielding his staff against Tian Tue Xing. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, clashing in the air for dozens of rounds. Ultimately, Tian Tue Xing gained the upper hand. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, he struck down with his blade, hitting the King of Earth on the right shoulder and sending him crashing towards the ground. Bo Ye, what are you waiting for? Jin Xiaoju called out to the onlooker. Bo Ye frowned. Are you commanding me? If not for your remaining usefulness, do you truly believe you would still be alive? Despite his dissatisfaction, the celestial angel brandished his umbrella and advanced, aiming its tip toward Tian Tue Xing's back. With no time for defense, Tian Tue Xing was struck, the piercing blow chilling him to the core. The attack severed the primary energy supply lines of his mech, rendering him nearly powerless to resist, while the King of Earth exploited the opportunity to break free. Bo Yi swung the umbrella in a wide arc, bringing it down upon Tian Tue Xing. With no means to defend himself, Tian Tue Xing plummeted to the ground. A tremendous crash echoed as he created a massive crater upon impact, leveling several buildings and sending dust soaring dozens of meters into the air. His form disintegrated, and Gao Ke lost consciousness, having fallen thousands of meters with little chance of survival. Chapter 36. Humiliation. Upon witnessing the death of Gao Ke, the soldiers who had accompanied him were filled with rage. For General Guan's vengeance, several cannon barrels emerged from the small starship, unleashing a concentrated barrage against the Radiant Angel. The Radiant Angel unfurled the black umbrella in its grasp, moving with an ethereal grace to evade and deflect the onslaught entirely. Seeking death, Baiye's expression turned icy. Return fire. The massive starship raised several cannons, firing lasers towards the small vessel. We swear to live and die with the general. The soldiers, undaunted by the prospect of death, activated their shields with fervor. Yet, despite their courage, they stood no chance against the firepower of the colossal starship. Within moments, cracks appeared in their protective barrier, and with a deafening roar, the small starship plummeted from the sky, reduced to mere rubble. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Jin Xiaoju's expression flickered, but he quickly suppressed it, turning to Bai Yi with a feigned smile of gratitude. It is merely a matter of mutual need. But why has Klein been gone for so long? Bai Yi did not respond to Jin Xiaoju's thanks. What is your status compared to mine? Jin Xiaoju's eyes darted as he continued. I had already entrusted the items to him, but unexpectedly, there was a traitor in ambush and the drug was stolen. However, it matters not. For Klein has gone to pursue them and will surely succeed shortly. I merely asked for your patience. What a useless fool, unable to safeguard what was within his grasp. Bai Yi scolded furiously. Jin Xiaoju's face turned pale at these words. Though he had cast blame upon Klein, they felt like an indictment of his own failures. Can the guardsmen accompany you? Bai Yi suddenly inquired, as if recalling something. This. Jin Xiaoju was momentarily at a loss for words. Is there something you cannot say? Bai Yi's gaze bore into Jin Xiaoju. And no, my lord, he stammered. The traitor you mentioned could very well be your guardsman too. As he uttered these words, his lips trembled, clearly regarding Zhuge Jie as the guardsman, finding it difficult to admit that there was an infiltrator among the fallen angels. Upon completing his statement, he looked up to find the Radiant Angel had approached, the cold tip of the umbrella aimed directly at his chest. Have you considered the consequences of deceiving me? Bai Yi sneered at Jin Xiaoju. I dare not. I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. Jin Xiaoju's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his limbs turning icy. Having spent so long in what he termed hell, he now felt the genuine terror of death. Before Jin Xiaoju could finish, the earthly guardian was kicked away by Bai Yi. Do you think the guardsmen are? They are mere slaves, bred by the fallen angels since childhood, possessing an intrinsic loyalty to them. Thus, I am more inclined to believe you are the one who is dishonest. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaoju spewed a mouthful of blood from his chest, overwhelmed by a sense of suffocating injustice. You better provide me with a satisfactory answer, or you shall meet the true king of hell. In a flash, the Radiant Angel was once again before the earthly guardian. Jin Xiaoju's face flushed crimson, yet he could not utter a word. Useless. The Radiant Angel pointed the umbrella forward, pressing a button on the handle. A beam, as thick as an arm, pierced through the earthly guardian's right shoulder. Jin Xiaoju's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated Bai Yi would be so ruthless. Who do you think you are? Just a pawn. Bai Yi disregarded the earthly guardian entirely, his 6 pairs of mechanical wings flapping as he swiftly soared into the city. While the earthly guardian plummeted from the sky, the Wheel King, quietly awaiting below, witnessed this scene, his pupils constricting sharply. He hurriedly flew towards the earthly guardian, managing to catch him just in time before they gently descended to the ground. The cockpit of the earthly guardian opened, and Jin Xiaoju tumbled out. Relieved that Bai Yi had not truly intended to kill him, he had narrowly escaped death, trading the use of one arm for his life. Otherwise, he would have become just another corpse. Shueli hurriedly ejected from the cockpit, retrieving a vial of blue elixir from his pocket, which he swiftly poured into Jin Xiaoju's mouth. Soon, the injury to his right arm was under control. Jin Xiaoju's expression darkened, nearly dripping with despair. Recognizing that the power of the southwestern underworld could hardly contend with the colossal entity of the fallen angels, he resigned himself to fate, hoping they would keep their word. Meanwhile, Qi Tian and Zhuge Jie had taken refuge behind a building, the sound of explosions ringing overhead. Hiding like this is not a solution, Zhuge Jie lamented. Do you have a better plan? No. Zhuge Jie fell silent at this retort. I just hope my father's men arrive soon. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Gaoku had already met his end, a tragic fate before the mission had even commenced. This bombardment is futile, and our laser cannon's energy is dwindling. The Radiant Angel relinquished the now overheating cannon, leaving Chi Tian with a profound sense of helplessness. Just as despair began to set in, he spotted a figure soaring towards them, his eyes lighting up momentarily, only to be replaced by a frown. The newcomer was Bai Yi. If the Lord were to learn of his ineffectiveness, Chi Tian shuddered at the thought of the potential consequences. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, fear deepened within him. The Radiant Angel soon approached, and the Power Angel folded his mechanical wings, descending to the ground, kneeling silently with his head bowed. You should know, the fallen angels do not harbor useless beings. After uttering this, Bai Yi ignored him and flew off into the distance. The Power Angel remained silent, but the laser cannon in his hands began to charge once more. Boom! A deafening explosion engulfed the Power Angel, while nearby, Jiang Zian and the others watched in terror, realizing a single word could compel the Power Angel to self-destruct. Just how fearsome was Bai Yi? Devil's Eye, Bai Yi murmured, pressing a button on the control panel. All external cover became semi-transparent within the scope of Bai Yi's mind control glasses, granting him a perspective akin to X-ray vision. No object could escape his sight under this demonic gaze. In no time, Bai Yi locked onto two dark figures, and with a gust of wind from his 6 pairs of mechanical wings, he rapidly closed the distance to Zhuge Jie and Chi Tian. A larger adversary approaches. Zhuge Jie's face turned ashen. It appeared he was destined to perish here today. Just as Zhuge Jie finished speaking, he suddenly felt weightless, finding himself airborne, having been thrown by Chi Tian. Zhuge Jie let out a chilling scream, but it only attracted the attention of a massive dark golden entity. As Bai Yi maneuvered the Radiant Angel towards Zhuge Jie, the Radiant Angel suddenly plunged downwards, having been struck by Chi Tian, who had leaped onto a nearby rooftop while Bai Yi was focused on Zhuge Jie. The Radiant Angel was already flying at a low altitude, and with Chi Tian now at the same height, he executed a daring maneuver, landing atop the Radiant Angel. You sly one. Chi Tian stood atop the Radiant Angel, extending his right hand to securely catch Zhuge Jie midair, landing gracefully. Once on the ground, Zhuge Jie felt his legs weaken slightly. Chi Tian had just tossed him over 20 meters high. Had he fallen, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not death, leaving him with a profound psychological scar. Next time, could you maybe give me a heads up? Bai Yi was frustrated. Having barely made contact, he found himself subdued. On the ground, he could not fully extend his limbs, while his 12 mechanical wings were unparalleled in the air, but became an encumbrance on the ground, leaving him sprawled and unable to flip over. Chi Tian raised his fist and struck down towards the Radiant Angel, the frequency of his punches accelerating rapidly. The sound of metal clashing resonating intensely, leaving Zhuge Jie momentarily dizzy. Finally, Chi Tian halted. Is he dead? Zhuge Jie inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. Surely not. Such a large figure, so frail? Clearly not. Chi Tian soon realized that this singular form of assault could not breach the Radiant Angel's defenses. Despite the ferocity of his attacks, the arrogant angel merely sustained damage to a few joints of its mechanical wings, which caused no substantial harm. Just wait. I shall ensure your bodies are torn to shreds, Bai Yi growled. Such impotent bluster, Zhuge Jie retorted, stepping upon the head of the arrogant angel and spitting disdainfully. This display left Chi Tian utterly dumbfounded. The audacity of reliance on power was strikingly apparent. Bai Yi seethed with anger, his chest aching, for he had never before been so humiliated by a mere youth. Have you forgotten that there are others? A voice emerged from behind Zhuge Jie. In an instant, both Chi Tian and Zhuge Jie were sent flying. Had Chi Tian not shielded Zhuge Jie, the latter would have undoubtedly met his demise. Before Zhuge Jie could gather his senses, 3 mechs approached, swiftly subduing them to the ground. These mechs belonged to King Qin Guang, King Chu Jiang, and King Songdi. The Radiant Angel retracted its 6 pairs of wings, pushing against the ground to leap into the air. As a mech wielding a tin staff approached, it was the Xidagarba piloted by Jin Xiaojue, utterly shameless, bullying the few with the many. Zhuge Jie spat in fury. Jin Xiaojue regarded Zhuge Jie with a look of condescension. I am shameless. Come, strike me. When my father sends someone, I hope you won't weep too pathetically. Zhuge Jie continued to issue threats. Your father? Jin Xiaojue was unaware that Zhuge Jie was the second young master of the Zhuge family. Ha. Are you referring to that scrap mech? Jiang Zian laughed heartily upon hearing Zhuge Jie's words. Zhuge Jie's expression darkened at this remark. So you are the so-called second young master of the Zhuge family, Jin Xiaojue deduced, realizing that the young man before him was indeed the one spoken of by Gao Ku. Who, then, was the guard Bai Yi mentioned? Alas, why must you forsake being a second young master to play the hero, now that you have failed in your heroic pursuits? Poor General Gao has met his end in this forsaken place, while Tian Tue Xing, one of the most formidable generals among the 36 heavenly generals, perished here, he lamented, casting a pitying glance at Zhuge Jie. Upon hearing the news of Gao Ku's death, Zhuge Jie felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face paling as he realized he was responsible for the general's demise. His legs weakened, he collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant and devoid of resistance. Ha! I shall take you along to the fallen angels for a little excursion. I am certain your father would be willing to cover some travel expenses. Indeed, Zhuge Jie remained immobilized. Even the strength of Zhuge made the fallen angels wary. Yet if they firmly held Zhuge Jie, Zhuge would be at their mercy. They must die? Bai Yi declared, having never endured such humiliation, especially not from a single individual in Mech. He was determined not to let this grievance pass. Bai Yi, son of the Supreme Commander of the Southwestern Federation, should you perish here, the Shihe Federation would not let this matter rest. Are you attempting to incite war between the two federations? Jin Xiaojue, no longer polite, addressed Bai Yi directly, finding his demeanor intolerable. Were it not for his ulterior motives, he would not bother with pleasantries, for at his level, pride was a common trait. And what of that Mech? I shall dismantle it piece by piece, Bai Yi exclaimed, pointing furiously at Qi Tian. Jin Xiaojue followed the radiant angel's gaze towards Qi Tian, and as their eyes met, his breath quickened abruptly. Chapter 37. The Descent of the Gods. Indeed, this is the long-lost classified Mech, Qi Tian. 5 years ago, the Tiangong space station orbited the tranquil western star region of the Shihe Federation, during which Qi Tian was inadvertently separated amidst the Mech Innovation and Research Exchange Conference. As the authority responsible for managing Mech registrations, the task of tracking down Qi Tian naturally fell to the Underworld Division. This significant prize had undoubtedly left a profound impression on Jin Xiaojue. Little did he anticipate that Qi Tian would present itself willingly. This cannot be allowed, that Mech is. Jin Xiaojue hurriedly activated a private communication to inform Boy of Qi Tian's identity. Is it really him? After Jin Xiaojue's reminder, Boy recognized Qi Tian as well. After all, the grand event and the emergence of Qi Tian had attracted widespread attention from the entire Galactic Alliance. Even though 5 years had passed, the shadow cast by Qi Tian over Mech companies within the Galactic Alliance still lingered like a dense cloud over various factions. Jin Xiaojue, you have indeed delivered a remarkable gift to me. Since I have encountered it, it is now an unclaimed possession. If I can return it to the fallen angel, my master will undoubtedly be pleased, Boy remarked with a sly smile. If you wish for your precious trinket not to face any mishap, you would do well to release me at once. The radiant angel gestured, preparing to turn and fly back to the starship alongside Dizong, when Zhuge Jie coldly interjected. Upon hearing this, Boy swiftly flew in front of Zhuge Jie, seizing him with a malicious grin. You are the first to dare threaten me. Zhuge Jie, gasping for air under the pressure of the radiant angel, still managed to retort, you might as well try. If you kill me, you will never obtain what you seek. Huh? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? Were it not for my desire to avoid my master's wrath, you would already be a corpse. Allow me to clarify, that precious trinket is nothing extraordinary, merely the lifeblood of a despicable race. There are thousands of such races adrift in the vast cosmos. I simply do not wish to expend further effort, Boy declared, dismissing Zhuge Jie as one would discard refuse, and flew away without a backward glance. You have some bravery, I will concede, but soon you shall pay dearly for it. Jin Xiaojue admonished Zhuge Jie, commanding, ensure they are secured and follow closely. Before Zhuge Jie could catch his breath, he was seized once more and flew alongside Jin Xiaojue towards Mount Tai. The group soon reunited with the Wheel King and the 6 Halls of Hell, bringing the farce to an end. It is getting late, we must depart, Jin Xiaojue urged impatiently. Despite his words, a sense of unease gnawed at his heart. The group maneuvered their mechs to follow the radiant angel towards the starship. The creature, Tiding, was ensnared within a massive metallic net, appearing exceedingly weak, likely having endured inhuman torment. Zhuge Jie was held captive by King Chu Jiang, unable to resist, while Qi Tian was firmly restrained, leaving the situation seemingly predetermined. Surely, it cannot be true. Just as the group approached the starship, a celestial anomaly re-emerged, a rift appearing in the sky. Boy's brow furrowed in frustration. What should have been a simple docking was repeatedly disrupted. From the wormhole emerged a colossal silver tiger head, followed by a massive tiger-headed starship that slowly flew out. This vessel was twice the size of Boy's starship, emblazoned with a grand Shiha Federation flag, standing out vividly against the gray sky. Once the starship stabilized, its hatch opened, and hundreds of heavenly soldier mechs surged forth, darkening the skies. Before the onlookers could react, the heavenly soldier mechs surrounded Mount Tai completely, repelling any mechs that attempted to flee. Upon the starship's emergence, Jin Xiaojue and the others sensed something was amiss. Faced with the encirclement of hundreds of heavenly soldier mechs, they dared not act recklessly, fixating their gazes on the immense starship, wondering who could be aboard. Soon, a figure emerged from the hatch, crawling forth, an imposing white tiger. Indeed, a winged white tiger, which flew directly towards them, retracting its claws and arching its back, transforming into a white tiger mech adorned with mechanical wings. The White Tiger Spirit. This was the White Tiger mech piloted by Yunqi, one of the 4 spirit generals guarding the Western Star region. To what do I owe the honor of your presence in this humble abode? Jin Xiaojue inquired, maintaining a facade of politeness. Yunqi, cease your pretentious smiles. I have heard rumors of federal officials colluding with foreign powers. Have you any knowledge of this? Yunqi inquired, showing no mercy. Spirit General, you are mistaken. I am but a good Samaritan. To suggest collusion is a gross overstatement. It was merely a gathering of friends, Jin Xiaojue hastily clarified. Enough. Yunqi interrupted, Jin Xiaojue of the Underworld Division. You have harmed the native race of the Yanqi Star and conspired with the fallen angels. The 10 halls of hell have abandoned their duties, resulting in missing data from the Book of Life and Death. I, Yunqi, have been sent to apprehend you. Here is your arrest warrant. The White Tiger tossed a small metallic sphere to Jin Xiaojue, who manipulated Dizong to catch it. A holographic projection sprang from the sphere, detailing the multitude of crimes committed by Jin Xiaojue and his associates. As Jin Xiaojue scanned the accusations, his breath grew heavier. He understood that secrets could not remain hidden forever. He had not anticipated how swiftly the news had spread. Just a step away, if he could board the starship and escape to Kepler, the fallen angels would ensure his safety. Had it not been for the delays caused by Zhuge Jie and Qi Tian, Yunqi would not have pursued him. Ignoring Jin Xiaojue's thoughts, Yunqi turned his attention to Boy, unexpectedly pleased by this unforeseen development. Boy, your appearance within Shiha territory without prior notice warrants your accompanying me. Yunqi, do not get ahead of yourself. You are but one, while we are many. What makes you think you can overpower us? Jin Xiaojue replied with a stern expression. Since I dare come alone, it is because I possess ample confidence. Does sheer numbers guarantee an advantage? How laughable. Should you refuse to surrender, I will not hesitate to employ extreme measures, Yunqi retorted, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Indeed, I have yet to meet a Shiha individual with such fortitude. Should I slay you, my master may be quite pleased, Boy scoffed. With a swift motion, 3 steel claws sprang from the back of the White Tiger mech's hands, glinting ominously as they pointed toward the Radiant Angel and Dizong. Onward. Dizong, wielding a scepter, charged forward. The White Tiger raised one claw to block the incoming scepter while the other lunged toward the gaping wound in Dizong's right shoulder. This was precarious. That very wound had been inflicted by the Radiant Angel's laser. Jin Xiaojue, realizing the severity of the situation, attempted to evade, but his right arm was severely injured, rendering him incapable of complex maneuvers. The mech hung suspended in the air as the claw neared its target. Suddenly, the White Tiger was momentarily blinded as the Radiant Angel unfurled an ominous black umbrella. Due to the abrupt loss of sight, the White Tiger's claw veered off course by mere inches, narrowly missing the vulnerable spot on Dizong. Nonetheless, it still incapacitated his right arm, causing the scepter to slip from his grasp. However, Dizong managed to break free from the White Tiger's grip, retreating for the moment. The black umbrella wielded by Boy lacked the power to alter the heavens, merely interfering with the visual transmission signals of the mechs, leading to temporary blindness for their pilots. However, the signal disruption was controllable, so Dizong remained unaffected. As the earthly Bodhisattva withdrew from the battlefield, Bo Yi let out a cold snort. He had never anticipated that Jin Xiaoju would be of any assistance. With a swift motion of his left hand pressing against the umbrella handle, a beam of laser shot towards the White Tiger. The White Tiger's form flickered, and the laser pierced through its body. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, 2 White Tigers appeared in the air. Shadow clone technique. How could that be? Of course not. We must trust in science. It was merely an afterimage caused by the White Tiger's astonishing speed. As expected, The white tiger that had been penetrated by the laser flickered a few times before vanishing. What is happening? Can you see? Bo Yi exclaimed in astonishment, for this was the first time his cloaking shield had failed. I cannot see, but I can hear. Bai Yunqi chuckled lightly. Hear? What nonsense. You must have gotten lucky. Let us see if you can evade the next attack, Bo Yi bellowed, struggling to accept that his proud assault had been so easily countered. There will be no subsequent attack, Bai Yunqi replied softly, raising the back of his hand adorned with a golden inscription, making the 3 pairs of sharp blades appear even more menacing, glinting with cold light. Divine Slash. In an instant, Bai Yunqi locked onto the position of the seraphim, lunging forward, the tiger claws extending with a swift strike. Slash. The white tiger instantly tore through the darkness, retracting its claws as the seraphim emitted a series of explosive sounds, the entire mech tilting precariously downwards. Bai Yunqi had no intention of letting him off so easily. Just as he prepared to fly over to deliver a finishing blow, a voice halted him. Bai Ling, show mercy. The white tiger raised its head to see a wormhole opening in the sky, from which a resplendent golden cherubim mech emerged. Its 6 pairs of wings unfurling to block out the sun, radiating golden light as if a divine decree had descended. As this mech appeared, 2 dominions caught the plummeting seraphim. Justice Angel Michael, it seems Bo Yi cannot take him away, the white tiger sighed softly. As for Bo Yi, Kepler will provide he with an explanation. I only hope to bring him back to Kepler for judgment. Michael's 6 wings slightly folded as he hovered before the white tiger, speaking slowly. Even if Bo Yi belongs to your Kepler, it is not your place to dictate matters on my Shi Ling's territory. Bai Yunqi narrowed his eyes at the Justice Angel. I am certainly not in a position to dictate, but that is the will of those above, Michael replied. Those above? Bai Yunqi pondered when Ling Yuan received a message. Upon opening it, Bai Yunqi furrowed his brow. Very well, I hope Kepler can keep a better watch over its own hounds next time, Bai Yunqi scoffed. The message essentially advising him not to interfere, as the situation was far too convoluted for him to navigate. Thank you, Bai Ling. Michael disregarded Bai Yunqi's taunt, expressing his gratitude before leading the seraphim towards Bo Ye's starship. My lord, what about us? Jin Xiaoju grew anxious, observing Michael's indifference in taking Bo Yi away, clearly abandoning them. Jin Xiaoju could no longer sit idly by. They seemed intent on forsaking them. You would forsake a steady meal for a precarious feast. Then I shall accommodate you, Bai Yunqi retorted. Ha, we still have so many people here. We might as well fight to the death, Jin Xiaoju sneered. Glaring at the colossal starship that was vanishing into the horizon, his expression hardening as he dragged his already mangled right arm towards the white tiger with a menacing grin. Oh, is that so? Come forth, Bai Yunqi said with a playful smile, calling out towards the white tiger's starship. As his words fell, 7 uniquely designed mech soared forth, encircling Jin Xiaoju and his companions without hesitation. The 7 western stars, apprehend them. Chapter 38. Blood Dripper. The 7 mechs moved in unison. Stay back. If you take another step, I shall end his life. The king of Chujiang retreated swiftly, raising the device he held, the Zhuge bracelet. What is this? Bai Yunqi squinted, recognition dawning upon him. Bai Yunqi, you surely wouldn't want Commander Zhuge to discover that his second son perished due to your negligence, would you? Jiang Zian remarked with a smile. Indeed, moments ago, Bai Yunqi had been uncertain, but Jiang Zian's reminder led him to recognize the individual before him as Zhuge's second son. Zhugejia, what do you intend to do? Bai Yunqi hesitated, acutely aware of the precariousness of Zhugejia's status. As the second son of the Zhuge family, his life was undeniably significant. What do I want? Naturally, I wish for us to be allowed to leave. Jin Xiaojue interjected, stating his demand. Leave? Where do you think you can go? The fallen angels have abandoned you, Bai Yunqi scoffed. That is not your concern. You should be more worried about the life of Zhuge's second son, Jin Xiaojue replied, sensing the upper hand he held over Bai Yunqi, emboldened by Zhugejia's identity. Huh. I have no worries at all. You know as well as I do that if he dies, you shall not survive either. It would be wise for you to comply. Perhaps those above will intervene and spare your life. Should you kill him, few would dare to offend Zhuge Bai Yunqi spoke, his voice laced with tension, gambling on the notion that Jin Xiaojue was not a desperate man. Clearly, he had wagered correctly. Had Jin Xiaojue truly been fearless of death, he would not have been troubled by the fallen angel's stance. The arms of the earthly guardian drooped, and Bai Yunqi realized that Jin Xiaojue had relented. Seize them. The 7 celestial stars surged forward, capturing everyone, including the 9 halls Yama and the earthly guardian, who ceased to resist. Wait. Just as they prepared to return to the starship, the Wheel King suddenly called out, halting Bai Yunqi. What trickery do you intend? Bai Hu approached the Wheel King, a deadly claw poised against his chest. I possess reliable intelligence. Might I receive a lighter sentence? Shueli spoke cautiously. Oh, do tell. Bai Yunqi's interest piqued. Curious to see what Shueli could conjure. Evidence regarding Jin Xiaojue's crimes is currently within the second level of the Taishan Prefecture's reincarnation hall. Though his condition is far from favorable. Had we arrived sooner, he might still be alive. The Wheel King spoke of the Blood Dripper, the last survivor of a brutally exterminated clan. Kuei Xiao, swiftly retrieve him. Bai Yunqi commanded one of the mechs from the 7 celestial stars. Then turned to the Wheel King. Indeed, if the situation proves true, I shall consider a reduced sentence. Thank you, esteemed Spirit General, Shueli responded eagerly. Shueli, you traitorous scoundrel. Jin Xiaojue spat at Shueli. I merely made the right choice, Shueli retorted nonchalantly. Hearing this, Jin Xiaojue's anger surged. He coughed up blood and slumped weakly against the control panel. Soon, Kuei Xiao returned, each hand gripping an individual. Clearly, they were Jiang Yu and the Blood Dripper. General, look. Kuei Xiao presented the Blood Dripper before Bai Yunqi. Why are there two people? Bai Yunqi's gaze flitted between Jiang Yu and the Blood Dripper, uncertain. It's the one in the right hand, and the other can be considered a hostage, Shueli exclaimed excitedly. Bai Yunqi regarded the entity in Kuei Xiao's right hand, a being that was neither fully human nor entirely inhuman, with an expression of suspicion. He is a cyborg. Hence his appearance. Such cyborgs abound in the underworld, all crafted by Jin Xiaojue and his cohorts, Shueli quickly explained, not hesitating to cast blame on Jin Xiaojue. Bai Yunqi's expression turned grave. He had anticipated capturing a mere thief, yet he had unwittingly uncovered a deeper conspiracy. It appeared that Jin Xiaojue and his associates were guilty of far more than mere genocide. Take them all away for investigation, Bai Yunqi commanded, his tone chillingly severe. And you are? Bai Yunqi's gaze shifted to the seemingly docile Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Before Jiang Yu could respond, Zhuge Jie cried out, tears brimming in his eyes. Having believed they were worlds apart, he could hardly fathom that Jiang Yu stood before him, his emotions far more tumultuous than Jiang Yu's. You know each other? Bai Yunqi queried, bewildered. This is his mech, Zhuge Jie pointed to Qi Tian, addressing Bai Yunqi. His mech? How could it be with you? Bai Yunqi's CPU struggled to process this information. That is a long story. Zhuge Jie scratched his head, uncertain how to explain, but Bai Yunqi did not press further. There were pressing matters at hand. From the moment Kuei Xiao led Jiang Yu away from the reincarnation hall to the re-emergence into light, Jiang Yu had exhibited a demeanor of submission. What power did he possess to resist when he, a mere fleshly being, had none? Yet, upon witnessing Kuei Xiao break through the door, he felt a flicker of hope, for Kuei Xiao's form was unlike any mech in the underground. It suggested a connection to the outside world. If he were an ally, then perhaps he still had a chance. Seeing that only Jiang Yu remained alive in the reincarnation hall, Kuei Xiao assumed Jiang Yu was the key witness and was about to leave with him when Jiang Yu pointed to the Blood Dripper, urging him to take both. Thus, Kuei Xiao, uncertain of their identities, opted to bring both along. The Blood Dripper lay silently in the empty chamber, unaware of how long he would remain there. Since his last escape, each day had blended into a haze. Memory had eluded him since the loss of half his face. It felt as though something had been implanted in his mind. He only knew that on that day, countless living beings had transformed into his ghastly form. He suspected he had once been a living person. He had witnessed the agonized cries of many, yet they had all turned to numbness. However, he retained the memory of each demon's visage. Perhaps it was their oversight that allowed him to keep his heart. He still possessed human emotions, constantly reminded by the heartbeat that still throbbed within him. He had forgotten his name. All he knew was that they called him Blood Dripper. He escaped to a mountain of refuse, where a peculiar gray river flowed. The river was strange, yet so was he, and he felt an odd sense of belonging. Thus he remained there. The river held a mystical power, a life force. Whenever he approached it, he could feel the vitality of his heartbeat. By the riverbank, he experienced his first peaceful sleep in a long while. Yet, those demons would not allow him peace. One fateful day, a group of ghostly messengers arrived, intent on dragging him back to that sunless place, where a safe haven was elusive. He refused to return, leading to an inevitable clash. In that battle, his metallic blade tasted blood for the first time as he severed the necks of two ghostly messengers. Consequently, the remainder retreated, too fearful to disturb him again for a time. Yet, they would not relent. After several encounters, he had slain 9 ghostly messengers. He strung their severed heads together as a grim reminder of his vow for vengeance. Then, just days ago, he encountered a red metallic monstrosity. He had seen such beings in the underworld before. They seemed akin to him. Chi Tian was formidable. He could not hope to defeat him. Yet perhaps Chi Tian could aid him in avenging his wrongs. He remained excessively naive, having just entered the underworld only to be captured, thus parting ways with Chi Tian. Alone, he was utterly incapable of contending with such a colossal entity. Upon his return, he beheld his kin once more. A sight that filled him with joy, yet they seemed not to recognize him. They were no longer the individuals he once knew. As his heart detached, he sensed his consciousness fading, becoming increasingly numb, yet fear eluded him, for he had long since shed his emotions, enduring the torment of the 18 layers of hell. For one devoid of sensation and emotion, he felt nothing. His awareness remained intact until this moment, lying alongside his kin. Perhaps this state was acceptable, together with his people, to eternally slumber. He caught sight of one of the demons, a principal instigator, envisioning countless times how he would stand before them, wielding the metallic blade upon his legs to sever their throats. Yet, faced with the reality of this moment, he found himself powerless. Just as he believed he would remain here in eternal repose, a mech soared into the scene. Not the formidable red mech he could not conquer, but an unfamiliar one. When it turned to regard him, he mustered all his strength to blink, and with that, he was whisked away. He beheld the demons, the red mech, and an enigmatic object hovering in the air. Was it a cloud? How long had it been since he had seen one? Soon, clarity dawned upon him. They intended to take him away. To where? Confusion enveloped him, a bewilderment arising from never having departed this planet. What would happen to his kin if he left? He felt adrift, yet powerless to resist, as if it were his fate. Wait, what was entangled in this net? The metallic net, trailing behind several mechs, had caused Bai Yunqi to overlook the menacing beast. General Bai, this is the legendary ancient creature, Ti Ting, Shueli remarked, requesting private communication with Bai Yunqi. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunqi's heart raced. Such audacity. The gold Xiao dared to imprison an ancient beast. Had he not arrived in time, it would have surely fallen into the hands of the fallen angels. Realizing this, Bai Yunqi swiftly sent an encrypted message to an anonymous user before entrusting the net to Anxiu and Basu. General Bai, we cannot depart just yet, Zhuge Jie called out, halting Bai Yunqi, who was preparing to return to the starship. Oh, what is it? Bai Yunqi asked, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone, as the Zhuge family's second young master lingered longer than necessary. General Gao, one of the 36 celestial generals, has perished in this battle. I wish to bring back his remains along with those of the other warriors. Zhuge Jie's face bore an unusual gravity, devoid of his customary flippancy. Gao Jun has fallen? Bai Yunqi exclaimed, rising from the mech in shock, causing his vehicle to sway precariously. Fortunately, his exceptional composure allowed him to stabilize the machine. Indeed, to save me, General Gao perished at the hands of the Earth God and the fallen angels. His voice resonated with a solemnity tinged with sorrow. Why did you not say so sooner? Bai Yunqi's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Zhuge Jie. Realizing that Bai Yi had colluded with Jin Xiao to slay Gao Ku, he had naively let him go. Zhuge Jie wore a look of grievance, stating, the pressure when Michael descended was overwhelming. In your divine conflict, did you not consider the feelings of a mere mortal like me? When Bai Yunqi dragged Gao Ku from the cockpit, he found him devoid of life, his body a shattered mass. Yet his right hand clutched the Shihe Federation flag on his combat suit. Witnessing this, Bai Yunqi felt a surge of respect and rendered a formal military salute. Once all the heavenly soldiers had escorted the minor spirits of the western underworld back to the starship, Bai Yunqi and the others laid to rest the remains of Gao Ku and the other warriors. Subsequently, Bai Yunqi returned to the cockpit and commanded, prepare for departure. With the gathering clouds, a colossal wormhole emerged in the sky, and the body of the Bai whose starship gradually vanished into its depths. Chapter 39. A sudden reconciliation, alas. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Zhuge Jie sobbed, holding Jiang Yu tightly, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Yu, however, wore a look of disdain, firmly pushing Zhuge Jie away, preventing his tears from encroaching even a fraction. Bai Yunqi sat nearby, utterly speechless, unsure of how to proceed. Could it be that these two shared an extraordinary bond? If he intervened too hastily, he might jeopardize their budding relationship. It seemed prudent to take his leave for the moment. Rising from his seat, Bai Yunqi resolved to depart. General Bai, we must discuss serious matters. Zhuge Jie suddenly straightened up and spoke solemnly. You just... Bai Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the swift change. What just happened? I have been sitting here quietly. Zhuge Jie feigned innocence. Well, Never mind. Bai Yunqi shook his head, dismissing the trivialities, and returned to the matter at hand. How do you plan to handle General Gao's remains? Zhuge Jie, shedding his usual flippancy, asked earnestly, though General Gao sacrificed himself in our western star domain. Should Commander Zhuge request his body be returned for burial in the southwest star domain, I shall fully cooperate. However, I wish to hold a memorial service for him in Baihu City. Bai Yunqi met Zhuge Jie's gaze steadily, his expression calm, yet resolute. A memorial service. Zhuge Jie mused, recognizing the soundness of Bai Yunqi's proposal. His tone was neither subservient nor haughty, indicating that Bai Yunqi had clearly considered this matter thoroughly. Zhuge Jie decided not to elaborate further. It was evident that Bai Yunqi did not regard him with much importance, and his words would likely carry little weight. Now, let us discuss how you became embroiled in this situation, Bai Yunqi inquired again, his expression unwavering. Despite the absence of emotion in those eyes, Zhuge Jie felt a twinge of discomfort. It's a long story. Then let us condense it. Since Bai Yunqi had made his request, Zhuge Jie reluctantly recounted how he arrived at Yanxi Star and inadvertently found himself in the underworld, omitting the details of his self-entrapment. He merely mentioned that he had been drawn into a rift along with Gao Wen's ship, subsequently captured by Meng Pu on the Naiha Bridge, separated from Jiang Yu upon entering the underworld, and eventually encountered Qi Tian, leading to his appearance outside Taishan. Are you saying that Gao Wen's fate is also uncertain? Upon hearing that Gao Wen's ship had been sucked into a temporal rift, Bai Yunqi struggled to contain his emotions but refrained from interrupting Zhuge Jie. Just as Zhuge Jie finished speaking, Bai Yunqi burst out, Gao Wen could still be alive. Zhuge Jie nodded gravely, then offered reassurance. If my worthless life remains intact, General Gao will surely be safe as well. Bai Yunqi's emotions began to stabilize. Wherever Gao Wen was, he could only offer silent prayers for his safety. You mentioned that he was piloting the mecha initially, but why did that mecha accompany you while he ended up in the Hall of Reincarnation? Bai Yunqi's gaze flitted from Jiang Yu to Zhuge Jie. Zhuge Jie shrugged and glanced at Jiang Yu, signaling his ignorance. I have no idea. We weren't always together. You should ask him. I took a nap, and then I woke up in the Hall of Reincarnation. Jiang Yu replied stiffly, the pressure now resting upon him. Bai Yunqi frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Jiang Yu's response. How can one sleep so soundly that they are oblivious to being ejected from a pod? Jiang Yu, lacking Zhuge Jie's cunning, could only speak the truth, feeling no inclination to concoct elaborate tales. It doesn't matter if you choose not to share, as everyone has their secrets. Just ensure you don't play any tricks in my presence, or the consequences will be dire, Bai Yunqi warned coldly. Jiang Yu felt powerless, akin to a mute suffering silently. Why don't you trust me? He thought, but he had grown weary of defending himself. As the starship traversed the vast cosmos, it sailed toward a gleaming star, the surrounding silence enveloping them like a shroud. Preparing to dock, General Bai has returned. Before them lay Baihu City, a magnificent steel edifice suspended in the universe. As the Baihu starship approached the docking port, the atmosphere within the port grew restless. When the hatch opened, Bai Yunqi emerged, striking a flamboyant pose. Welcome back, General Bai. The crowd erupted in unison, exclaiming joyously at the sight of him. Bai Yunqi, with an air of icy detachment, descended from the starship. Reveling in the accolades directed his way. Take the prisoners to cell number 4. The mechas should be parked at the designated spot. Bring the bodies of our fallen comrades to me, Bai Yunqi directed, continuing into the city as the crowd parted to clear a path. Inside the city, a magnetic levitation vehicle awaited their arrival. Bai Yunqi, accompanied by Zhuge Jie and Jiang Yu, boarded the first vehicle while the 7 from the western constellations took the subsequent ones, proceeding slowly through the throng. The convoy halted before a plaza teeming with people, at the center of which stood a hastily erected platform prepared for Bai Yunqi. As he made his way through the crowd, Zhuge Jie sensed something amiss. A memorial service should not be so ostentatious, stirring an ominous feeling within him. Ladies and gentlemen, I must convey a grave truth. Bai Yunqi's expression turned serious. General Gao Ku of the Tianshu constellation has tragically perished in this mission, along with 18 brave soldiers. His words silenced the crowd instantly. The generals of the 36 constellations were well known among the common folk, proud symbols of the Shiha Federation. The news of Gao Ku's demise left them in a state of shock. Yet, all wrongdoers have been brought to justice. I will ensure that fairness prevails, Bai Yunqi declared, his voice resonating with conviction. In that moment, the crowd's emotions ignited with fervor. General Bai is mighty. He shall avenge General Gao. The fervent cries echoed throughout Baihu City. What do you mean by this, Bai Yunqi? Zhuge Jie glared at him, rage coursing through his veins. Had it not been for Jiangyu restraining him, he would have charged forward. What do you mean? Bai Yunqi feigned innocence. Is this your version of a memorial service? It seems more like a rally for your supporters. Zhuge Jie nearly shouted in frustration. Is there a difference? A memorial is merely a tribute to the departed, is it not? Have the people's emotions not been stirred? Bai Yunqi countered, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. I see. Honoring General Gao is a facade, while promoting your own image is the truth, Zhuge Jie retorted. His teeth clenched. The lack of any memorial decorum amidst such grandiosity showed a blatant disregard for the spirit of the fallen. If you choose to think that way, there is little I can do, Bai Yunqi shrugged, turning away. Ah, how surprising that the beloved General Bai turns out to be such an arrogant fellow. Zhuge Jie clenched his fists, anger radiating from him as he spat at Bai Yunqi's retreating figure. Bai Yunqi paused briefly but chose to ignore him, continuing onward. Arrogant? Perhaps. He mused. Take them back to the military district as well, he instructed the soldiers accompanying him. Though the bickering would not deter him from ensuring Zhuge Jie was not abandoned in the city. As he gazed at the maglev vehicle parked before him, Zhuge Jie let out a cold snort, yet his body obediently settled into the seat. After all, this was not his home ground. To return home, he had to rely on Bai Yunqi's assistance. Due to several mechas being deployed for the current capture mission, some of Bai Yunqi's personnel had sustained injuries. Consequently, the maglev convoy made its first stop at the entrance of the Baihu City Military Hospital, where numerous stretchers were being hurriedly wheeled in and out. Bai Yunqi also disembarked from the vehicle. Through the car window, Zhuge Jie witnessed a gruesome scene. A soldier's face was a bloody mess, his features nearly indistinguishable. Yet upon seeing Bai Yunqi, he still extended a trembling hand in a crisp military salute. Bai Yunqi immediately stood tall in return, offering a proper salute. Other stretchers bore individuals with severed limbs, some with lighter wounds but still drenched in blood, a sight that could make one's teeth ache. However, neither the passing nurses nor the doctors displayed any signs of distress, seemingly oblivious to the harrowing scenes unfolding before them. What is happening? Bai Yunqi inquired of a passing nurse. The third team of Baihu was ordered to eliminate a star pirate gang today, but they fell into an ambush, suffering heavy casualties. The nurse replied with a furrowed brow. Bai Yunqi nodded slightly, choosing silence as he stepped back to allow her passage. Zhuge Jie instinctively turned his gaze to Bai Yunqi's erect figure, and at that moment, their eyes met. Unable to restrain himself, Zhuge Jie asked, how can they bear such grievous injuries without any sorrow? Not sorrow. It is not that they are devoid of grief. Rather, they cannot afford to grieve. We face battles daily, and if we were to mourn each one, when would it ever end? We simply do not have that luxury. If one mourns this battle, how then shall we confront the next? Bai Yunqi lit a cigarette, his gaze drifting along with the curling smoke toward the horizon. The general has sacrificed himself. We must not allow this to plunge us into despair. We cannot let negativity seep into the ranks of the military. Our spirits must remain high. Whoever was responsible for the general's death, we shall seek vengeance upon them. With that, Bai Yunqi forcefully discarded the cigarette, crushing it underfoot. He then turned to Zhuge Jie. Speaking each word with conviction, war occurs every day. The peace you experience is merely the burden borne by others for your sake. With that, Bai Yunqi returned to the vehicle, and the convoy resumed its journey. Zhuge Jie stood in a daze, lost in thought, as the scenery continued to retreat before him. Chapter 40. The beast in human form. As Bai Yunqi had just landed, the spiritual source on his wrist began to resonate. Upon connecting, a voice came through. General Bai. Do you know how to repair robots? I cannot fix robots, but I can certainly fix your brain, Bai Yunqi replied with irritation. That's not it, boss. The robot we brought back seems to be broken, Kuei Su said, almost in tears, lamenting that his earnest report had led to reprimand. Who could play with it so recklessly? Bai Yunqi's interest piqued, his eyes sparkling. The blood droplet, serving as a witness, had been brought back. But Kuei Su and the others were unable to detect any life signs from it, prompting their plea for Bai Yunqi's assistance. I will make a trip to prison now. 2. Wait for my news, Bai Yunqi instructed Kuei Su, also arranging accommodations for Zhuge Jie and Jiang Yu, before he boarded the vehicle and headed toward the military district. Prison number 2 in Baihu City was a hell on earth, housing the most heinous criminals and notorious political prisoners, steeped in blood and decay, with lives lost daily. Even death row inmates could perish before their execution day. As Bai Yunqi stepped into the corridor, a barrage of curses assailed him. The convicts he had captured here harboring intense hatred for him. If not for the Iron Gate, Bai Yunqi would have been torn to shreds. Is the environment here too good? Why are there so many flies? Bai Yunqi threw a glance at the guard, who immediately understood and pressed a button, unleashing a cacophony of wails throughout the prison. Once the cries subsided, silence reigned in prison number 2, save for the multitude of hostile eyes glaring at him. The guard opened an inner iron door, revealing 10 men sprawled haphazardly inside. One of them, a hefty man with a severed arm, raised his eyelids to glance at the entrance, only to meet Bai Yunqi's enigmatic smile. "What do you want?" Jin Xiaoju quivered, intimidated by the ruthless atmosphere of the prison. "Nothing much, just a few questions. I advise you to answer honestly." Bai Yunqi leaned down, smiling at them. Though to Jin Xiaoju and the others, it resembled the grin of a demon. Bai Yunqi, unfazed by their apprehension, asked directly, "What do you know about the cyborg?" Jin Xiaoju, upon hearing this, lowered his head again, avoiding Bai Yunqi's gaze. Bai Yunqi, unwilling to coddle him, grasped Jin Xiaoju's hair and forced his head back up, sternly stating, "Answer the question, and it may spare you some physical suffering." Jin Xiaoju stammered, refusing to divulge a word. Observing this, Bai Yunqi pressed Jin Xiaoju's head toward the ground. Just as it was about to make contact, a voice interjected, "I'll speak." Bai Yunqi's muscles tensed as he yanked Jin Xiaoju upward, causing his plump face to recoil from the floor with a thud against the wall. Jin Xiaoju felt dizzy, collapsing to the ground. The onlookers gasped at Bai Yunqi's brutality, taken aback by his ferocity. "Apologies, it was involuntary. I couldn't help it." Bai Yunqi released his grip, chuckling lightly. "You couldn't help it? You lifted a downward head back up, and you say you couldn't control yourself? I doubt anyone would believe that. All right, since you wish to speak, then go ahead." The speaker was Jiang Ziyan, surprising Bai Yunqi, who had expected Xue Li to continue the betrayal, but instead, it was Jiang Ziyan, a character with little prior significance. Having faced Jin Xiaoju's disdain regularly, Jiang Ziyan felt no obligation to spare him now. He was merely a tribesman from the Yanqi Star region, where they have worshipped an ancient totem for generations. Indeed, it is the Di Ting. However, we had never seen Di Ting itself. The secret arts to find it had been passed down through this tribe. One day, someone leaked this information, and the fallen angels people approached us with a business proposal, which was too enticing to refuse. Jiang Ziyan recounted, with Bai Yunqi's brow furrowing throughout. They sought the sacred beast Di Ting, so we captured this tribe to acquire the method to find it. Jiang Ziyan's gaze faltered as he continued. We deployed all our forces and captured Di Ting, but for some unknown reason, the merciful beast, as legend tells, ruthlessly attacked us. We suffered heavy casualties before overpowering it through sheer numbers, imprisoning it in the depths of the underworld. But that wasn't the end. To extract Di Ting's full power, we needed the heart's blood of this tribe as a catalyst. However, losing their heart's blood would render them mere walking corpses, a troublesome management issue. Thus, the suggestion arose to transform them into cyborgs, enslaved for eternity in the underworld. Jiang Ziyan slowly revealed this cruel reality. The modification process went smoothly, except for the blood droplet, which, unlike its resigned kin, fought back just as we were about to remove its heart. Caught off guard, it escaped until it was eventually recaptured by the fallen angel's guards, who refined its heart into heart's blood. As Jiang Ziyan finished, Bai Yunqi's eyes burned with rage, his body trembling with fury. Beasts. Unable to contain himself, Bai Yunqi delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Ziyan's face, sending him crashing against the wall, blood seeping from his mouth as he fell unconscious. You were meant to guard a domain, seeking no merit but avoiding blame, yet each of you became executioners, recognizing foreign powers as your masters. Truly a pack of dogs. Bai Yunqi's voice trembled, betraying his inner wrath. There's no need for such righteous indignation, General Bai. Are you truly impartial? It's merely a matter of differing interests, Jin Xiaoju mocked, sneering at Bai Yunqi's expression. What do you mean? Bai Yunqi glared at Jin Xiaoju. With your lofty morals, you fail to recognize who your master is. How laughable. Jin Xiaoju's laughter grew increasingly deranged. And who, pray tell, is my master? Your father, me. Jin Xiaoju guffawed, having seemingly lost his sanity. With a grunt, Bai Yunqi struck Jin Xiaoju's pudgy face, blood splattering across everyone present. Mind your filthy mouth, or I shall collect your corpse now. Bai Yunqi shot a cold glance at Jin Xiaoju, who felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling involuntarily. Now, where's the refined heart's blood? Bai Yunqi managed to compose himself, surveying the others as he inquired. It should be in that kid's possession. He killed the fallen angel's guards and seized the heart's blood, Chu Jiangwang murmured. Zhuge Jie? Bai Yunqi found it hard to believe that Zhuge Jie could single-handedly slay a fallen angel's guard. This is unacceptable. I must seek him out for clarification. Without a backward glance, Bai Yunxi turned and departed, leaving only the guards standing in place. General Bai, are you really leaving me with this band of outlaws? What kind of arrangement is this? We are esteemed guests brought by General Bai, yet we've been assigned such a tiny room? Zhuge Jie complained. Though his body obediently settled onto the bed, Jiang Yu hesitated to move, initially believing that a modest space akin to the confinement room at the Jialing base would suffice for shelter. To his astonishment, he found himself in a room adorned with such comprehensive furnishings and a pristine bed, causing him to tread cautiously, fearful of causing any damage. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded as the door was forcefully flung open, slamming against the wall, startling Jiang Yu and causing Zhuge Jie to spring up from the bed. There stood Bai Yunxi in the doorway. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought the Star Pirates had invaded. Zhuge Jie exclaimed, visibly shaken. Jiang Yu silently criticized. I've been so careful, yet you seem utterly unconcerned. Bai, hand over the items. Bai Yunxi ignored their reactions and strode purposefully towards Zhuge Jie. What items? Zhuge Jie, confused, scratched his head. Is it on you? Bai Yunxi began to search Zhuge Jie thoroughly. General Bai, please, not here, there are too many witnesses. Let us move to another location. Get lost. Bai Yunxi retorted coldly, delivering a swift blow that sent Zhuge Jie sprawling. You initiated the confrontation. Yet I'm the one who gets hit. Zhuge Jie protested, rising from the ground and rubbing his face, looking utterly aggrieved. Don't disgust me. Isn't the heart's blood with you? Bai Yunxi remarked disdainfully, brushing off his hands. Heart's blood? You mean those blood pearls? Zhuge Jie suddenly understood. Do you have any idea that those 100 or so pearls represent countless lives? Bai Yunxi's expression turned serious as he locked eyes with Zhuge Jie. I'm aware. Zhuge Jie nodded. What? You knew? Now it was Bai Yunxi's turn to be astonished. Yes, I was present at the scene, Zhuge Jie affirmed earnestly. After Zhuge Jie spoke, a blur crossed his vision, and he felt someone grasping him from behind. I advise you to confess honestly. Everything you say will become evidence in court, Bai Yunxi threatened ominously. Hey, hold on, that hurts. Zhuge Jie, slender and delicate, could hardly withstand Bai Yunxi's grip. Pleading for mercy, Bai Yunxi released Zhuge Jie but continued to scrutinize him with an unyielding gaze. Feeling uncomfortable under Bai Yunxi's intense scrutiny, Zhuge Jie recounted his encounter with the figure in the black robe in the underworld, omitting the details of the mysterious power he had felt, instead stating that the black-robed individual had perished in a struggle with a divine being. Bai Yunxi stroked his chin, deep in thought, his brow furrowing once more. The heart's blood should be with you now, right? Bai Yunxi pressed. Zhuge Jie nodded, retrieving a silver bag from his pocket and tossing it to Bai Yunxi, who caught it hastily. Upon opening the bag, Bai Yunxi scanned its contents, finding the blood-red pearls resting within. His heart raced involuntarily. These represented the lives of countless individuals, a stark reminder of the inhumanity displayed by these beasts. Come with me, Bai Yunxi ordered, pulling Zhuge Jie along before he could respond. In Chapter 41, Celestial Sun, Bai Yunxi escorted Zhuge Jie to an imposing edifice, the first 5 stories of which were open to the public. Within, a multitude of mechs were being assembled, the clamor of metalwork reverberating throughout. This was the Mech Manufacturers Association of White Tiger City. Bai Yunxi, with Zhuge Jie in tow, entered the building and ascended to the top floor via a paternoster elevator. As the elevator doors parted, a middle-aged man, wringing his hands, greeted Bai Yunxi with a worried expression. General Bai, I have completed the inspection of the cyborg you delivered. All damaged components have been repaired, yet it remains inert and mute. The man was Lang Hong, the principal artificer of the White Tiger City Mech Manufacturers Association, and the cyborg he referred to was Blood Droplet. Thank you for your efforts, Master Lang. May I examine the specifics? Bai Yunxi responded courteously. Lang Hong led Zhuge Jie and Bai Yunxi into his workshop. The array of sophisticated machinery within captivated Zhuge Jie, who, like a rustic visiting a grand estate, gazed about in wonder, soon lagging behind. Cease your gawking and keep up, Bai Yunxi commanded, halting and turning back to Zhuge Jie, who reluctantly complied. I have not seen such opulence before, and I am proud of it. Lang Hong guided them to the innermost chamber, where Zhuge Jie beheld Blood Droplet upon a workbench. Blood Droplet had been revitalized, its former drabness supplanted by a pristine appearance. All oxidized metal components had been replaced, including the severed blade on its heel, which now gleamed with a chilling luster. Truly remarkable. Zhuge Jie approached, eager to scrutinize the construct, for no lad could resist the allure of a mechanical form. As his gaze met Blood Droplet's, the cyborg's lips curled into a smile. Eek! Zhuge Jie exclaimed, startled. To be greeted with a visage so incomplete was disconcerting. Why do you cry out so? Bai Yunqi chided, tapping Zhuge Jie on the head for his histrionics. Zhuge Jie rubbed his head ruefully, relieved that Bai Yunqi was not his direct superior, lest he suffer petty retribution. Produce the item, Bai Yunqi instructed Zhuge Jie. Zhuge Jie paused, then retrieved a silver pouch from his pocket and extracted a crimson orb. Blood droplet, too. Noticed the orb, its pupils dilating rapidly, its mouth moving soundlessly. Observing this, Bai Yunqi's gaze sharpened. Place the orb within, he directed. Place it within? Just like that? Zhuge Jie questioned, surprised by the apparent simplicity. Nonetheless, he complied. Wary of another tap to the head, Lang Hung had modified blood droplet's chest, creating a hinged recess connected to several spirit conduits. Zhuge Jie opened the recess and placed the crimson orb inside. The orb rolled about within the recess, then stilled. Is that all? The three were taken aback. It was as if any bauble had been inserted, without any discernible effect. Are you certain you have the correct one? Bai Yunqi inquired tentatively. Thereafter, Zhuge Jie tested each of the 100 or so orbs, but none elicited a response. The orbs lay scattered upon the workbench, leaving the three perplexed. What has occurred? Are you certain its heart's blood is in this pouch? Bai Yunqi questioned, doubting the contents of the Qianquan pouch. Zhuge Jie was perplexed. He had witnessed the robed figure collect the orbs, but he could not affirm that they were indeed within the pouch. Now, the robed figure was reduced to fragments, leaving only the Qianquan pouch. If blood droplet's orb had been lost, all hope was lost. So, you are uncertain? Bai Yunqi turned, regarding Zhuge Jie with a dark expression. Perhaps, the method of activation is incorrect, Zhuge Jie stammered. Activation indeed. Bai Yunqi raised his hand once more. Wait, I know what to do, Zhuge Jie interjected. Zhuge Jie assumed a solemn demeanor, hovering his hand over the scattered orbs, a wisp of gray energy swirling within his palm. Zhuge Jie was unsure if this would succeed, but his shared connection to the netherworld with the robed figure was his only recourse. Otherwise, even if he returned alive, he would likely suffer a concussion at Bai Yunqi's hand. Bai Yunqi and Lang Hung observed Zhuge Jie's actions, unsure of his intent. Zhuge Jie deliberately obscured his hand, preventing them from seeing the gray energy. After a time, with no reaction, Zhuge Jie's face betrayed his anxiety. Bai Yunqi, growing impatient, once more raised his hand. Just as Bai Yunqi's hand was about to strike, a look of elation crossed Zhuge Jie's face. He felt a warm current in his palm, and the orbs were drawn together by an unseen force. Bai Yunqi, too, noticed this phenomenon, lowering his hand and watching Zhuge Jie's hand with interest. After a long interval, a faint sound emanated from Zhuge Jie's palm, accompanied by a significant depletion of his internal energy. The sound resembled a heartbeat, growing increasingly rhythmic. A faint red light emanated from Zhuge Jie's palm, enveloping the cluster of orbs. With a flick of his wrist, Zhuge Jie revealed a single, large orb in place of the smaller ones. The orb radiated a soft red glow, leaving Bai Yunqi and Lang Hung speechless with astonishment. Zhuge Jie, trembling, presented the red orb to Blood Droplet, gently placing it within the cyborg's chest. As the spirit conduits connected with the orb, a brilliant red light flared, then slowly dissipated, leaving the orb pulsing like a heart. Having completed this task, Zhuge Jie collapsed to the ground, devoid of strength. Ah bah! A foreign voice reached their ears, belonging to none of them. The speaker was Blood Droplet, lying upon the workbench. Blood Droplet felt as though its circuits had been reconnected, experiencing a rebirth. Its formerly dim world brightened, and it felt a strong urge to move. Attempting to speak, it found its voice restored and a desire to move its limbs. Damn, that's eerie, Bai Yunqi exclaimed, casting a profound glance at Zhuge Jie. Realizing that the latter was more complex than he appeared. I understand now. It's spirit energy, Lang Hung declared suddenly. This so-called heart is like the spirit energy core in a mech's chest, governing its entire operation. But it flows not with blood, but with spirit energy. A spirit energy core, no wonder, Bai Yunqi mused. Previously, it could not move or speak because it lacked a source of spirit energy. This young man has used a special method to infuse it with spirit energy, allowing it to function, Lang Hung analyzed calmly. Bai Yunqi nodded slightly in agreement. Yet he pressed on with his inquiry. What method do you believe he employed? Lang Hung offered a wry smile and replied, you would have to ask him. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. It suddenly dawned on Bai Yunqi that he had overstepped. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and it is not his place to pry. It must be a form of extraordinary ability, Lang Hung pondered. The term extraordinary ability originally stems from the lexicon of yin and yang, where in ancient times, It was believed that a person's capabilities were akin to different chambers within a palace. When a particular ability was required, one of the doors would open. Individuals born at different times possessed varying levels of yang energy. The more abundant the yang energy, the more doors of ability would be unlocked. Those who exhibited such vigor were referred to as Tianyang individuals. Bai Yunqi was taken aback to discover that Zhuge Jie was indeed a Tianyang individual. Initially, he thought Zhuge Jie merely concealed some cunning beyond his peers, but he had not anticipated that even his strength was being understated. With such meticulousness, it was inconceivable for anyone to label him a debauched scion, a notion Bai Yunqi could not accept. However, how could it be that hundreds of hearts had amalgamated into one? Bai Yunqi once again voiced his confusion. It may be related to the blood ties of their clan. The stimulation of extraordinary abilities could have triggered a unique reaction, Lang Heng speculated, then shook his head, acknowledging the unpredictable nature of the world, thus refraining from making any definitive claims. While the two engaged in bold conjecture, the blood dizzy was ensnared in a tempest of thoughts. At that moment, his mind was a whirlwind, inundated with a cacophony of emotions. He recognized they were not his own, but belonged to his kin, the other 100 or so heart-bearers. Their essences had merged with his, and the emotions they carried had consequently intertwined with him. He could sense that, apart from his relief at surviving, the rest were engulfed in profound despair. These despondent feelings emanated from his people. In the final throes of their existence, they were left with nothing but despair. Soon, the elation he felt was overwhelmed by this despair, and he collapsed onto the workbench, his eyes vacant. What is happening? Why has he fainted? Bai Yunqi noticed the unusual state of the blood dizzy. I do not know. Lang Heng was equally perplexed, only daring to conjecture. It could be a side effect from the harmonization of the spiritual core. How can we alleviate this negative impact? Bai Yunqi asked in a low voice. Leave it to fate, Lang Heng replied. Bai Yunqi sighed softly, aware that Lang Heng was powerless in this situation. Although the blood dizzy had been brought back as a witness, the testimonies of Jin Xiao and others had solidified their transgressions, ensuring they would not evade the clutches of justice. Rescuing the blood dizzy was merely an act of humanitarianism. Chapter 42. Home General Bai, shouldn't we rescue him first? Lang Heng awkwardly gestured toward Zhuge Jie. Don't mind him. He is just asleep, Bai Yunqi remarked indifferently, observing the rise and fall of Zhuge Jie's chest. Bai Yunqi hoisted Zhuge Jie off the ground and placed him on Lang Heng's usual resting bed, which received tacit approval from Lang Heng. Time passed swiftly as the sky grew dim, dusk settling in. The lights of the Mecha Manufacturing Association illuminated the 1st to 5th floors. The flow of mechas noticeably dwindling while pedestrians began to appear in greater numbers. A yawn escaped Lang Heng's lips as he paused his work. Turning to look at Zhuge Jie, who had taken over his bed, Zhuge Jie sat up, rubbing his numbed cheeks and stretching his stiff arms. He turned his gaze to the window, where the dim street lights twinkled in the darkness like fallen stars. Since entering the underworld, he and T rested so comfortably. A wave of ease washed over him. You're awake? Lang Heng inquired. Zhuge Jie mumbled, shifting his focus back to the workshop. Lang Heng seemed to understand what Zhuge Jie was searching for and spoke up. General Bai has returned to the military district. I will contact him immediately. Zhuge Jie hurriedly expressed his gratitude, only to notice the still unconscious blood dizzy on the workbench. What is going on? Is he still not awake? Zhuge Jie exclaimed softly. Alas, I don't know what the issue is. His vital signs are excellent, yet he remains in this dazed state, Lang Heng said, dialing Bai Yunqi through the spirit source. Zhuge Jie rose from the bed and approached Blood Dizzy, summoning his courage to meet Blood Dizzy's gaze. Blood Dizzy's eyes were vacant, flickering restlessly. Upon making eye contact, a jolt coursed through Zhuge Jie, leaving him paralyzed with goosebumps. Though he was typically carefree, that brief glance filled him with despair. Why did he feel such despair? Zhuge Jie quickly realized he had merged over 100 heart essences, each imbued with an unmistakable sense of hopelessness, an overwhelming despair born from the extinguished hope of survival. This situation mirrored the presence within his own body, where his emotions influenced his psyche. However, over time, he had learned to counteract this emotional onslaught. He could only pray that Blood Dizzy might also gain dominance over his own emotions, though the challenge would be far greater for him, facing 100 foes alone. While Zhuge Jie could revive Blood Dizzy, the latter would ultimately have to rely on himself in this dire circumstance. Lang Heng ended the call and informed Zhuge Jie. General Bai wants you to find him at the military district. Zhuge Jie nodded. General Bai was busy with countless responsibilities, and Zhuge Jie had not anticipated a personal meeting. Since the general had instructed him to return, he could now set off. After thanking Lang Hong, Zhuge Jie nearly sprinted out of the Mecha Manufacturing Association, heading toward the military district. Zhuge Jie arrived at the door, flushed and breathless. Inside, Bai Yunqi was conversing with Jiang Yu. Upon noticing Zhuge Jie's heavy breathing, both turned to the door. Bai Yunqi chuckled, "Speak of the devil, and he appears. You're quite fast. Were you two secretly talking behind my back?" Zhuge Jie pointedly asked. "Do we even need to?" Bai Yunqi rolled his eyes. "You know what a bad seed you are. People sent by your father won't arrive until tomorrow, so you'll need to stay here for another night," Bai Yunqi continued, unfazed by Zhuge Jie's antics. "Apologies to General Bai," Zhuge Jie said, though his jovial demeanor belied any genuine embarrassment. "Look how polite he is. Now look at you," Bai Yunqi noted, realizing that even someone of Zhuge Jie's stature could not restrain him. This slick behavior, while exasperating, rendered one utterly powerless. Given a stick, he would indeed climb higher. Having been away from home for quite some time, Zhuge Jie felt a twinge of longing. Though his father was often absent and his mother seldom inquired about him, he still cherished the sense of belonging that home provided. As silence enveloped the room once more, Jiang Yu turned to gaze out the window, inhaling deeply. The vibrant lights of Baihu City illuminated the night. The traffic flowed swiftly, and the tall buildings glimmered with lights. He was but a solitary leaf adrift, having left Lingchuan Star without a place to settle. Yet, gazing at the warm lights, he felt an undeniable yearning for family reunions. "General Bai, why don't you return home?" Jiang Yu softly asked. Bai Yunqi paused for a moment before responding, "I have no home." Jiang Yu fell silent once more, turning his gaze back to the window. Bai Yunqi was born in Baihu City, the child of 2 military personnel in the Baihu Army. When he was 7, the largest pirate gang in the Baihu Star domain launched a large-scale assault on Baihu City, forcing his parents to leave the young Bai Yunqi behind in the military district as they rushed to the battlefield. In Bai Yunqi's memory, he had cried incessantly that day, his mother holding him tightly with concern, while his father trembled as he turned away. That day, his parents' silhouettes became the only evidence of their existence in Bai Yunqi's eyes. Baihu City emerged victorious in the war, but while others celebrated with their families, Bai Yunqi received 2 black and white photographs, forever capturing his parents' smiles, now fixed in time. He remained silent, pressing the photographs beneath his mattress, preparing to learn to cook for himself and wash his clothes. 5 years later, at the age of 12, Bai Yunqi, having entered the Baihu Army as an exceptional case, became the youngest soldier. He trained with unparalleled determination. By the end of the first day, he staggered home, retrieving the photographs from under the mattress. As he gazed at the familiar yet distant faces, tears streamed down his cheeks, releasing 5 years' worth of pent-up grievances. He was still so young. Other children could vent their frustrations to their parents, but he could not. He had to endure, suffering countless humiliations and scorn for 5 long years. This time, he learned skills, yearning for a reason to cry, and so he wept. After his tears subsided, he returned the photographs to their hiding place, continued cooking for himself, washing clothes, and sleeping alone, rising early for training the next day. Seasons changed, and 15 years passed. Bai Yunqi excelled in numerous border patrol missions, earning countless military honors. The previous Baihu Spirit General abdicated in his favor, and Bai Yunqi became one of the new 4 Spirit Generals. Subsequently, he led the Baihu Army and the 7 Celestial Warriors to eradicate several pirate gangs in the surrounding star domains, creating a pirate-free zone in the western sector of the Shiha Federation. On the day the last pirate gang was vanquished, he retrieved the yellowed black and white photographs once more. This time, he framed them and hung them in the living room. Dressed in polished military attire, he saluted them, tapping the Baihu medal on his chest. Bai Yunqi felt a sudden tightness in his throat, not as the boy he once was, but as the man he had become. He lowered his head, not wishing for Zhuge Jie to witness his vulnerable moment, fearing it would provide the latter ample opportunity to mock him mercilessly. "General Bai, find yourself a partner." Zhuge Jie's voice floated into the silence. Bai Yunqi was taken aback, lifting his head, only to have the budding atmosphere shattered. "Find a partner. Have a chubby little one, and then you'll have a home." Zhuge Jie remained oblivious to the peculiar behavior of Bai Yunqi and continued speaking to himself. However, as soon as Zhuge Jie's words escaped his lips, he was unexpectedly propelled outwards. Indeed, Bai Yunqi had somehow appeared at the window, sending Zhuge Jie flying once more. "You dare strike me? Do you believe I want to find you a partner?" Zhuge Jie grumbled as he rubbed his backside and stood up, hurling insults at Bai Yunqi. Bai Yunqi's fist clenched once again. Let us discuss this civilly. A gentleman uses words, not fists," Zhuge Jie stammered, seeing the situation escalate, and hastily intervening. Humph. Bai Yunxi, gritting his teeth, relaxed his fist. Finding a partner? This fellow really dares to say such things, he thought, having never contemplated such matters himself. With nothing to his name, he pondered what promises he could make to others. Then I shall take my leave. There are many affairs requiring my attention in White Tiger City, and I have already squandered too much time today. After a brief silence, Bai Yunxi addressed the two. Zhuge Jie and Jiang Yu promptly rose to see him off before returning to their quarters and shutting the door. Upon leaving the lodging building, Bai Yunxi did not return to the office area, but instead walked alone out of the military district and headed home. As the bright lights flooded into his eyes, he softly murmured, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lifting his gaze, he beheld the two smiling faces hanging on the wall. Rarely did Bai Yunxi smile, but this time he managed a slight grin. He entered the kitchen and prepared a bowl of noodles, simple broth adorned with a sprinkle of green onions, steam wafting gently. As Bai Yunxi took a bite, a sense of puzzlement washed over him. The noodles tasted souther than usual. He paused, and a droplet fell into the broth. Only then did he realize tears were streaming down his face. "Mom, I can cook noodles now. I want tea. Let the water boil dry again. I'm taking good care of myself, truly. I'm doing well. Dad, I've become the White Tiger Spirit General. I've protected this city well, and I've taken good care of our home. Our home." With his head bowed into the bowl, the steam enveloped his entire face as he devoured the noodles with great relish. Meanwhile, on that white wall, two pairs of eyes watched over him, their owners wearing smiles filled with warmth and reassurance. Chapter 43. Betrayal. Zhuge Jie felt himself being gently nudged awake by Jiang Yu, who whispered softly, "Are we leaving?" Where to?" Zhuge Jie murmured, still half asleep. "We're going to find Qi Tian," Jiang Yu replied, standing by the bedside and gazing at the door. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jie fully roused, sitting up in bed. "It's quite late. Let's go in the morning. We are in Baihu City. There shouldn't be any issues." He glanced at the endless darkness outside the window, attempting to dissuade Jiang Yu. "You don't understand?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "If you don't go, I will go alone." He then made his way toward the door. "Hey." Zhuge Jie wanted to say something, but the only response he received was the sound of the door closing behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was well aware that there was little danger in Baihu City, but Qi Tian was his Mech. Having been apart for so long, he had yet to truly understand Qi Tian's condition. Alone in this chaotic universe, Qi Tian was his only support. "What are you doing out so late?" A burly soldier intercepted Jiang Yu at the military district entrance. Just taking a stroll," Jiang Yu stammered. The soldier stepped closer, scrutinizing Jiang Yu's face. "You don't seem to be a member of the military. Are you a relative of a soldier?" "Sort of," Jiang Yu replied, lowering his head, lacking confidence. "Notify the individual in question and let them apply themselves. Otherwise, you'll have to return." The soldier straightened up, his tone leaving no room for argument. "What to do?" Jiang Yu stood frozen, unsure of his next move. "Jiang Yu." Just then, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Zhuge Jie, breathless, approaching him. "Why are you running so fast?" Zhuge Jie chided, trying to catch his breath. Jiang Yu sheepishly rubbed his nose. "I was just too anxious." "Sigh. What's the use of running fast if we still can't get out of here?" Jiang Yu chuckled bitterly at Zhuge Jie. "Of course. Do you think this is just any place? If military districts could be entered freely, it would be a marketplace." Zhuge Jie scoffed. Having grown up in a military district, he was well acquainted with its regulations. With that, Zhuge Jie stepped forward, activating a device and presenting it to the guard. The guard glanced at it, wide-eyed, before hurriedly returning it and saluting Zhuge Jie. Thus, Zhuge Jie and Jiang Yu confidently exited the military district. "What did you show him that made it so easy?" After walking a distance, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. "A secret," Zhuge Jie replied mysteriously. "My father is a commanding officer, so in this federal military, I have some influence." Seeing Zhuge Jie's arrogant demeanor, Jiang Yu refrained from further inquiries. Their immediate priority was to find Qi Tian at the port. However, Jiang Yu's silence left Zhuge Jie anxious, as he had intended to maintain a facade. "Aren't you even curious?" Zhuge Jie pressed. "Not at all." Jiang Yu coldly rejected him. "Take a guess," Zhuge Jie urged. "I won't," Jiang Yu replied firmly. Their banter continued until they inadvertently arrived near the port, only to find it surrounded by caution tape. "Apologies, but entry is temporarily prohibited." Several soldiers halted them just as they neared the port. Jiang Yu turned to Zhuge Jie, as if urging him to use his talents once more. Zhuge Jie stepped forward, activated his device, and handed it to the soldier. But the soldier did not even glance at it before swatting Zhuge Jie's arm away. "There are orders in place. No one can pass. Please don't make this difficult for us," the soldier stated firmly, giving Zhuge Jie no leeway. Zhuge Jia was about to retort when another soldier sneered. Who let this kid in? There's a battle outside the port. It's not a playground for you. How dare you? Zhuge Jia, infuriated, was about to argue but was restrained by Jiang Yu. Zhuge Jia looked at Jiang Yu in confusion, who shook his head. They're just doing their jobs. There's no need to engage with them. Reluctantly, Zhuge Jia conceded. General Bai is here. Someone shouted, as a maglev vehicle slowly came to a halt before them. The door opened, and Bai Yunqi emerged with an expression of cold severity. Warfare is no trivial matter. I must ask you both to leave. Bai Yunqi addressed Jiang Yu and Zhuge Jia. General Bai, my mech. Jiang Yu began. This situation is my responsibility. I apologize. My mech is involved as well. But please understand that I will provide an explanation afterward, Bai Yunqi stated with measured authority. Seeing Bai Yunqi's demeanor, Jiang Yu had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you, General Bai. In that case, we'll take our leave. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude before turning to Zhuge Jia and walking away. Bai Yunqi, seeing this, said nothing further and continued toward the port, an unusual gleam in his eyes. Aren't you worried? Zhuge Jia asked Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu shook his head, saying, Of course I am concerned, but since General Bai has said so, it's for our safety. We shouldn't add to their burdens. Zhuge Jia smiled at Jiang Yu, playfully draping an arm around his neck and saying, All right, while Bai Yunqi may not be the best, he is competent enough as a general. He will certainly give you an explanation. Come on, let me treat you to something good. Where will you get the money? Jiang Yu asked, momentarily taken aback, only to let out a dramatic groan shortly after. The staff meals at the military district should be quite decent. Let General Bai make an exception. Outside Baihu City's port, a spaceship docked, emblazoned with a massive skull insignia. Bai Yunqi stood on the dock, watching the vessel approach. As the spaceship's hatch opened, a burly, dark-skinned man emerged, and Bai Yunqi regarded him with an expression of indifference. Brother Bai, there's no need to be so tense. We're all working for the higher-ups. There will be plenty of opportunities for collaboration in the future, the man chuckled, patting Bai Yunqi on the shoulder. Rules. Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over the items, Bai Yunqi retorted coldly. Haha, your temper remains as fierce as ever, but I can't just hand it over so easily. Rules replied with a rough laugh. Bai Yunqi raised his gaze to Rules. Don't look at me like that. I'm also acting under orders. You can trust me. We both understand the power of our superior. Rules lowered his voice as he spoke. I would never go back on my word. But I won't give it to you directly. I will submit it myself, Bai Yunqi remarked with a sidelong glance at Rules. Is that a refusal to negotiate? Rules' smile faded. This is my stance, Bai Yunqi replied coldly. Just as Rules was about to explode with anger, he suddenly froze in place as a dagger plunged into his abdomen. Wielded by none other than Bai Yunqi. Bai Yunqi slowly withdrew the dagger, crimson blood dripping onto the ground, the sound ringing clear and melodious. Rules swung a fist toward Bai Yunqi's head, but Bai Yunqi effortlessly deflected it, swiftly raising his hand once more as the knife re-entered Rules' body, this time piercing his chest. Rules attempted to speak, but coughed out blood instead, his body growing limp. As Riles collapsed, Bai Yunqi swiftly dropped to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a violent explosion erupted from the spacecraft behind Riles, sending a deafening roar echoing throughout the spaceport. Bai Yunqi seized Riles' body and began to search him, soon discovering a small metal box. He tucked the box away and casually tossed Riles into the debris of the spacecraft. Was this a case of black eating black? No, it was white consuming black. Have someone come to clear this mess. Bai Yunqi instructed the crowd gathered at the inner port. Before long, several salvage ships arrived to begin collecting the wreckage of the spacecraft. Bai Yunqi strolled back with an air of nonchalance. Boss, what you did was far too reckless. Kuei-shing was the first to voice his concern. No. Only by doing so can we disarm Riles' defenses. Do you think he is just anyone? He had the wits to establish the Star Pirate Group, and this time, his arrogance led him to believe he could brazenly appear in White Tiger City simply by aiding those above him, Bai Yunqi explained calmly. And how will you handle those above? Do not ask what should not be asked, and do not say what should not be said. Bai Yunqi's gaze swept over the crowd, and in that instant, it felt as though everyone had been gripped by an invisible hand around their throats, rendering them speechless. Bai Yunqi harbored a profound hatred for the Star Pirate Group. Any collaboration with these pests was utterly out of the question. His feigned acceptance was merely a strategy to ensnare the big fish, Riles. Strengthen the port's defenses and be cautious of any counterattack from the remnants. Yes, Bai Yunqi made his way to the other end of the port, where a starship adorned with the image of a white tiger was undergoing its final repairs. General Bai. Several mechas have been relocated to the Mecha Maintenance Center for repairs, including the White Tiger. A supervising officer at the White Tiger starship quickly approached Bai Yunqi upon noticing him. "Thank you for your assistance," Bai Yunqi replied, taking a brief look at the repair status before turning to leave. Upon returning to the city, Bai Yunqi did not notify Jiang Yu or Zhuge Jie, but instead made his way directly to the Mecha Maintenance Center, which, despite its name, resembled more of a mecha repair city. To facilitate the transportation of damaged mechas, this repair city was devoid of tall buildings, consisting solely of structures no higher than 20 meters. Upon arriving at the maintenance center, Bai Yunqi was met by someone who guided him without exchanging many words, leading him into a low building within the city. This was a workshop, cluttered with various mechanical components. The walls were adorned with parts, and the floor was strewn with mecha components, leaving little room to stand. A pungent smell of fuel permeated the air, striking him with its intensity. "Weren't we supposed to have old you tidy up? It feels just like the last time I was here," Bai Yunqi grimaced, pinching his nose. "Well, Master Yu has yet to emerge from within," the person escorting him replied awkwardly. "He hasn't come out? He hasn't died in there, has he?" Bai Yunqi retorted with irritation. The individual managed a wry smile, explaining that Master Yu was a workaholic, tirelessly immersed in researching mecha repair techniques. Extricating him from the pile of metal was no simple task. "Oh, what brings General Bai here again?" A languid voice drifted from within, preceding the figure's appearance. Chapter 44. Alloy. Soon after, a middle-aged man with an open jacket and a scruffy beard emerged from the inner room. He possessed hands larger than those of the average person, akin to a pair of fans, smeared with a viscous black substance that glistened with an oily sheen. Yet, beneath that sheen, his hands appeared exceptionally coarse, covered in calluses. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let me in," Bai Yunqi spoke coldly. "Don't let that face of yours intimidate you. Or one might think our illustrious General Bai Hu is a mute," Yu Jun retorted, shifting some equipment with his foot to clear a path. Bai Yunqi entered without a word, and Yu Jun seized the opportunity to wrap an arm around him, his greasy hand landing squarely on Bai Yunqi's shoulder. Bai Yunqi's expression darkened instantly, yet he refrained from reacting, overwhelmed by the pungent odor emanating from Yu Jun, rendering him powerless to retaliate as he was led forward. As the two entered the maintenance room, they beheld over a dozen mechas anchored to their respective repair bases. A cursory glance revealed, aside from the Bai Hu mecha, the presence of the 9 hulls Yama, Xidagarba, and Chitian. "How severe is the damage?" Bai Yunqi inquired, mustering the last of his strength to shake off Yu Jun's hand and step back. The Bai Hu, 9 hulls Yama, and Xidagarba are in good condition, after all. They are state-controlled mechas, and their quality is unquestionable. Xidagarba has some damage to its right shoulder, but the rest are merely scratches in the paint, nothing significant. However, what piques my interest is this mecha, Chitian. Yu Jun pointed at Chitian, a smile creeping onto his face. He recognized it immediately. For a fervent mecha enthusiast like him would go wild at the chance to interact with Chitian up close. Truly the strongest mecha, after enduring such fierce battles. "It bears not a single scratch. It's simply perfection," Yu Jun breathed, gently caressing Chitian's smooth exterior, showering it with praise. Yet, curiously, when it was discovered, it was not in the mecha docking bay, but found in the corridor leading to the hatch, as though it were attempting to escape. Did it run away on its own? Bai Yunqi raised his gaze to Chitian, which sat quietly at the maintenance station, indistinguishable from the other mechas. "I'm puzzled as well. Do you think a mecha can move independently without its operating permissions activated?" Yu Jun voiced his doubts. "It can," Bai Yunqi shot back, as long as the AI intelligence is sufficiently advanced, correct?" Yu Jun completed his thought. Bai Yunqi nodded. What transpired back then to create such a flawless mecha? How could the Shihan group make such a fundamental error? Yu Jun lowered his voice, questioning Bai Yunqi. Bai Yunqi shook his head in silence, and Yu Jun, sensing the gravity of the matter, chose not to press further. Such knowledge was beyond the grasp of individuals like them. Otherwise, the events of that year would not remain shrouded in mystery to this day. "I've heard its pilot is merely a child of about 10. How is that possible?" "Only Su Changtian could fully harness its potential," Yu Jun stated incredulously. "You've noted the key point. It's about unleashing its full potential. If it's merely ordinary piloting, anyone, including you or me, could manage it. It's merely a matter of compatibility," Bai Yunqi replied calmly. "At such a young age, even if they started training from the womb, their piloting skills wouldn't be exceptionally high. This suggests a remarkable compatibility between him and Chitian, indicating that Chitian was practically crafted for him," Bai Yunqi concluded. "Indeed." Bai Yunqi nodded slightly, realizing that the young man accompanying Zhuge Jie should not be underestimated. "If I were him, I certainly wouldn't be willing to relinquish Chitian, considering it was a mecha he found, and given their high compatibility, regardless of the conditions offered. Who could resist such a mecha? Bai Yunqi mused, shaking his head. He may have no choice but to surrender it. Other mechas might allow for negotiation, but this one is of paramount importance, especially since its entire structure is forged from S-alloy. S-alloy, Yujun exclaimed. Bai Yunqi smacked him lightly. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract attention? Is it wrong to be amazed? Yujun replied, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Stop looking at me with that repulsive face. Bai Yunqi waved dismissively. That is S-alloy, a material the Tianzhou Group has researched for 5 years without success. You should grasp the significance of those 2 words. A common man bears no guilt, yet possesses a treasure. This mecha is akin to a ticking time bomb, and holding it will quickly make one a target. The dangers are self-evident, Bai Yunqi said solemnly. Yujun's expression grew grave. S-alloy is the pinnacle of technology developed by the Federation, surpassing any other alloy in terms of ductility and hardness, with a weight merely 1/3 that of titanium of the same volume, making it the unparalleled choice for mecha armor. Its value is, of course, exceptionally high. However, since Qitian's disappearance 5 years ago, there has been no word about S-alloy. Despite the Tianzhou Group's fervent development efforts, progress has stagnated at a certain stage. Due to Qitian's vanishing, the Shihan Group has also ceased any further announcements, leading to widespread skepticism regarding the existence of S-alloy, with many believing the Shihan Group was merely seeking attention. Although there have been claims from self-proclaimed internal researchers, they have failed to present any core evidence, leaving the matter unresolved. Consequently, various mecha companies have been desperately searching for Qitian to obtain first-hand information about S-alloy. Then it seems the task of psychological persuasion falls to you. Yujun sighed, addressing Bai Yunqi. Yes, I will make the stakes clear to him, Bai Yunqi affirmed. By the way, I sought you out for another matter. Bai Yunqi produced a small box he had retrieved from Nox. What is this? Yujun paused, momentarily taken aback by the box. The core of Hongjun No. 3, Bai Yunqi stated flatly. Upon hearing these words, Yujun's body jolted slightly. One must truly be generous to part with this, he remarked, his facial muscles twitching. The Hongjun series of psychokinetic cores represents the most advanced technological achievement of the Tianzhou Group, and enhancing the performance of a mecha by even a small margin is no exaggeration. Is this why you spoke so assertively just now? Yujun mused, playfully toying with the box. Do you perceive me as someone easily swayed by money? Bai Yunqi retorted sharply. Not at all. Just remember to settle the modification and repair fees. Yujun called over his shoulder as he walked toward the mecha maintenance station. Bai Yunqi's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to curse. Although Yujun had his flaws, his technical skills were undeniable, and combined with his earnest demeanor, Bai Yunqi chose to endure. As Yujun immersed himself in work, Bai Yunqi, brimming with frustration, turned to exit the maintenance room. In his distracted state, he stumbled over an object and fell to the ground. Looking down, he discovered a dark golden metallic component and could no longer contain his irritation. Yujun, can you please tidy up your maintenance room? If General Bai's eyesight is lacking, perhaps he should consider an eye exam. Or if you wish to assist me in cleaning, I would be honored to comply. Yujun's cheeky voice echoed from within the repair area. Bai Yunqi felt a surge of anger rise to his head as he picked up the metallic component that had tripped him and tossed it into the workspace. The sound of metal clattering resounding clearly. General Bai, could you please settle the expenses for the damaged parts? General Bai. Yujun poked his head out from the repair room, but Bai Yunqi had long since vanished. You can't escape this time, huh? Yujun chuckled softly before retreating back inside. Upon returning to the military district, Bai Yunqi found Zhuge Jie and Jiang Yu sprawled on their beds, both displaying expressions of profound dejection. As Bai Yunqi entered, a spark ignited in Zhuge Jie's eyes, and he lunged toward Bai Yunqi, only to tumble to the ground, clutching Bai Yunqi's leg while lamenting. General Bai, I haven't had a morsel to eat in 3 days. Can you bear to let this flower of the Federation perish here? Zhuge Jie produced a small vial, dripping a few drops into his eyes, which soon overflowed with tears. Bai Yunqi, already in a sour mood, could easily predict the outcome of Zhuge Jie's antics. He was sent flying across the room, crashing heavily to the floor, causing the entire infirmary to tremble. Jiang Yu, I need to speak with you privately, Bai Yunqi said sternly as he approached Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was still processing the situation. You frightened him, Zhuge Jie remarked from the floor. Bai Yunqi shot a cold glare at Zhuge Jie, who promptly fell silent. Could we perhaps eat something first? Jiang Yu ventured cautiously. Bai Yunqi's eyes darkened. Did you two conspire on this? It's really delicious. I told you General Bai wouldn't neglect us. Zhuge Jie mumbled with his mouth full. Enough of the chatter. My time is precious, Bai Yunqi replied with an icy demeanor. Jiang Yu, why aren't you eating? Is it unappealing? The food may not be as exquisite as what I serve at home, but you should at least fill your stomach. We'll treat you to a feast once we return. Zhuge Jie nudged the dazed Jiang Yu with his elbow. Jiang Yu remained silent. Having never encountered such a visually appealing meal, the aroma intoxicating, he felt at a loss for how to proceed. On Lingchuan Star, he typically subsisted on mere wild vegetables or hard, dry rations, often not enough to satisfy his hunger. Were it not for the villagers' regular assistance, he wouldn't even have enough energy to work in the mines, let alone face a table laden with a variety of dishes, a sight he had never witnessed before. Oh, no, I actually find it delightful. As Zhuge Jie inquired, Jiang Yu quickly scooped up a mouthful of rice. The steaming warmth and rich grain fragrance enveloping his palate, causing a tear to escape from the corners of his eyes. He vowed he had never tasted anything so exquisite in his life. Jiang Yu, why are you crying from the heat? Even if it's delicious, you should eat slowly. Zhuge Jie observed Jiang Yu's unusual reaction. I'm fine. Jiang Yu hurriedly wiped away the tear and scooped another spoonful. Make sure to eat your vegetables. All right. Observing Jiang Yu's earnest consumption, Bai Yunqi felt a moment of reverie. That expression was familiar to him. He had seen it in the eyes of many refugees from impoverished planets, including those akin to Lingchuan Star. It was a profound reverence for food. Even the term cherish seemed insufficient to describe it. It was a deep-seated awe, born from the fear of hunger. Chapter 45, The Arrival from the West Soon. The dishes on the table were completely devoured by Zhuge Jie and Jiang Yu, with the majority finding their way into Zhuge Jie's stomach, while Jiang Yu barely ate, fearing that he might never again have the opportunity to enjoy such a sumptuous meal. All right, you may leave now, Bai Yunqi said with a smile as he cleared the table. What are you planning? You wouldn't dare to harm my brother, would you? Leave him be. If you have any grievances, direct them at me, Zhuge Jie shouted anxiously. Without warning, Zhuge Jie flew out the door, which Bai Yunqi slammed shut with a resounding bang, nearly causing Zhuge Jie to collide with it upon his rise. This is murder, Zhuge Jie exclaimed indignantly, but Bai Yunqi remained unfazed. Facing Bai Yunqi alone, Jiang Yu felt a bit awkward, unsure where to place his hands. Despite Bai Yunqi being one of the 4 spirit generals, he still exuded a palpable pressure, making Jiang Yu, unlike Zhuge Jie, feel a sense of unease. General Bai, I believe you meant to say Qitian, Jiang Yu ventured, attempting to ease the tension. You actually know? Bai Yunqi responded, slightly surprised, indicating that Jiang Yu was indeed a clever individual. I stumbled upon Qitian by chance. I've never encountered such a mech before. I thought you all might be aware of it, Jiang Yu explained. Well, it's not surprising you haven't seen it, as it is a state-controlled mech. You should comprehend the significance of those words, Bai Yunqi elucidated. Is it truly a state-controlled mech? I never imagined Qitian had such a formidable background, Jiang Yu mused. Let me be straightforward. You can no longer pilot this mech. It must be surrendered to the Federation, Bai Yunqi declared with an authoritative tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu fell deep into thought. Bai Yunqi, however, did not rush him, patiently awaiting his response. Just then, Bai Yunqi's spirit source chimed in. Take your time to consider it. The outcome will remain unchanged, Bai Yunqi said, standing to connect with his spirit source. A concerned voice from the spirit source broke through. Boss, Wei Ziwei is looking for you, and she doesn't seem to come with good intentions. Wei Ziwei? How could that madwoman be involved? It must be because of number 97. How did the news spread so quickly, arriving before the higher-ups? Keep an eye on her. I'll be there shortly, Bai Yunqi said, furrowing his brow. It's too late. She has already gone. The anxious voice lamented. Useless. Did you inform her I was here? Bai Yunqi snapped, genuinely alarmed. Boss, if you had a laser gun pointed at your head, you wouldn't be saying that. Bai Yunqi cut off the connection before the spirit source could finish. She truly is a madwoman. Regardless of one's perspective, Qitian must be surrendered. State-controlled mechs cannot remain in private possession. Bai Yunqi turned to Jiang Yu, his demeanor shifting to a cold formality. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt a chill sweep over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Bai Yunqi, don't frighten him. The door swung open forcefully, ushering in a fragrant breeze. A woman with chestnut waves cascading over her shoulders entered, her fitted professional attire accentuating her curves, her deep blue eyes locking onto Bai Yunqi's. Outside, Zhuge Jie cautiously peeked in, wondering who this fierce woman was, nearly demolishing the door in her entrance. Upon seeing her, Bai Yunqi felt an immediate headache. Wei Ziwei, the current GM of the West Sailing Group, despite its diminished glory, still held a significant share in the current mech market. As the general manager, her decisive nature was well known, exemplified by her earlier commanding presence. Miss Wei Ziwei, to what do I owe the honor of your visit to Baihu City? Bai Yunqi inquired politely. Let us not pretend. I want him. Wei Ziwei pointed at Jiang Yu. Huh. This statement left Bai Yunqi, Zhuge Jie, and Jiang Yu utterly bewildered. I mean, he is the pilot of Qi Tian, and it must be reclaimed by us at the West Sailing Group, Wei Ziwei clarified, realizing her wording had caused confusion. Apologies, but I cannot authorize that. Qi Tian must be surrendered to the Federation, not belong to any one group, Bai Yunqi maintained. Meeting her gaze firmly. Is there really any difference? The Federation has long ceased to be the Shiha Federation. It should be called the Tianzhou Federation now. Don't you think? Wei Ziwei provocatively retorted. Miss Wei, do not attempt to sow discord. Such statements are reckless, Bai Yunqi responded, astonished that she would strip away the veils of decorum in front of so many. She was not wrong. Due to Tianzhou Group's complete monopoly over military mechs, the shadows of its internal forces loomed over the Federation's core officials. Over the years, the upper echelons of the Federation had been entirely controlled by Tianzhou Group, and anyone who strayed from the fold faced marginalization or outright dismissal. However, even within Tianzhou Group, various factions existed, each vying for power. And the current Shiha Federation was rife with anxiety. Enough of this nonsense. I will take Qi Tian today, Wei Ziwei declared resolutely. Bai Yunqi rubbed his temples. Truth be told, he wanted no part in the group's disputes, yet his direct superior was tied to Tianzhou Group. Thus he found himself serving their interests. Wei Ziwei, you must understand. This is not your eastern land. This is Baihu City, Bai Yunqi warned, narrowing his eyes. You, a mere spirit general, dare to speak to me like this? Wei Ziwei retorted, unafraid, meeting his gaze directly. Bai Yunqi was nearly incensed. What did she mean by mere spirit general? He was a figure of authority within the Shiha Federation, and yet this businesswoman dared to belittle him. Apologies, but as long as I, Bai Yunqi, am here, you, Wei Ziwei, shall not take anything from my territory. Wei Ziwei stepped back, a playful smile gracing her lips before she dropped a bombshell. General Bai, do you truly believe you have me cornered? Bai Yunqi fixed his gaze on Wei Ziwei, wondering what trick she might have up her sleeve. General Bai has earned a reputation as a fierce general during his tenure, having eradicated countless star pirate groups and achieved remarkable feats, Wei Ziwei casually remarked, seemingly irrelevant. What are you trying to say? Bai Yunqi's tone hardened. Those star pirate groups were indeed notorious, having caused untold suffering to the soldiers of Baihu City. Yet during the campaign against them, the Mingming star pirates had already surrendered. Why then did General Bai continue to wield the sword, slaughtering tens of thousands of pirates? The room fell silent, save for Bai Yunqi's increasingly labored breaths. Zhuge Jie and Jiang Yu stared in shock, realizing that the seemingly righteous Bai Yunqi was, in fact, a mass murderer. They deserved it. Bai Yunqi's eyes glowed crimson as he glared at Wei Ziwei. Deserved it? Just 2 words can justify abandoning humanity and becoming a savage brute? You, a civilized person educated by the Federation, would willingly descend into barbarism, disregarding all rules. Is this the principle of General Bai? Wei Ziwei raised her voice. Do you know how much blood has been shed at the hands of those pirates? How many families have been shattered because of them? Must they bear no burden of humanity? Bai Yunqi rasped. They are pirates, and you are a Federation general. Wei Ziwei's voice rang loud and clear. What kind of general? If you believe I have erred, then I renounce my position as a spirit general. Bai Yunqi, in a moment of fury, tore the white tiger medal from his chest and cast it to the ground, storming out. The metal clattered as it hit the floor, the sunlight glinting off it, rendering the fierce visage of the white tiger dim. Wei Ziwei, however, displayed a smug smile as she turned to Jiang Yu. Come, Jiang Yu. Let me take you away from this place. I fear I cannot accompany you, Jiang Yu replied, his expression unyielding. Wei Ziwei's demeanor shifted, her warmth cooling to an icy glare. After all, the Lord of White Tiger City remains General Bai. We must have his consent, do we not? Jiang Yu stated with calm resolve. He was already struggling to protect himself, too preoccupied to concern himself with such matters. Did she truly believe that the misdeeds he had committed had gone unnoticed? They had merely been suppressed by those behind him. There were many who wished to see Bai Yunqi, this pawn, toppled. A slight push from him would suffice to ruin the man's reputation. Wei Ziwei, half amused, shook her head. Your intentions are not solely to ensure my escape. It ultimately revolves around Qi Tian, does it not? Jiang Yu squinted, piercing through her facade. Indeed, you speak the truth. You are the pilot of Qi Tian, and only you can unlock its permissions, allowing it to regain its autonomous state for our use. Wei Ziwei did not shy away from revealing her motives. It became painfully clear to Jiang Yu that his worth was trifling. His interests were merely intertwined with those of Qi Tian. He cherished Qi Tian dearly, for it had granted him access to mecha technology and provided a means to escape that backward planet. In moments of life and death, had it not been for Qi Tian, he might have perished. Qi Tian held a familial significance for him. Yet what right did a mere impoverished youth from the border planet have to partake in the power struggles of the two great factions? Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Jiang Yu's hesitation, Wei Ziwei pressed on. Do you truly understand the significance of Qi Tian? Jiang Yu looked up, bewildered, meeting her gaze. It was common knowledge that the Tianzhou Group was the foremost mecha company under the Shiha Federation, but 5 years prior, it had only claimed half the market, the other half belonging to the Shihan Group. 5 years ago, during the Mecha Innovation and Research Conference, the Idaluo Federation and the Shiha Federation signed a mecha order, which included the Lane Group's Wufang Jiedi and the Shihan Group's Jitian. This was a collaboration of profound diplomatic significance. However, at the unveiling of Qi Tian, it suddenly went rogue, wreaking havoc at the event and ultimately breaching the interior of the Tiangong space station, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. The Shiha Federation launched a search in the Western Star Domain, but the universe was vast, and months passed without any discovery. Consequently, the order fell through due to the Shihan Group's breach of contract, resulting in substantial penalties and a chilling of relations between the Shiha Federation and the Idaluo Federation. Following this, resources from the Shiha Federation ceased to favor the Shihan Group and were redirected to bolster the Tianzhou Group, which seized the opportunity to attack its rival. They not only accused the Shihan Group of deliberately inciting discord between the Shiha Federation and the Idaluo Federation, but also accelerated their acquisition of shares within the Shihan Group, monopolizing production resources. The edifice that the Shihan Group had built over decades crumbled, becoming the target of public scorn. Yet, due to insufficient evidence, the Shihan Group could not be completely indicted, and the Tianzhou Group was unable to fully consume this giant. The Shihan Group managed to maintain a semblance of stability in the market, showing signs of recovery after 5 years of diligent efforts. Do not be misled into thinking that the Tianzhou Group has remained idle during these years. Their pursuit of Qi Tian has never ceased. I even suspect that this incident was orchestrated by the Tianzhou Group to dismantle the Shihan Group. The reason Qi Tian is heralded as the most formidable mecha is due to its powerful psionic core and the S-alloy used in its construction. Each technology is a vital asset for our resurgence, which cannot fall into the hands of the Tianzhou Group. So, do you now comprehend the significance of Qi Tian? Wei Ziwei's words fell upon Jiang Yu and Zhuge Jia like thunder, reverberating through their minds. Chapter 46. Atonement. Must we unlock Qi Tian's permissions merely to restrain the Tianzhou Group? Jiang Yu inquired, attempting to steady his emotions. As long as we ensure Qi Tian does not fall into their hands, isn't that sufficient? I fear you have misunderstood my intention. Wei Ziwei replied with a hint of impatience. I desire Qi Tian to belong to the West Aviation Group, not to you personally. However, if I were to unlock the permissions, can you guarantee Qi Tian's safety? Jiang Yu replied calmly. If he were to be seized by the Tianzhou Group during this time, would that not render our efforts futile? As it stands, with Qi Tian's permissions locked, even if the Tianzhou Group were to obtain him, they would be unable to breach those permissions. Thus, we have a dual safeguard. It seems you harbor little faith in the security measures of our West Aviation Group, Wei Ziwei remarked, her deep blue eyes flickering slightly. If your security were sufficient, Qi Tian would not have escaped from the Heavenly Palace, Jiang Yu retorted bluntly. Wei Ziwei was momentarily rendered speechless by his words. I shall unlock the permissions. But before I do, I require your assurance of my safety, Jiang Yu stipulated. That is impossible. Are you attempting to take advantage of us? And how long would this protection last? Wei Ziwei swiftly dismissed his request. I cannot say. Regardless, I have no compelling reason to assist you. Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Are you aware that unlawfully occupying someone else's property is a crime? Wei Ziwei invoked the law in an attempt to intimidate him. Then feel free to report it. Let us see whether Qi Tian recognizes you or me. Jiang Yu shrugged, adopting an unconcerned demeanor. If that is the case, do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures. Wei Ziwei issued her ultimatum. Miss Wei Ziwei, might you extend some courtesy to my father? Let us discuss this amicably. Zhuge Jia interjected hastily, sensing the tension escalating. Your father? Wei Ziwei glanced at Zhuge Jia, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. My father is Zhuge Yu, the commander of the Southwest Military District, Zhuge Jia asserted, invoking his father's name. Ah, the young master of the Zhuge family. I sincerely appreciate Commander Zhuge's contributions to the West Aviation Group, but this matter leaves no room for negotiation. I believe Commander Zhuge would understand, Wei Ziwei responded, leaving Zhuge Jia with no choice but to acquiesce. Rest assured, had she intended to negotiate sincerely from the outset, we would not have wasted our breath. Jiang Yu assured Zhuge Jia with a reassuring glance. Wei Ziwei took a deep breath to calm herself and spoke slowly. We certainly will not resort to violence to coerce you, but I need you to comprehend the significance of our work. My presence here signifies the West Aviation Group's serious interest in this matter. I hope for your cooperation, and we will certainly not treat you unfairly. Whatever conditions you present, we shall endeavor to accommodate. Her words brimmed with sincerity. An opportunity to negotiate with the West Aviation Group was a coveted prospect for many. I shall grant you a day to consider. I hope we can resolve this matter amicably within that time, Wei Ziwei stated, observing Jiang Yu's indecisive demeanor before turning to leave. However, she clearly intended to keep him under watch, summoning 2 men in black to guard the door. Oh, this is akin to a subtle form of house arrest, Jiang Yu mused. I never expected Qi Tian to have such significant connections. I initially thought he was merely a second-rate mech. Zhuge Jia approached Jiang Yu, saying, although Qi Tian received attention from the Galactic Alliance 5 years ago, for someone like me, who has been rather carefree, I had not recognized his true identity despite working alongside him. I also have no idea. I'm not well-versed in so many mechs. Jiang Yu replied with a wry smile. Do you know who that woman is? Zhuge Jia asked. Isn't she just someone from the West Aviation Group? Jiang Yu responded, puzzled. That is the current GM of the West Aviation Group. You dare to bargain with her? You truly are fearless. Zhuge Jia expressed his genuine astonishment. Zhuge Jia, Qi Tian is not merely a mech. He saved my life. Thanks to his care over the past 6 months, he is like a second family to me, and I cannot irresponsibly relinquish him, Jiang Yu said earnestly, gazing directly into Zhuge Jia's eyes. I understand your sentiments. It is also due to Qi Tian that I stand here in one piece, able to engage in this conversation. However, even if you are a student of the Star Aviation Academy, it is still overly ambitious to contend with the West Aviation Group or the Tianzhou Group, Zhuge Jia cautioned. I know, but I wish to do more, even if it is in vain, Jiang Yu murmured softly. I support you. Even if negotiations fail, I remain by your side. I do not mind being your third family member, Zhuge Jia declared, patting Jiang Yu on the shoulder. A third family member? Jiang Yu looked at Zhuge Jia, touched. As a good father, Zhuge Jia quipped with a grin. Get lost. Zhuge Jia promptly took off into the air. Wei Ziwei arrived at the mech repair center with 2 mechs in tow, presenting her credentials to the attendant, who quickly smiled in response. We need to see you, Jun. Please inform him, Wei Ziwei said coldly, barely sparing the young man a glance. Why yes, I will notify him immediately, the young attendant stammered, visibly nervous. At that moment, the attendant's communicator buzzed, and upon answering, Yujun appeared on the screen, looking lethargic. No need to trouble, Shaoli. You may enter directly, Yujun said wearily. Wei Ziwei gestured for the attendant to leave, and then proceeded with the 2 mechs into Yujun's workspace. The workspace was immaculate, devoid of the metal parts that had once cluttered it, giving the impression that a hasty departure was imminent. Leaning against the doorframe with a cigarette, Yujun regarded Wei Ziwei, saying, Sister, the mech is in the workshop. I've opened the skylight, so they can move it directly. But are you sure the people you've brought can handle it? That mech is no pushover. Sister, if this continues, I won't be able to stay in White Tiger City. I have family responsibilities. What will I do? Yujun chuckled, cigarette in hand. Your wife and child are well cared for in the East. It is time for you to return to West Aviation and complete your tasks, Wei Ziwei replied, rolling her eyes internally. You've packed up. Why ask me what to do? Who would have thought that by Yunqi's dedicated repairman was someone planted by the West Aviation Group? It was through Yujun that Wei Ziwei learned of by Yunqi's actions. To be honest, I feel a bit reluctant to leave now that the time has come. Yujun exhaled a puff of smoke, watching the smoke rings fade into the space where metal parts had once filled the walls. Who could have predicted that someone would be so stubborn and refuse to come, threatening with 5 insurances and a fund? That was in the past, Yujun chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it more pleasant to stay in the Eastern Stronghold rather than endure hardship on the borders? Bai Yunqi is a good general, but he bears too many burdens. Yujun shook his head, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, the glowing ember flickering precariously in the dim light. War always requires sacrifices, Wei Ziwei remarked solemnly. Yujun fell silent, the ember in his hand slowly fading. A day later, preparations were underway for departure. Wei Ziwei received the news that Unit 97 had been successfully transported and turned to leave. I will make the final adjustments to General Bai's mech. Yujun said as he entered the workshop. As Yujun stepped inside, Wei Ziwei's psychic link chimed. Has it succeeded? Wei Ziwei asked, surprised. Sister, this mech doesn't seem particularly special, came the uncertain response through the link. Enough chatter. If there are no issues, take it back to the starship, Wei Ziwei commanded. Although she sensed that it was not as simple as it appeared. Understood. Now that matters here are settled, I shall return to see what Jiang Yu is pondering. Alone, Wei Ziwei made her way back to the bustling streets, only to find the crowd surging in one direction, toward the central square of Baihu City. What was happening? Driven by curiosity, she followed the throng toward the square. In the central square, the crowd was densely packed, slowly shifting as they pointed and murmured toward a high platform at the center. Wei Ziwei's gaze was drawn to the platform, where a figure knelt. As she recognized the figure, her pupils dilated in shock. It was Bai Yunqi. What did he intend to do? Ladies and gentlemen. Bai Yunqi's voice resonated, amplified to reach every corner of Baihu City. His tone was laden with sorrow, as though he had aged a decade in mere moments. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd fell silent, halting their activities. Yujun looked up toward the source of the voice, sighed softly, and lit a cigarette. Zhuge Jie and Jiang Yu turned their heads to the window. Zhuge Jie understood that Bai Yunqi was addressing the crowd again, following the previous incident with General Gao. What would this entail? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Was this an act of atonement? Contemplated Wei Ziwei. I am grateful for the support you have provided during my tenure. I have endeavored to fulfill the duties of the Force Spirits General to the best of my ability. Yet the mistakes of one cannot be absolved. Bai Yunqi then recounted the massacre of the Star Pirates. My parents fell victim to their hands. In my quest for vengeance, I became the executioner, tarnishing the honor of the Force Spirits General. Henceforth, I am willing to resign and face justice for my sins. As he finished, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, clearly taken aback by his declaration. Wei Ziwei turned to leave. Bai Yunqi possessed a certain courage, an astute individual who chose to withdraw from the conflict rather than become a pawn in the game. She realized she had underestimated him. The crowd soon erupted into chatter once more, debating fervently, while Bai Yunqi remained motionless on the platform, a faint smile lingering on his resolute face. At that moment, Kuei-Shing ascended the platform and announced, Bai Yunqi is sentenced to 9 years in prison for violating Article 24 of the Shilling Federal Military Law. However, in light of his significant contributions during his service, the sentence is reduced to 3 years, to be served at Baihu City Prison No. 2. After delivering the verdict, Kuei-Shing cast a sorrowful glance at Bai Yunqi, shaking his head in pity. The murmurings of the crowd grew more intense, with some agitated individuals attempting to rush the platform, only to be restrained by the soldiers stationed nearby. The Star Pirates deserve punishment. General Bai has safeguarded Baihu City. How can he be condemned? Cried a man. His eyes reddened as he struggled against the barricade. If it weren't for General Bai, how could we live in such peace? How could you bear to arrest him? Lamented a woman, kneeling and weeping. Uncle Bai is a good man. He even bought me a new ice cream when mine fell, sobbed a little girl. Her tears flowing as her mother held her tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Bai Yunqi was led away, traversing the crowd slowly, boarding the arriving maglev vehicle. His steps were heavy, his eyes brimming with tears, yet a faint smile remained on his face, unwavering despite the trembling of his lips. Jiang Yu, did General Bai err? Zhuge Jie inquired, his hands cold and his throat dry. I do not know. Chapter 47. Transformation. The night was far from tranquil. That evening, countless residents of White Tiger City spontaneously formed a parade and surged into the streets, heading towards Prison No. 2, intent on rescuing Bai Yunqi. The guards found themselves in a precarious position, torn between the fear of harming innocents and the belief that Bai Yunqi was undeserving of his fate. It wasn't until Bai Yunqi himself requested to mediate the situation that the agitated citizens were persuaded to disperse, and thus the turmoil was quelled. Yet, just as one wave of chaos subsided, another arose. The following day, before dawn, an explosive revelation emerged from Prison No. 2. Jin Xiaojue and others had been brutally slain in their cells. The locks had been forced open, and blood flowed like a river, startling the night shift prison guards. Preliminary investigations revealed that the victims had been stabbed directly in the throat with a sharp blade. The identity of the assailant soon became clear, as the blood droplet had vanished from the Mecha Makers Association that very night. Indeed, the blood droplet, long dormant within the Mecha Makers Association, had awakened. Fueled by the hatred of his kin, amidst the chaos, he infiltrated Prison No. 2, locating Jin Xiaojue and the others, and with a swift and decisive motion, severed their throats before disappearing like a wraith. No one knew how he had found them, and that secret, much like the assailant himself, seemed to evaporate into thin air. Wei Ziwei sought out Jiang Yu. There is no time for deliberation. Regardless of your choice, you must return to the east with me today. The tumultuous events of the night in White Tiger City were closely tied to the Tianzhou group, and it was likely that the group was already restless, poised to send someone to take charge. To avert unnecessary complications, they had to leave early. Very well, we shall accompany you, Jiang Yu nodded, appreciating Wei Ziwei's candor. Had it been anyone else, he would have found it hard to believe they could be as courteous as by Yunqi or Wei Ziwei. No, it is only you. Wei Ziwei corrected him. And what of him? Jiang Yu gestured toward Zhuge Jie. Commander Zhuge has already sent someone to retrieve him. They will arrive tonight. Wei Ziwei informed them both. Zhuge Jie wore a pained expression, concern etched on his face as he looked at Jiang Yu. Do not worry. We shall not act against him. Trust in your father's judgment regarding the Shihan group. Wei Ziwei reassured him calmly. Zhuge Jie hesitated, still uncertain. It is fine. I trust they will not harm me. I look forward to our next meeting. Jiang Yu stepped forward and embraced Zhuge Jie, then turned to follow Wei Ziwei. All right. I look forward to our next encounter, Zhuge Jie replied, watching as Jiang Yu and Wei Ziwei departed. As he walked away, Jiang Yu felt a profound sense of solitude, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. Yet, he felt powerless against the forces of fate, be they the cosmic rifts or the fierce competition among factions. In this vast universe, the only course of action left for him was to follow the currents of destiny. Even Bai Yunqi and Wei Ziwei were not living for themselves. With storms brewing on the horizon, where would he find his own path? That evening, Jiang Yu departed White Tiger City aboard Wei Ziwei's starship, the city lights flickering like fireflies in the vastness of space. Father, they arrived in Gao Rao City, the capital of the southwestern star domain's main planet, Chayu Star. Modern skyscrapers stood in a row, bustling with activity, while several hovercraft and magnetic levitation vehicles crisscrossed the wide streets. The hard steel framework glimmered under the starlight, resonating with a unique urban clamor. The Federal Southwestern Military District base was situated on the outskirts of this city. Within the base, Zhuge Jie stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man, holding a metallic box adorned with the Shi Ling Federation flag. This man was Zhuge the commander of the Southwestern Military District and Zhuge Jie's father. The box contained the ashes of Gao Ku from Taichui Star. Zhuge remained silent and did not turn around, compelling Zhuge Jie to maintain his bow, arms extended to support the weighty box. This position was uncomfortable and particularly tiring. Yet despite his usual bravado, he could only stand obediently behind this formidable figure, refraining from uttering a word. As Zhuge Jie felt his legs grow numb and his back ache, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, but he remained steadfast. Finally, Zhuge slowly turned to face him, his countenance stern, emanating an aura of unspoken authority. He uttered nothing further and walked outside, prompting Zhuge Jie to follow suit. Still clutching the box, outside the base, 7 individuals stood in a row, clearly having waited for some time. Zhuge Jie surmised their identities. They were the 7 generals of the southwestern 9 heavens, with the remaining 2 being Gao 1 from Tian Kuei Star and Gao Ku from Taichui Star. Zhuge approached, and the 7 generals saluted him in unison. He returned the gesture with a stoic expression, and the 9 of them exited the base together. 3 magnetic levitation vehicles awaited them outside, leaving Zhuge Jie feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of which vehicle to board. A fleeting glance from Zhuge signaled Zhuge Jie to understand, and he quickly joined his father in one of the vehicles. This marked the first time he felt the weight of his father's imposing presence up close. Despite being his progenitor, he found it challenging to bear the pressure, almost causing him to lose grip on the box. The vehicle glided smoothly towards the outskirts. Zhuge Jie felt somewhat disoriented. While he could easily navigate the city and identify numerous wellness centers, he was at a loss when it came to areas beyond the urban confines, as the suburbs lacked such entertainment. At last, the magnetic levitation vehicle halted before a grand structure, a heavy metal door separating the interior from the outside world. Above the door, the words Gao Rao City Martyrs Cemetery were intricately carved. Zhuge Jie, realizing he still held the box without understanding its purpose, felt a wave of realization wash over him. Standing before the door, he was overcome with a profound reverence that sent shivers down his spine. As the son of a commander, this cemetery existed in the same city where he lived, yet he had never visited to pay his respects. Zhuge swiped his identification at the side of the door, which then creaked open, revealing a pathway leading to a somber gray building. The 9 men proceeded in silence, their footsteps echoing softly, as Zhuge Jie surveyed his surroundings. He noticed sculptures lining the path, depicting renowned martyrs from the history of the Shi'He Federation along with their mechas. The mechas appeared antiquated, some barely surpassing the capabilities of modern civilian models. Yet Zhuge Jie could almost envision the valiant warriors who had once faced the dawn of battle, momentarily lost in thought. Keep up. Zhuge Er's voice jolted Zhuge Jie back to reality. He quickly regained his composure, realizing that the others had already distanced themselves, and hurried to catch up. Upon entering the imposing building, Zhuge Jie found it reminiscent of a vast library, with rows of shelves containing numerous small compartments. This was merely the first floor of a 9-story edifice, and without any elevators, they had no choice but to ascend the stairs. Zhuge led them to the 8th floor, where they halted in the center before an operational console. Zhuge inserted a golden needle into a circular socket, and soon, a series of data appeared on the display screen. He selected one line of data, prompting the shelves on the 8th floor to begin shifting. As calm returned, only one shelf remained before them, the others having retreated to the far side. Zhuge approached Zhuge Jie, taking the box containing Gao Ke's ashes from him, and walked towards the shelf. As Zhuge approached, a compartment sprang open from the shelf. With utmost care, he placed the entire urn inside, the metallic box fitting snugly against the inner wall of the compartment. Within the console, a new data entry was inscribed. This was the soul belonging to General Gao Ke. Zhuge let his hands drop, straightened his back, nodded slightly, and bowed his head in silent tribute. Upon witnessing this, Zhuge Jie and the other 7 followed suit, lowering their heads in reverence. It seemed Zhuge Jie detected a slight tremor in Zhuge shoulders, unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet his nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. A few sparrows hurriedly flitted past outside the building, and the minutes stretched interminably. After what felt like an eternity, they finally lifted their heads. May General Gao have a smooth journey. A resounding shout echoed throughout the entire building. Zhuge Jie felt goosebumps prickling across his skin, silently repeating the wish for General Gao's peaceful passage in his heart. The scenes outside the car window receded in a blur. Zhuge Jie was oblivious to how he exited the martyrs' cemetery, his gaze fixed vacantly on the scenery, seemingly lost in contemplation. Upon returning to the base, Zhuge tossed a round object to Zhuge Jie, who caught it with haste. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his limited edition spirit source. Without hesitation, Zhuge Jie donned the spirit source on his wrist, feeling as though he had regressed after more than a month without its use. He fiddled with the spirit source for a moment before setting it down, standing obediently with an eager expression as he looked at Zhuge yet he dared not speak. What's wrong? Is money tight again? You haven't been able to spend any for over a month? Zhuge inquired. No, I meant to. Zhuge Jie struggled to articulate his thoughts, having engaged in so few conversations with his stern father. Were the exchanges typically revolved around money, or seeking help to resolve his own troubles? What trouble have you gotten into now? And no, the young man fidgeted awkwardly, prompting Zhuge's impatience. Just speak your mind if you have something to say. I want to grow stronger. Zhuge Jie declared earnestly, his eyes glimmering with determination. Zhuge was taken aback, rising to his feet. Are you still my son? Father, you have a heart-shaped birthmark on your backside. Zhuge Jie teased mischievously. In an instant, Zhuge's face flushed crimson. Lower your voice, you truly are my son. Zhuge Jie reiterated with unwavering conviction. I wish to become stronger. I do not want to be helpless when faced with danger, nor do I want innocent lives to be lost because of me. Very well. Zhuge's large hand thudded heavily on Zhuge Jie's shoulder as he laughed heartily towards the heavens. This is the spirit of the Zhuge family. You possess true grit. Zhuge Jie winced in pain, but could not conceal the excitement in his eyes. Throughout this journey, he had genuinely grasped his insignificance and experienced the profound helplessness that accompanies peril. He had once believed that having Zhuge as a pillar of support would render him invincible, yet he now recognized how ludicrous that notion had been. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for you a rigorous training regimen. Zhuge flashed a broad, toothy grin, a smile that sent shivers down Zhuge Jie's spine. Was he truly going to start with something so intense right away? Is there room for regret? I was hoping to at least get a foot massage first tomorrow. Chapter 48. Surviving the aftermath. On the following day, at the starport of White Tiger City, an enormous starship descended from the sky, overshadowing everything beneath it. This colossal vessel was none other than the White Tiger starship, which remained indifferent as it descended, crushing the White Tiger starship beneath it. The section connecting it to the dock was obliterated, and the violent gusts of wind caused the flags at the starport to flap furiously. All eyes were fixed upon the starship, yet no one dared to utter a word. for emblazoned on its hull was a prominent X, marking it as the vessel of the central authority of the Shihi Federation. The hatch of the starship slowly opened, and a ladder extended downwards. A middle-aged man and a young man emerged at the threshold. The middle-aged man, shorter in stature and with a sharp, simian face, stood obsequiously beside the youth. They descended the ladder, and a heavy silence enveloped the starport. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly speculating on the identities of the newcomers. Even though they did not recognize these outsiders, they understood that their arrival was anything but benign. You lowly ingrates! How dare you not welcome young Master Sima upon his arrival? Are you plotting rebellion? The diminutive middle-aged man barked, noticing the absence of welcoming voices. The youth beside him was none other than Sima Wei, the youngest son of the Sima family, who had come to assume the position of White Tiger Spirit General. Sima Wei was inwardly disgruntled. He had anticipated being assigned a prestigious position in the Central Military District upon graduation. But due to unforeseen circumstances and being the youngest son with little influence in the Sima family, he had been unceremoniously dispatched to this western frontier at the Federation's behest. He held the title of Spirit General in utter disdain. No matter how powerful the so-called generals were, they ultimately served the Sima family. He had heard of Bai Yunqi's remarkable abilities, yet now he was merely a prisoner. Sima Wei felt a profound aversion to everything here. This place felt isolated, and every aspect exuded a rustic, barbaric essence. Reluctantly, the crowd offered a welcome to Sima Wei and his entourage, which finally elicited a modicum of satisfaction on the middle-aged man's face. It seems anyone can now be appointed as the White Tiger Spirit General, he sneered. Amidst the half-hearted welcome, a mocking voice reached Sima Wei and the middle-aged man. Who dares? The middle-aged man seethed, his eyes bulging in anger, creating an almost comical visage. It is your grandfather. A fierce wind rushed towards the middle-aged man, manifested as a fist aimed directly at his nose. When Sima Wei barely managed to block the blow, the immense recoil sent the assailant staggering backward, creating distance between them. Sima Wei then recognized the assailant. Kuei Su. Kuei Mu Lang, do not overstep your bounds. Do you know who the leader of White Tiger City is now? The middle-aged man spat, his face contorted with rage, clearly dismissing Sima Wei's authority. That would be General Bai Yunqi, Kuei Su replied calmly and assertively. Huh, a mere prisoner is worthy of such respect. Sima Wei scoffed derisively, seeking death. Without further ado, Kuei Su launched a kick aimed at Sima Wei's temple, showing no mercy. Targeting the vital point, Sima Wei was sent flying, crashing into the crowd, which erupted in startled cries as they scrambled to avoid him. You will face a military tribunal for this insubordination, the middle-aged man shouted, his lips trembling with fury as he pointed at Kuei Su. However, his threat was met with an impending foot, as Kuei Su's shoe brutally imprinted itself upon the middle-aged man's gaunt face, slamming him into the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, his condition beyond grim. Well done, indeed. A loyal hound indeed, Kuei Su remarked, turning to gauge the source of the voice. Sima Wei had risen, stretching his joints, clearly unfazed by the earlier attack. Kuei Su's expression turned grave. Sima Wei was no fool, despite his family's lineage. Where are you looking? The voice echoed in Kuei Su's ear, and in an instant, he was sent hurtling backward as though severed from his tether. Before he could hit the ground, a gust of wind struck from behind, causing excruciating pain to radiate through his body as he was propelled forward once more. Just as he found himself airborne, Sima Wei reappeared before him, a sinister grin spreading across his face, and Kuei Su was forcefully slammed to the ground. Every bone in Kuei Su's body creaked as he collapsed, utterly drained of strength, resembling a lifeless mass upon the ground. Sima Wei approached him and squatted down, a smile gracing his features as he said, "A sycophant remains a sycophant. Never think of crossing your master." Glaring at Sima Wei, Kuei Su's eyes burned with resentment, as if he wished to rend him apart. "Do not look at me with such eyes. Had you not held some value, you would already be a corpse." Sima Wei chuckled, issuing a thinly veiled threat. "Someone, drag him away." Sima Wei commanded, and after ensuring his men were settled, he disdainfully spat at the middle-aged man, waste. After arranging his subordinates, Sima Wei made his way directly to the second prison where Bai Yunqi was held. The guards, sensing the ill intentions of the newcomers, attempted to intervene, only to be sent crashing into the wall by the middle-aged man beside Sima Wei, rendering him immobile. Sima Wei stepped into Bai Yunqi's dimly lit cell, where Bai Yunqi appeared relatively unscathed, though a sense of despondency hung about him. Upon seeing the door swing open, Bai Yunqi's confusion deepened as Sima Wei entered. "Oh, General Bai, how is life in this cell treating you?" Sima Wei greeted with a feigned smile, his expression dripping with insincerity. "Who are you?" Yunqi rasped, licking his parched lips. "I am Sima Wei, the White Tiger Spirit General of the Western Star region." Sima Wei enunciated the title with particular emphasis. Yunqi soon grasped the situation. Sima Wei was here to flaunt his authority. He had no intention of stooping to engage with someone of such low character. "Oh, a descendant of the Sima family. What an honor," Yunqi replied, understanding that the higher-ups believed him to be a discarded dog, now replaced by a more obedient one. Regrettably unaware of the true nature of this new dog, Sima Wei, noticing Yunqi's lack of reaction, felt a coldness seep into his gaze. "It seems your dog has been misbehaving. I helped teach it a lesson, lest it bite its master one day." At this, Yunqi's head snapped up, his eyes bloodshot. Fists clenched tightly. It must have been Kuei Mu Lang. He was the most aggressive of the lot, and now he was surely unable to resist Sima Wei's provocations. "Ah, yes. That's the kind of look I like to see. Truly, a fine dog, trained by General Bai. Your gaze mirrors that of your master." Sima Wei clapped his hands in mock admiration, his silhouette cast ominously in the dim light. Yunqi inhaled deeply, loosening his fists. There was no need to engage with such a person. He lowered his head, choosing to ignore Sima Wei. "Do not adopt that demeanor, General Bai. I am here to rescue you," Sima Wei said with feigned politeness. Yunqi's brow furrowed. What was this man truly after? The Sima family needs a watchful dog, and I believe you would be quite suitable. If you agree, I will have you released immediately, Sima Wei offered with a smile. Yunqi frowned, incredulous at the suggestion. Would he truly be taken to the Sima family as a mere guard? He had 100 reasons to distrust this proposal. It was undoubtedly a one-way path. And Sima Wei might very well be plotting something sinister to eliminate future threats. Despicable. "Let us depart, General Bai. It is time to make our move." Sima Wei whispered conspiratorially in Yunqi's ear. In the vast expanse of the starry ocean, a civilian spacecraft drifted slowly through the cosmos. Would he truly be taken back to the Sima family? A voice echoed within the spacecraft. "Are you really planning to fly this back? Fool. Do you not comprehend young Master Sima's intent?" Another voice chimed in. "Huh, of course." The individual gestured a throat-cutting motion. "How ruthless. It is said that General Bai is quite a character. This does not concern us. Let us swiftly conclude this task and depart with our commission." "What do we do?" the person inquired. "Fly farther away, find an open space, and dispose of him. He cannot possibly survive. It will save us trouble." "Understood." The spacecraft soared into the distance. Yunqi was confined in the storage compartment of the ship, his hands and feet bound tightly. With his current strength, he was utterly powerless to escape. He understood that the notion of serving the Sima family as a watchdog was nothing but a vile taunt from Sima Weishuo. His fate was likely sealed. No matter. The star pirates had been eradicated, vengeance had been achieved, and he had no further ties to this world. "Father, mother, I am coming to find you." A tear trickled down Yunqi's cheek, falling to the ground. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a tall, gaunt man wearing an oxygen mask. The mask obscured the man's features, leaving only his shadowy eyes visible. These eyes glanced at Yunqi as if he were a mere dog. The man leaned down, grasped the rope binding Yunqi, and dragged him out of the storage room, slowly making his way to the spacecraft's hatch. Was he to be cast into the starry abyss? So be it. The starry sea nurtures all living things, a return to the roots. The man pressed several buttons on the hatch, which then creaked open. Yunqi felt the oxygen around him rush outward, drawn into the unfathomable depths of the starry sea. He closed his eyes, envisioning his body growing lighter, drifting into the cosmic depths. Suddenly, he felt a force propelling him from behind, and he was thrust out of the hatch. Almost simultaneously, a series of explosions erupted in his ears. Yunqi opened his eyes to find the spacecraft enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Before he could ponder his situation, his entire body was lifted by a colossal entity. It was a white mech, a pair of mechanical wings shielding Yunqi before him. "White Tiger!" he exclaimed in shock. But as he opened his mouth, the breath he had been holding escaped in a rush, overwhelming him with a sensation of suffocation. The cockpit of the White Tiger opened, and Yunqi hurriedly climbed inside, the chamber quickly filling with life-giving oxygen, rejuvenating him. "White Tiger, how did you get here?" Yunqi questioned, astonished yet puzzled. "There is no time for explanations. We must address the immediate threat." A deep mechanical voice resonated from all around the cockpit. Yunqi, upon hearing this voice, was struck with profound astonishment. What is happening? How can White Tiger speak? No, his mere presence here is already amiss. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to act. Without further deliberation, he granted the white tiger piloting authority, and a pair of sharp claws emerged. In a flash of white light, the entire spacecraft was cleaved in two. Bai Yunqi watched in awe as the events unfolded before him, feeling as though he were in a dream. In terms of hardness, slicing through an unarmored civilian vessel posed no challenge. But executing such a precise division required a level of skill Bai Yunqi had not yet attained. The fragments of the ship began to disperse throughout the cosmos, while the two occupants within had long since lost their breath. Chapter 49. The Angel of Death next. It was time to inspect the mech that General Bai had left for me. Sima Wei rubbed his hands together. After all, the Baihu mech was a state-controlled model. Its robustness was unquestionable, and it held a certain allure for Sima Wei. He had heard that the mech was currently undergoing repairs at the Mech Maintenance Center. A middle-aged man, with a sharp nose and a sycophantic demeanor, had unexpectedly appeared beside Sima Wei, offering a word of guidance. "Let us go and see my mech," Sima Wei proclaimed unabashedly. However, upon arriving at Yujun's studio, the smile on his face froze, replaced by fury. The entire studio had been reduced to ruins. There was not even a single intact piece of metal to be found. Goodness! Sima Wei was so enraged that his head spun. Both the Baihu and the Dizong mechs, along with the other valuable models, had vanished without a trace. He had not anticipated that Bai Yunqi would be so ruthless. "I never thought you would deceive me like this. Had I known, I would have made your demise less merciful," Sima Wei spat venomously. Little did he realize that Bai Yunqi was very much alive, piloting the Baihu mech and making his escape. "I'll have to make do with that mutt's mech for now," Sima Wei mused, recalling the Kuomu Wolf mech, which belonged to the constellation of the Baihu 7 Stars. Although the performance of the Baihu 7 Stars mechs did not match those of the state-controlled models, they were still significantly superior to standard mechs. "Bring him to me. I want him to revoke my mech access personally," Sima Wei commanded the middle-aged man beside him. "Yes, after a considerable time." "Not good, young Master Sima. That scoundrel learned of your intent to have him revoke your mech access, and has disabled both his hands and eyes. His fingerprints and irises are destroyed." The middle-aged man rushed to Sima Wei, fear etched across his features. Upon hearing this, Sima Wei furrowed his brow, his face contorted with disdain. "Then what purpose does he serve? Kill him. And you, keep your distance. Don't let your foul odor cling to me." He waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of utter revulsion. What a loyal dog, just like his thick-headed master. "I truly do not understand the point of such futile resistance. Merely to sacrifice one's life? How utterly foolish." The battered body of the Kuemu wolf was cast into the vast expanse of the galaxy, where a brilliant star in the western sky transformed into a streak of light, falling into the depths of the long night. Sima Wei sat in the control room of the Western Star Domain military base, his expression one of distaste. Bai Yunqi truly lacked appreciation for comfort. How could one endure such a hard chair? And the interior felt so barren, devoid of any entertainment facilities. His spiritual commander role was certainly underappreciated. While Sima Wei was lamenting, the door to the control room swung open, and a woman with blue hair and violet eyes strode in. Her tight leather attire accentuated her voluptuous figure, a massive purple butterfly tattoo adorning her chest, creating an alluring spectacle. "Who are you, and how did you gain entry?" Sima Wei questioned warily, though a flicker of desire danced in his eyes. This woman's features bore a resemblance to the Kepler people rather than the Xia. "General Sima, do not be alarmed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Angel of Death, Shila. A pleasure to meet you." Shila extended her hand in a courteous gesture. "A member of the fallen angels, what brings you here?" Sima Wei grasped her hand, his gaze fervently exploring Shila's form. Shila, unperturbed, withdrew her hand with a smile, replying, "I have heard that Baihu City has captured a river Styx wild beast. I hope General Sima can sell it to the fallen angels. I am willing to offer this amount." With that, Shila raised 5 fingers. 5 million. Sima Wei felt a stir of interest, while not an insignificant sum. It was hardly extraordinary. 50 million. Shila shook her head, stating a figure that nearly caused Sima Wei's heart to stop. For the Sima family, 50 million was merely the tip of the iceberg, yet for a less favored younger son like Sima Wei, it was an irresistible allure. Sima Wei's breath quickened. Filled with confusion about the river Styx wild beast, a creature he had never heard of. Sensing his bewilderment, Shila spoke. "It has another name in your shieling, known as the Listener." Sima Wei was taken aback. He had heard of the Listener, an ancient divine beast. Yet the notion that such an inconspicuous city as Baihu could contain one was hard to fathom. "It seems General Sima is unaware of this matter," Shila observed, unfazed by his reaction. Had it not been for the change in the Baihu spiritual commander's leadership, She would not have dared to tread into Baihu City so easily. Shila recounted the origins of the listener to Sima Wei and then smiled, saying, I trust that General Sima is clever enough not to ignore such an opportunity. The depths of Sima Wei's cunning paled in comparison to Bai Yunqi's, but this suited Shila perfectly. Sima Wei swallowed hard. Indeed, he was wavering. 50 million was too tempting to resist, and the fact that he had never heard of this before indicated that the upper echelons of the Federation were unaware of it. It seemed Bai Yunqi had not reported it yet, placing the initiative firmly in his hands. However, I do not know where it is being held, Sima Wei reluctantly admitted. Attempting to compose himself, I believe this should not pose a challenge for General Sima, Shila smiled. But time is of the essence. I cannot afford to waste any longer. With that, she flaunted her ample figure, tossing her hair back, sending a flirtatious glance towards Sima Wei. I understand. However, would Miss Shila do me the honor of joining me for a meal? Sima Wei's eyes were completely consumed with desire, wishing to grasp those butterfly wings and soar freely. Apologies, General Sima. We are merely business partners. Let us not cross boundaries. Shila leaned close to Sima Wei, her voice low, the warmth of her breath brushing against his ear, yet Sima Wei felt an overwhelming chill. I will ensure the listener is delivered promptly, Sima Wei said politely, lowering his posture somewhat in front of this woman. That would be most excellent. We shall meet at the starport, Shila stated before gracefully turning, her slender waist swaying as she exited the control room. Once Shila had departed, Sima Wei slumped into his chair, reflecting on his own audacity in flirting with the angel of death. Just moments ago, the murderous intent radiating from Shila felt as if it could claim his life 100 times over. After regaining his composure, Sima Wei activated his spiritual source, urgently commanding an investigation into the whereabouts of the listener. He was acutely aware that this matter could not be delayed. It seems Bai Yunqi is not entirely useless. At least he provided me with a grand gift before his demise. Sima Wei reclined in his chair, propping his feet on the desk, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. After an indeterminate period, Sima Wei's spiritual source chimed. As soon as he connected, he heard the trembling voice of the middle-aged man. Sima Wei impatiently inquired, Have you found the listener? Found it, the middle-aged man stammered. The listener is not difficult to locate. It is confined within Baihu City's No. 3 prison. The No. 3 prison was specifically designed to house exotic beasts, but true ferocious creatures rarely appeared near Baihu City, causing the prison to fall into disuse. Since Bai Yunqi had not yet tended to the listener, it had remained there. Is there an issue? Sima Wei detected the trepidation in the middle-aged man's voice. Young master, you must hurry. The spiritual source cannot convey everything, the middle-aged man urged, urgency palpable in his tone. Sima Wei, filled with suspicion, ended the call with Ling Yuan, muttering under his breath, useless, incapable of managing even trivial matters. Nevertheless, given the magnitude of the 50 million deal, Sima Wei dared not be negligent and resolved to investigate personally. Before long, he arrived at prison No. 3. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, a foul stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of decaying flesh, instilling within him an ominous premonition. Inside prison No. 3, apart from a middle-aged man, a few of Sima Wei's subordinates lingered, their expressions grim. Remaining in this confined space for even a moment felt like an ordeal. What on earth is happening? Sima Wei inquired, covering his nose. The middle-aged man offered no response, merely gesturing towards a colossal figure deep within the cell. The enormous tiger head, still fearsome, had most of its scales stripped away, lacking luster, with large patches of blood staining the ground. This creature was dying, but it seemed its life was drawing to a close. It had already perished before our arrival. Had it not been for the overpowering stench of decay, we would not have found it. The middle-aged man spoke cautiously, fearing Sima Wei's sudden wrath. Sima Wei's brow furrowed tightly. He was uncertain whether Shila sought the dead or the living. Would this cooked duck suddenly take flight? Let us take it to the port, he finally decided, opting to hand Diding over to Shila. After all, Shila merely stated to find Diding without clarifying whether it was alive or dead. He could not allow this 50 million to slip away. As they dragged Diding through the streets, the noxious odor permeated the air, drawing the curiosity of the residents of White Tiger City, who paused to witness the spectacle. Thus, Sima Wei maneuvered through the crowd, bringing Diding to the port. Shila had been awaiting his arrival, but upon seeing Diding's corpse, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. My lord, there has been an unforeseen incident, Sima Wei awkwardly began. Not to worry, but I can only offer you 30 million, Shila replied. That, very well, Sima Wei acquiesced, though dissatisfaction lingered within him. The courage he had mustered dissipated upon seeing Sheila, whose aura of menace still haunted him. He dared not openly confront the fallen angel. 30 million it was. While he silently cursed by Yunqi in his heart, treating an ancient beast in such a manner, it was no wonder he couldn't even manage a spiritual general properly. Pleasant cooperation. Sheila transferred 30 million Shiha Federation coins into Sima Wei's Lingyuan and ordered that Diding be taken aboard his spacecraft. Unlike Bo Yi, who was ostentatious, Sheila arrived not in his flagship, but rather in a small military vessel, a choice made to remain inconspicuous. Once Sheila's ship had vanished into the distance, Sima Wei's expression darkened, almost dripping with discontent. Although 30 million was not an insignificant sum, it fell short compared to the originally promised 50 million, leaving anyone feeling disheartened. You, clean up prison number 3, Sima Wei commanded coldly, pointing at the middle-aged man. The prison was largely vacant, rendering the cleaning unnecessary. However, Sima Wei, filled with pent-up frustration, saw the middle-aged man as a suitable outlet for his ire. Chapter 50. The Valley of Fire in the Kepler boundary lies a solitary dark purple planet, modest in size, with a lamentably scarce number of satellites and an exceedingly limited duration of stellar illumination. Thus, this planet bears no signs of life. Vast expanses of barren mountains and grotesque rock formations dominate the landscape. There are no towns, indicating that this world remains largely unexplored. Within this planet resides an expansive valley known as the Valley of Fire, where a magnificent palace stands majestically. At this moment, the Valley of Fire is far from serene. I demand to see Lucifer. A strikingly handsome blonde man stands before the grand entrance of the palace, his voice echoing with authority. Behind him, a figure displays evident impatience. These two are Michael and Beiyu, having departed from Yanqi Star. Guarding the palace entrance are two powerful angelic mechs, evidently responding to Michael's command. Just as the angelic guardians prepare to open the grand doors, a sultry voice calls out from within the palace. Michael, this is hell, not your heaven. What gives you the right to command our people? A woman, swaying her slender waist, emerges from the palace. But if you would consent to me, then we would be family, and you could command these worthless beings at your leisure. The woman coils around Michael like a serpent, her ample bosom pressed closely against him, her seductive gaze irresistible to any man. Enough nonsense, Sesha. You know your charms are wasted on me. Michael coldly pushes Sesha away. Sesha blinks, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she replies, Lord Michael, you must understand that hell and heaven are inherently opposed. Why should I heed your commands? Does Lucifer no longer desire his hound? Michael retorts icily. Oh, is this not the radiant angel? How has he become so disheveled? Sesha's gaze shifts past Michael to Beiyu, who glares fiercely at her but remains silent. Ah, a temperamental hound is best left unclaimed, Sesha mocks. And you, Sesha, are no different. Beiyu finally snaps back. No, you cannot even complete the tasks assigned to you by Lord Lucifer. You are merely a useless dog, Sesha sneers. Beiyu is left speechless by Sesha's taunts. An unexpected visitor, Michael. Have you considered joining us, the fallen angels? A voice resonates from deep within the palace. Upon hearing this voice, Beiyu trembles involuntarily, and Sesha promptly withdraws, showing respect. Lucifer, what do you truly intend? Michael questions sternly. From the shadows, a frail man steps forth, his exquisite features unmarred by his weakness. What do I intend? I intend nothing at all, Lucifer feigns innocence. Then why did you allow Beiyu to brazenly trespass into the territory of the Shiha Federation? Had I not received word, who knows the trouble that could have ensued? Michael reprimands sharply. I believe you are mistaken. Beiyu merely ventured to Shiha for a brief respite. It has nothing to do with me, Lucifer replies with a smile. Do you expect me to believe that? Yet, facts remain as they are. Lucifer shrugs, his expression one of helplessness. The atmosphere thickens with tension as Michael struggles to extract any useful information. Regardless, keep a tight leash on your subordinates. Heaven is ever watchful. Michael warns. Your concern is appreciated, my dear brother, Lucifer replies with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Michael's gaze flickers before he turns away without a backward glance. Next time, I shall not assist you. Lucifer remains silent, watching Michael's retreating figure with an amused expression. You will come to understand in due time, Michael. Once Michael boards his mech, Lucifer's attention shifts to Beiyu. A failure in every endeavor, yet fortunately, I have a backup plan. Beiyu raises his head to meet Lucifer's shadowy gaze. And even the defiant Beiyu, who stands up to Michael, reveals a glimmer of fear, indicative of the psychological shadow Lucifer casts over him. With that, Lucifer turns and disappears into the darkness, while Sesha, mockingly observing Beiyu's plight, shakes her head and departs, leaving Bayu alone, seemingly devoid of spirit. Lucifer traverses a long corridor, entering a chamber deep within the palace. As the door swings open, a wave of sanguine air rushes forth, the atmosphere thick with the scent of blood. In the center of the room, a pool filled with crimson liquid bubbles ominously. Lucifer sheds his garments, revealing a robust physique. Yet a dark aura gathers ominously at his chest, spreading through his veins and enveloping his entire being. As he steps into the blood pool, it begins to churn violently, the air thickening with a deeper hue of red. Yet, the black aura that clings to Lucifer visibly slows its encroachment. Years ago, during the Holy Era War, Lucifer sustained a grievous wound, leaving a lingering affliction that has been slowly consuming him. He relies on the blood pool to stave off the progression of his ailment. But as the threat looms closer to engulfing him entirely, he must seek alternative remedies. Having heard of the powerful hellish creature, Diding, associated with the Shiha underworld, Lucifer has spent years in clandestine pursuit of it. Only recently, through the whispers of the underworld, did he uncover Diding's whereabouts on a western planet of the Shiha Federation. Seizing the opportunity, he conspired with the southwestern underworld to capture Diding, and now, with the prospect of healing within reach, Bayu's blunder threatens to derail his plans. However, Lucifer had prepared a contingency. He dispatched Zyra to Baihu City for negotiations, intending to forcibly procure Diding if necessary. Yet, unexpectedly, Bayunchi was detained, replaced by the naive Sima Wei. Fortune seems to favor him, as news from Zyra arrives, alleviating one concern. Otherwise, the situation regarding Bayu would not be so easily resolved. Ah, is that not Bayu? What are you doing standing there in a daze? A firm hand claps down upon Bayu's shoulder. Turning to see Zyra's exquisite visage, Bayu's gaze drifts past her to the massive skeletal remains behind her. Just luck, I suppose, Bayu mutters before turning to leave. It truly is difficult to make the radiant angel bow, Zyra muses, directing the two angelic guardians at the entrance to move the skeletal remains inside. Indeed, that skeleton belongs to Diding, whose bones represent the essence of the power of the Yellow Springs. Thus, whether Diding lives or dies bears little significance to Zyra. Yet, she leveraged this as a bargaining chip against Sima Wei, who remains blissfully unaware that Diding's decayed flesh has already been disposed of. Should Sima Wei learn of this, he would likely be infuriated beyond measure. My lord, the items have arrived. Zyra stands respectfully before Lucifer, who is submerged in the blood pool. Come in. Lucifer's faint voice beckons. Yes. Zyra instructs the aides to bring the enormous skeleton inside. Lucifer gazes upon the massive bones of Diding, a glimmer of joy surfacing in his eyes. As the colossal skeleton submerges into the blood pool, the crimson liquid begins to boil furiously, countless tiny bubbles rising from the depths. Lucifer sits within the blood pool, feeling the sanguine liquid saturate his limbs. As the blood seeps in, it transforms into a golden red energy, relentlessly washing away the black aura. The dark energy, compelled by the onslaught of the invigorating essence, is forced to retreat towards Lucifer's chest, gradually dissipating under the purifying force until it is entirely consumed by the vitality. The hue of the blood within the entire pool had faded to half its original intensity, and Lucifer experienced an unparalleled sense of refreshment as the weariness and frailty on his face dissipated entirely. He propped himself up with both hands and emerged from the pool, the blood cascading down his well-defined muscles, outlining his perfect physique. Clenching his fist, Lucifer revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, the legendary beast of the river Styx lived up to its reputation. However, the incompetence of Bay, who failed to bring back the medicinal catalyst, meant he had only regained 80% of his power. Had he possessed the catalyst, a complete restoration of his strength would have been possible, and further advancement might not have been out of reach. Nevertheless, even with merely 80% of his power, it sufficed. Lucifer extended his hand, gently brushing the colossal skeleton of the creature known as Diding, whose bones were said to be imperishable. Yet, having lost all essence, the lifeless skeleton was instantly reduced to powder, dissolving into the blood. With a snap of his fingers, a wisp of dark purple flame danced upon Lucifer's elongated fingers. Stepping out of the blood pool, he found that with each stride, portions of his body became enveloped in black armor, until he stood before Shila, entirely shrouded, even his visage concealed. Upon witnessing Lucifer clad in black armor, a trace of coldness flickered in Shila's eyes, though it was swiftly masked. Congratulations, Lord Satan. Shila spoke with reverence. Yet Lucifer did not spare her a glance, striding straight through the door. As the sound of his footsteps gradually faded into the distance, Sheila cast a lingering gaze at the blood pool that had once enveloped Lucifer. She then closed the door and, shedding her garments, revealed her flawless form. Unbeknownst to her, a unicorn horn had appeared in her hand, the very horn that resided in the center of Diding's forehead. Since Lucifer had never laid eyes on Diding, he remained unaware of the creature's singular horn. Indeed, Sheila had been cautious. She had hidden a secret. Grasping the horn, she stepped into the blood pool. Though the concentration was significantly diminished, it still retained a considerable amount of energy. As the blood eroded the horn, it gradually dissolved, ultimately transforming into a pure surge of power that flowed into Sheila's being. Chapter 51. Undercurrents. Sheila raised her hand, and a nearly imperceptible gray mist materialized within her palm. What is this? Sheila's pupils constricted sharply, the breath of the river Styx. A wave of joy surged within her. She had unexpectedly stumbled upon the power of the river Styx. Yet, this strength was rather feeble, merely a trace of the river's essence, not belonging to any specific current, which left her somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, the unique horn bestowed upon her was still quite remarkable, for not only had it cured some minor ailments, but she also felt an enhancement in her mental fortitude, suggesting a significant improvement in her overall prowess. Sheila scooped a handful of pool water, which had nearly lost its sanguine hue. The pair of butterfly wings on her chest fluttered gently in the rippling water, shimmering with a pinkish glow. It seemed time to find someone to properly test her newfound strength. With a firm grip, she let the water cascade down her forearm and into the depths below. In the Fireburn Valley arena, Sheila piloted the Mech Angel of Death, standing at the center of the field, clearly well prepared. Outside the arena, 5 individuals stood by. What the hell? Did Sheila take the wrong medicine today? How dare she openly challenge Bo Yi? Does she not realize that Bo Yi is one of the Lord's most trusted? Even if she failed her mission this time, it was not for Sheila to teach her a lesson. That would be tantamount to disregarding the Lord's authority. The speaker was the rebellious angel, Fan and I. Bo Yi was currently in a foul mood, and Sheila dared to provoke her. Another person, arms crossed with a sardonic smile, gazed at Sheila. This was the twisted angel, Yabo Han. You don't know? Sheila had already provoked Bo Yi upon her return. The seductive angel, Chiesyeya, chuckled, her bosom gently quivering with laughter, exuding charm. I'm opening bets. Who's in? Guess how long it will take the angel of death to defeat the angel of light. The alluring angel, Mayumi, chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, Sheila's strength was somewhat superior to Bo Yi's, but due to Lucifer's closer ties with Bo Yi, her standing among the fallen angels was notably elevated. How much stronger could Sheila be than Bo Yi? To counteract Bo Yi's troublesome visual interference would require considerable effort, and she might even fall victim to a counterattack. However, given the stakes, it was unreasonable not to engage. I'll go all in. If Sheila can manage a narrow victory within half an hour, that would be commendable. The Desire Angel, Sasimu, waved his hand decisively. A thunderous blast echoed, and a massive shockwave nearly toppled a few onlookers as the Angel of Light descended gracefully before the Angel of Death. Sheila, do not blame me for showing no mercy if you seek your demise. Bo Yi's sharp voice resonated throughout the arena, unmistakably laced with fury. Do you truly believe you can win, you defeated foe? Sheila responded with a light laugh, regarding Bo Yi with utter disdain. Seeking death. Do you think that merely accomplishing one task makes you invincible? Today, let me show you who truly holds sway among the fallen angels. Bo Yi, basking in her recent accolades, had become somewhat arrogant, completely forgetting the disparity in strength between herself and Sheila. The Angel of Light soared into the air, charging towards the Angel of Death. A sneak attack? You lack honor. Sheila evaded with a swift movement, narrowly avoiding the Angel of Light. Though it was a subtle maneuver, it astonished everyone present. Low-frequency evasion. When did Sheila learn this technique? Marok exclaimed. Low-frequency evasion refers to the ability to perceive an opponent's movements and the mecha's performance, executing the minimal motion required to evade while completely avoiding the opponent's attack. To achieve low-frequency evasion necessitates not only exceptional piloting skills, but also formidable mental strength, which, given Sheila's prior display, seemed implausible. Bo Yi, momentarily taken aback by Sheila's low-frequency evasion, quickly regained her composure, expertly dodging several of Sheila's attacks with agile movements. Don't think that merely learning to dodge will allow you to defeat me. To conquer me, you must also know how to attack, Bo Yi taunted. Though her words were dismissive, her feet remained agile, smoothly sidestepping the Angel of Death's assault. She drew forth a black umbrella, lunging towards the Angel of Death. Sheila promptly raised her defenses and miraculously fended off the strike. When did Sheila's strength become so formidable that she could withstand such an offensive blow from Fei Lacey? After several exchanges, neither combatant gained a definitive upper hand. How about we settle this in a single round? I shall not hold back, Sheila proposed. Very well, though you are not as weak as I initially imagined. To win against me is still a naive notion. The Angel of Light gradually unfurled the black umbrella, casting a shadow over the arena. Sheila smiled faintly, raising her hand, where a gray sigil illuminated her palm. A wisp of gray mist emerged, so muted in hue that the 5 onlookers could hardly discern her actions. What is she doing? Why doesn't she wield a weapon? Chiesie questioned, perplexed. Perhaps she intends to concede. After all, Boye's technique is challenging even for the Lord to counter, Mayumi jested. Boye moved like a specter, each flicker drawing her closer to the Angel of Death. As she neared within 20 meters, her wrist twitched violently, unleashing a cross-shaped black light towards the Angel of Death, expanding until it nearly obstructed all avenues of evasion. Just as everyone believed Sheila was doomed to defeat, she executed an astonishing maneuver, reaching out towards the black light. In an instant, the black light began to shatter upon contact with her palm, ultimately disintegrating into the air. Seizing the moment, Sheila instantly flashed in front of the Angel of Light and delivered a powerful punch that sent Boye crashing into the ground. In that moment, not only Boye but all present were left in utter disbelief. What just happened? Did Boye falter so easily? Sheila glanced at the gray mist in her palm, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I've become formidable. Who would have thought that Boye would fall so swiftly? Sa Si-mu, you two have miscalculated. Mayumi teased Sa Si-mu with gleeful delight. Sa Si-mu's expression darkened as he begrudgingly transferred funds from his source to Mayumi, who beamed with satisfaction. What kind of luck has this woman stumbled upon? Yabohan's tone dripped with envy. Now that's enticing, Chiesie mused, placing a finger on her crimson lips with sultry allure. Boye's rapid defeat has me thinking I could do it too. Fan and I was already eager for a chance. In the arena, the Angel of Light emerged from the ground, glowering at the Angel of Death. How could this woman's strength have surged so dramatically? That technique, even the Lord hesitates to face directly. Yet she countered it with such ease. What level of power does she possess now? Boye dared not dwell on it, glaring fiercely at the Angel of Death before unfurling her 6 pairs of wings and soaring into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Sheila watched the retreating figure of the Angel of Light, a cold smile gracing her lips. The hierarchy among the fallen angels is due for a reshuffle. Just as the group prepared to leave the arena, their wrist sources began to chime, revealing a message from Lucifer, summoning them to the Fallen Angel Council Hall for urgent matters. Sheila, upon seeing this, promptly piloted the Angel of Death towards the Grand Hall, followed closely by the others. In the Fallen Angel Council Hall, Lucifer occupied the main seat, flanked by the 7 from the arena and a somber-looking man, totaling 8 fallen angels seated on either side of Lucifer. Before them stood 7 figures of diverse appearances, the very embodiments of the 7 deadly sins. After years of veiled patience, my strength has returned, and certain matters can now be addressed, Lucifer began, his voice resonating with newfound power. Lest those in paradise believe we, the fallen angels, have been extinguished. What say you? Shall we assault paradise directly? Vanny exclaimed, his eagerness palpable. Fool, Sarah retorted, her voice laced with disdain, causing the butterfly adorning her chest to flutter. Do you truly believe those in paradise would remain idle? Vanny recoiled, offering a sheepish grin. Merely jesting, Sarah. Lucifer, noting the unusual deference Vanny displayed towards Sarah, found it curious but chose not to dwell on it. Let us return to the matter at hand. Open conflict is untenable, but we can exert pressure upon paradise, Lucifer asserted, steering the conversation back on course. How so? Do you intend to dismantle their outposts? Sassam interjected. Must you always resort to violence? Lucifer sighed. Paradise remains unaware of my restored strength, and we must not provoke them prematurely. Furthermore, the fallen angel's influence had waned considerably, while paradise flourished. A direct confrontation would be ill-advised. Lucifer's words cast a pall of contemplation upon the group. His restored strength had indeed instilled a sense of overconfidence, obscuring the harsh realities they faced. Then what course shall we pursue? Abraham inquired, his curiosity piqued. We shall cultivate our power base, Lucifer proclaimed. A daunting task, considering Kepler is now largely populated by adherents of paradise, a somber voice remarked. This was none other than the fallen angel, Bunghong. Lucifer shook his head. Do you truly believe all are steadfast in their devotion to those sanctimonious hypocrites in paradise? Over the years, corruption has festered within their ranks. All that is needed is an external force to topple them, and I am more than willing to serve as that catalyst. Lucifer's words resonated with the others. The downfall of paradise could be achieved by undermining it from within, eroding its foundations. If the fallen angels could seize control of these two critical aspects, the destruction of paradise would be within their grasp. However, this is merely the opening gambit. My second move will be in Shiha, Lucifer declared, causing a wave of bewilderment to ripple through the group. If the number of potential converts in Kepler has dwindled, why not seek new territories in other federations? Lucifer added with a grin. Do you truly believe Shiha is more united than we are? Lucifer concluded, his smile enigmatic. 7 deadly sins. Present. Depart tomorrow. For Shiha, the 7 raised their heads, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe, as Lucifer merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Understood. They responded in unison. In the darkness of night, upon a common blue planet, a viper bared its fangs at a foraging rabbit, unaware that in the shadows behind it, the talons of an eagle gleamed menacingly, and countless bright eyes watched, poised to strike. Chapter 52. Devilish training. Have you ever witnessed the city of Galileo at 4 in the morning, when the moon hangs bright and the stars are sparse? In a state of drowsiness, Zhuge Jie felt someone gently tapping his face. Upon opening his heavy-lidded eyes, he was startled to behold a large visage before him. Zhuge Jie leapt from his bed, startled, leaving his blanket behind, which remained in the shape of a person for a moment before gradually collapsing. Who are you? His voice trembled, barely recognizable. Take a good look at me. The figure grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth that stood out starkly in the darkness. Oh! Zhuge Jie let out a yelp once more. With a sudden click, the lights flickered on, silencing Zhuge Jie's cries. Haraha! A robust man beside Zhuge Jie burst into laughter, clearly amused by the timid nature of the renowned Zhuge Eryi, who was known for his audacity outside. Uncle Ji? Zhuge Jie ventured cautiously. You're killing me with laughter. Give me a moment. The man clutched his belly, tears of mirth welling in his eyes. Is it truly that amusing? Zhuge Jie regarded him with disdain, bemused by the old fellow's low threshold for humor. What kind of look is that? The man's laughter faded, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Zhuge Jie. Nothing. Zhuge Jie quickly averted his gaze. I forgot to tell you, starting today, I am your instructor. For the next month, you shall train under my guidance. I hear this was your own desire? The man inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. He had heard of the second young master of the Zhuge family, a notorious slacker. Zhuge Jie was no stranger to this man. He was Ji Bingqing, a renowned figure among the 36 celestial generals. His presence as Zhuge Jie's mentor was more than adequate, yet the coming month promised to be arduous. Does it start today? Zhuge Jie asked tentatively. Of course. Ji Bingqing beamed, his white teeth flashing once more. Very well. Zhuge Jie felt tears welling up, realizing he had dug his own grave and must now lie in it. Get dressed immediately. We commence with a morning run. You will not eat until you complete a lap around the city. Ji Bingqing's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of stern authority, commanding him. What? Zhuge Jie gasped, incredulous at the coldness of the command, especially when the temperature soared to 37 degrees. The prospect of running around the city without a meal was daunting. Move. If you are not downstairs in 2 minutes, you will run an extra lap. Ji Bingqing urged. Zhuge Jie hastily donned his clothes and bolted out the door. Ji Bingqing chuckled softly. This is merely the first day. With that, he followed Zhuge Jie into the night. In the dimness, the stars above twinkled brightly, casting their light upon the deserted streets, where Zhuge Jie ran fervently. After a short while, he felt his legs growing heavier. Just as he contemplated slowing his pace, a tall figure appeared behind him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp prick at the nape of his neck. Turning around, he discovered Ji Bingqing grinning, holding a syringe. What have you done? Zhuge Jie feebly raised his arm, pointing at Ji Bingqing, only to succumb to weakness and collapse onto the ground. Ji Bingqing stared at Zhuge Jie, bemused. Are you acting? If you don't get up, I'll make good use of this needle. Do you believe me? Ji Bingqing crouched beside him, whispering menacingly. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhuge Jie sprang to his feet, an awkward smile plastered on his face. Uncle Ji, I just tripped. Yes, tripped, he hastily explained. Oh, you tripped? Allow me to see if you are injured, Ji Bingqing said, reaching out toward Zhuge Jie. Zhuge Jie dodged and sprinted ahead. No need to trouble yourself, I'm perfectly fine. As he ran, Zhuge Jie sensed something was amiss. Despite having exhausted himself moments ago, he now felt invigorated. Could it be the syringe? Surely, it contained a restorative substance. As dawn broke, Zhuge Jie's clothes were drenched in sweat, yet his pace remained steady. Each time he contemplated slowing down, Ji Bingsheng would deliver another prick to his neck, leaving him to wonder if he would end up with a perforated nape. As pedestrians began to appear, Zhuge Jie's average speed slowed, but Ji Bingsheng did not push him further. The sun began to set, and Zhuge Jie's clothes clung to him, soaked and dry in turns. Ji Bingsheng allowed him only 2 breaks to replenish electrolytes, though he felt no fatigue. The pangs of hunger and thirst were relentless, gnawing at his willpower. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the world once more, and the streets grew quiet. Zhuge Jie finally spotted the military district building. He was nearing the finish line. Summoning every ounce of strength, he dashed toward the endpoint. At last, he returned to the starting point, collapsing at the entrance, engulfed in an extraordinary state. His body felt devoid of fatigue, as if he had just begun. Yet his throat felt parched, hunger gnawed at him, and his mind grew foggy. 18 hours and 42 minutes. Not too shabby, Ji Bingsheng remarked as he approached Zhuge Jie. But Zhuge Jie could not utter a word. His eyes alone could have slain Ji Bingsheng 1,000 times over. Ji Bingsheng handed him a bottle of murky liquid. Zhuge Jie glanced at it wearily before weakly accepting it and gulping down its sweet essence, which flowed soothingly down his throat, like a refreshing rain upon a parched land. Gradually restoring his voice. I need food. Zhuge Jie managed to rasp. Certainly, Ji Bingsheng replied. The commander has granted you free meals at the military cafeteria during your training, but there is one condition. You must walk there yourself. Ji Bingsheng agreed, but presented a peculiar stipulation. What sort of requirement is that? Zhuge Jie rose to leave, but after just 2 steps, he fell heavily to the ground. Grimacing in pain, the effects of the drug had waned, and the accumulated fatigue and soreness overwhelmed him. Zhuge Jie finally understood why he had to walk. His legs felt as if they belonged to someone else, and he seemed to exist only as a head, his body groaning in protest. Oh dear, second young master. Isn't the free cafeteria enough to entice you? Why are you lying there? Ji Bingsheng leaned in, a sardonic smile on his face. Medicine, medicine. Zhuge Jie struggled to plead with Ji Bingsheng. Please, give me a shot. Such an outdated phrase. I shan't repeat it, but it seems you are quite nostalgic. Ji Bingsheng continued, taunting him. If you don't wish to go eat yourself, I suppose I shall have to do it for you. Considering the cost of the meal and my services, 2,000 will suffice. Ji Bingsheng feigned innocence. 2,000. Why don't you go rob a bank? Zhuge Jie exclaimed, incensed, vowing to resist. Unwilling, are we? Very well, I shall go myself. What a pity, the cafeteria food is so delectable. And you choose to turn your nose up at it. Alas, what a shame. Ji Bingsheng shook his head, preparing to depart. Ding. Ji Bingsheng's communicator chimed. And a notification displayed. 2,000 federal coins received. His eyes widened with delight as he quickly changed his demeanor. Second young master, wait here. I will ensure you are thoroughly catered to. With that, he dashed off toward the cafeteria. Curse you, old fool. Zhuge Jie lay on the ground, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Zhuge Jie took a moment to regain some feeling in his legs, struggling to sit up. Yet he still could not see Ji Bingsheng's figure. The sweat on Zhuge Jie's body had dried, clinging to him with a chilly sensation. And with the night air not being particularly warm, a gentle breeze added to his discomfort. Tightening his clothing, Zhuge Jie shouted, Ji Bingsheng, you old scoundrel. You haven't run off with the money, have you? What did you say? Do you believe I'll just turn and leave right now? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the distance. Ji Bingsheng was casually picking his teeth as he approached Zhuge Jie, carrying something in his hand. Oh, Ji Bingsheng, you choose to deliver it only after you've finished eating? How can you have the audacity to ask for so much money? Zhuge Jie muttered under his breath. I heard that, you know, Ji Bingsheng said, having appeared right before Zhuge Jie, startling him. Is that so? I merely whispered a few praises about General Ji. And you overheard? Zhuge Jie awkwardly laughed to cover his embarrassment. Here, your breakfast. Ji Bingsheng ignored Zhuge Jie and tossed him a bag. This is. Zhuge Jie felt uneasy as he grasped the bag. Upon opening it, he found several steamed buns lying quietly inside, their white surfaces tempting. Who do you think you're fooling? I gave you 2,000 federal coins. Is this all it can buy? Zhuge Jie angrily threw the bag back. Oh, the 2,000 was merely for your escape. These buns I bought out of my own pocket. Do you have no conscience, yet you're still unsatisfied? Ji Bingsheng protested with a look of grievance. You. Zhuge Jie's eyes blazed with fury. His trembling finger pointed at Ji Bingsheng, unable to articulate his words. If you don't want to eat, then I'll take it away. You can figure out what you wish to eat yourself, but the cafeteria will be closing soon. Ji Bingsheng innocently began to put the bag away, turning to leave. You. Zhuge Jie's face darkened, his voice heavy, his pupils slightly reddened. What do you intend to do? You were the one who didn't want to eat. Ji Bingxing was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a reaction from Zhuge Jie. Return the buns. Zhuge Jie lunged at Ji Bingxing, gripping the bag tightly. Surely this is excessive, second young master. Ji Bingxing quickly released his hold and stepped back, while Zhuge Jie clutched the bag and took a big bite of one of the soft, white buns. Chapter 53. Pikachu. As Zhuge Jie took a bite of the steamed bun, his eyes widened in astonishment. A wave of warmth surged from his mouth to his abdomen, washing away all traces of fatigue and alleviating the soreness in his limbs. Emma, this is truly delightful, Zhuge Jie exclaimed, devouring the 5 buns without leaving a crumb. Upon raising his head, he noticed Ji Bingxing, and a hint of embarrassment washed over him. He had initially thought Ji Bingxing was deceiving him for money, but unexpectedly, these seemingly ordinary buns turned out to be highly nourishing. Their price must have been considerable. After all, it's your money being spent. There's no need to look at me like that, Ji Bingxing remarked, spitting out a toothpick with a smile. Right, it is indeed my own money. Why should I feel embarrassed? After all, this guy is the one who took my money. Zhuge Jie's expression shifted from gratitude to resentment. All right, today's training concludes here. We'll resume at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, Ji Bingxing said with a cheerful smile, before turning to leave. Seriously? More training? I'm already exhausted from today. A few more days of this, and I'll be flat on my back. Dad, are you going to ignore your son? Meanwhile, Zhuge who was studying military law in the command room, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. Must be that little rascal cursing me. I should have Ji Bingxing increase his training load. Zhuge Jie chose to fall into a deep slumber. However, he hadn't slept long before the familiar pain returned. Drowsily, Zhuge Jie opened his eyes, only to find Ji Bingxing standing before him. Anticipating this, Zhuge Jie swiftly pulled the covers over himself, exclaiming, I won't go out even if I die in bed. But soon, he felt a lightness as Ji Bingxing lifted him up. It was less of a hug and more of a firm grip, rendering Zhuge Jie as helpless as a fish on a chopping board. Realizing Ji Bingxing was taking him outside, Zhuge Jie wondered what he was up to. Is he unable to contain himself any longer? Is this an abduction? His pupils began to turn red, contemplating that if things went awry, he could simply call out and fight Ji Bingxing. Even if he couldn't win, there would be a chance to escape. After a prolonged moment, Zhuge Jie suddenly experienced a sensation of weightlessness as Ji Bingxing tossed him out. He landed hard on the ground, the covers flung open, bright lights shining directly onto his face. This is indoors? Zhuge Jie looked around, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to pinpoint the location. As a playboy well-versed in the decor of various entertainment venues, he was surprisingly unfamiliar with this military district. Suddenly, he noticed Ji Bingxing's expression resembling someone constipated. Uncle Ji, what's wrong? He inquired, puzzled. Ha! Ji Bingxing burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. I never imagined the illustrious Zhuge Xiao would have an affinity for Pikachu. Ha! Zhuge Jie suddenly sensed a chill. He was completely naked, save for a pair of underpants adorned with Pikachu patterns. A flush crept up his neck and onto his cheeks as he hastily pulled the covers over himself. Yet, Ji Bingxing simply yanked the covers away, saying, You think you can wrap yourself up during training? Here, this is your training outfit. As he spoke, Ji Bingxing tossed 2 heavy objects toward him. Indeed, they were 2 hefty iron blocks that landed with a thud at Zhuge Jie's feet, shaking him to his core. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were a set of cumbersome armor. Is this what you call a training outfit? You want me to wear this? Zhuge Jie protested, discontentedly poking at the iron blocks. This weight is nearly as much as I am. Suit yourself, but tomorrow. News of the second young master Zhuge's fondness for Pikachu may sweep through the military camp, Ji Bingxing said with a mischievous grin. You. Zhuge Jie glared at Ji Bingxing, who stood there unfazed, as if he were a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. I'll wear it. I understand this is merely General Ji's good intentions. Zhuge Jie chuckled awkwardly as he donned the iron armor. Once dressed, he felt immensely bulky, struggling even to lift his arms or legs. He soon noticed Ji Bingxing sprinting toward the exit, retreating to the edge of the training ground. What do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding crept over Zhuge Jie. Today's session is combat training. Ji Bingxing shouted from a distance before pressing a button in his hand. Combat? How am I supposed to fight in this? Zhuge Jie attempted to stride towards Ji Bingxing, but his legs barely moved. He soon collapsed to the ground with a loud clang as the armor clashed against the floor. Zhuge Jie felt the ground beneath him begin to shift, and unusual sounds emerged from behind him. Turning around, he found several metal dummies had appeared, lunging toward him. No. Zhuge Jie's scream pierced the night sky. The so-called combat training devolved into a one-sided beating for Zhuge Jie. Finally, the assault from the metal dummies ceased, leaving him bruised and battered on the ground, unable to move or even scream. Here, your meal, Ji Bingqing approached, tossing a bun at Zhuge Jie. Just as Zhuge Jie was about to take a bite, Ji Bingqing ominously said, "Finish your meal, and we'll continue." Zhuge Jie paused, caught in a dilemma over whether to eat the bun or not. "Don't want to eat? Then we'll start right away," Ji Bingqing remarked, observing Zhuge Jie's reaction. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jie bit down on the bun, tears of frustration streaming from the corners of his mouth. His body might suffer, but his stomach should not endure the same fate. To learn to hit, one must first learn to be hit. "You've only just begun," Ji Bingqing chuckled. Zhuge Jie felt a wave of despair wash over him. After the meal, the second round of punishment training commenced. Amidst the relentless barrage from the metal dummies, Zhuge Jie gradually discerned that their attacks were not without rhythm. Each strike had intervals, and although his movements were restricted, evasion was not impossible. With precise timing, he could still dodge their blows. Theory was one thing, but practice was another. Spotting an opening, Zhuge Jie exerted his legs to evade, but unexpectedly, his left foot stumbled against his right, causing him to fall. The relentless attacks rained down once more, and his screams echoed throughout the training ground. Thus, Zhuge Jie endured his seemingly blissful summer vacation. Morning runs around the city on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, training on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and one-on-one sparring with Ji Bingqing on Sundays, which was more of a one-sided crushing. 10 hours and 31 minutes, not bad. "You've reached the average level of the Southwest Garrison," Ji Bingqing remarked with a satisfied smile. He couldn't help but be surprised. Achieving average standards in a month indicated that Zhuge Jie's physique was far superior to that of the new recruits. Truly, a tiger begets tiger cubs. Enough with the small talk. Hand it over. Zhuge Jie snatched the familiar bag from Ji Bingqing's hands. Upon opening it, he discovered it was empty. "Where's today's meal?" Zhuge Jie asked angrily, worried he wouldn't be fed today. "Today is the last day of training. I'll take you to the cafeteria for a nice meal," Ji Bingqing replied with a smile. "Yay!" Zhuge Jie exclaimed joyfully, resembling a child as he hurried toward the cafeteria. Ji Bingqing watched as Zhuge Jie devoured his meal voraciously, then said slowly, "Hurry up and eat. We'll head to the training ground shortly." Zhuge Jie halted mid-bite. "Wait, we're finishing training early today, and then we're going to 857 for a round. What more is there to do? Don't even think about going to the bar. Your father has imposed a citywide ban on all bars, prohibiting your entry. If caught, there will be fines." Ji Bingqing playfully tapped Zhuge Jie on the head. "Is this really happening?" Zhuge Jie exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was time for the final assessment of their training results, and there was no room for frivolity. Ji Bingqing impatiently tapped the table with 2 fingers. "Very well," Zhuge Jie replied, his head drooping momentarily before a spark ignited in his eyes. After being bullied for so long, it was time to settle the score. Within the training arena, Zhuge Jie was launched like a punching bag, crashing heavily onto the ground. Ji Bingqing, from a distance, flexed his wrists, initially reluctant to go hard. He thought to himself that Zhuge Jie was showing him no respect. With a grimace, Ji Bingqing inhaled sharply, knowing that anyone would struggle after a blow to the kidneys. Rising from the ground, Zhuge Jie was filled with frustration, realizing his naivety. Ji Bingqing was, after all, one of the 36 heavenly generals, while he himself had only been training for a month. How could he hope to compete? However, if Ji Bingqing were to strike back, combined with the power of the River of Souls, he might just manage to tear off a piece of flesh. Yet, Zhuge Jie would never dare to be ruthless against his own. "Is that all? Let's add another round of combat training," Ji Bingqing stated impassively. "Seriously? You are betraying the code of martial ethics, seeking revenge," Zhuge Jie retorted. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, time ticked away. Zhuge Jie finally toppled the last of the iron figures, wiping the sweat from his brow. Breathing heavily, he collapsed onto the ground. The clattering of iron weights echoing around him. Clearly, he was feeling the strain. "Today's training is concluded. Shall we settle the training fee?" Ji Bingqing approached with a smile, winking at Zhuge Jie. "Wait, what? After the training, you expect me to pay? This feels like entrapment," Zhuge Jie exclaimed. "All right, no more jokes. Your father mentioned that you should return home after training. He has something to discuss with you," Ji Bingqing said, winking suggestively. "What is it?" Zhuge Jie asked, puzzled. He rarely communicated with Zhuge making him somewhat apprehensive. "That's hard to say. You'll find out when you return," Ji Bingqing replied, his expression cryptic. Zhuge Jie sensed that this was likely not good news. With a mix of unease and curiosity, Zhuge Jie boarded the special vehicle arranged by Zhuge and headed home from the military district. Chapter 54. The Chips since his return to Gaolao City. Zhuge Jie had resided in the military district, and due to rigorous training, he had not set foot in his city home. As he prepared to return, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The maglev vehicle halted before an upscale residential complex, where Zhuge awaited him at the entrance. Zhuge Jie's unease resurfaced. It was unusual for Zhuge to exhibit such courtesy, and his proactive greeting left Zhuge Jie feeling somewhat apprehensive. With a sense of trepidation, Zhuge Jie followed Zhuge into the complex, eventually stopping in front of a villa that felt unfamiliar to him. Even in his previous life, he had seldom returned home, spending most of his time flitting between bars and hotels. After such a prolonged absence, the sight of the villa evoked an almost surreal sensation. A stately middle-aged woman stood at the door to greet them, Zhuge wife and Zhuge Jie's mother. Zhuge turned to face Zhuge Jie, his expression warm and inviting. Yet it sent an involuntary shiver down Zhuge Jie's spine. Could this truly be his father? Should he flee? Come in. There's no need to be nervous, Zhuge urged, attempting to soften his tone. Yet, despite his father's reassurances, Zhuge Jie could not shake the chill creeping over him. What was this peculiar atmosphere? Something felt amiss. Seated at the dining table, Zhuge Jie felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as steaming dishes were presented. Zhuge broke the silence. Well, Jie, you're not a child anymore. I've arranged a match for you. Zhuge Jie was taken aback. He had contemplated countless scenarios, but never this. Father, I am only 18, hardly an adult. I still wish to enjoy my youth. And you are already arranging my future? No, he quickly countered. General Gao has passed away, but his daughter is still alive. In this world, leaving a young girl alone is simply tragic. Zhuge tone grew somber. Which general? Zhuge Jie instinctively inquired. Zhuge paused before responding. General Gao Ku from Tian Tue Xing. I've sent someone to find Gao 1. If you manage to survive, surely General Gao won't be in peril. Zhuge explained matter-of-factly, his long tenure in a position of power having dulled his emotional responses. What does that imply? Is my life not worth anything? Zhuge Jie thought, but dared not voice his sentiments, aware of his father's indifference. Father, General Gao's remains are still warm. Are you truly taking advantage of his misfortune? Zhuge Jie stated earnestly. Actually, General Gao had mentioned this to me before, intending to wait until you were older. But now that this unfortunate event has transpired, we must address it sooner, Zhuge replied, giving Zhuge Jie a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Seemingly unaffected by his son's moral objections. I have seen the girl. She is quite lovely and seems a suitable match for you, the woman interjected. I still believe in love that is freely chosen, Zhuge Jie offered, his pleas sounding rather feeble. Free love is merely a pretext for seeking out wayward women in bars, Zhuge scoffed. That is slander. I, Zhuge Jie, have lived a life of integrity. I am still a virgin. How could I engage in such morally reprehensible acts? He realized Zhuge true intentions, to dissuade him from frivolous escapades by presenting a potential bride. If we are to proceed with an arranged marriage, at least allow me to meet her first, Zhuge Jie insisted. It seems you can hardly contain your eagerness. Fear not. She is a student at Shanghai Federation University and has remained on campus this summer. You will meet her soon enough, Zhuge reassured him. What do you mean? Zhuge Jie inquired, puzzled. Quite literally. I have already taken care of your enrollment at Shanghai Federation University. You shall report there in a few days. There will be ample opportunity to meet her then, Zhuge revealed, dropping a bombshell. Go to school? Zhuge Jie grimaced. Having neglected his studies in high school, he never expected to have such an opportunity, but here was Zhuge wielding his influence. Do not resist so vehemently. I see that you have undergone considerable change, prompting this decision. You are aware those old men are watching me. If they discover my son is uneducated, they would revel in mocking me, Zhuge implored. Very well. Zhuge Jie relented, disheartened as he shoveled food into his mouth, while Zhuge wore a satisfied smile. After the meal, Zhuge Jie lay in bed, feeling overwhelmed. It seemed his carefree days were numbered. He wondered about his friend Jiangyu and when they might reunite. Forget it. Sleep comes before all else. On the eve of Zhuge Jie's enrollment at Shanghai Federation University, far away in the east, Jiangyu received his own admission notice. Rewind a month, and Jiangyu stepped aboard Wei Ziwei's starship, departing from Baihu City. Gazing out at the inky void beyond the porthole, an overwhelming sense of reluctance enveloped him. Ever since leaving Lingchuan's star, he felt like a drifting reed, uncertain and unanchored. Now, embarking on a new journey, he was filled with bewilderment about the future. I hope you reconsider and quickly lift the restrictions, Jiangyu said absent-mindedly when Wei Ziwei spoke up. Jiangyu turned his gaze toward her exquisite face. May I at least see Qi Tian first? After a moment's contemplation, Wei Ziwei acquiesced, but cautioned him. I advise you not to harbor any ulterior motives. The security measures aboard this starship are unforgiving. Jiangyu nodded in silent agreement. Wei Ziwei led him deeper into the ship. The rumbling of the starship's power source resonated in his ears as they traversed a long corridor. Eventually, they arrived before a heavy metal door, the Mech docking bay. Wei Ziwei approached the side of the door. A beam of azure light illuminated the wall as she raised her arm, scanning her device beneath the blue glow. The metal door slowly parted, revealing a vast chamber. Jiangyu was astounded by the sight before him. Countless Mech stood arranged like an army poised for battle, their presence formidable. Among them, several Mechs caught his attention. They bore a striking resemblance to Qi Tian, but lacked its vibrant paint job and were somewhat smaller. Those are the Lingming stone apes, designed as smaller civilian Mechs based on Qi Tian. They have been among the best sellers for the Shihan group in recent years, Wei Ziwei explained softly, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Additionally, there were Mechs of various designs, though they were less aesthetically pleasing compared to the Tian Show group's models Jiangyu had seen before. He pondered the evident distinction between civilian and military Mechs. As they ventured to the far end of the chamber, they discovered a small enclosure where Qi Tian was confined. Just as Jiangyu stepped forward, he was halted by Wei Ziwei. Wait here, she instructed, moving to the side to tap a few commands on a light screen. The walls of the enclosure turned transparent, allowing Jiangyu to see Qi Tian clearly. Inside, Qi Tian was embedded in a humanoid recess, shackled by restraints that bound its limbs. Perhaps sensing Jiangyu's presence, Qi Tian's eyes flickered momentarily, but it offered no further response. Can I not go in? Jiangyu asked. If you are willing to relinquish your permissions, I can allow you entry. Otherwise, I regret to inform you that you cannot come into close contact with Qi Tian, Wei Ziwei stated coldly. All right, Jiangyu conceded helplessly, resigning himself to silently observe Qi Tian from outside the compartment. However, Qi Tian exhibited no further unusual behavior thereafter. Is that sufficient? Have you made your considerations? Wei Ziwei urged impatiently. Let us return, Jiangyu sighed. Remember, my patience is not infinite. As a businessman, I will only safeguard my own interests. Wei Ziwei issued her ultimatum. I require equitable leverage, Jiangyu asserted earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Wei Ziwei. Wei Ziwei looked at Jiangyu with some surprise. She had not anticipated him to make such a request for equivalent bargaining power. You stated that you are a businessman. Surely you comprehend the meaning of equitable? Jiangyu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he pressed Wei Ziwei. As a merchant, Wei Ziwei prioritized the maximization of her profits. And the notion of reaping rewards with minimal investment was indeed the optimal strategy. Unfortunately for her, Jiangyu was no fool and thus remained undeterred by her intentions. Naturally, I will offer you compensation, but only contingent upon your full cooperation, Wei Ziwei replied ambiguously, her eyes darting. No, no, no. What I seek is not an empty promise. What can you provide? Jiangyu maintained his assertive stance, advancing further. That, we will need to negotiate further. Grant me some time. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain by then, Wei Ziwei said, uncertain and resorting to a delaying tactic. Very well, may our collaboration be fruitful. Jiangyu smiled, though internally he remained unsettled, for he was not merely contending with Wei Ziwei, but with the formidable entity of the West Aviation Group. Anxiety lingered within him, fearing that Wei Ziwei might turn against him, employing coercive measures, relying only on the notion that those with nothing to lose fear not the consequences. Wei Ziwei felt a headache coming on. She had initially perceived Jiangyu as merely a naive novice, easily harvested with a mere swipe of the blade. To her astonishment, his psychological resilience surpassed her expectations. As for the matter of leverage, it required consultation with headquarters before a definitive answer could be provided. However, what purpose did further delay serve? Jiangyu remained a captive within her grasp. After the two exited the Mecha docking bay, Wei Ziwei turned to close the hatch. And just as it was about to seal, a red light flickered briefly in the shadows. What was that? At that moment, the door had fully closed. Wei Ziwei rubbed her eyes, dismissing it as a mere misperception. Returning to the rest area, Jiangyu leaned back on the sofa, gazing out the window once more. His dark eyes shimmered with countless stars, perhaps remnants from eons past, having traversed the vast expanse of time. They may have fallen or continued to shine. Yet in the boundless cosmos, they were but a minuscule fraction, unnoticed and adrift, much like humanity itself. Time flowed amidst the changing tapestry of starlight until a colossal planet materialized outside the viewport. its immense form obscuring countless twinkling points of light. Chapter 55. The Infinite Starry River. The Eastern Land is a star system under the auspices of the Shiha Federation, known as the Dongxing Star System. This system comprises more than 20 sizable planets, among which the headquarters of the Shihan Group is situated on a medium-sized planet named Ally Star, where the renowned Qitian was also manufactured. Ally Star is a vibrant, verdant planet, teeming with rare flora and fauna. It is not only a celebrated tourist destination within the Shiha Federation, but also a national biological research hub, holding a position of immense significance in the Federation. The headquarters of the Shihan Group is nestled in the capital city of Huaguo City on this planet. As the starship penetrated the atmosphere, the scenery before Jiangyu gradually came into focus. A flourishing landscape unfolded outside the porthole. The air was devoid of industrial pollution, starkly contrasting with the steel forests of Baihu City. Instead, there were only valleys and lush green vegetation, with the occasional sight of hovering trains, camouflaged like serpents. Weaving through the undulating terrain, the starship descended gently, hovering over a mountain range that stretched for miles. Suddenly, a fissure began to open at the mountain ridge, widening until it could accommodate the entire vessel. Jiang Yu gazed in astonishment at the interior of the mountain. All the concealed metallic machinery, hidden from view, was bustling with activity as countless heads moved beneath him, a cacophony of voices resonating. This was indeed a starport within a mountain. A gentle vibration signaled the successful docking of the starship, and the frenetic activity of the starport filled Jiang Yu's vision. The throngs of people here were several times greater than those at Baihu City's starport, with automated shuttle cars tirelessly ferrying goods and diminutive robots, half a person's height, assisting with the heavy lifting. This was an unprecedented spectacle for Jiang Yu, particularly the small robots he had never encountered before. His memories of robots were limited to outdated, unsightly models. Everything here captivated his attention. Don't dawdle, it's time to disembark. Wei Ziwei's voice broke through Jiang Yu's reverie. Oh, Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, obediently following Wei Ziwei down the starship. Upon stepping outside, a breath of remarkably fresh air filled his nostrils, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Having lived in a mining area for so long, he had never inhaled air so untainted by dust and soot, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. Is something wrong? Are you cold? Wei Ziwei noticed Jiang Yu's discomfort, glancing at his meager attire, which could hardly be called clothing. Jiang Yu shook his head, jesting. Lingchuan Star is located at the edge of the star system, receiving scant stellar light each year. Naturally, the temperature is low. However, I often work in minimal clothing in the mines. The temperature here in Huaguo City is much more agreeable. How could I possibly feel cold? Let us go. I'll take you to buy some clothes, Wei Ziwei said, her gaze fixed ahead, speaking in a tone only Jiang Yu could hear. Jiang Yu looked at her in surprise, uncertain of her intentions. That's unnecessary. He began to decline, but was cut off. I simply hope you won't dress so shabbily, as if Shichao resorts to unscrupulous means to achieve its goals. Moreover, no merchant will invest in you unconditionally. You know what I desire, Wei Ziwei remarked, her expression impassive as she fixed her indigo gaze upon him. Jiang Yu found it difficult to meet her eyes. Why are you so frightened now? You were quite brave when discussing the stakes earlier, Wei Ziwei mused, finding Jiang Yu's demeanor slightly charming. If you believe this will secure Qitian for you, I advise against wasting your efforts, Jiang Yu replied, his tone becoming sharp. Wei Ziwei's brow furrowed, her irritation palpable at Jiang Yu's response. What was intended as kindness was met with disrespect. Then continue to wear your rags, she retorted, her high heels clicking as she strode away, her long legs trembling with each step. Jiang Yu rubbed his nose, pondering the situation. Is she upset? Women's tempers are truly peculiar. It's utterly baffling. My Zhuge brother is far more agreeable. Zhuge Jia, I'm just joking. I'm incredibly brave. Alright, not really. Despite his thoughts, Jiang Yu realized he was alone, wondering where he could follow Wei Ziwei. As he prepared to chase after her, a sudden tearing sound startled him. His garment had been irreparably damaged. What happened? Jiang Yu turned to investigate, only to be met with a terrifying sight. A bizarre metallic creature grasping the remnants of his clothing, its red glowing eye fixed intently upon him. By the heavens! What is this? Jiang Yu felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Take me with you. The creature, known as Blood Droplet, rasped, its voice hoarse. Jiang Yu steadied his emotions, recognizing Blood Droplet, the enigmatic figure he had encountered in the reincarnation hall. They had parted ways in Baihu City. So how did he end up here? The narrative shifts back to the night Blood Droplet awakened, driven by his own will and determination. he gradually regained control over his thoughts. However, the hatred and animosity he bore towards his foes remained indelible, propelling him on a path of vengeance. Taking advantage of Lang Hung's distraction, he stealthily exited the Mecha Manufacturer Association. That night, amid the chaos of the Baihu City residents' riot, he inadvertently mingled with the crowd and stumbled into Baihu City No. 2 prison. There, he located the cells of Jin Xiaojue and others, stealthily appropriating a guard's spiritual source to unlock their confinement. Upon encountering the very demons he longed to vanquish, who once held dominion but now languished like defeated rats, Blood Droplet felt a surge of catharsis as the burdens of his wrath dissipated. The blades at his ankles sprang forth, glinting coldly in the dim light. The fear in the eyes of his adversaries was palpable as they begged for mercy. Yet, Blood Droplet was devoid of compassion, or rather, he was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of sympathy. Only hatred and loathing resided in his heart. The blade, a gift from Lang Hong, crafted from the most resilient titanium, sliced through the air, drawing a line of crimson across Jin Xiaojue's neck. A resonant hum echoed, the titanium blade vibrating slightly as Blood Droplet summoned the blood of his enemies to sharpen his weapon. Soon, a river of blood flowed from the prison, pooling beneath him, while 10 lifeless bodies lay sprawled at his feet, their eyes forever unblinking. Baihu City No. 2 prison had been completely surrounded by the tumultuous crowd of residents. Amidst the guards preoccupied with the chaos, no one noticed Blood Droplet's escape. He navigated through the throng, sprinting through the vast city. He realized that in such a sprawling metropolis, there was not a single place he could call home. By chance, he found himself at the Baihu City starport, where 2 starships lay docked, one adorned with a massive tiger head, which he recognized as by Yunqi's vessel, while the other was unfamiliar, presumably an incoming ship. Indeed, that ship belonged to Wei Ziwei. He could no longer remain in Baihu City. He had to depart. Blood Droplet concealed himself in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. As the night deepened, a figure appeared outside the starship, opening the Mecha docking bay door. This individual was Yu Jun, who had just completed repairs on the Baihu Mecha, eager to depart with Wei Ziwei, a fervent admirer of Qitian. At that moment, the blood drop stealthily infiltrated the Mecha docking bay, concealed by numerous mechas, evading detection by Yu Jun. After Yu Jun departed from the docking bay, he casually extinguished the lights, allowing the blood drop to glimpse the profound night sky through the porthole. The Yanxi star had been perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, and each time he looked up, he was met only with a gray expanse. He had never beheld such a resplendent starry sky. For a moment, he was entranced, and an unusual emotion surged within him. The blood drop wept. Though he could not shed tears, the sorrow was palpable. It was the first time he had truly felt the pangs of grief. His vendetta had been fulfilled, and the hatred in his heart had dissipated, yet such a magnificent sky was invisible to his kin, leaving him utterly alone in this world. His sobs gradually morphed into anguished howls, a raw outpouring of his torment. Qitian's eyes flickered slightly as the stars danced beyond the porthole. After a while, only the blood drop's steady breaths remained. Faced with the sudden appearance of the blood drop, Jiang Yu was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed, and could only lead him along for the moment. Wei Ziwei had already drifted away, leaving Jiang Yu to follow the signposts alongside the blood drop towards the exit. Outside the starport, the landscape remained dominated by steel structures, now accompanied by an extended roadway, where countless maglev vehicles and flying shuttles traversed. Vendors hawked their wares, and shops displayed their goods, indistinguishable from any town within the Shihe Federation. Had he not entered from the mountains, Jiang Yu would never have imagined this to be a world nestled within the mountain itself. A luxurious business vehicle awaited at the exit, with Wei Ziwei standing in front, her gaze drawn to Jiang Yu. Upon noticing the blood drop, she could not help but be taken aback. "Who is he?" she inquired, her brows knitting in curiosity. Despite the blood drop's peculiar appearance, Wei Ziwei, seasoned by the tempests of life, remained composed, unperturbed. It's a long story," Jiang Yu replied awkwardly, scratching his head, unsure how to explain. "Do you think the West Navigation Group is an orphanage?" Wei Ziwei retorted sharply. "Do you think I wanted to come here?" Jiang Yu countered. "Enough, get in the car," Wei Ziwei exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. "You are the first to dare speak to me this way. Once your permissions are revoked, I will make you regret it." Chapter 56. Arrival at Shihong. Jiang Yu stepped into the back seat of the luxury vehicle, accompanied by the blood dripper. The interior astonished him, adorned with exquisite paintings and crystal ornaments, while a redwood table was laden with desserts and fruits. Surrounding the table were plush leather sofas, creating an ambience akin to a cozy living room. Wei Ziwei confidently approached and plopped down onto the sofa, leaving Jiang Yu and the blood dripper feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of where to place their hands. Awestruck, are we? Where did that bravado go? Wei Ziwei glanced at Jiang Yu, a smug expression crossing her face. Sit down, or must I invite you to do so? She remarked with a hint of irritation. Taking her cue, Jiang Yu and the blood dripper carefully settled onto the sofa beside her. Jiang Yu could confidently say he had never experienced such softness. It felt as though he were perched upon a cloud, albeit one he had never actually sat upon. The blood dripper, on the other hand, appeared even more cautious, fearing that his mechanical frame might tear the opulent leather. Wei Ziwei's demeanor was icy, her arms crossed tightly, pressing against her enticing figure. Yet she refused to acknowledge Jiang Yu, leaving him at a loss, forced to sit quietly beside her. The magnetic levitation vehicle glided through the forest of steel, ultimately arriving at an expansive building where several lanes converged. On the other side of this structure lay the mountains, and Jiang Yu could faintly discern the lush green foliage beyond. Countless magnetic levitation vehicles queued here, awaiting their turn to exit the mountain. As they passed through the building, Jiang Yu noticed there was no significant change in light intensity. The stellar light filtered through the trees, illuminating the vehicle's interior. The light outside seemed no different from that within the mountains, yet it felt more natural. He pondered this oddity, realizing he hadn't noticed any special luminous devices inside the mountains. Where, then, did this light originate? He found himself lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, the mountain was merely an artificial creation, crafted from a unique, light-permeable material. The exterior obscured the inner workings, while the interior had a clear view of the outside world, a design intended to shield the residents from natural disasters or wild beasts. Consequently, the mountains and vegetation of Owleye Star exhibited a stark contrast. Otherwise, the foliage would have likely obstructed the natural stellar light entering the mountain. The vehicle meandered between the trees, whose gnarled trunks lined the road, and the dense canopies obscured the sky. Dappled sunlight danced upon the ground, scattered by the breeze and trampled by the passing magnetic levitation vehicles. Jiang Yu gazed out at the swiftly passing hues with excitement. He had only ever seen the dull grays of deserts and the dusty yellows of plateaus, where vegetation was scarce and often shrouded in dirt, a stark contrast to the vibrant greens surrounding him. Curiosity filled him, and he mused that residing here might not be a poor choice. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, effortlessly traversing the rugged terrain, resulting in an exceptionally smooth ride. Wei Ziwei remained silent, allowing Jiang Yu to succumb to drowsiness beneath the warm stellar light. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, the road opened up dramatically, revealing a majestic mountain peak at its end, where the number of vehicles and shuttles increased, creating a bustling scene. This towering mountain pierced the clouds, its silhouette sharply defined by the light. A large logo emblazoned on the mountainside was familiar to Jiang Yu. It resembled the one on Qi Tian's attire, indicating that this was likely the headquarters of Shihong. The unmanned magnetic levitation vehicle navigated through the crowd with ease, veering into the mountain's entrance and descending underground. Before Jiang Yu lay an expansive plaza, filled with an array of magnetic levitation vehicles, a sight he had never before witnessed. The vehicle parked itself, the doors gliding open to reveal a well-dressed, middle-aged man waiting outside, evidently there to greet Wei Ziwei. She gracefully disembarked, and Jiang Yu and the blood dripper quickly followed suit. Wei Ziwei's expression remained one of indifference and superiority, not casting a glance at Jiang Yu, who obediently trailed behind her. Internally, he felt a surge of anxiety in such a grand setting, carefully navigating the path. After a brief exchange with the middle-aged man, Wei Ziwei turned to Jiang Yu, looking down at him with authority. This is Uncle Li. He will arrange your accommodations. Should you require anything in the coming days, consult him. I have many matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste time on you. Contact me when you are ready. She then pointed at the blood dripper, demanding, now tell me, who is he? Jiang Yu offered a wry smile. It's not that I refuse to say. Rather, I do not know. All I can tell you is that he was rescued from the underworld alongside me by Bai Ling. I am unfamiliar with him. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei's azure eyes narrowed, her heart racing. Security. Almost instantaneously, a squad of security personnel rushed from one side of the plaza, their synchronized footsteps resonating ominously in the vast space. They surrounded Jiang Yu and his companions, weapons trained on the blood dripper. A faint red light flickered in the blood dripper's mechanical eyes, the tension escalating. Jiang Yu, bewildered, wondered what was happening, as he believed he had said nothing incriminating. Wei Ziwei's breathing quickened, while Jiang Yu was oblivious. She was acutely aware that the blood dripper was the notorious culprit behind the deaths of the 10 kings and the earth god. She felt a chill of fear for having associated with a murderer for so long. Could this be a misunderstanding? Jiang Yu urgently interjected. In a flash, a dark silhouette shot toward the blood dripper. With a resounding thud, the blood dripper was knocked aside as though a rolling gourd, crashing to the ground. Attempting to rise, he found himself restrained by a chain, reminiscent of the soul-reaping chains from the underworld. He glared coldly at the security officer who had fired the chains. Jiang Yu, you should follow Uncle Li, Wei Ziwei instructed him. Numbly, Jiang Yu nodded, unable to comprehend the situation but recognizing the gravity of the blood dripper's identity. This was not a matter in which he could involve himself. Uncle Li led Jiang Yu toward the west side of the plaza. Jiang Yu turned back repeatedly, catching glimpses of Wei Ziwei conversing with the lead security officer, but the distance rendered their exchange inaudible. He only saw them assist the blood dripper to his feet, escorting him toward the eastern side of the plaza. Jiang Yu continued to watch the blood dripper's faltering figure until Uncle Li called him back to reality, realizing he had fallen behind. The plaza's perimeter featured several towering glass tubes, functioning as lifts. The expansive plaza branched out in multiple directions, with each lift leading to different locations. Uncle Li guided Jiang Yu into one of these lifts. Raising his energy source, Uncle Li scanned a point, causing several buttons to illuminate. He pressed one, and the lift whirred to life. Jiang Yu felt a momentary rush of weightlessness as they ascended, akin to riding on clouds. Minutes later, the lift gradually halted, leaving Jiang Yu feeling somewhat unsteady. The doors opened to reveal a long corridor, flanked by tightly arranged rooms resembling a beehive. Jiang Yu marveled at the sheer number of residents, realizing this was merely one corridor on a single floor, with hundreds more like it throughout the building. As Li Shu walked alongside Jiang Yu, he remarked, "This is the employee dormitory of Shihang Group. Resources may be somewhat limited, but the environment is quite pleasant, so there is no need for excessive concern." Jiang Yu had modest expectations regarding his accommodation. During his time in the mining area, he often resided in makeshift shelters that leaked during rainstorms. There were nights when he woke up freezing and found it impossible to fall back asleep, with the wind howling through the gaps in the roof, leaving him wide awake until dawn. Although the employee dormitory appeared compact, it offered shelter from the elements, which was more than satisfactory for him. Li Shu approached a locked door resembling a beehive and produced a key card from his pocket. He swiped it against the receiver on the door handle, prompting the door to swing open. Upon entering, Jiang Yu was rendered speechless in astonishment. "Is this what you call acceptable?" The room was a standard single-occupancy space, yet it was more spacious than he had anticipated. The elongated room extended inward, with a single bed positioned at the far end, accompanied by a seemingly brand-new holographic projector. Near the entrance were two enclosed sections, one a private bathroom and the other a kitchenette. Initially, Jiang Yu would have been content with merely a place to sleep, but he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpectedly favorable conditions. After providing a few brief instructions, Li Shu left, leaving Jiang Yu alone in the room. A soft click resonated from outside, prompting Jiang Yu to turn around alertly, only to reveal a wry smile. Shihang was not offering him accommodation without strings attached. In reality, it felt akin to being placed under house arrest. The sound he heard was that of the door being locked, which explained why Li Shu had not left the key card with him. Yet, this was to be expected. He had to contemplate his next step seriously. Jiang Yu rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation. Previously, he had never needed to think so deeply. His days were spent fulfilling the foreman's demands and assisting villagers with their agricultural tasks before collapsing into bed, utterly exhausted. It had always been this way, with little thought given to his personal aspirations. Now, it was time for him to make a decisive choice. However, Jiang Yu found himself in a quandary. He was unwilling to abandon Qi Tian. His words regarding Wei Ziwei were merely a delaying tactic, yet Wei Ziwei was not easily deceived. Directly opposing her was not an option, so persuading Shihang Group to refrain from reclaiming Qi Tian seemed the most prudent course of action. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu was acutely aware that he was ill-equipped to compete intellectually with a group of shrewd individuals, and thus, he plunged into a tempest of contemplation. Grappling with his thoughts. Chapter 57. The military blade. It is uncertain how long had passed when the door swung open once more. Jiang Yu, weary, turned his gaze toward the entrance. In addition to Uncle Li, a stranger stood there. The man placed a parcel on the chair before turning to leave. Uncle Li, meanwhile, set down a lunchbox on a small table within the room and, with a smile, informed Jiang Yu that he would bring his meals 3 times a day henceforth, encouraging him to express any culinary desires he might have. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent, his mind still clouded and struggling to regain clarity. Observing his state, Uncle Li quietly exited, locking the door behind him. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually focused on the lunchbox, his stomach growling involuntarily. A twinge of embarrassment creeping over him despite the solitude. The box still emanated warmth, indicating it had been prepared not long ago. As he opened it, a delightful aroma enveloped him, causing him to swallow reflexively. The meal was exquisite, featuring several slices of an unfamiliar beast's meat, sizzling in oil. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Yu took a bite, and soon devoured the entire contents with remarkable speed. Since leaving Linghuan Star, he had seldom enjoyed a satisfying meal. Yet each had been more delectable than the last. After finishing, he let out a contented burp and turned his attention to the mysterious parcel. What could it be? Was it a gift from Wei Ziwei? As he pondered, he began to open it, revealing several brand new garments. Stunned, he realized that Wei Ziwei had indeed intended to buy him clothes. Initially, he thought her words were merely casual, but now he was genuinely touched. Although he understood she might have ulterior motives, the fact that she cared enough to respond to his sneeze stirred an unexpected emotion within him. In the past, during his time on Lingchuan Star, no one had cared for his well-being. He had only one garment to wear throughout the year, ignored by Foreman Tang, and with Aunt Zhao unable to assist due to her own familial responsibilities. Beyond the sentimentality, excitement bubbled within him, the pure, childlike joy of receiving new clothing. Despite his independence, Jiang Yu was still a mere 18-year-old youth, yearning for fresh attire. With a light-hearted spirit, he dashed to the bathroom, eager to wash up and don his new clothes. As night descended, the logo of the Shichao Corporation illuminated brightly against the darkness, a beacon in the night. The interior of the mountain was ablaze with light, reflecting the relentless work ethic of such a large enterprise. Numerous individuals toiled in the same roles, their ranks ever-changing. This night unfolded like any other. However, due to one individual's arrival, it was destined to be anything but tranquil. Samai Wei, do you truly believe you can remain unscathed? In the office of the general manager of Shihong Group, Wei Ziwei shouted at the man displayed on the holographic screen, her chest rising and falling with barely contained fury. He did not flee during my tenure. Rather, it is you, Miss Wei, whom I suspect of harboring a criminal. Now you play the part of the innocent? Samai Wei retorted, a mocking expression on his face, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Wei Ziwei, clearly dismissive of her authority. You, Wei Ziwei seethed. Upon confirming the identity of the blood droplet, she had hastily contacted Samai Wei, the current spirit general of Baihu City, demanding he dispatch someone to apprehend the blood droplet. Yet, to her astonishment, Samai Wei was reticent, showing no inclination to involve himself. Jin Xiaoju and Jiang Zian were indeed notorious criminals deserving of capital punishment. The early execution of the blood droplet, while a victim of their atrocities, was a matter of revenge, which could be understood from a humanitarian perspective. As a member of the original tribes of Yanqi Star, the blood droplet had not registered with the Federation, and now, in this ambiguous state, it was impossible to ascertain whether it acted of its own volition or was under programmatic control. Thus, according to Federation law, it was difficult to impose charges, rendering it a veritable hot potato, one that neither Wei Ziwei nor Samai Wei wished to handle. Before Wei Ziwei could finish her statement, Samai Wei abruptly terminated the communication, clearly uninterested in further dialogue. Had the Shihong Group not declined in stature, his demeanor might have been less arrogant. However, times had changed. And in the eyes of this scion of a prominent family, Wei Ziwei was naturally beneath him. Let us detain him for now, Wei Ziwei said, rubbing her temples to calm herself before dialing another communication line. After concluding these arrangements, she sank into her chair, frustration evident. The primary matter remained unresolved. And now a new dilemma had emerged. What exactly was Jiang Yu? A blessing or a curse? A soft knock echoed, followed by a man in business attire entering the room. Manager Wei, the board wishes to meet with you. Wei Ziwei lifted her gaze, gesturing with a weary hand to indicate her acknowledgement. She stood, fatigue weighing heavily upon her. Could not those elderly gentlemen afford her a moment's respite? She had just returned, yet they demanded her immediate presence. Despite her internal grievances, her movements were swift. Matters concerning Qitian required her utmost focus. Within a conference room, Wei Ziwei's expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Before her stretched a long table, at the head of which sat an elderly man, sprightly and alert. This was Li Zhongyi, the chairman of Shihong Group. Since Wei Ziwei's return, the board convened urgently to deliberate on the matter of Jiang Yu and the unlocking of Qitian's privileges. The discussion had quickly polarized into two distinct factions, the radicals and the conservatives. The radicals insisted on immediate action, advocating for coercive measures to compel Jiang Yu's compliance. Their task force was poised for action, ready to initiate research on Qi Tian the moment the issue was resolved. Conversely, the conservatives argued for a more humanistic approach, believing there remained room for reconciliation with Jiang Yu. They felt there was no rush, suggesting patience in waiting for a resolution. Consequently, the two sides clashed vehemently, leaving Li Zhongyi uncertain. Wei Ziwei, lacking significant influence within the board, could only present Jiang Yu's terms for their consideration, rendering her anxious. While the conservatives were open to negotiation, they found themselves at an impasse regarding the conditions to propose, resulting in a stalemate. Just as tensions escalated, a subtle tremor interrupted their verbal sparring. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Quickly, the notion was dismissed. Though Wagwatching was situated at a tectonic boundary, the underground seismic mitigation measures implemented by Shihan Group were quite effective. The likelihood of feeling an earthquake was nearly impossible. The source of this unexpected vibration left the assembly perplexed. Could it be a laboratory mishap, resulting in an explosion? The thought sent a shiver through the assembly. Given that they were a mecha research company, hundreds of experimental projects were conducted daily. Components, such as the spiritual energy core and fuel rods, contained immense energy. Under normal circumstances, they were safe. However, frequent interactions with danger often led to unforeseen incidents. When internal energy was released, it could yield catastrophic explosions. And Shihong had a history of devastating accidents resulting in significant losses. Before anyone could react, the floor trembled slightly once more. Li Zhongyi furrowed his brows. Two tremors indicated the possibility of a catastrophic explosion, suggesting that the blast radius was extensive enough to trigger nearby objects as well. It appeared to be an exceedingly tragic incident. Everyone, quiet down. Let us ascertain the situation outside and address the pressing concerns swiftly, Li Zhongyi commanded, his somber voice falling like a heavy hammer, causing those present to fall silent. They promptly rose to their feet, activating their spiritual sources to contact various departments. At that moment, the underground level 2 had been reduced to ruins, with mechanical components strewn about haphazardly, creating a landscape of pits and debris. Several figures lay unconscious on the ground, one of whom was particularly familiar, Yu Jun. After the starship docked, Wei Ziwei and Yu Jun had parted ways. Yu Jun was responsible for transporting the Mech seized from Baihu City, including the 9 Halls Yama and the Earth Store, as well as Qi Tian, while Wei Ziwei had returned to the West Navigation Group with Jiang Yu. The maglev vehicles were swift, and exiting customs posed no hurdles. But the entry and exit of Mechs was comparatively cumbersome. After a lengthy period of labor, Yu Jun and his team finally arrived. However, just as they were unloading cargo in the underground of Huagua City, Qi Tian suddenly awakened, subsequently embarking on a spree of destruction. Efforts by Yu Jun and others to halt Qi Tian proved futile, as they were swiftly incapacitated. The incident unfolded with alarming abruptness, exacerbated by Yu Jun's oversight in forgetting that Qi Tian was a mech equipped with a sophisticated artificial intelligence system, thereby granting it an opportunity for uncontrolled action. Given its nature, it would likely wreak havoc indiscriminately. The roar of machinery echoed through the subterranean level of the West Navigation headquarters. Flames erupted, illuminating the figure of a colossal red giant, Qi Tian. He cast a cold glance at the densely packed Lingming stone apes in this level, perceiving a reflection of himself among them, albeit feeling a stark difference. Manufactured here, he had returned as a military mech, while the Lingming stone apes were civilian mechs approved by the Federation. But how significant was the distinction between military and civilian? A kitchen knife could just as easily transform into a bloody cleaver. Though it may not be as effective as a military blade, it remains capable of inflicting harm. If its handle were replaced and the blade reforged, tempered like a military sword, it could indeed become one. Qi Tian was that military sword, now imbued with consciousness. Chapter 58. The King of the Were Monkey. As Qi Tian traversed the steel framework, he moved with the agility of a nimble monkey returning to its forest. The sound of his passage crackling like fireworks, sending sparks flying. Fragments of shattered steel beams lay strewn across the ground, and not a single spot remained unscathed in his wake. Warning: halt your actions immediately and surrender, came the command from a nearby mech squad. Peering out from behind a sturdy pillar, Qi Tian's crimson visage gleamed with a fierce light. A 10-member team of mechs swiftly formed a perimeter around the pillar, their loudspeakers blaring repeated warnings. They arrived rather promptly, but Qi Tian was not one to easily submit. Had he been so compliant, he wouldn't have caused such a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace years ago. With a powerful motion, he engaged the joints in his arms. gripping the metallic pillar with such force that a hand-shaped indentation formed. With a powerful swing, he launched himself towards another pillar, and upon contact, propelled himself like a red cannonball into the ranks of the Mechs. 6 Mechs were sent flying, crashing to the ground with a tremor that shook the very floor. Seizing one of the Mech's arms, Qi Tian hurled it with all his might at the security Mech holding the loudspeaker, sending it crashing away and silencing the noise. Rising, Qi Tian sprinted towards the distant edge of the area where a staircase led down to the basement. Stop him. We cannot allow him access to the basement. It's a parking lot, and the destruction from an explosion of the magnetic levitation vehicles would be catastrophic. The urgency was palpable among the security Mechs, who recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily pursued Qi Tian. Yet, with their speed, how could they hope to catch him? We must take the Mech aerial ladder. Pursuing him this way will consume too much time, one of them urged. It's too late. Once he reaches the basement, all will be in vain. Another replied in despair. Get the second floor to mobilize and request reinforcements. The first shouted, revealing his mounting anxiety. Qi Tian reached the second-floor staircase without obstruction, only to find the doors firmly shut, evidently intended to keep him out. Without a second thought, he raised his fist and struck the door with tremendous force. The sturdy metal groaned under the impact, yielding a deep dent. He struck again, and with a resounding crash, a hole the size of a cooking pot was shattered into the door, spilling a cascade of sparks from within. Qi Tian swiftly dodged as bullets erupted from the breach, whistling past him and striking the wall behind, creating a swirling cloud of dust and debris. The once sturdy metal door now teetered precariously, and Qi Tian, coiling his entire frame, charged towards it. With a thunderous boom, the doors flew open, revealing a figure cloaked in crimson amidst the billowing smoke. Fire! Do not allow him to breach our defenses. A Mech squad advanced steadily, weapons drawn, clearing an area around them to contain Qi Tian and prevent further destruction. Countless tongues of flame surged toward him, and amidst the chaos, Qi Tian felt his strength waning, the relentless barrage of fire preventing him from advancing even a single step. It's working, the captain of the basement security team exclaimed, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. As long as we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Yet, as moments passed, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Bullets were not infinite, and despite their rapid reloading, there were still intervals. How to counter Qi Tian now? All they could do was pray for reinforcements to arrive swiftly. After an extended standoff, the firepower from the security team began to wane, some Mechs running low on ammunition. Just as the captain felt the weight of urgency, he discovered his firearm had run dry. Reload. We must be quick. Panic set in as he fumbled for the ammunition clip at his Mech's waist, but in the heat of the moment, his fingers betrayed him. Suddenly, he looked up to find a crimson shadow looming before him. Though this Mech was somewhat smaller, it commanded an overwhelming presence. In despair, the captain closed his eyes. But the next moment, a jarring metallic clash pierced the air. Opening his eyes, he saw a black rod embedded in the ground before him, while Qi Tian stood several meters away. It was evident that this rod had saved him, having deflected Qi Tian's intended strike. Step back, let me handle him. A cold female voice rang out. Then, a white Mech descended from above, landing deftly upon the rod. The Mech, named the King of the Uer Monkey, was a civilian combat unit, its design surpassing many military Mechs in capability, though its unique aesthetics had relegated it to civilian use. With a powerful leap, the King of the Uer Monkey brought its massive tail, ending in a colossal hammer, crashing down upon the ground, scattering debris as it pulled the black rod from the earth and charged at Qi Tian. The swing aimed directly at Qi Tian's midsection sent him spiraling aside, crashing to the ground. Yet, the unwieldy tail hindered the King of the Uer Monkey from pursuing, forcing it to land and regain balance, allowing Qi Tian to rise once more. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Qi Tian's once impenetrable defense had been breached, revealing 3 deep gashes on his waist, inflicted by the mighty hammer. This was the first time Qi Tian had sustained such damage, a testament to the hammer's formidable power. The hammer is said to be forged from alloy, the captain remarked, a newfound confidence in the King of the Uer Monkey igniting within him. Taking the initiative, Qi Tian lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch at the King of the Uer Monkey, which raised its titanium rod in defense. The resounding clang of heavy metal colliding echoed, and the King of the Uer Monkey staggered back a step. Inside the cockpit, a nonchalant woman, cigarette in mouth, wore a look of surprise, evidently taken aback by Qi Tian's considerable strength. Time to have some fun, she declared, discarding her cigarette as seriousness washed over her. With a twist of its waist, the King of the Uer Monkey's tail, along with the heavy hammer, was flung upward. The tail soared like a meteor, and with a swift motion, the mech grasped it, connecting it to the rod in its hand. Thus, a meteor hammer was born. A weapon of combination? Finally, I have come to understand the reason behind clutching that unsightly tail. It is, in fact, related to the weapon held in hand. I never anticipated such a unique combination of arms. Once the heavy hammer was grasped, the entire Yuron King exhibited remarkable agility, initiating a provocation towards Qi Tian. With the meteor hammer raised high, it was hurled towards Qi Tian, who, unable to evade in time, was struck by the returning hammer on his right arm, causing his body to topple towards the left. Seizing the opportunity, the Yuron King lunged forward with great force, pouncing upon Qi Tian. With a resounding thud, Qi Tian found himself beneath the Yuron King's foot, immediately followed by the meteor hammer crashing down upon his head, sending debris flying. Half of Qi Tian's skull was embedded into the ground. Mission accomplished. The woman in the cockpit exhaled deeply, then pinched a cigarette between her lips. Though she did not light it, merely biting down on it. Before long, another team arrived, encircling Qi Tian in a manner reminiscent of a cheese sandwich, with the Yuron King dominating him from above, casually discarding the meteor hammer onto the ground. What are you staring at? Get to work, the Yuron King impatiently commanded. At that moment, several mechs produced a semi-transparent ring, binding Qi Tian's limbs securely. Consul Changsun, how should we proceed? The captain inquired via internal communication. Changsun Anren furrowed her brow. Momentarily unable to devise an appropriate course of action, the originally designated mech docking area on the second basement level lay in ruins, leaving her uncertain about Qi Tian's fate. Inquire with the higher-ups on how to handle this. I need to return to my beauty sleep. Every time there's a troublesome task, it always falls to me, she lamented. With that, Changsun Anren maneuvered the Yuron King to rise from Qi Tian, turning to exit, the meteor hammer scraping along the ground with a shrill dragging sound. As one of the consuls in the security department of the Shihan Group, she had access to an independent mech docking bay, thus avoiding the need for centralized parking like the others. Shortly after the Yuron King departed, a woman rushed over from one side of the square in a flurry. This was Wei Ziwei. Observing the chaos strewn about, her brow furrowed deeply. She then focused her gaze on the instigator, Qi Tian, and, with a headache, pressed her hand to her forehead, astonished at how troublesome one individual could be. First, take him to my mech workshop, contact the engineering team, and expedite the cleanup and repair work. Ensure that Yujun wakes up and seeks me out, Wei Ziwei. Deserving of her position, swiftly regained her composure and began to organize the situation methodically. Understood. Several mechs approached, lifting Qi Tian and guiding him towards one side of the square, while the remaining mechs dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Chapter 59. The final concession. At this moment, Jiang Yu sat in a dimly lit room, the luminous screen beside his bed flickering with vibrant images. He was lost in thought, aimlessly pondering what to do next. Just then, the door to his room swung open, and the familiar sound of high heels echoed on the floor. With a click, the lights were turned on, and the sudden brightness made Jiang Yu squint, his eyes slowly focusing on the figure at the doorway. It was Wei Ziwei. The recent events concerning Qi Tian had left her troubled, and a thought surged to the forefront of her mind, prompting her to seek out Jiang Yu without delay. Jiang Yu was almost dragged out of the room. After a brief moment to adjust, he opened his eyes wide. Before him stood Wei Ziwei, who, contrary to the exquisite and aloof woman he had first encountered, now appeared disheveled. Her hair was unkempt, her eyes bloodshot, and her face bore the marks of exhaustion. The discord within the board of directors, the demands of her work, and Qi Tian's sudden upheaval had all taken a toll on Wei Ziwei's fragile demeanor. Even as a workaholic, she now seemed overwhelmed. She led Jiang Yu up a ladder, and after a brief bout of dizziness, they emerged before a grand door. This was Wei Ziwei's mech workshop. As she was not a professional driver and owned only a civilian mech for personal transport, the workshop had remained largely unused, making it an ideal temporary refuge for Qi Tian. As Jiang Yu followed Wei Ziwei into the workshop, he noted the absence of the strong sense of fuel and heavy metals. Instead, a subtle fragrance of aromatherapy lingered in the air, a testament to Wei Ziwei's meticulous nature. Passing through the main hall, they arrived at the mech docking station, where Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the battered form of Qi Tian. Qi Tian, Jiang Yu exclaimed, hardly able to comprehend the sight before him. It was difficult to fathom that Qi Tian could appear so ravaged. The paint was chipped, the colors faded, and most alarming were the 3 deep gashes at its waist. A sight that was both shocking and distressing. Jiang Yu glared at Wei Ziwei, filled with anger. How could Qi Tian have deteriorated so quickly in their care? Was this how one approached negotiations? Do not look at me like that. Do you know it almost demolished an entire floor of the Shihan group? Wei Ziwei replied, her tone indifferent, before recounting the recent events to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's mouth fell open in disbelief. He had never imagined that Qi Tian could behave in such a manner. Did you not notice that Qi Tian is different from other mechs? Wei Ziwei inquired. Jiang Yu stroked his chin, contemplating. Over time, he had encountered many mechs, and indeed, Qi Tian exhibited unique traits. It would engage him in conversation. Unlike others, it could pilot itself, whereas others could not. In essence, Qi Tian resembled a sentient being, while the others were merely machines under control. Each mech, upon its creation, was equipped with a corresponding AI system to assist the pilot in navigation and monitoring. With advancements in technology, the sophistication of AI systems had increased, leading one to believe that such high intelligence would enhance the pilot's capability and simplify mech operation. However, the unforeseen consequence was that the first batch of mechs equipped with ultra-intelligent AI systems had revolted. Wei Ziwei paused, her lips marked by pale imprints of her teeth. A cohort of unmanned mechs had turned against their creators, wreaking havoc on the research facility, leaving no researchers unscathed, all perishing at the hands of the very machines they had crafted. The combat capabilities of these mechs were astonishingly high, and due to their AI control, maneuvers that human operators struggled to execute were effortlessly accomplished through algorithms. The local mech teams were utterly powerless to suppress them, and it was only when the military intervened, at a staggering loss rate of 62, that all the mechs were subdued, ultimately leading to their destruction. Each word flowed from Wei Ziwei's lips with casual ease. Yet within Jiang Yu, a tempest brewed. The advancement of AI technology had not ushered in the anticipated convenience. Rather, it had nearly resulted in catastrophe. The Federation came to realize that tools beyond human control ceased to be tools and transformed into instruments of death. Consequently, a threshold for AI intelligence was established, ensuring a balance between sufficient assistance for pilots and human oversight. Presently, all mechs on the market were equipped with such AI systems. Nonetheless, nefarious individuals continued to manufacture high-intelligence mechs to disrupt social order. Since the mass mech revolt, the Federation had witnessed numerous minor local uprisings, causing significant societal repercussions and giving rise to a cacophony of opinions regarding the safety of contemporary mechs. Qi Tian was one such mech with an elevated intelligence threshold, deemed illegal. Despite being mentally prepared, Jiang Yu was still reeling from this last revelation. 6 years prior, Qi Tian had been manufactured, undergoing a year of tests with all parameters indicating normalcy, and its AI intelligence level within prescribed limits. However, at the Mech Innovation and Development Exchange Conference, Qi Tian had erupted in revolt, mirroring previous mech insurrections. The Shihan group speculated that internal personnel had maliciously altered its intelligence threshold. I suspect that the decline of Shihan may not be an accident, but rather a deliberate act, Wei Ziwei remarked, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes, though it was quickly concealed. Fortunately, you have obtained the piloting rights to Qi Tian, and your skills are merely at a beginner level. Many of Qi Tian's combat abilities remain locked. It is fortunate you did not compromise and relinquish Qi Tian's operational permissions, otherwise, its combat prowess would not be so restrained, and we would not be able to subdue it so easily. Though Wei Ziwei's words seemed to commend Jiang Yu, he found them somewhat unsettling. Regarding the current predicament, I believe that granting you direct access to revoke operational permissions may not be the best course of action, as it could produce unintended consequences, similar to the present situation. We cannot confine Qi Tian indefinitely. Oversight lapses in research are inevitable. Whether it might revolt again remains uncertain, but we cannot afford to gamble. Shihang's research must not encounter any further mishaps, prompting me to contemplate an alternative solution. Wei Ziwei paused, gauging Jiang Yu's reaction. A spark ignited in Jiang Yu's eyes. He sensed he was beginning to grasp Wei Ziwei's intentions. We require your cooperation, Wei Ziwei stated firmly, enunciating each word. We will entrust you with full piloting authority over Qi Tian, but we need you to access its AI system's backend to investigate any alterations to its intelligence threshold. Furthermore, we need you to regularly pilot Qi Tian for performance testing to aid our research. Wei Ziwei appeared to have wrestled with this decision for some time before finally resolving to speak. This is not without compensation. We will strive to ensure your basic living needs are met and offer you the utmost privileges. However, I implore you to maintain your stance. The Shihan group has already endured one catastrophe. For so many years, it has been suppressed by the Tianshou group. Now that we have a chance for resurgence, I do not wish to see any more errors. Wei Ziwei's heartfelt plea stirred Jiang Yu, evoking a sense of sympathy for the plight of the Shihan group. I entrust Qi Tian to you, hoping you will not let me down. Should I discover any signs of betrayal on your part, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Though such actions would complicate matters, I am a businessman and must minimize risk. As the conversation drew to a close, the coldness in Wei Ziwei's eyes resurfaced, causing Jiang Yu to instinctively retract his neck. After much contemplation, Jiang Yu surmised that this might very well be Wei Ziwei's final concession. Given that the driving authority still resided with him, he would retain the initiative, making it conceivable for him to acquiesce. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Before I respond to you, there is a matter I wish to clarify. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow slightly, yet did not rush Jiang Yu. Did not Qitian undergo preliminary testing prior to its debut? How is it possible that the performance data of Qitian remains unclear? If that is the case, why must I operate Qitian once more for performance testing? This inquiry left Jiang Yu perplexed. After all, was Qitian not manufactured by the Shihan Group? How could its performance data be unknown? Wei Ziwei narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the youthful visage before her, realizing that he was not entirely oblivious. You are correct. The testing data for Qitian is indeed preserved within the company. Our initial efforts to locate Qitian were aimed at preventing it from falling into the hands of the Heavenly Empire. However, during our ongoing investigation, we uncovered certain anomalies. The original data for Qitian is remarkably stable, and with current technological capabilities, such precise control is unattainable. It appears as though the data was manipulated by Qitian itself. According to the information we gathered from Bai Yunqi, Qitian exhibited numerous astonishing combat behaviors on the Yinqi star, suggesting its combat capabilities might exceed our expectations. The recent uprising of Qitian further substantiates this notion, leading me to suspect that the historical data may not be accurate, necessitating further testing to ascertain the truth. In theory, while mechas endowed with highly intelligent AI can significantly enhance combat power, the difficulty of operation presents two extremes. One where AI assistance simplifies piloting, and another where AI repulsion complicates it. It appears that your relationship with Qitian is quite favorable, positioning you as the beneficiary of its assistance. Moreover, you are the only individual within high-intelligence mecha cases who has not experienced AI repulsion. Therefore, we must understand why Qitian's AI system has chosen you. If we can uncover a method to control highly intelligent AI, it could elevate the overall combat capabilities of all mechas, paving the way for the resurgence of the Shihan Group. As Wei Ziwei spoke, her voice crescendoed with fervor, her fists clenched tightly, her tone betraying her excitement. Jiang Yu nodded. Wei Ziwei's reasoning was compelling and believable. As for why Qitian had chosen him, that remained a mystery. The nature of his relationship with Qitian was highly nuanced. Qitian did not merely assist him, but leaned more towards a partnership. With this thought, Jiang Yu's gaze shifted from Wei Ziwei to Qitian. It was likely that Qitian could hear their conversation. He pondered whether Qitian would consent to his unilateral decisions. After all, having chosen rebellion in the past, it surely would not desire to be confined again. Chapter 60. The Changsun siblings. As Jiang Yu grappled with his thoughts, Qitian's eyes flickered slightly, drawing Jiang Yu's attention. He widened his eyes in surprise, but Qitian remained unresponsive. Was it merely an illusion? What was happening? Wei Ziwei turned her head, perplexed, assuming Jiang Yu was simply fixated on Qitian after such a long absence. Just as she returned her gaze, Qitian's eyes glimmered once more, causing Jiang Yu to tremble with excitement. This time, he realized that Qitian was indeed signaling to him. Was it an indication of consent? I believe this is the best resolution. If you disagree, I will have no choice but to forcibly revoke your access, Wei Ziwei stated solemnly, clearly having exhausted her options. I agree, Jiang Yu exclaimed, his exhilaration overcoming his restraint. Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback by his outburst, but a smile soon graced her face, her body relaxing as the tension that had gripped her mind began to dissipate. Thank you for your cooperation with the West Navigation Group. I have secured you a place at Star Sea Federation University. Beyond this, I cannot make any further guarantees, she added with a rueful smile. An admission qualification? Jiang Yu recalled his earlier request on the starship for Wei Ziwei to present suitable chips in exchange for Qitian's operational authority. To his astonishment, she had not only refrained from demanding the release of that authority, but had also offered a significant bargaining chip. What a fortunate turn of events. Jiang Yu's lips curled in anticipation. Star Sea Federation University was the premier mecha academy in the Federation and the sole institution located in the central star system of Shenzhou, the birthplace of Federation civilization. Since the inception of the Federation, universities under the Shiha Federation had flourished, although a few formidable institutions had recently begun to emerge. Nevertheless, The foundation and status of Star Sea Federation University remained unassailable. Having never received formal education, Jiang Yu had gleaned all his knowledge from the sole holographic device in his village. His yearning for the world beyond Lingchuan Star fueled his insatiable thirst for knowledge, often causing him to miss his mining shifts, resulting in punishment from the foreman. Yet, he bore no complaints and remained undeterred in his quest for understanding. Now, having unexpectedly received the opportunity to study at the Federation's foremost academy, Jiang Yu was overcome with excitement, though an undercurrent of anxiety accompanied his joy. After all, he was merely a poor child who had never been to school. Would he truly be able to adapt to life there? Time is of the essence. Let us proceed with the initial test today. Wei Ziwei's eyes sparkled with determination, her fervent gaze fixed upon Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu hesitated. There is no cause for concern. You are adept at piloting mechas, and all that is required is for you to operate Qitian and perform a few basic maneuvers. Without waiting for Jiang Yu's explanation, Wei Ziwei turned and walked toward Qitian's docking station, lifting the restrictions placed upon it. Qitian Jiang Yu followed, observing the chipped paint on Qitian's exterior. He reached out to touch it, his heart sinking at the sight of the damage. Who could have inflicted such harm? Sensing Jiang Yu's presence, Qitian's chest glowed with golden light, and the cockpit slowly opened. A metallic appendage extended forth, lifting Jiang Yu directly into the cockpit, where he settled into the familiar confines. As Jiang Yu rose, a metallic seat emerged beneath him, and as he sat, straps sprang forth, securing him firmly in place. A pair of metallic headphones enveloped his ears, connecting him to the data terminal's human control system. A three-dimensional model unfolded before him, with the external simulation sandbox completed. The control panel hovered in front of him, and upon placing his palm upon it, his fingerprint and iris were successfully matched. Second-generation host Jiang Yu, welcome to piloting. Please enter your commands. Qitian's emotionless mechanical voice resonated through the headphones, stirring nostalgia and a hint of melancholy within Jiang Yu. Qitian, it's been a long time. The cockpit gradually sealed, and Wei Ziwei vanished from view. In her place, a holographic screen materialized, revealing the external landscape. Jiang Yu lowered his head, and the screen's perspective shifted downward, allowing him to see Wei Ziwei's relieved expression. Finally, Wei Ziwei's anxious heart found solace. She had worried that Qitian might take advantage of the moment to escape when she released the restrictions. However, her gamble that Qitian would not turn against Jiang Yu had paid off. Jiang Yu had no reason to resist. Once he obtained control of Qitian, everything would fall into place. Jiang Yu activated the external sound and inquired, "Where are we headed?" "To the training ground. Our team has been waiting there for some time," Wei Ziwei replied, her demeanor returning to its usual icy composure as she cleared her throat. Jiang Yu began to voice his thoughts, but Wei Ziwei had already stepped outside. With a resigned sigh, he followed her. Reaching the opposite side of the workshop, Wei Ziwei opened a door, revealing a 20-meter-high cloud ladder. She pressed a button on the side, and the ladder door swung open, unveiling a 30-square-meter chamber within. As Wei Ziwei led Qitian inside, the space felt exceedingly vast for the relatively small mecha. This must be the mecha cloud ladder, Jiang Yu mused, designed to accommodate the massive size and weight of mechas. The cloud ladder was both spacious and exceptionally sturdy, ideal for transporting mechas in bulk. Yet, accommodating a single small mecha like Qitian seemed an extravagant use of resources. Seated in the cockpit, Jiang Yu felt no discomfort, but he admired Wei Ziwei's composed demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, most individuals who frequently used the cloud ladder had grown accustomed to the sensation of weightlessness. Only those like him, experiencing it for the first time, felt the intense unease. Soon, the cloud ladder halted before a silver-white door, distinct from any he had previously encountered. Intricate patterns adorned the door, appearing chaotic yet possessing a unique order, with a faint blue glow pulsating through the designs. Was this some peculiar decoration? It certainly did not appeal to his aesthetic sense. West Navigation Group's taste needed refinement. Wei Ziwei approached the door, scanning her wrist device over a recessed area, causing the door to radiate with vibrant light as it swung open. However, before Jiang Yu could discern the interior, a spindle-shaped black object hurtled toward them at an alarming speed, leaving no time for Wei Ziwei or Qitian to evade. Jiang Yu's hands moved swiftly, his fingertips dancing across the keyboard with the grace of a dragonfly skimming water. Qitian vaulted forward, its legs bending as it leaped in front of Wei Ziwei, securing her safely in midair before landing smoothly. A seamless display of fluidity. Jiang Yu was elated to discover that his dexterity had improved remarkably, and every action had been a reflexive response. The smoothness with which he maneuvered Chi Tian indicated a significant enhancement in both his mental acuity and compatibility. Although Wei Ziwei was no stranger to high-stakes situations, her face paled slightly at the near miss. Even though Chi Tian had effortlessly caught the spindle, the sound of the impact suggested considerable kinetic force. Had it struck a person, the consequences would have been dire. The thought made her shudder with trepidation. "Changsun Anyang, you've truly gone to your grandmother's house," a short-haired woman shouted, berating a mecha with abandon. The mech before Jiang Yu appeared somewhat familiar, resembling one of the very common models from the Annihilation series of new mobile mechs. Indeed, this mech belonged to the Annihilation series, specifically the Annihilation 4, a widely utilized training unit equipped with a psychic core developed by the Shihan Group, boasting commendable performance specifications. Fortunately, it was armed with training rounds. Had it been live ammunition, destruction would have been inevitable. The woman chastised him a few more times before turning and striding towards Wei Ziwei. Jiang Yu observed this woman, her fitted combat attire accentuating her graceful curves, while her lower half was clad in neat shorts that highlighted her long legs. Her robust thighs seemed exceptionally firm, and at the side hung a black leg pouch containing 3 concealed daggers, suggesting that this woman was not to be trifled with. As she approached, she clapped her hands on Chi Tian's shoulders and remarked, "Defeated subordinate, you don't seem so weak after all." "Defeated subordinate? What do you mean?" Jiang Yu queried, puzzled, as he believed this was his first encounter with her. "And Ran, what is going on?" Wei Ziwei interjected, stepping forward from behind Chi Tian, her brow furrowed. This woman was named Changsun Anren, also the pilot of the mech Yuran Wang, which tied her closely to Chi Tian. She had come today to test new weaponry. But unexpectedly, after numerous trials, Changsun Anyang had made a significant blunder, failing to align the targeting reticle, causing the projectile to veer out of the training ground. Thankfully, it hadn't harmed anyone. Otherwise, the training ground would have turned into a crime scene. Changsun Anren placed a hand on her forehead, exasperated. Although Changsun Anyang may not match your prowess, he is still among the elite in terms of combat experience and operational skill. How could he make such a grave mistake? Could there be an issue with the weapon itself? Wei Ziwei analyzed calmly, her brow unfurling. There is indeed a possibility, yet Changsun Anyang has shown weakness, Changsun Anren replied, smacking her forehead, realizing she may have misjudged her brother, though she continued to voice her grievances. "Sister, the sight is misaligned. It's simply one T-line up. That Annihilation 4 has also approached, cradling a dark cannon barrel in its grasp. After years of piloting mechs, shouldn't the sight adjust itself? Even I can hit the target without looking at it." Changsun Anren turned her head away, indicating her disinterest in hearing Changsun Anyang's explanations. The latter remained silent, recognizing that reasoning with a woman was often a futile endeavor. "Enough of your bickering. We must prioritize the task at hand," Wei Ziwei intervened, attempting to mediate, as this sibling duo had never made things easy. "Now what is it? As long as the payment is satisfactory, I'm open to anything," Changsun Anren said with a cheerful demeanor directed towards Wei Ziwei. "Oh please, do you even need more money? Money is never in surplus. Once I have enough, I'll charter an entire train filled with handsome men and take them on a joyride," she joked. Such a lack of seriousness. Wei Ziwei scolded with a smile. "Today, we must conduct a thorough test regarding performance data. It must be meticulously scrutinized." She returned to her former poker face, patting Chi Tian. "I am equally intrigued by it," Changsun Anren said, licking her lips, her eyes gleaming with the avarice of a hunter eyeing its prey. "I wonder how you managed to tame it. Surely it wasn't subdued by me?" Changsun Anren's gaze sparkled with intensity. "Of course, I cannot claim such prowess. That relies entirely on its pilot," Wei Ziwei replied with a wry smile. "Pilot?" Changsun Anren questioned, scrutinizing Chi Tian from head to toe. "Jiang Yu, come out and meet everyone," Wei Ziwei encouraged, giving Chi Tian a firm pat. The cockpit slowly opened, revealing Jiang Yu's youthful visage. He knelt on one knee within the mech, then leapt out of the cockpit, landing securely before the group. Chapter 61. The first battle you nearly brought the building down. Didn't you? Long-Sun Anren remarked bluntly, seizing Jiang Yu by the ear. "Ouch, that hurts. Lighter, please." Jiang Yu pleaded repeatedly. "Anren, let him go. It wasn't his fault." Wei Ziwei interjected helplessly. Only then did Long-Sun Anren release her grip, leaving Jiang Yu feeling as if his ear might detach. The seemingly demure woman certainly possessed a fierce grip. "Oh right, I almost forgot, he is." Long-Sun Anren's beautiful eyes sparkled, but she refrained from uttering Chi Tian's name. "Indeed, it was unmanned when it was on the second basement level," Wei Ziwei explained. "No wonder it felt somewhat challenging." Even for me, Long Sun Anren nodded thoughtfully. I just didn't expect such mechas to have pilots, she continued, turning her gaze towards Jiangyu, who shrank back, unable to meet her eyes. This is the aspect that piques my curiosity and will be the focus of future research. Hence, I brought him here for the mecha test. She added, well then, I too wish to ascertain its true capabilities. A spark of eagerness flickered in Long Sun Anren's eyes. Jiang Yu's expression turned troubled, but no one paid heed to his hesitation. Wei Ziwei and Long Sun Anren had already moved on, while Long Sun Anyang cautiously maneuvered the destroyer 4 behind them. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu steeled himself and climbed into Qi Tian's cockpit, hastily following suit. On one side of the training ground stood several high platforms, where enormous mechanical eyes were fixated on the arena below. These mechanical eyes were connected to several small display screens, each projecting the ecological conditions of the area. Wei Ziwei and Long Sun Anren ascended the platforms to begin calibrating the equipment, while Long Sun Anyang led Jiang Yu into the training ground. As Jiang Yu pondered what kind of test Wei Ziwei and the others would assign him, he suddenly noticed someone was attempting to initiate internal communication for the mecha. Looking around, he realized that only the Destroyer 4 was present, so he accepted the request. A young man, strikingly similar to Long Sun Anren yet adorned with a gentle smile entirely unlike hers, appeared before Jiang Yu. Don't take it to heart. My sister can be a bit much at times. She's actually a decent person, though she seems a bit irritable today since she missed her beauty sleep. Long Sun Anyang explained with a grin. No, I understand she means no harm, Jiang Yu quickly assured him. That's good to hear. As you can see, when my sister gets serious, even I get scolded. Long Sun Anyang shrugged, accustomed to it. Let me introduce myself. I am Long Sun Anyang, a third-year student at Starstorm Federal University, he stated. Hello, I am Jiang Yu. I look forward to your guidance, Jiang Yu responded, falling silent afterward. It wasn't that he wished to remain quiet. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he possessed no noteworthy credentials to share. However, he was surprised to learn that Long Sun Anyang was a third-year student at Starstorm Federal University. You seem young. How long have you been piloting mechas? Long Sun Anyang inquired. Just a little over 6 months, Jiang Yu replied honestly. Really? Long Sun Anyang's eyes widened in disbelief. 6 months? You didn't misspeak, did you? No, I haven't. I'm still quite slow at it. I've only been with Qi Tian for about 6 months. Jiang Yu assumed Long Sun Anyang simply hadn't heard correctly. 6 months. Long Sun Anyang reflected, recalling that he began piloting mechas in the second semester of his freshman year. That already indicated a remarkable talent. With the assistance of his family and the guidance of his sister Long Sun Anren, it took him a year to reach his current level. He had observed Jiang Yu's earlier maneuvers, realizing that if it were him, he might have been able to accomplish the same tasks, but not nearly as effortlessly. While it was hard to believe that Jiang Yu achieved such proficiency in merely 6 months, the advantage of his youth was undeniable. He appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. This young man was truly formidable. What are you two still doing in the arena? Long Sun Anyang. Do you wish to attempt the devil level test as well? The booming voice of Long Sun Anren jolted them back to reality. Long Sun Anyang, exit now. Jiang Yu, prepare at the edge of the arena. The test is about to commence. Her voice pierced through the air. Devil level? Long Sun Anyang shivered, casting Jiang Yu a look that conveyed good luck before terminating the call and piloting the Destroyer 4 away from the arena. Without further thought, Jiang Yu directed Qi Tian towards the side of the platform. Devil level? What could that entail? Are you ready? I'm about to begin, Long Sun Anren announced. Tapping a few buttons on the control panel, the ground of the training arena began to sink, and soon a vast expanse of sandy desert terrain emerged, surrounded by towering metal walls. A wind of unknown origin stirred the sand, quickly forming a significant sandstorm. Jiang Yu gazed at the swirling yellow sands, secretly relieved. If there was one terrain he was familiar with, it was surely the desert, as his training had been conducted there for the past 6 months. He was well versed in the meteorological changes of the desert, making it manageable for him. However, he was uncertain of the nature of the test. Though anxiety lingered within him, he steeled his focus. The blinding sandstorm severely obstructed his vision, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the situation ahead. Close external view. Open 3D simulation sand table. The scene before Jiang Yu vanished, replaced by a three-dimensional model that laid out the terrain clearly. It resembled the shifting sands of the flowing sand planet. Yet the landscape was far less varied. This indicated that Qi Tian had been exposed to the wilderness. Any encounter with an enemy would necessitate a direct confrontation. This was where Jiang Yu would truly be tested, devoid of any frills. Jiang Yu's expression hardened as he scrutinized the sand table, his palms glistening with perspiration, his body trembling with excitement. His breathing grew labored as several red dots illuminated before him. What is that? The screen brightened, and aside from the swirling sand, several windows popped up, revealing the true identities of the red dots, a type of creature Jiang Yu was all too familiar with, the sand serpents. However, these sand serpents differed from those he had encountered on the serpent planet. Scientific name, bobbit sand serpent, puppet, common name, small intertidal sand serpent, puppet, length, 8. 13 meters weight, 1, 0 to 1. 8 tons bite force, 1, 2 tons speed, 70 to 100 kilometers h. Each window displayed the basic information of these sandworms. They were artificial iron puppets, thus differing from real sandworms in appearance, but their offensive and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of authentic sandworms. Jiang Yu's expression shifted. He had never truly faced sandworms head-on, only engaging in attrition from the periphery. He remained uncertain of their strength. Yet the current situation suggested he had no option to retreat and would have to confront them head-on. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. Had his eyes possessed lethal force, the sandworm puppets might have been pierced through. It seemed this initial test required him to defeat all the sand serpents. Jiang Yu contemplated rapidly, his mind racing as his hands began to move rhythmically. Qi Tian slowly ascended. Charge. Jiang Yu thrust the control stick forward, but before he could fly far, Qi Tian wobbled alarmingly and promptly crashed to the ground. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Was this the same Jiang Yu who had just caught a cannonball barehanded? How could he not even manage basic flight control? Jiang Yu, sporting a look of exasperation, struggled to maneuver the mech, Qi Tian, which was rising from the ground. After a long hiatus from piloting, his skills felt somewhat rusty. Although he could perform some advanced maneuvers, his control was far from proficient and his foundation shaky. Under the din of the moment, the puppet sand serpents had already detected Jiang Yu, their crimson mechanical eyes locking onto Qi Tian with unnerving precision. In that instant, Jiang Yu felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Qi Tian, what should we do? He implored for assistance. Strike at the weak point, came the response. Weak point. Jiang Yu was taken aback. This metallic monstrosity boasted terrifying defenses, lying flat against the ground, leaving little chance for a decisive strike. If he lingered too long on one sand serpent, the others would surely converge, and he feared he might not emerge intact. The sand serpents were indeed the nightmare of the desert garrison, proving to be quite a headache. To the right, Qi Tian urged. In the haze, Jiang Yu glimpsed a vivid crimson mechanical eye approaching him. Just as he prepared to dodge sideways, he caught sight of another sand serpent's glaring eye to his left. What to do? His escape routes had been sealed off. Watching Jiang Yu in distress, Changsun Anyang couldn't help but feel anxious. His luck was dismal, being targeted by two sand serpents simultaneously. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Yu's figure suddenly vanished, causing the sand serpent to miss its mark. In a bizarre twist, Qi Tian appeared behind the creature, delivering a powerful, double-fisted blow. The immense recoil forced Qi Tian to stagger back a few steps, while the sand serpent, like a kite with severed strings, crashed into another sand serpent. The two collided, rolling in the sand and producing a grating metallic sound, their crimson eyes flickering ominously. Standing at the side, Changsun Anyang failed to see how Qi Tian had disappeared, but from their vantage point, Changsun Anren and Wei Ziwei observed the entire sequence with clarity. Due to Qi Tian's smaller stature, he had curled up in that critical moment, evading the airborne sand serpent through a roll, then quickly rising to send the airborne creature flying. Such a maneuver would be unachievable for any other mech given their larger frames. This was undoubtedly a characteristic of the mech, yet as they scrutinized the data relayed by the display, both women furrowed their brows in concern. Jiang Yu did not hold back against the two sand serpents. Recognizing the exposed weakness, he struck at their vulnerable points with precision, swiftly incapacitating them. The subsequent sand serpents were more dispersed, and though it took considerable effort, Jiang Yu dispatched them one by one. As Jiang Yu finally rose from the last defeated sand serpent, his hands trembled, nearly losing grip on the control stick, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He felt parched and exhausted, panting heavily. Is it over? A mere thread of determination sustained Jiang Yu's weary body, as he felt utterly drained. Chapter 62. Allocation of mental power. As the swirling sands gradually dissipated, the training ground began to sink once more, revealing a lush tropical rainforest before Jiang Yu. The test was far from over. The next challenge involved navigating this rainforest map. Jiang Yu was taken aback, having assumed the test had concluded, only to discover he had merely completed a small segment. Why was there yet another terrain change? He nervously twitched his stiff fingers, restoring Qi to its upright position. But he could no longer focus on the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck the back of his head, causing the entire mech to topple forward. Jiang Yu was left bewildered, unaware of the source of the attack. The training ground reverted to its original state, and siblings Changsun Anren and Changsun Anyang, along with Wei Ziwei, hurried toward the center of the field. As Qi flipped over, the cockpit opened, revealing Jiang Yu, whose face was drenched in sweat, akin to someone emerging from a steam room. His complexion was pale, and his lips trembled as he uttered a few words. Though his voice was barely audible, the three heard him clearly. Is the test over? After just one map, he felt utterly drained, like his very essence had been siphoned away. You look a bit weak. Changsun Anren teased. Stop joking around and get him to the infirmary, Wei Ziwei urged anxiously. Ah, right, but... Changsun Anren hesitated. It was evident that Jiang Yu could no longer walk unaided, and as a girl, she felt it would be awkward to assist him alone. At that moment, the cockpit of the Annihilation Mech, Jimya 4, opened, and without uttering a word, Changsun Anyang leaped out to help Jiang Yu from the cockpit. The infirmary was conveniently close to the training ground, designed to handle any unforeseen incidents. Jiang Yu lay quietly on the infirmary bed, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax. A bitter smile crossed his face. He found it ironic that he spent more time in a sickbed than on his actual bed. Manager Wei. He merely exhausted his mental energy, leading to fatigue. A brief rest will suffice, a doctor in a white coat informed Wei Ziwei. Thank you for your help. Wei Ziwei replied gratefully. It's no trouble. Just call me if you need anything, the doctor said before exiting, aware that his prolonged presence was inappropriate. Exhausted mental energy? How can that be? Changsun Anren queried, her brow furrowed. Changsun Anyang only has 63 mental energy at the origin realm and can barely endure 3 tests. How can Jiang Yu be so drained after just one? By the way, what is your mental energy level? Changsun Anren recalled something and asked. It should be under 10 in the origin realm, Jiang Yu weakly replied. Since his breakthrough on Yanqi Star, he hadn't accurately measured his mental energy, so he was unsure of his exact level. What? Changsun Anren exclaimed, her eyes widening, a sentiment echoed by Changsun Anyang and Wei Ziwei, who shared her astonishment. How could this be? Their surprise was warranted. The foundational mental energy level for piloting a mech was 10 in the origin realm, but that was merely the baseline. Jiang Yu's maneuvers hardly resembled those of a novice. Even Changsun Anyang struggled to replicate his impressive double kill of the sand snakes. Jiang Yu's ability to improvise demonstrated a formidable combat awareness. Furthermore, Wei Ziwei understood that Jiang Yu had several piloting experiences before reaching the 10 threshold, indicating he could pilot a mech even without having achieved that level. What kind of talent was this? While Wei Ziwei knew that many scions of noble families underwent mech piloting training before reaching 10 mental energy, Jiang Yu was merely an 18-year-old youth who had never even seen a mech prior to this. His piloting prowess rivaled that of those from illustrious families. It seemed her concession was not misplaced. Jiang Yu was indeed an exceptional candidate for piloting Qi. No wonder, Changsun Anren mused. In truth, both she and Wei Ziwei had noticed that although Jiang Yu's maneuvers were astonishing, his sensitivity and explosive power fell short of their expectations, merely reaching a relatively average level. They had been puzzled as to why Qi seemed so weak. Now, all their questions were answered, revealing the issue lay with Jiang Yu. Possessing a divine artifact yet lacking the ability to wield it effectively meant that even the most formidable artifact would only perform as a common weapon, exemplifying the notion of having strength but being unable to exert it. This was precisely Jiang Yu's predicament. It appears our plans require revision. Wei Ziwei pondered aloud. Jiang Yu awakened from his slumber, blinking his weary eyes until clarity returned. In the infirmary, only Changsun Anyang remained by his side. Changsun Anren and Wei Ziwei had already departed. Jiang Yu sat up, his mind gradually clearing, feeling parched. Changsun Anyang offered him a glass of water, which he gratefully accepted, quenching his thirst and revitalizing him. How do you feel? Changsun Anyang inquired with concern. Jiang Yu shook his head, indicating he was fine. After a brief rest, most of his vitality had returned, yet he vividly recalled the torment of his mental exhaustion. Each time he piloted a mech, it felt as though his mental energy flooded out like a burst dam, leaving him perpetually wanting. It seems my mental energy level is simply too low, Jiang Yu thought. But he could not devise a better solution. My sister said she would take you back to the training ground once you wake up. Changsun Anyang smiled gently. Can you walk on your own? No problem. Jiang Yu nodded and swung his legs over the side of the bed. The two made their way to the training ground. where only a few Mechs were engaged in basic drills. They headed straight for the platform, and from a distance, Jiang Yu spotted a crimson figure leaning against it. "Qi Tian!" he exclaimed, sprinting toward it. As Jiang Yu approached, Qi Tian remained silent, its eyes shimmering with golden light. "Jiang Yu, it seems you've recovered well." Wei Ziwei's voice resonated from the platform. Jiang Yu scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile as he ascended the platform. The light screen before him displayed scenes of Qi Tian battling sandworms, with data continuously streaming in real time. "Jiang Yu, I have a question for you," Changsun Anren said, her expression turning serious. This immediately put Jiang Yu on edge. "Do you not know how to allocate mental energy?" Changsun Anren pressed, pursing her lips. Jiang Yu stared blankly, bewildered by the concept of mental energy allocation. Upon witnessing his reaction, Changsun Anren realized he truly lacked understanding. "Anyang, explain it to him," she directed at Changsun Anyang, who had just arrived. Changsun Anyang willingly took on the task, cheerfully explaining, "Allocating mental energy, as the name suggests, involves distributing your mental power during combat. After all, a person's mental energy is finite. It cannot sustain mech piloting indefinitely. Once exhausted, one risks severe fatigue and potential damage to the brain. Allocating mental energy requires balance. For simple basic maneuvers, use minimal mental energy, while reserving more for complex actions. If you pour it all out at once, you'll waste mental energy, which is utterly inadvisable during combat." Jiang Yu listened attentively, struck by the revelation. "Your issue lies in your inability to allocate mental energy properly, leading you to expend it all at once, drastically reducing your endurance and ultimately resulting in fatigue. I've heard you've also experienced mental exhaustion. This is all due to your lack of allocation skills. Although this time you didn't sustain brain damage. Can you guarantee you'll always be this fortunate?" Changsun Anren took the lead in the conversation. At that moment, Jiang Yu experienced a profound realization. No wonder he felt his mental strength was insufficient. It was simply due to his improper methods. He had initially thought it was because his mental strength level was too low, but if he couldn't learn to allocate his mental energy, no amount of it would suffice. "How can one learn to distribute mental strength?" Jiang Yu inquired, akin to a humble student, treading carefully with his words. "Engage in practical combat. Through real-world experience, you will discover the minimal mental energy required for a specific action, and then you can master it," Changsun Anren advised. Practical combat. Jiang Yu fell silent, pondering where he could engage in such activities. Members of affluent families often hire expensive sparring partners for training. Where could he find one? At that moment, Wei Ziwei, who had been silent until now, interjected, "We plan to enroll you in a summer training camp, where you can learn to allocate your mental energy while honing your combat skills." While reviewing the footage, we noted that although you executed some complex maneuvers in battle, your attacking methods were quite singular, relying heavily on brute force with little finesse. The training camp will provide you with numerous practical techniques. Training camp? This was indeed a novel concept. However, in regards to practical skills, Wei Ziwei was not mistaken. Jiang Yu lacked the opportunity to learn various techniques and had been relying solely on his own insights, resulting in a rather limited repertoire. Of course, the training at the camp is exceedingly rigorous, a blend of blood and sweat. If you find it unbearable, you may remain at the company, where I can arrange for sparring partners to assist you with practical training and teach you some basic combat techniques. However, this will not equate to actual combat. Wei Ziwei presented Jiang Yu with two options. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu declared, "I want to go to the training camp." The thought of genuine combat thrilled him. It was merely a matter of enduring some hardship. He had never feared such challenges throughout his life. Wei Ziwei regarded him with admiration, having anticipated his choice. She perceived a valiant spirit within Jiang Yu that set him apart from the offspring of affluent families. Perhaps he was indeed the optimal pilot for Qi Tian. "Pack your belongings. We depart tomorrow." Tomorrow? Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, realizing that he had barely settled in before he was to leave again. Was a life of wandering truly his destiny? There is one more matter. Wei Ziwei hesitated, prompting Jiang Yu to look up in confusion. "You may need to be away from Qi Tian for a while," she said softly. "Will I not be able to be with Qi Tian at the training camp?" Jiang Yu asked anxiously. "That is one aspect. Moreover, you have seen that Qi Tian's exterior has been damaged and requires repair. Additionally, Qi Tian's equipment is rather rudimentary and needs upgrading, necessitating a temporary relocation to another facility," Wei Ziwei explained. Upon hearing this, though reluctant, Jiang Yu had no choice but to accept it. A life of wandering, devoid of roots and kin, felt more poignant now that even Qi Tian, his constant companion, would be separated from him. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Where will it be sent? Jiang Yu pressed on. to the largest mech repair and equipment development center in the Federation, home to the most esteemed mech repair masters in the entire Federation. All the finest weapons are developed there. It is colloquially known as Ideal City, or by its more familiar name, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. The name resonated profoundly, even from afar. Jiang Yu was well acquainted with it. The old holographic projector frequently broadcast news from that place, and many new weapon unveilings took place there. A sense of excitement began to swell within him as he anticipated what Qitian would look like upon their reunion. As night fell, Jiang Yu lay in bed, surprisingly unable to sleep. He was filled with anticipation for the training camp, eager to study at the Star Sea Federation University, with Qitian by his side. Though they would be apart for a time, he believed that the journey ahead would undoubtedly be radiant. Chapter 63. The Galactic Training Camp as dawn broke. Jiang Yu boarded a small transport ship, soaring from the gaping ridges into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Apart from the starship pilot, he was the sole occupant of the vessel. With unwavering focus, Jiang Yu scrutinized a compact holographic screen, diligently delving into the intricacies of the training camp. This screen emanated from a device akin to a wristwatch on his arm, known as a spirit source. The spirit source functioned like an identification card, not only recording personal identity information but also connecting to the network, allowing access to a plethora of knowledge. Additionally, it boasted various auxiliary functions, rendering it indispensable in daily life. This was Jiang Yu's first encounter with such technology. The spirit source had been a gift from Wei Ziwei. After all, this place was not Lingchuan Star, where such devices were non-existent. Without it, progress was nearly impossible. After teaching him some basic operations, Wei Ziwei entrusted the device entirely to Jiang Yu. Despite his lack of prior experience, he quickly adapted and soon maneuvered it with ease. The training camp he was heading to was called the Galactic Training Camp. Jiang Yu's first task was to search online for relevant information about it. He swiftly found the details he sought, and his lips pursed in contemplation. The Galactic Training Camp appeared to be far from simple. Situated within the solar system, the Galactic Training Camp lay on the surface of Mars, offering an environment and terrain strikingly similar to Yushing. Humans had transformed the atmosphere, establishing a habitable city that mirrored Yushing. Yet outside the city limits, the original ecology of Mars remained intact. The low gravity and frigid temperatures posed significant challenges for the trainees. The Galactic Training Camp was established in the southern hemisphere of Mars, characterized by a labyrinth of craters, creating a natural battleground for mecha combat. The camp was organized by the Star Sea Federal University, and only newly admitted students from the university were eligible to apply. With a mere 100 spots available, it was no small feat for the Shihan group to secure a place for Jiang Yu. The participants of the Galactic Training Camp were primarily scions of prominent families or prodigious talents already renowned within the Federation. Compared to them, Jiang Yu felt rather insignificant. However, this did not deter him. A fierce determination ignited within him. No matter what obstacles lay ahead, he was resolved to confront and overcome them, as his ultimate destination awaited him on the other side of the stars. After familiarizing himself with the Galactic Training Camp, Jiang Yu again searched online for information regarding the distribution of mental strength. Unfortunately, he found little authoritative information. Most content consisted of fragmented insights, echoing what Chang Sun Anren had previously conveyed. After all, such matters were often ineffable, understood only through experience. Jiang Yu sighed, realizing that he would need to explore these concepts through practical application. As the transport ship gradually slowed, a chime indicated that he had entered the solar system. Jiang Yu gazed out the porthole. The solar system, indeed the heart of the Shiha Federation, bustled with activity. Numerous starships of varying sizes traversed the cosmic expanse, emitting faint glimmers against the profound darkness. Before long, a dark red planet emerged before him. Having consulted the star map, Jiang Yu recognized it as Mars. The transport ship trembled gently, beginning its descent. As it pierced through the atmosphere, the porthole suddenly brightened. Jiang Yu nearly forgot it was daytime on Mars. As the ground approached, the Martian landscape gradually came into view, revealing a terrain of intersecting ravines. These had once been craters formed over eons, but geological activities had reshaped them into their current form. Here in the southern hemisphere of Mars, an endless expanse of desolation unfolded before him, a true wilderness. A place of trials where Jiang Yu would reside for an entire month. The transport ship vibrated slightly, signaling its imminent landing. Jiang Yu composed himself, preparing to disembark. The sun's rays beat down fiercely, the atmosphere thinner than that of Yushing and the solar radiation more intense. Jiang Yu sensed discomfort on his skin, frowning slightly but dismissing it. Upon stepping onto the surface, he immediately felt the stark difference from other planets. The planets governed by the Star River Alliance had undergone human modifications to become habitable, whereas Mars had only built a livable city without comprehensive transformation. Thus, the regions outside the city retained Mars's original low gravity, necessitating greater effort from Jiangyu to maintain his footing, requiring a period of adjustment before he could walk steadily. Training in such an environment promised to yield unique reactions, filling Jiangyu with anticipation for the forthcoming challenges. Prior to his arrival, a group of over a dozen individuals awaited in the clearing. They were likely his peers at the galactic training camp, though their youthful faces appeared even more juvenile than his. Curiously, aside from these few, there was no one present to greet them, leaving Jiangyu somewhat puzzled. As more starships began to land, the number of individuals in the clearing increased. Jiangyu discerned the varying strengths of the factions represented among them. Those affiliated with more powerful families arrived in far more luxurious vessels than the average participants. He mentally noted their features, recognizing them as formidable future competitors. Suddenly, Jiangyu felt a shadow overhead and instinctively looked up. A colossal starship loomed above, blocking out the light, its design remarkably distinct from others, resembling a vividly lifelike dragon. The commanding visage of its dragon head descended with an air of authority. All eyes turned to this starship as its doors opened, revealing a silver-haired youth who stepped down. His gaze swept across the gathering, quickly morphing into a look of disdain. Such arrogance provoked ire among many, for all were proud science, unwilling to cede superiority to one another. Observing the silver-haired youth's haughty demeanor, Jiangyu remained impassive, having endured countless disdainful glances before. This mere display of contempt stirred no emotions within him. However, he silently marked the youth, recognizing that such brashness likely masked considerable strength. "It's the dragon boat." Some in the crowd recognized the ship, its uniqueness making identification straightforward. What? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Only one type of starship within the Federation could be termed the dragon boat, reputed to embody the pinnacle of starship technology, revered as the king of starships. The only faction capable of crafting such a vessel was the Long Palace, and the young man before them was presumably AO-1, the third son of AO Qingran, the current leader of the Long Palace, renowned for his recent prominence. Initially brimming with competitive zeal, the other young elites subdued their aspirations upon hearing AO-1's name, realizing the magnitude of his reputation. Although still young, AO-1 had already begun to shine. Just months prior, he had been a high school student who, after a verbal altercation with the son of a senior executive at the Tians Group, brazenly piloted a mecha into the company's Long Palace branch, effortlessly bypassing the security. He stormed into the executive's office, compelling an apology from the executive on behalf of his son, thus diffusing the situation. This incident had become a sensational topic within Xia, with some deriding the hefty sums spent by Tian's group on retired soldiers merely to hire incompetence. In contrast, AO-1 rose to fame overnight, capturing the attention of the entire Federation. Ultimately, AO-1 lived up to expectations and gained admission to the Star Sea Federation University. However, this incident left both the Dragon Palace and the Tianzhong group in a rather embarrassing position. In a fit of anger, AO Qingran decided to send AO-1 to the galactic training camp to temper his ambitions. While many chose to withdraw, a select few gazed at AO-1 with fierce determination. These individuals were also on Jiangyu's key watch list, and Jiangyu himself had developed a keen interest in AO-1. A stir rippled through the crowd as someone exclaimed, "The instructor has arrived." Jiangyu turned his gaze toward the distance where clouds of dust billowed. The thunderous roar of a massive engine echoed across the plains as an off-road motorcycle sped toward the gathering, sending tremors through Jiangyu's heart. With a dramatic skid, the motorcycle came to a halt before the crowd, revealing a middle-aged man perched atop it, one foot planted firmly on the ground, his eyes surveying the onlookers. He wore goggles that obscured half of his weathered face, and the fine stubble surrounding his deep brown lips hinted at a life of experience. Raising his goggles to his forehead, he unveiled a pair of piercing eyes that captivated the crowd, rendering them silent and motionless. "I am Lu Yuan, the head of the galactic training camp and your chief instructor for the next month. I understand that you are all prodigies from the Federation, but here, you are merely ordinary trainees. I have trained countless geniuses. What makes you think you stand out?" His voice resonated like thunder, penetrating Jiangyu's mind and causing a dull ache in his head. This was a demonstration of his formidable mental prowess, and Lu Yuan's depth of strength was evident. No wonder this was the strongest training camp in the entire Federation. Jiangyu felt a surge of excitement, fostering a burgeoning anticipation for the future. Though Lu Yuan's words provoked a sense of defiance in many present, they refrained from displaying any overt emotion, clearly intimidated by his prowess. As you can see, this is merely a desolate wilderness, devoid of anything substantial. This is merely a gathering point. The actual training camp lies ahead, and you must make your way there on your own. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Yuan summoned a holographic star map, a red dot blinking at one corner. That red dot marks the true location of the training camp. You are required to arrive by 6 o'clock this afternoon. Failure to do so will result in consequences for tardiness. If you are late, you may as well return home. Lu Yuan's smile concealed a blade, his tone deceptively calm. Upon hearing this, the crowd raised their heads, their eyes blazing with indignation. Was this not a mockery? Why not simply direct them to the training camp instead of this charade? We paid for this, shouted a young man, drawing the collective gaze of the others. Lu Yuan's piercing eyes locked onto him, causing the young man to shrink back, speaking cautiously. We've already paid. You can't just send us away. Lu Yuan's gaze hardened as he dismounted the motorcycle and approached the young man, his eyes fixed intently on him. After merely 5 seconds, the young man let out a low groan and collapsed. Lu Yuan turned back to the motorcycle and bellowed, "Are there any objections?" "No," came the resounding reply. "Haven't you all eaten?" Lu Yuan exclaimed, feigning impatience as he dug into his ears. "No." 100 voices echoed in unison, shaking the very ground. "Then what are we waiting for? The countdown begins," Lu Yuan declared, mounting his motorcycle once more. As dust swirled around them, the roar of the off-road bike faded into the distance. Chapter 64. The youth in green. With a fervent shout, everyone swiftly followed Lu Yuan's trail, and naturally, Jiang Yu was no exception. Soon, he found himself in a forward position, with the silver-haired youth Ao Wen leading the way, which came as no surprise. Given Ao Wen's prowess and arrogance, it would have been unusual for him not to take the lead. The individuals trailing closely behind Ao Wen were the same ones Jiang Yu had noticed earlier, clearly not to be underestimated. However, what astonished Jiang Yu was a youth clad in green, who ran just behind Ao Wen and his companions, occupying a prominent place at the front of the pack. His stride appeared remarkably steady, not at all like someone attempting to inflate their own importance by forcefully rushing ahead. Jiang Yu realized he had misjudged this individual, so he silently committed the youth's appearance to memory. Nevertheless, instead of feeling daunted by the presence of another competitor, Jiang Yu shifted his focus to Ao Wen, contemplating that their first confrontation commenced at this moment. He quickened his pace slightly. Time passed swiftly under the scorching sun, beads of sweat forming on everyone's foreheads. With each step taken, droplets of perspiration fell to the sandy ground, disappearing without a trace. The landscape before them consisted solely of endless wilderness and irregularly spaced craters, rendering it monotonous. Running in such desolation inevitably became somewhat tedious, yet all participants persisted with a tenacious spirit. They were all exceptional individuals, harboring a certain pride that rendered surrender an impossibility. As time elapsed, the group began to stratify. The first echelon, led by Ao Wen, maintained a pace that left the others behind, with the remaining companions showing signs of retained energy, but none surpassed Ao Wen. This included the green-clad youth, who evidently conserved his strength as well. Jiang Yu led the second echelon, positioned not far behind the first. He ran with ease, having grown up in the mines, his stamina far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. In truth, Jiang Yu possessed the capability to join the first echelon, but he preferred not to reveal his full potential too soon, considering the journey ahead was long. The third echelon lagged considerably behind the second, with most participants clustered there, posing little concern. As the sun began to dip in the sky, it became apparent that everyone was exerting more effort. The leading figures of the third echelon had surprisingly closed the gap to the tail end of the second, while the second echelon drifted further from the first, indicating that the strength of the first echelon was still formidable. Now was the moment. Jiang Yu began to stretch his legs, gradually breaking away from the second echelon. Running alone across the wilderness, his shadow elongated by the sun, undulating with the terrain of the craters. He opened his mouth to adjust his breathing, white salt crystals forming on his clothing. The silhouettes of the first echelon appeared ahead, comprising 5 individuals. Aside from Ao Wen, who was far ahead, the other 4 ran nearly in parallel behind him. Jiang Yu relentlessly closed the distance, leaving a series of footprints in the sand, soon finding himself just behind them. Perhaps sensing Jiang Yu's heavy breathing, the 4 turned their heads, and upon seeing him, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. Who was this? All these prodigies were not isolated from information. They were well aware of other skilled individuals within their circle, viewing them as rivals. Although this was their first training camp, They belonged to the same circle and had secretly engaged in numerous contests, having a rough understanding of each other's abilities. The emergence of an unfamiliar youth in green, capable of keeping pace with them, piqued their interest, yet they did not regard him as a serious threat. After all, they were all heirs of prominent families. Standing above their peers, the unremarkable appearance of the green-clad youth seemed to diminish his significance. However, the sudden appearance of Jiang Yu made them question if they were indeed running too slowly. In response, AO1 and the others quickened their pace, accelerating to a new level, leaving Jiang Yu and the green youth several meters behind. Intriguing. Noticing their increase in speed, Jiang Yu matched their pace, remaining closely behind them. AO1 and his companions exchanged no words, merely increasing their tempo. Yet, rather than falling behind, Jiang Yu pressed on, maintaining his position without directly contesting AO1 for the lead, silently trailing behind. At this moment, Jiang Yu noticed the green-clad youth had matched his pace, running alongside him. Observing that neither made any attempt to overtake, AO1 and the others relaxed, concluding that their abilities were merely average. Thus, the six of them continued their run in a specific formation. The sun hung low in the western sky, and Jiang Yu could see the distant flag. The finish line was near. AO1 and his companions also spotted the fluttering flag, their breaths becoming ragged. Yet they summoned their final reserves of strength to maintain their speed. Even AO1, who led the way, bore a reddened face, as if each step weighed heavily upon him. Though Jiang Yu did not exhibit the same intensity, his complexion flushed slightly, and his breathing grew labored. Yet, he was astonished to observe that the green-clad youth beside him was unaffected, breathing steadily and maintaining a calm demeanor, entirely unlike someone who had just completed a strenuous run. The depth of this individual's strength was unfathomable. Realizing this, Jiang Yu grew serious. As AO1 neared the flag, he caught sight of Lu Yuan, who was seated upon a motorcycle, gradually coming into focus. A shadow zipped past him. A giant rat? Jiang Yu surged ahead of AO1 without looking back, increasing the distance between them. How could he still possess such energy? AO1 felt a surge of frustration. 18 years of pride felt trampled in this moment. Even in this minor assessment, he refused to accept defeat. Summoning all his strength, AO1 chased after Jiang Yu. Surprised by AO1's pursuit, Jiang Yu acknowledged that AO1 indeed possessed some skill. He accelerated once more, leaving AO1 behind. AO1 gritted his teeth and pursued again, and thus, the two engaged in a thrilling chase, the flag now mere steps away. Lu Yuan watched them with an amused expression, making no move. At that moment, Jiang Yu executed an astonishing maneuver. With a push of his left leg, he coiled his body and propelled himself like a cannonball toward the flag. With a crack, the wooden flagpole snapped under his weight, and the flag was firmly pinned beneath him. AO1, who followed closely, glared at Jiang Yu, taken aback by his ruthless determination to win, even at the cost of injuring himself. AO1 stood nearby, his expression dark, coldly observing Jiang Yu as he rose from the ground. Jiang Yu, sensing the icy gaze, chose to disregard it, a meaningful smile gracing his lips as he turned his attention to the approaching figure in green. The green-clad youth ran with remarkable ease, seemingly uninterested in competing for rankings, merely following the first echelon. Upon witnessing the broken flag at Jiang Yu's feet and AO1's glowering expression, the others recognized the outcome, taking delight in AO1's predicament. Their gazes toward Jiang Yu grew serious. To be able to contend equally with AO1 was a testament to Jiang Yu's prowess. It was now 4:50 in the afternoon, an hour ahead of schedule, which was quite satisfactory. Lu Yuan glanced at the time displayed on Ling Yuan and addressed the six individuals, his gaze lingering a moment longer on Jiang Yu. As the sun gradually descended in the west, more and more people began to gather. Watching the minutes tick towards 6 o'clock, Lu Yuan rose from his motorcycle and swiftly approached one of the trainees, seizing him by the collar and tossing him out. "What gives?" The trainee protested, rising indignantly. "You were late by a mere second," Lu Yuan replied coolly. "Just 1 second, does it really matter?" "I was only a step behind him." The trainee gestured toward another. "He arrived on time, while you did not. That is the distinction," Lu Yuan asserted, his authoritative gaze imposing a palpable pressure between them. The trainee, rendered speechless under the weight of Lu Yuan's scrutiny, eventually lowered his head in defeat. "Enough. Pack your belongings and leave," Lu Yuan declared, turning his back on the group as he returned to the others. "Rules are rules, and there is no room for leniency. I am the embodiment of those rules here. Anyone who dares to defy them will be sent packing." Lu Yuan's voice pierced the silence, instilling a sense of fear among the trainees. If there was once mere respect for him, it had now transformed into trepidation, as they understood that whatever Lu Yuan vowed to enforce would indeed come to pass. If anyone has objections, voice them now. I can offer you an opportunity to depart. Lu Yuan's voice echoed across the wilderness. No one dared to be the first to speak out at that moment, and silence enveloped the crowd. Very well, since there are no objections. There shall be no complaints during future training sessions. Should I hear even a whisper of dissent, the consequences will be far graver than mere expulsion from the camp. Following this, he instructed them to proceed in the order of their arrival to the training grounds to collect their supplies, after which they could return to their dormitories. Training would commence tomorrow. With that, Lu Yuan mounted his off-road motorcycle and sped away into the distance. Hooray! The crowd erupted into cheers as soon as Lu Yuan was out of earshot. The ordeal had finally come to an end. Though the training would not be easy, that was a concern for another day. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. The journey of training had only just begun. Chapter 65. The spiritual steel seal. Jiang Yu and his fellow students approached a distant grand door, only to be taken aback by its meager appearance. The door was constructed from the cheapest iron sheet, rusted and dilapidated, seemingly ready to crumble at a mere touch. Above it, the words training ground hung precariously, on the verge of falling. None of them expected that the illustrious training ground of the galactic training class would be in such a state of disrepair. Upon entering, they found an elderly man sitting in a wrought-tan chair, idly fanning himself, with 100 black boxes stacked behind him, presumably the so-called supplies. As they approached, the old man slowly sat up and pointed at Jiang Yu, saying, "You come forward." Jiang Yu had no recollection of the old man, and was curious about how he knew he was the first, but he did not hesitate and walked straight up. "First, register your information, then collect your supplies," the old man stated languidly. Before the old man sat a peculiar machine. Jiang Yu placed his spirit source upon it for scanning, and a luminous screen emerged, displaying his identity information. His identity was succinct, registered by Wei Ziwei before she had given him the spirit source. From that moment on, Jiang Yu was no longer an unregistered outcast. Name, Jiang Yu. Age, 18. Registered residence, Ally Star, Huagua City, Dongxing Star System. When Ao saw Jiang Yu's information, he was slightly taken aback. Ally Star, Huagua City? Jiang Yu appeared unremarkable, yet he hailed from such a renowned first-tier city in the Federation. It seemed he had underestimated him. Nonetheless, in the eyes of the Dragon Palace, an ordinary family was still deemed insignificant. After completing the registration, Jiang Yu scanned the 100 boxes, astonished to find that none bore labels. Could he take any of them? "Old man, which box should I take?" Jiang Yu inquired. "Any box will do, but you cannot open them. What you get is purely a matter of luck," the old man replied with a grin. At this revelation, an uproar erupted among the crowd. It turned out every supply was unique. AO1 and the others who had rushed ahead furrowed their brows. If everything was entirely random, even those who chose first might end up with inferior supplies, making their advantage in ranking seem trivial. Any box? Jiang Yu pondered, uncertain. Was it truly that simple? Surely. It could not be so straightforward. The trials had begun the moment they set foot on this planet. The previous round tested physical endurance. Perhaps this round would assess mental acuity. Closing his eyes, Jiang Yu summoned his mental energy. While he could not project it like Lu Yuan, he could enhance his perception after entering the source realm. He crouched down and examined a box closely. As his gaze aligned with the lock, his previously smooth perception was suddenly interrupted by an unseen force, causing a smile to bloom on his face. Aha! The secret lay here. Each box bore a layer of spiritual steel seal. Using mental energy to sense it would encounter these seals. The greater the resistance encountered, the stronger the seal, indicating superior supplies within. Now that he had discerned the method, everything became clear. Jiang Yu began to rummage through the boxes, delving deeper into his perception. Ao soon completed his registration and, seeing Jiang Yu standing still in the middle, scoffed, putting on airs. He then squatted down, casually picking up a box, weighing it, and comparing it with another before choosing one. Casting a glance at Jiang Yu, he sneered and departed the training ground towards the dormitory. His reasoning was simple. The heavier the box, the richer its contents. He believed that with his prowess, supplies were merely a bonus. So he did not bother with further scrutiny, opting for a relatively decent box. The others followed suit, mimicking Aowen's approach and making their selections. Casting puzzled looks at Jiang Yu. "I found it." Jiang Yu's gaze locked onto a box before him. It appeared unremarkable. Yet the spiritual steel seal upon it completely obstructed his perception, unlike before when he had merely encountered a light hindrance. As Jiang Yu reached for the box, another hand approached simultaneously. Since it was in front of him, Jiang Yu touched the box first, and, looking up, saw it was the young man in blue. The youth also looked at Jiang Yu, their eyes meeting briefly. Noticing Jiang Yu had already touched the box, the young man withdrew his hand and turned to grasp another box behind him. Jiang Yu's expression grew serious. He had sensed the other box's weighty seal. Had he not taken the opportunity to explore further, he might have claimed it. Thus, it was not mere coincidence. The young man had evidently discovered the secret of the boxes as well, suggesting his strength surpassed even Aowen's. With the approach of challenges, Jiang Yu did not dwell on this and followed the young man out of the training ground, heading towards the dormitory. What is your name? Jiang Yu initiated a conversation with the young man. The boy glanced at Jiang Yu and replied, Xianyuan Qi, his voice cool and impassive. Xianyuan? Jiang Yu murmured softly. After this, the two fell silent, walking side by side toward the dormitory building. What Jiang Yu initially thought was a shabby training ground was eclipsed by the dormitory's even more dismal state. Had it not been for the directional signs, he might have mistaken it for a derelict building. The exterior walls were peeling, mottled in black and white like the hide of a mangy dog. Various microorganisms clinging to the surface, greenish patches resembling flies crawling over decaying fur. The building featured several window openings, devoid of glass, allowing a direct view inside. In one room, a tuft of silver hair swayed in the wind. It was Ao1. Having been born with a silver spoon, Ao1 had never resided in such a rudimentary space. The bed was a creaky wooden frame. Sitting upon it produced a cacophony of groans. To spend a night on such a bed seemed less appealing than running an additional 10 kilometers. Regret washed over Ao1. He had confidently agreed to attend this training camp when his father suggested it. Yet before he could showcase his prowess, the dormitory's environment had already defeated him. He yearned to return to the comfort of his grand bed. However, he could only fantasize, for the entire training camp was equipped with signal jammers, rendering communication impossible. The only way to leave mid-course was through elimination, but with Ao1's arrogant disposition, that option was evidently unfeasible. Jiang Yu arrived at the building's entrance, placing his spirit source into a small box enveloped in a luminescent screen. When he retrieved it, a pale yellow number appeared on the dial. He glanced at his number, 72. Peering over at Xianyuan Qi, he noticed a 69 flickering on his wrist, indicating they were assigned to the same dormitory. Xianyuan Qi also cast a glance at Jiang Yu. Upon seeing his number, he paused momentarily before turning away and entering the dormitory building. Jiang Yu cautiously treaded upon the dilapidated wooden staircase, which had succumbed to rust and decay, leaving scarcely a step intact. The walls crumbled under the slightest touch, while the scorching gusts of wind relentlessly surged through the narrow corridor. Battling against the tempest, Jiang Yu finally located the dormitory door, only to have it swing open of its own accord. A silver-haired youth stood at the threshold, momentarily frozen upon seeing Jiang Yu. Goodness! Jiang Yu noticed the number on Ao1's wrist, 70. What a remarkable coincidence. Greetings. I hope to rely on your camaraderie in the coming days. Jiang Yu smiled and greeted Ao1. Then, disregarding the increasingly darkening expression on Ao1's face, squeezed his way into the dormitory with his suitcase. Though its appearance left much to be desired, the room was fairly spacious, featuring 4 single beds lined up against the wall. Besides Jiang Yu and Ao1, there was another tall, robust youth whose countenance radiated warmth. Jiang Yu recognized him as one of the 6 elite runners from the first tier. Hello, I am Chunyu Qingjun. The towering youth did not exhibit the overt hostility displayed by Ao1. Instead, he introduced himself with a friendly smile. Pleasure to meet you. I am Jiang Yu. And this is Xianyuan Qi. I look forward to your support in the coming days, as it would be beneficial for us once we enter the Star Sea Federation University. Observing Chunyu Qingjun's amicable demeanor, Jiang Yu reciprocated with a cheerful introduction of himself and Xianyuan Qi, noting that Chunyu Qingjun appeared far more affable than Ao1. By the way, what items did you find in your supply boxes? Chunyu Qingjun leaned in, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Yu's black box. I haven't had the chance to look yet. Have you opened yours? Jiang Yu aimed to gather intelligence, hoping to gain some insight. Yes, we have opened ours. Though the contents were rather mediocre, Chunyu Qingjun replied with a wry smile, clearly discontent with the items he had received. Apart from a combat suit capable of resisting solar radiation, my box contained merely a capsule that replenishes 50 of mental energy, while Ao1's box yielded an additional 2 compressed biscuits. Chunyu Qingjun dejectedly retrieved his box from beside the bed, revealing a neatly folded light blue combat suit, leaving only a small box containing capsules, rendering the once capacious box now quite empty. Jiang Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully, discerning that a combat suit was an essential item for everyone, a baseline necessity, while the additional contents were left to individual fortune. Clearly, Chunyu Qingjun and Ao Wen did not regard this matter with much concern, as the items they acquired were only marginally superior to the standard provisions. Xianyuan Qi. Jiang Yu called out, turning his head. Yes? Xianyuan Qi halted his hand, which was poised to open his box. Can you knead? Jiang Yu inched closer. What do you mean? Can knead? Chapter 66. Storage Spirit Artifact. Under the eager gaze of Jiang Yu and Chunyu Qingjun, Xianyuan Qi opened his box, and a brilliant golden light burst forth from within. Wow! The golden legend! Exclaimed Jiang Yu in astonishment, while Chunyu Qingjun, filled with envy, could only curse in disbelief. As the golden glow dissipated, the sight inside Xianyuan Qi's box revealed a space that appeared larger than it seemed from the outside. No wonder this training camp organized by the Star Sea Federation University is so extravagant. Chunyu Qingjun remarked, his admiration palpable. This box is actually a storage spirit artifact. Storage spirit artifact? How does it differ from your boxes? Jiang Yu inquired with curiosity. The differences are vast, Chunyu Qingjun replied. Our boxes are merely ordinary containers. But his is a genuine spirit artifact. Even the most basic spirit artifacts possess immeasurable value, let alone a storage spirit artifact. At that moment, the contents of the box became secondary. The mere existence of a storage spirit artifact was enough to drive Chunyu Qingjun into a frenzy. As the name implies, a storage spirit artifact is a tool designed to assist in storing objects. It utilizes spirit particle compression technology to condense a spatial area of spirit particles into a smaller carrier space, thereby expanding its storage capacity within the same spatial parameters. The smaller the original carrier space of the spirit artifact, the more challenging it becomes to compress the spirit particle space, which naturally increases its value. For instance, the spirit particle space within Xianyuan Qi's box was equivalent to that of 2 ordinary boxes of the same volume. And it was not uncommon for storage spirit artifacts to compress the spirit particle space to half its size, although such artifacts are not affordable for the average person. Let's see what treasures lie within. Jiang Yu urged eagerly, confident that the supplies stored in the spirit artifact would be exceptional. Xianyuan Qi began to extract the items one by one, and with each reveal, Chunyu Qingjun's lips twitched in astonishment. The first item was a combat suit, noticeably superior to the standard ones worn by Chunyu Qingjun and his peers. Not only was it aesthetically pleasing, but the fabric was of exceptional quality, offering a refreshing coolness, a perfect defense against the severe solar radiation of Mars. Next came the medications, 15 pills that restored 70 of mental energy and 15 energy bars that replenished 70 of physical stamina, completely stocking up on supplies needed for their training period. In contrast, Chunyu Qingjun's solitary pill, which only restored 50 of mental energy, felt woefully inadequate. The remaining items were all foodstuffs. In addition to several semi-finished heating packs, there was a daily serving of fruit for vitamin replenishment, an exceedingly lavish meal plan. Finally, there remained a mysterious small box and a golden card. Xianyuan Qi first retrieved the golden card, which, upon inspection, was entirely blank. What is this card? Xianyuan Qi furrowed his brow, unable to discern its peculiar nature. It likely requires activation with spirit energy, Chunyu Qingjun suggested after a moment's contemplation. Is that so? Xianyuan Qi placed the card upon the spirit energy source. After a couple of beeps, the golden card underwent a transformation. The words Star Navigation Federation University appeared in the upper right corner, followed by a series of text detailing Xianyuan Qi's personal information on the right side, while a large number 20 popped up on the left. This is... Jiang Yu gazed curiously at the strange golden card. This is the credit card for Star Navigation Federation University. Chunyu Qingjun exclaimed, rising to his feet in a state of exhilaration. A credit card? Even AO1, sitting nearby, turned his head in interest. Indeed, there's no mistake. This is the credit card for Star Sea Federation University. Do not think that entering the Federation's top university means you can take it easy. The real competition is just beginning. Upon successfully completing coursework, fulfilling commission tasks, or making significant contributions within the school, students are rewarded with credits, which serve as a type of currency that circulates exclusively within the institution, available for private transactions or for exchanging resources with the school. Chunyu Qingjun, whose older brother studied at Star Sea Federation University, had a fair understanding of such matters. However, if it only circulates within the school, isn't that rather limiting? Jiang Yu pondered. It seems more practical to convert it directly into cash. No. Chunyu Qingjun shook a finger in front of Jiang Yu. Students admitted to Star Sea Federation University are mostly exceptional talents or scions of powerful families. Just think, Do you believe they lack resources or trading channels? The Star Sea Federation University is unparalleled, its foundation immensely rich. The resources under its control surpass even those of large conglomerates. Any resources you wish to procure are likely available within the school, with prices remaining relatively stable. Thus, within the university, the value of credits far exceeds that of Federation currency. Chunyu Qingjuan's eyes were glued to Xianyuan Qi's credit card, unable to hide his fervor. Acquiring those credits must not be easy, though, Chunyu Qingjuan lamented, feeling a pang of envy. He had thought Xianyuan Qi merely had good fortune, while he himself was cursed with misfortune. Had he known that the assessment involved sensing mental energy, perhaps he would not feel such disparity. Indeed, if one merely completes the required coursework, the credits earned are minimal and scarcely enough for anything worthwhile. Undertaking commissions is time-consuming and arduous. With high difficulty, one could easily end up with nothing. Contributing to the school demands both opportunity and formidable strength. As you are competing with the finest talents from across the Federation, Chunyu Qingjuan's expression soured, realizing that the Federation's top university was not a place for the average individual. Yet without credits or money, acquiring cultivation resources becomes nearly impossible. Thus, entering Star Sea Federation University is akin to stepping into the realm of intense competition, where relentless effort is required to stand out. Chunyu Qingjuan sighed, his envy for Xianyuan Qi deepening. Gaining 20 credits before even starting school was akin to receiving a monetary gift. That should be all, Xianyuan Qi remarked, his gaze lingering on the small remaining box before hastily closing the larger box. Wait, I remember there was a small box, Chunyu Qingjuan queried, puzzled. There is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Xianyuan Qi quickly denied, his voice lacking its initial coolness, instead tinged with uncertainty. We are all friends now, why be so guarded? We won't take anything from you, Chunyu Qingjuan insisted, suspecting Xianyuan Qi had uncovered something of great value and was now concealing it. Xianyuan Qi's face flushed, unsure of how to explain. What could possibly be in that supplies box was certainly not something good. Meanwhile, far away in the instructor's dormitory, Lu Yuan sneezed unexpectedly. Glancing out the window, this makes no sense. Given the temperature on Mars, avoiding heatstroke is already a blessing. How could I catch a cold? Oh, I wonder if anyone has unwrapped that box of random items I placed inside. In this lonely, desolate night, I need not be overly thanked. All right, enough of that. Now it's your turn to show us what you've got. Fortunately, having seen his first has prepared me for yours. Surely, yours can't be as outrageous, Chunyu Qingjuan said, calming his emotions as he turned his gaze toward Jiangyu. Upon hearing these words, Jiangyu and Xianyuan Qi exchanged peculiar expressions, already subtly anticipating Chunyu Qingjuan's forthcoming reaction. Jiangyu slowly opened the box. Unlike Xianyuan Qi, there were no extraordinary phenomena, and everything remained remarkably tranquil. What lay within? As Chunyu Qingjuan sat opposite Jiangyu, the box obscured his view of its contents. Jiangyu gazed thoughtfully at a circular bracelet within the box. It's all right, even if it's merely a combat suit. There's no need for sorrow. As for the medication, I can always split mine in half for you, Chunyu Qingjuan consoled, his expression tinged with sadness, yet unable to suppress a smile. The visual shock recently delivered by Xianyuan Qi had been overwhelmingly intense, and now, the emergence of someone in a more dismal predicament than himself felt oddly gratifying, even if it was slightly inappropriate to revel in another's misfortune. What is this? Jiangyu lifted the bracelet. Chunyu Qingjuan, who had been smiling, looked up just in time to meet the sight of the circular item in Jiangyu's hand, and his pupils widened in astonishment. A storage bracelet. The exclamation did not come from Chunyu Qingjuan, but from A01, who had been sidelined by the trio. With Jiangyu having the upper hand, A01 was already irked and had initially refrained from participating in their jovial atmosphere. Now that it was Jiangyu's turn to unveil his treasure, A01 had intended to reclaim his dignity from Jiangyu, only to have his worldview shattered by the revelation of a storage bracelet. How could such an item exist within a supply box? The dimensions and popularity of storage artifacts vary significantly. Theoretically, the spirit space can be embedded in any medium, be it a piece of paper or a coin. However, such storage artifacts are often impractical and bizarre. The thought of extracting a combat suit from a coin is rather grotesque. Yet, there are indeed examples of such occurrences. For instance, magicians can embed spirit space within playing cards, allowing them to retrieve cards from the deck seamlessly. Thus, everyday objects with inherent storage capabilities are compact. Easily portable tools become the favored initial forms of storage artifacts, like Xianyuan Qi's box and Jiangyu's storage bracelet, along with rings, necklaces, belts, and backpacks. Chunyu Chungjun stared blankly at the bracelet in Jiang Yu's hand, instantly feeling that Xianyuan Qi's storage box had lost its appeal. The bracelet evidently offered greater versatility. And if the spirit space were equivalent, its value would be significantly higher. Is there anything else within the bracelet? Chunyu Chungjun inquired. If Jiang Yu had merely acquired a storage bracelet, it would not greatly impact his future life in the training camp. He could accept it, albeit reluctantly. Although the storage bracelet was somewhat outlandish, it would not provoke an overly intense reaction from someone of his affluent background. Jiang Yu began to sense the bracelet with his mental energy, soon falling into silence. This bracelet. Is it certain it wasn't misplaced? Chapter 67. Traditional arts and skills. Surely a combat suit is a necessity, Chunyu Chungjun remarked, observing Jiang Yu's troubled expression and cautiously inquiring. Jiang Yu shook his head. Is that so? Chunyu Chungjun's spirit soared. A combat suit was essential equipment. If Jiang Yu lacked even that, it would imply that the wristband was merely a hollow shell. But fortunately, it wasn't as outrageous as he feared. There are two, Jiang Yu stated nonchalantly, and with a flash of white light from the wristband. Two neatly folded combat suits manifested before them. Chunyu Chungjun, bewildered, exclaimed, Huh? How is this possible? What distinguishes these two suits? Jiang Yu pondered the two combat suits in his hands, noting that aside from their differing colors, they bore no resemblance to one another. One must be for daytime use, while the other is for nighttime, Xianyuan Qi suggested, stroking his chin. On most modified habitable planets, a single combat suit suffices for outdoor training. However, on the habitable outskirts of Mars, the temperature fluctuations between day and night are extreme, rendering ordinary combat suits inadequate for the unpredictable climate. Thus, a distinction between daytime and nighttime suits was established. Although Xianyuan Qi and the others possessed combat suits tailored for Mars, they still struggled with nighttime training. Hence, Jiang Yu's possession of two suits with different attributes greatly enhanced the efficiency of his nocturnal training. Daytime and nighttime. Don't you have sleep pants? Jiang Yu mused silently. Chunyu Chungjun gazed at the two combat suits, his expression gradually turning bewildered. These suits far exceeded the resources available to him and AO1. The items contained within Jiang Yu's wristband likely surpassed even Xianyuan Qi's provisions. There must be medical supplies as well, Chunyu Chungjun reasoned, coming to terms with the situation. Even if Jiang Yu produced a cart full of fuel rods, he would accept it. Jiang Yu fell into contemplation once more. Surely there must be something? Well, it's a bit large, so I can't retrieve it, Jiang Yu admitted awkwardly after fiddling with the wristband. It can be poured out, Chunyu Chungjun kindly reminded him. A bit large? What does that mean? Mine's quite large. Bear with it? Oh, very well. Jiang Yu held the wristband toward the ground, and with another flash of white light, a square box appeared, roughly the size of 4 supply crates. Chunyu Chungjun let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the box. Thank goodness it wasn't a cartload. This was still somewhat acceptable. Let me help you open it, Chunyu Chungjun offered enthusiastically, approaching the box. A mere box of medicine was insignificant. After receiving a nod from Jiang Yu, Chunyu Chungjun opened the box. What met Chunyu Chungjun's eyes were 2 pristine white legs. Following those legs upward, a humanoid figure gradually inflated, taking on a fuller shape. Is this something I can witness? Hello, my name is Xiaobai, a warm, rich male voice emanated from the humanoid figure. What the heck? That voice is off. Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. This is a robot. Greetings, I am your personal medical robot, Xiaobai. Xiaobai turned toward Jiang Yu, speaking in a gentle tone. Hello, I am Jiang Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yu extended his hand in excitement, having never encountered an inflatable robot before. Seeing Jiang Yu's gesture, Xiaobai raised his arm but did not grasp Jiang Yu's hand. Instead, he gently tapped Jiang Yu's hand with his fist. Is this preferable to you? Jiang Yu queried. Taken aback. Was it customary for robots to prefer fist bumps over handshakes? Hello, how may I assist you? Xiaobai tilted his head, regarding Jiang Yu with inquisitiveness. My legs are a bit sore. I just ran quite a distance. Though I managed well enough, my legs still ache somewhat, Jiang Yu confessed. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai approached, slowly squatting down, and placed his hands on Jiang Yu's legs, beginning to massage them. Perfect, just like that, Jiang Yu said, feeling a warm sensation flow through his thighs as the lactic acid-induced soreness dissipated under Xiaobai's ministrations. Astonished, AO1 and Chunyu Chungjun exchanged glances, dumbfounded. Is this even allowed? While others are consuming drugs, he is receiving a massage. All right, let us see what else there is. Jiang Yu redirected his attention to the wristband. No way. There is still more. Xianyuan Qi maintained a semblance of composure. understanding that the mental seal on Jiang Yu's box was considerably more potent, making the absurdity somewhat palatable. In contrast, Chunyu Qingjun and Ao Wen felt emotionally drained, sensing that remaining any longer would lead to despair. At that moment, Chunyu Qingjun noticed Jiang Yu aiming the wristband again toward the ground, indicating more substantial items? If this were the case, the spatial capacity within this storage wristband vastly surpassed that of Xianyuan Qi's storage box. A simple wristband contains such immense storage space. It must surely be at least a mid-tier spiritual artifact. The value of a mid-tier spiritual artifact could rival the tuition fees for this training camp. Even if Jiang Yu learned nothing over these past days, it would still not be considered a loss. However, it was inconceivable that Jiang Yu would learn nothing. Thus, it implied no loss, but rather a gain. Ao Wen felt a tightening sensation in his chest. Not only had he been outpaced by Jiang Yu in running, but he was also being utterly outclassed in resource selection. Where could he save face as a rising star of the Shiha Federation? Just luckier than I am. In future training, I will ensure you understand the disparity between us. Ao Wen's fingernails dug into his flesh, his expression darkening. With a resounding clang and a flash of white light, a silver box landed on the ground, causing the floor to tremble. This box was a square metal container, approximately 1 meter in length, and it certainly had some heft. Atop the box was a snowflake-shaped pattern. A snowflake pattern? Is this a refrigerator? Chunyu Qingjun, now numb to the astonishing events, regarded the refrigerator as a perfectly ordinary item emerging from Jiang Yu's wristband. Jiang Yu grasped the handle of the box and pulled forcefully, causing the door to swing open, revealing an assortment of energy drinks, purified water, and several ice packs inside. Why isn't this refrigerator cooling? Jiang Yu asked curiously, noting that the temperature inside was roughly the same as the outside. Yu Haven Tea connected the power source. Chunyu Qingjun replied weakly. Jiang Yu didn't seem unintelligent. How could he lack such basic knowledge? Little did he realize that this was Jiang Yu's first encounter with a genuine refrigerator. Having only seen others use one through holographic displays, oblivious to the fact that the refrigerator required connection to a spiritual energy hub. Once the power source was connected, the snowflake pattern atop the refrigerator glowed slightly, and the internal temperature began to drop swiftly. It turned out that the snowflake pattern was not merely decorative. It was an ice spiritual inscription. The energy input activated the inscription, thus initiating the cooling process. Jiang Yu was deeply intrigued by such inscription-driven devices. Feeling a rumble in his stomach, Jiang Yu shyly patted his abdomen and glanced out the window. The daylight on Mars was already brief. Having opened the box for so long, night had fallen. Since completing his exercise, Jiang Yu had yet to replenish any energy, and his stomach began to protest. Let us eat something first, Chunyu Qingjun suggested, while Ao Wen quietly sat nearby, nibbling on compressed biscuits. Xianyuan Qi furrowed his brow, unsure of what to eat. Chunyu Qingjun paused, realizing that while everyone had food, he was left wondering what to consume. Was he to go outside and eat sand? With a swish, Jiang Yu poured out a heating pack from the wristband, causing Chunyu Qingjun's eyelids to twitch. Is this something one person can finish? The food within Jiang Yu's wristband not only exceeded in quantity, but also ensured ample energy replenishment while maintaining a balanced diet, offering a greater variety than Xianyuan Qi's selection. Amidst the plethora of heating packs, the thought of not consuming them all could indeed evoke considerable distress. Allow me to alleviate this burden for you. Chunyu Qingjun stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the heap of heating packs, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his eyes. Please, take whatever you desire, Jiang Yu urged, quickly grasping Chunyu's intent. He understood the pangs of hunger better than anyone else. Chunyu did not seem malevolent, and Jiang Yu had no desire to foster enmity with him. After all, upon arriving at the dormitory, he had expressed a wish for mutual support at Starstorm Federation University. Was it truly so? Adoptive father, Chunyu exclaimed, unabashedly seizing a pack. Oh. There is no need for such formality, Jiang Yu replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the traditional appellation. Observing Jiang Yu's peculiar expression, Chunyu laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder. Do not be so taken aback. This is a customary practice in the solar system. All right, you rascal, Jiang Yu retorted, turning to face Chunyu with utmost seriousness. Chunyu, on the verge of a retort, found his words stifled, as if he were to unwittingly cause his own downfall. Yet, Jiang Yu's earnest demeanor left him with an inexplicable sense of frustration. Ha! Jiang Yu chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at Chunyu's crimson face. I was merely jesting. You truly did not counter my banter. You audacious rascal, daring to deceive me, Chunyu playfully reprimanded. Watching their spirited exchange, Xianyuan Qi's lips curved into a faint smile, recognizing the distinctiveness of those from outside the mountains. In this heartwarming scene of paternal affection, one individual seemed an inherent anomaly. Seated nearby with a flushed face, this was AO1, who, upon witnessing Jiang Yu release the heap of heating packs, had, in a fit of pique, devoured 2 bites of compressed biscuits, only to choke. With no water to aid him, he found himself unable to swallow, resulting in his current predicament. Here, a bottle of purified water materialized before AO1. Turning to see Jiang Yu smiling warmly at him, he was met not with derision, but with a gesture of camaraderie. Snatching the water bottle, AO1 twisted off the cap and drank eagerly, the obstruction in his throat finally dissipating. He then thrust the half-empty bottle into Jiang Yu's arms and turned away. Do you think this will earn my admiration? Do not be so naive. Jiang Yu, bewildered, responded. What are you doing? Are you not aware that the era of tsundere has long passed?